radio.
I'm a pretty great multitasker. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please, don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score!
This hour of the program brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Chicago, it's time for the Mully and Haugh pregame show with your host, executive producer of the Mully and Haugh Show, Dustin Rhodes, on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Good morning. All good here.
Morning, Chicago. Welcome to a Wednesday, 24th day of the month. It is the Mully and Haugh pregame show. Mully and Haugh will be live and local for you beginning at 5:30. They'll take you all the way up until 10 o'clock, and they'll do it from the Hyundai Score Studios. Brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Their plan of attack is as follows. They've got the Pick 6 at 6. The top 6 sports stories of the day will be discussed. Dan Weeder, Talking Bears, 7:25. Ozzie Guillen at 8 o'clock. Chris Chelios, 8:44. Stacey Dales at 9. The guests join us on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, the hometown tire, Atturo.com. That's ATTURO.com. Don't forget, you can check us out also on Twitch and on YouTube. The Cubs are still the number one team in the wild card race, but by just 1.5 over the Padres after a loss on Tuesday night. The Cubs are 88-69. The second pitch of the game, Frankie Lindor hit it out of the park to put the Mets up 1-0. The Cubs would answer in the bottom of the first when Juan Soto misplayed a foul ball to right that scored 2 off the bat of Carlos Santana, so a gift 2-run double and an error. In the second, Nico Horner, an RBI single. Ian Happ followed with a 2 RBI double. Cade Horton leaving the game after the third inning. More on that in a moment. Cubs got their 6th run on a Mets error in the 4th. The Mets answered in the 5th, scoring 5 to even things up at 6. Taylor Rogers comes in and allows a 3-run home run on his first pitch. Francisco Alvarez, 2-run 8th inning blast off Caleb Thielbar capped a rally from an early 6-1 hole. The Cubs not able to come back, so it will be the same 2 teams tonight. The Cubs continuing the series against the Mets. Pre-game coverage beginning at 6:30. First pitch, 7:05. The only local broadcast of tonight's game can be heard on The Score and the Southwest Airlines Cubs radio network. Matthew Boyd will throw. He's 13-8 with a 3.20 ERA. The Mets are going with rookie right-handed pitcher Jonathan Tong. He is 2-2 with a 5.94 ERA. Today at 2:30, Craig Counsell joining the afternoon show of Spiegel and Holmes. Pre-game, Kyle Tucker did some running and some other baseball activities. He hopes to be able to return soon, a few days if progress continues. Craig Counsell said the DH would probably be the spot when Tucker was able to return. We'll hear from Craig Counsell and Kyle Tucker more as we go through this pre-game show. Meanwhile, the White Sox lost the 99th time of the year. Last night, it was 3-2 to the Yankees, who scored twice in the 9th for the walk-off win. Colson Montgomery did hit a 2-run home run in the 6th to give the White Sox a 2-1 lead. Same 2 teams tonight in New York. Pre-game, Andrew Benintendi hitting the 10-day IL with a left Achilles tendonitis. His season is likely over. Other baseball news, ABS Challenge System is coming to MLB in full in 2026. The Blackhawks in preseason action versus the Red Wings fall 3-2. Connor Bedard did light the lamp in that one. The Bears are back to get ready for Week 4 of the NFL season later today at Haugh. They'll be in Vegas this weekend against the Raiders. It's a 3:25 kick on CBS. Circa right now has this game as a pick'em. The total is 48. And before Chicago takes on Las Vegas, tune in Sunday from 11 to 11:45 for your local four-dealer pregame show right here on 670 The Score. Olin Kreutz, Patrick Manley, and Mike Mulligan will get you set for the game. Then immediately following the game, instant reaction on the post-game show presented by TimberTech, Decking and Railing, and Atturo Tire, and all of it can be heard on The Score and that free Odyssey app. Week 4 of the NFL will start Thursday. Seahawks at the Cardinals. You'll catch that game on News Radio 780 WBBM and the coverage beginning there at 7:15. Join The Score and Budweiser tomorrow, 2 to 6. Old Crow, Wrigleyville, Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. That's right, Rahimi, Harris, and Grody will be at a special time of 2 to 6. Spiegel and Holmes are on from 10 to 2 tomorrow before they head west to Las Vegas. Stop by to register to win a special prizing from Budweiser. Say hello to Layla, Marshall, and Grody before the Cubs game. That's tomorrow at 2 at Old Crow in Wrigleyville, all brought to you by Budweiser. This, Buds, for you. Just woke up. Welcome to a Wednesday, 24th day of the month. It's the Mully and Haugh pregame show. We're broadcasting live from the Hyundai Score Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. The Pick Six hits you at 6 o'clock. Dan Weeder, 7:25. Ozzie Guillen at 8. Chris Chelios, 8:44. Stacy Dales at 9. The guests join us on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, the hometown tire, Atturo.com. ATTURO.com. Let's take you out to the friendly confines. Clark and Addison, north side of town. Mets in town, desperate for a win. They were on the outside looking in before first pitch against the Cubs yesterday. Cade Horton was on the mound for the Cubs, and Frankie Lindor put the second pitch of the game out of the park.
Feels kind of like autumn, which always reminds you of postseason play.
Yeah, there's nothing like it.
The 1-0 pitch hit in the air, deep left center, back toward the wall, and that ball is gone for a home run. Francisco Lindor going to the opposite alley, and the New York Mets lead 1-0, just 2 pitches into the game.
Just like that, the Mets up on top of our Cubs, 1-0. Lindor depositing a pitch from Cade Horton out into left center field area bleachers. So 1-0. But then we move into the bottom of the first, and the Cubs would get a gift.
Here's the pitch, swinging a fly ball to right, pretty well hit. Back toward the track is Soto. It's over his head. Cubs get a break. 2-run score. It's a double for Carlos Santana. The wind just kept pushing it out farther and farther. Soto misjudged the ball.
Soto misjudging the ball, getting kind of twisted up, if you will. Santana ends up at second base, and the Cubs are on top 2-1 in the bottom of the first. Bottom of the second, the Cubs would add to their 2-1 lead.
Warner lines a base hit to left. 1 run is in. The throw from Marte to the cutoff man. Runners at first and third holding, and the Cubs now lead 3-1. Nico Horner delivers, as he has done so many times this season, Ron. Nico's got his lead. He is running. The pitch line toward left center. Base hit. It goes all the way to the wall. 1 run is in. Here comes Horner scoring. 2-run double Ian Happ. Cubs lead 5-1.
So the Cubs are up now 5-1. They chased the Mets starting pitcher. He only lasted 1 1/3 inning, allowed 5 hits, 5 runs. They were all earned. He struck out 1 and walked 2 Cubs. So again, the Cubs getting to the Mets bullpen, and they have a 5-1 lead at that point. Cade Horton only made it through 3 innings. He's dealing with a cough. The cough is causing some irritation to the rib and back area. We find out after the game. Michael Soroka is called in to relieve Cade Horton, and in the top of the 5th, the Mets got to the Cubs bullpen.
Here's the pitch, and it's hammered to right center field over the head of Suzuki and high off the ivy in right. Suzuki plays it off the ivy. It'll be a single for Pete Alonso, as this is a rocket off the ivy, and it just misses the basket in right, but it bounces right to Suzuki, so it will only be a single.
And that was off of Michael Soroka, so there's a couple guys on. It's 6-3 in favor of the Cubs at this point. The Cubs then decide to give the ball to Rogers with 2 men on base.
He comes set long, like a left-hander. This ball well struck to right. Suzuki going back, way back, and it's gone. And the wind had a major effect on that ball hit to right. I thought It was hit a little bit off the end of the bat, and Nemo hits this ball, and it just keeps going and going and hooking towards the foul pole and into the well. 3-run bomb for the Mets, and they put up a 5 spot here in this 5th inning. This is a hanging breaking ball.
Ron Coomer with a little play-by-play duty there in the 5th right here on 670 The Score. So a 6-1 lead is now 6-6. And in the top of the 6th, Frankie Lindor would help the Mets again take the lead.
And the 2-2. Line drive to center, a base hit. This is going to give the Mets the lead. Rounding third and scoring is Jeff McNeil. Stopping at second is Alvarez. And the Mets, who once trailed 6-1, now have a 7-6 lead here in the 6th inning.
But in the bottom of the 6th, the Cubs would pull even thanks to Seiya Suzuki.
Now the pitch to Seiya. Line drive, base hit to center. Nico Horner is going to score. The throw goes to third. Ball game tied 7-7. Ian Happ stopping at second on the play. Seiya Suzuki with his 92nd run batted in.
Seiya Suzuki, 92nd run batted in. The great Pat Hughes with the descriptions right here on 670 The Score. Top of the 8th, the Cubs call on Caleb Thielbar to hold the game at 7.
Now the 3-1 to Alvarez. A swing and a fly ball deep left center. Trouble back toward the wall. It is a home run. A 2-run homer by the number 9 hitter, Francisco Alvarez. And the Mets have taken a 9-7 lead.
9-7 at that point in the top of the 8th. We go to the bottom of the 9th. Cubs looking for a little magic.
The Mets aware that the Reds lost their game, so New York trying to take a 1-game lead over Cincinnati for that final wild card spot. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and the game is over. Breaking ball got him. Diaz works 2 perfect innings for the save, strikes out 4 of the 6 men he faces, and the Mets win game 1, 9-7.
9-7 the final from Wrigley Field. Kelly, Bush, and Swanson all strike out to end the game for the Cubs. So no magic at the end of the night over at Wrigley Field. So with that loss and a Padres win, the Cubs lead for the top spot in the National League wild card is down to 1.5. The Padres shut out the Brewers on Tuesday night. The final out west was 7-0. Let's move into the post-game show. Let's find out from the skipper, Craig Counsell, the status and the reason Cade Horton left when he did last night.
Yeah, so it's like right kind of mid back and on kind of on one of the ribs. Cade was sick this week. Like we've had a couple guys sick, and he was coughing a lot. He noticed the symptoms kind of Sunday, Monday-ish. No effect throwing. And it just started to tighten up a little bit, so we pulled the plug on it. Then we're just going to have to evaluate it moving forward.
That's Craig Counsell post-game.
Tightness before?
He had a little no symptoms throwing. He threw his bullpen. He threw yesterday. No symptoms throwing. He just had a little symptoms on deep breaths. So, likely just the illness has caused him to cough. Has been coughing a lot. That may be it. I think that's what we feel like it probably is. And we wanted to be extra careful during the start tonight, so we stopped it. We'll see how he feels tomorrow. I think next couple days will be important. He wanted to keep going tonight, and we said no. So we're just gonna see how it goes the rest of the week.
Team decision, Cade Horton out after 3 innings, dealing with a little discomfort in his ribs and his back due to a bad cough. Now let's hear from Cade Horton himself post-game on the situation.
In Cincinnati, was coughing a lot, and so felt a little discomfort in like my rib area, back area, and so just made the right move. Didn't want to push it. Sucks. Hate it, but it's the right move.
That's Cade Horton saying that it is the right move, but it did suck to come out of that game. He had a 6-1 lead when he did leave. Again, same two teams tonight, right here on The Score. We are the only local broadcast. The pregame coverage at 6:30, first pitch 7:05 on The Score and the Southwest Airlines Cubs Radio Network. Meanwhile, the White Sox were out in New York taking on the Yankees and clinging to a 2-1 lead in the ninth.
2-2. Sticks out the bat. Long run for Taylor. Comes in. It's going to fall. Here comes the throw home. Game on the line. And that's ball game. The Yankees walk it off in the ninth. And New York punches their ticket to the postseason with a 3-2 win over the White Sox in dramatic fashion.
That's how it sounded on CHSN. The White Sox not being able to hold on to a 2-1 lead. They end up losing this one 3-2 in walk-off fashion. The Yankees are indeed in the postseason with the victory. It'll be the same two teams in New York later on tonight. If you just woke up, welcome to a Wednesday, 24th day of the month. It is the Mully and Haugh pregame show. Mully and Haugh right around the corner, 5:30 until 10. They'll broadcast live from the Hyundai Score Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. The Pick 6 at 6. Dan Weeder, 7:25. Ozzie Guillen, 8 a.m. Chris Chelios, 8:44. Stacy Dales at 9. The guests join us on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, the hometown tire, Atturo.com, ATTURO.com. Meanwhile, the other big story over at Wrigley Field is Kyle Tucker. When will he be back? We'll hear from Kyle Tucker next, right here on 670 The Score.
Coming up at 5:30, the boys are back with the Mully and Haugh Show, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show. 5:30 till 10 a.m. Mully and Haugh on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. In Odyssey Station.
This segment of the show brought to you by Staples.
Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $125 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. NC11-1. Plus, save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
The all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade has arrived at Scott Levy's Rosen Hyundai. With stunning new styling and 3 rows of luxurious seating and the latest in safety technology, the 2026 Palisade is the SUV you've been dreaming of. Experience it for yourself. Scott Levy and his team invite you to be one of the first to test drive this incredible new vehicle. He has them ready for you at both Rosen Hyundai of Kenosha on Highway 50 at I-94 and Rosen Hyundai of Algonquin on Randall Road. Get behind the wheel of the all-new 2026 Palisade today. Visit rosenhyundai.com.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
The Chef IQ Sense is a must-have wireless cooking thermometer that eliminates under or overcooking your chicken, fish, or meat, whether on a stovetop, oven, or grill. It is built to withstand extreme heat. The probe is inserted into your food and connected wirelessly to an app. Once you've selected your desired doneness, the app alerts you when to take the steaks off the grill and even alerts you when to flip them. It's that simple. Order the newly released 3rd generation Chef IQ Sense, now with so many upgrades at chefiq.com. Enter the code word SCORE for 15% off your order.
Get organized with new Dakota Closets storage solutions at Menards. Dakota Closets are versatile and can be installed in any room, from home offices and laundry rooms to walk-in or reach-in closets and so much more. Use the You Create Closet Planner available in-store or online to design a closet system that maximizes your space and matches your style. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Straight Talk presents the math of more. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Sliding into second, smart play. Sliding through a red light, not so much. With Atturo tires, get the grip and stopping power you need when it matters most. Stay in control, stay safe. Visit Atturo.com today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
There comes a time in many men's lives in which the thought of having another child is not an option. Do you want to maintain the romance without the risk? There's a permanent solution that can help you achieve just that. Consider a vasectomy.
Ooh, I don't know about that. I heard it could be painful.
Yeah, not only that, I heard it was expensive.
These statements may be true for many men, but not the men who choose Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. First of all, our procedures are covered by most insurance plans and flex spending accounts. The best part is, with our experienced surgeons, the procedure only takes 30 minutes in the office. No needle, no scalpel, and no trip to the hospital. If you're certain your family is complete, do yourself a favor and call Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago today. Or visit us online at www.vasectomychicago.com and read the testimonials. Conveniently located in Tinley Park, Naperville, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower. Now with free valet parking. Call us today at 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4VAS.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
If you see a foundation crack, it may be a sign of a larger problem. So don't just get it repaired, get protected. At US Waterproofing, we're not only experts at sealing leaks, we're a complete solution to keep your basement dry. From replacing ineffective gutters and downspouts to raising settled concrete, US Waterproofing has provided customized solutions for over 500,000 happy customers. Schedule your free consultation today at uswaterproofing.com and enjoy no interest if paid in full in 1 year. US Waterproofing. A better basement starts with us.
We take care of our customers every day through the big moments, the innovative upgrades, of course, the adventures too. The perfect vehicle is out there waiting to bring joy to your everyday journey. Customer satisfaction, strong warranties, and a wide selection of luxury and affordable vehicles is why car buyers trust us and keep coming back.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick Promise.
You're listening to the Mully and Haugh pregame show. Coming up in 60 seconds. And coming up at 5:30, it's Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Welcome back to the Mully and Haugh pregame show on 670 The Score.
I mean, I think I'll be all right. I mean, even when you are playing every single day, you never know if you're going to have a good or bad day. Obviously, you go out there expecting to get a hit every single time you're at the plate, but it's not always going to be like that. But I mean, for the most part, I think it's more of like a mental thing. I mean, if I can stay mentally locked in, feel comfortable, and get at least a few at bats and stuff in there, I'll be fine.
That's the voice of Kyle Tucker. He joined our very own Bruce Levine on yesterday's pregame show right here on The Score. If you've just woken up, welcome to your Wednesday, 24th day of the month. It is the Mully and Haugh pregame show. Mully and Haugh right around the corner, 5:30 until 10. They'll broadcast live from the Hyundai Score Studios. Brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. The Pick 6 at 6, Dan Weeder, 7:25, Ozzie Guillen at 8, Chris Chelios, 8:44, Stacy Dales at 9. These guests join us on the Arturo Tire Hotline. Arturo, the hometown tire, Arturo.com, ATTURO.com. Don't forget, you can check us out on Twitch and on YouTube. So the Cubs lost for the 5th time in a row. They have the 1.5 game lead now over the Padres for that top wild card spot. 7-6 the final, 9-7 rather the final over at Wrigley Field in that loss to the Mets after the Cubs had gotten out to a 6-1 lead. Let's now hear from the manager of the Cubs, Craig Counsell, pregame, talking about the situation with Kyle Tucker.
So I'd say he's had the last 2 days he's been running the last 2 days. He ran yesterday in Tampa. He just finished a session today running, touched the bases lightly today. So I think we've made progress for sure. We're gonna treat this day to day as much as we can, and just try to keep having good days. There's time urgency here. There's no question about it. But we just want to keep having good days, and we feel like we've had a couple of good days, and see where that brings us tomorrow.
Well, tomorrow is today. That was Craig Counsell pregame on the Kyle Tucker situation. Yesterday, Jed Hoyer with Harris, Grody, and Spiegel over at the Brick House Tavern yesterday over at Wrigley. And you heard this right here on The Score. His describing what is going on with Kyle Tucker.
Yeah, so he flew back last night. He went to Tampa for a few days just to work with his physical therapist there, a guy he really trusts. And I've been talking to his agent about it, and talking to Kyle about it. We're solving for the same thing, which is getting this guy back and having him rake in the postseason. And so I think that was an easy decision organizationally for us to do that. He came back last night. He ran yesterday. The hope is that he progresses and we can get him in the lineup for a few games here, get his timing back and get him going. So that's the hope. I don't know anything new today, but that was yesterday, and he's moving the right direction.
But that was the first time he ran, right? Since he's come back, because I think Craig said Sunday he hadn't run yet, and so
he ran yesterday before he came back. So we're moving the right direction. He's hit, but hitting and hitting in the big leagues is two different things. So I think getting him some at bats would be really important.
Getting him some at-bats would be really important. That is the voice of Jed Hoyer, president of baseball operations for your Cubs, who now have a 1.5 game lead over the Padres for home field advantage in that wild card round. Yes, the Cubs are in the postseason, but they've now lost 5 in a row. Last night it was 9-7 after they had come back from a 1-0 deficit to go up 6-1. Cade Horton left dealing with a back and rib issue brought on by coughing. So he wanted to stay in the game. The Cubs decided to play it safe. Tonight, the Cubs continue the series against the Mets. Pre-game coverage, 6:30, first pitch, 7:05. We are the only local broadcast of tonight's game right here on The Score and the Southwest Airlines Cubs Radio Network. It is 5:30 on your Wednesday. It's time for Mully and Haugh right now on 670 The Score.
Yeah, we're done.
Wake up! Wake up! Mike Mulligan, David Haugh.
Okay, I got questions.
Yeah, please.
Where does that come from? What's the origin of that one? I don't know that one. Is that what coach? What background?
Good, better, bad. Good, better, bad. Never let it rain. Never let it rain. Good gets better. Good gets better. And you better gets better. And you better gets better. Bears on three. 1, 2, 3. Bears.
Where's that from? Do we know?
I believe it's Shakespeare.
I don't know.
To be or not to be? That is the question.
It's the Bard. Most things are.
I'm thinking Emily Dickinson. I just wasn't sure.
It's a little less sad than she'd rather.
I know, but just wondering.
Start your mornings with Mully and Haugh, 5:30 till 10 a.m. on 670 The Score.
Good morning.
Let's go.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Boy, Cubs could use a little cheer up this morning, I'll say that. Maybe start chanting the old, I guess it's from one of the greatest power forwards in NBA history.
Morning, Mully. Happy
Southern
Wednesday.
saying, which is why.
Cubs could really use the Bears to take over, get back to work, and distract us from what's going on the north side. Yeah, Ben Johnson needs a couple more chants. Maybe they can borrow something from Hallis Hall.
Tim Duncan.
Tough night for the Cubs after you had injury, you had disappointment, and now you've got a 5-game losing streak. They have not won since they popped the corks in Pittsburgh, and that would be, if you're keeping track, a week ago.
That I know you were joking when you called it the hangover era.
Yeah.
It continues.
They're 0-5 in the hangover era. They are. They have really not won a game. It's the curse of the corks.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, they got enough curses. We don't need to add one.
I mean, it's the curse of the pop corks. Let's do it that. It's one of those things where I don't think that there's a logical connection between the amount of champagne that flowed in PNC Park in the clubhouse a week ago and their inability to hit with runners in scoring position, or their inability to hold a lead that's a 6-1 lead at home.
Well,
but it's a fair, understandable link to make.
The 6-1 lead part of it, like you honestly had thought, oh, the bats are back. Kyle Tucker is in the building. He returned, not to the field, but he was in the building. Bats are back. Here we go. And you're up 6-1, and you somehow lose that game. I mean, to the Mets, a team that had already collapsed.
I'm not sure if Kyle Tucker returning made you feel much better overall once you saw how gingerly he was running, and very little that came out of anybody's mouth filled a Cub fan with confidence that he'd be able to contribute.
Just saying the team was back together.
A lot of definite maybes.
And then, the worst thing maybe was seeing the young pitcher go out, because you're very good when he's on the bump, and you were pretty good. He gave up a home run, but you were pretty good when he was on the bump, and things went it melted down after that.
Second pitch went for a homer.
Yes.
Then he only lasted 27 more.
Ooh.
And he left, and when he did, I think a lot of people, as I did, wondered, oh, goodness, is this a blister? Could live with that. Is this arm-related? Couldn't live with that. Is this something else? And it turned out to be something else.
Can you live with that?
I think I can certainly live with a cold that led to coughing, that led to back discomfort, which led to him being pulled. I think that it still strains sort of your ability to grasp everything. There are questions that came up, but this was how it sounded post-game, the explanation for why Cade Horton only lasted 29 pitches.
Yeah, so it's like right kind of mid back and on kind of on one of the ribs. Cade was sick this week. Like we've had a couple guys sick, and he was coughing a lot. He noticed the symptoms kind of Sunday, Monday-ish. No effect throwing, and it just started to tighten up a little bit. So we pulled the plug on it. Then we're just going to have to evaluate it moving forward.
Symptoms of the tightness before? Is that what you meant?
He had a little no symptoms throwing. He threw his bullpen. He threw yesterday. No symptoms throwing. He just had a little symptoms on deep breaths. So, likely just the illness has caused him to cough. Has been coughing a lot. That may be it. I think that's what we feel like it probably is. And we wanted to be extra careful during the start tonight. So. We stopped it.
Interesting on a number of levels, but the idea that they, maybe an explanation for their woes is that there's been something going through the team. We know Seiya had the flu, and you hear someone's got the flu, you always worry, are you keeping them away from everyone because you don't want the team coming down with that? And he started to say we had a bunch of guys, but he stopped himself. We had some guys, I think is how he corrected himself. But there's been something that's gone through the team. Maybe it's a cold, whatever. But that is scary given the timing of it, given your best player, your best pitcher at home this year, maybe your best pitcher, period, the guy that we talked about when he should start in the postseason. I don't know if it's game one now. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Got to see what happens after this. But that's got to be a real shock wave to the entire fandom of the Cubs.
Well, it's a concern. I don't know, but I don't know if it's shocking. I think it's concerning.
3 innings?
Yeah. Well, I think that when you hear the explanation, I think the first thing you wonder. I don't know that if you worry about a cold lingering into next week and affecting
worry about a mid-back problem, and he said it was connected. It was a rib on the rib. I mean,
yeah,
good.
I don't know if a cold could lead to a rib issue, but if it does, then yeah, it seems
it's a bad cold.
It's a very bad cold, and if it was as bad as he described, he should have maybe not started him. If he was that bad, then maybe he shouldn't have gone out there. I think they're being very cautious here, and I understand why they would be, because that tells you that they are planning or were planning on Cade Horton going out there for game one, whoever they play, wherever they play it. It seems now that this idea that they will host 3 games against the Padres is another one of those things where you're going to have to wait until the final day of the season to figure it out.
Series.
Yeah,
the
very concerning.
Padres now a game and a half back. I know Bruce will be mad at me about saying that, but the fact is, if you look at the standings, they're a game and a half back.
Yes, they are. Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, the Padres beat the Brewers, and things aren't going great for the Cubs. The Mets come back, and they played like a team that was down with a sense of urgency, down to its last out, and they felt like it was an elimination game. Lindor homers 2 pitches in, and then they get the 9th hitter to hit a 2-run homer, and then Diaz did the rest. The Cubs were overmatched in the 8th and 9th inning. That was really
Cubs bullpen
bad.
No good.
Not last night.
Nope.
Thielbar very reliable all season long.
Right till then.
And then Tyler Rogers in the game really.
Who?
Tyler Rogers. He's a guy that probably is projected on most playoff projections in terms of the roster. He's your third lefty.
He's no longer in Dustin's neighborhood.
Not in the circle of trust. Again, even your very, very astute Cub fans didn't know who that guy was last night.
I don't think that's true.
Okay.
Oh, well, you know a lot of astute Cub fans. Were people surprised at who that is? They got him at the deadline.
At that moment, he's been coming in garbage time, not in massive high leverage situation. Why not Caleb Thielbar then? And that's all I'm saying. And then you eventually went to Caleb Thielbar. I'm just saying it seemed way out of order. The whole thing last night.
You're out of order.
That's not news.
But the whole thing last night was your starting pitcher going 3 innings put you out of order. It affected how you would how you normally would go to your bullpen.
Okay, sure, but now it didn't work out.
Soroka
didn't work out.
It didn't work out, and that's
worked out the first inning.
Well,
kind of. Huh?
Okay, yeah, maybe
didn't work out.
No, I don't think that. Soroka coming in puts you off schedule in terms of your bullpen plan, and then you go to Taylor Rogers, and I think it's fair.
Is that not a high leverage situation?
It was,
and the first pitch he throws leaves the park. First pitch he threw.
It was the 5th inning. I mean,
what was the? It doesn't, David. It doesn't matter what
inning
it is.
It's the 5th
Since
inning.
when does that matter?
It matters because you're going into the 5th inning. You've got a long way to go, many outs to get, and I didn't have a problem with Taylor Rogers.
2 guys on, and you decide to bring him in with the game in the balance.
You got to know who you got going into the postseason.
Nope. He's out.
They found out. Your guy Jordan Wicks came in. You trust him?
I would not have put Jordan Wick. They may as well have put Jordan here. If you're really trying out to see what you have, you may as well have put in Jordan Wicks in that situation, which would also not have been a bad. It would have been a bad idea. Listen, Caleb Thielbar failed at the end of the day. He did fail.
Yeah.
But at that moment, I would have liked to have seen Caleb Thielbar then because it was a high leverage situation that he's used to doing.
Cade Horton left the game. I feel like it seemed to me as if Craig Counsell treated this almost like an experiment to see how they would respond to crises in high leverage situations. And I don't want to say he conceded, but I think he used it as a fact-finding mission.
Sure felt that way, right?
Win the damn game. You've lost 4 in a row. At that point, win the game. Secure your home field advantage as quickly as you can, and then you start setting up people for where they're going to be in the game.
Let's go. Let's play some hardball. Let's get it on. Lock down this home field advantage. Stop goofing around. 4-game sweep. The hands of the Reds over the weekend.
Jim Deshaies speaks the truth.
It was
maybe he'll be right about how they used the pitchers in the first game.
It was 6-1.
And the second pitch of the game, left the park also, by the way.
Yes.
The second pitch of the game.
Yes.
Good response. Good way to start.
Well, Matthew Boyd's got a lot to
They got a gift. And
a lot of work to do tonight.
When they took the lead, when the Cubs did take the lead, that was an absolute gift. Even Pat Hughes said, gift. A gift because Juan Soto completely misplayed that ball.
He did not have
got
a
himself
good
all
sense.
tangled up.
Good thing they didn't sign him.
Boy. What $500 million buys you in
Good
right
thing they didn't
field
get
these
Soto,
days.
right?
Yankees don't need him.
Yankees don't need him. They
They
walked
got
off the
Bellinger.
Sox.
They clinched.
They celebrated. Aaron Boone did it again.
Sox get to win the rest of the games now. Isn't that how it goes?
Well, they can hope that the Yankees
sitting on 99, huh?
You start to.
They can hope the Yankees are hungover.
Yeah.
They can benefit from the celebration. They set them up. They got them right where they want them.
See,
now.
but the Yankees can still win the division. That's not done.
Thank God they gave away that lead in the 9th inning.
That was bad. That was
another
bad too.
1-run loss.
Tough night for Chicago baseball.
Yeah, it was pretty bad
all
against
day
New
around.
York. Both teams.
Kyle Tucker coming back. He did address his calf situation. He did not sound confident.
No.
And he did not look
confident.
Well, when he was
he
running,
looked sickly. I'm just saying when he was sitting there.
You think he's got a cough too?
I think a guy goes down to Tampa. He should come back with a little color in his face.
Well, maybe he's got the same thing Cade Horton does, and it affected his calf the way that it affected Cade Horton's back.
He coughed a calf into.
Yeah, he coughed himself into a calf muscle problem.
Yeah. Well, I was walking as I was. This is now we're back to like Jose Cardinal issues.
I don't know what to believe about the Cubs anymore.
In the room.
You just have to hope that, we're talking to Ozzie at 8, and it made me think sometimes his perspective is valued because he's been through all kinds of September scenarios.
Sure.
And even the best one that he fondly remembers and has celebrated this year, the Sox in 2005, in September of 2005,
I was there.
went into the playoffs limping.
Oh my God!
And you did not have confidence they were going to be a team that would get it all together.
But they went into the playoffs with pitching, and they
Mm-hmm.
just cut a swath through the playoffs. It
They
was
did.
incredible to watch.
It was.
It
And
was just, guys finishing games. It was just 9 innings. It was almost like the starters got into a competition.
they did, and it all worked out for the best. I just think whether that's one example and it's maybe not a good one, or there's other examples of teams that I don't know, and maybe this is we should do this or find out more. I don't know the link between the last 10 games of the regular season and playoff success, because you certainly have not had.
If there is one, you're in serious trouble.
Well, if there is one, yeah, and I don't know that, because I think fan bases and maybe in organizations tend to look at it and tilt it in a way that favors them. If you're going in hot like the Guardians, goodness sakes, you're going to say, well, we got our 6-man rotation, and it's going to carry us in the postseason.
Huh?
Tigers, if they can get in, they'll say, well, that was an aberration. We can start over, and it's mentally refreshing. If you're the Cubs, you got to hope that you maintain home field advantage and just hit reset, and then you're the team that you need to be in the postseason. But it's just unfortunate right now. It's come down to this because it's way closer than it needs to be after the past week.
Well, there's no doubt about it. You just want them to get to it, get to the postseason. You've got that secure. Get your spot set. Quit messing around. Beat the Mets. That's a crumbling Mets team that somehow came back and beat you.
They're not really crumbly.
They had been.
Yeah, they look pretty.
They were once the best team in baseball.
They look revived. Yeah. They got some talent. That's a good lineup. You talk about like the Padres lineup. They've got stars in that lineup. The Mets have some guys. How about Pete Alonso?
Mm-hmm.
Polar Bear almost went deep. Oppo.
Yeah.
How about his
almost
pulling a Rizzo when he was trying to go for that foul ball? And he almost had it, fell over the wall a little bit, the gate there. That was a pretty interesting play.
Yeah, I remember when I wanted him to be in a Cub uniform doing that.
Sure.
Last off season.
Well, Michael Bush has been good enough.
Michael Bush has been good enough. Somebody tell Craig Counsell.
Noticed that he wasn't in the starting lineup again last night.
Somebody tell Counsell.
Mm-hmm.
Bush has had a really good year. He's got 30 home runs.
I so want somebody to ask the question: if and when the Cubs are in the postseason facing a left-handed starter, is Michael Bush going to start on the bench? I want to put his.
I understand the question.
Thank you, Brandon.
I don't believe that the Padres are going to put the Cubs in that situation. Now,
Are they going to lift him when they go to a left-handed bullpen guy? Then
I hope not, because he came in last night when they pulled it.
But there was a right-handed.
It was a right-hander, and it was early.
Right. Oh yeah, he 1 1/3. Listen, again, on top of everything else we haven't brought up. Oh, by the way, the left-handed starter, was out after an inning and a third. That was kind of the good news, right? The Cubs have struggled against lefties, so that was the good news. But again, it started with the gift with Soto getting his feet all screwed up and not being able to be under that ball.
Yeah, Soto really looked as awkward as he can. But I don't think that the Padres, if it is the Padres in the first round, that they're going to start a lefty.
Well, I guess that's good.
And then their bullpen doesn't matter which side.
They got tons of lefties.
They got tons of ammunition in the bullpen.
But I guess my point is, do you then pull him if they go lefty right after the right? I hope not either. But I just think these are things I'd like to get Craig's thoughts on, instead of trying to get him to slip up and tell us who's going to start.
Once they clinch home field, that's a great point of conversation. Craig, what is your thought process on Michael Bush going into the postseason if a tough left-handed pitcher is on the mound? Are you going to pinch it? Let's say second and third, 7th inning, tie game. Left-handers brought in. Michael Bush due up. Is he batting? I hope so.
I think maybe you just talk to him about handedness and how much it means to him, and then lead into that, because you got a guy with 30 homers. You would hope that you wouldn't take him out of any big-time positions, especially in the elimination-type game.
He's the most likely Cub to hit a home run.
Well, based on what he's done this year.
And if you are pinch hitting for the most likely Cub to hit a home run in October because the left-handers on the mound,
You know, it was interesting.
That's going to leave a mark.
He was on marquee before the game as well, and sounds a lot like Justin Turner is a lock on that playoff roster. Not that that was ever in doubt, but
yeah, I think Justin Turner is a lock at this point. Santana, not so much. He was a beneficiary of that misplayed double. Wasn't that Santana who hit the ball that Soto misplayed?
Oh, yeah.
And Santana is a guy that now you wonder, if there's room for him on the playoff roster. How many pitchers will they keep? They could always go to 12 because it's a 3-game series.
you don't keep 13. He was pretty adamant about that.
Yeah,
and we all know that.
Makes sense that some teams do. They studied it. Jed said that during the afternoon show. They studied it. Some teams kept 11 pitchers. That'd be kind of risky, unless the 12th is Taylor Rogers.
If I see Taylor Rogers in a high leverage situation again, I'm going to just turn everything off. I'm just going to turn everything off and walk away. And then 10 minutes later, I'll go back to it to find out what happened.
Just define high leverage. Is that anything from the fifth inning on? Or
with the tying run at the plate.
Okay.
And he's in. Yeah, tying run at the plate and he's in. That's a high leverage situation that I'm not willing to.
Dustin no longer a Cub fan.
I will walk away for a few minutes.
You will no longer.
I was being scolded. Yeah. I was being scolded at home last night for language.
So. Oh no!
Mm-hmm. My wife said, "I have not heard you. I have not heard you use that word in quite some time, and you used it 3 times." And I'm like, "Turn the TV on."
Have you not watched the Bears around your wife lately?
I would imagine it was a pretty blue Detroit.
Well, one of the games I watched with one of the games I watched with Mully in public, so I decided not to do that. I thought that would be unprofessional. So
yeah, I think it might
that was the game when they got half 100 hung on them.
I think there were a lot of people muttering swear words this week.
Oh, sure, muttering and actually saying them out loud at a high decibel.
I heard some swear words in the bar we were at.
Sure, of course. I don't blame those people.
I believe I said something about getting out the swear jar.
Craig Counsell's on the Score this afternoon, 2:30 with the afternoon show. So that's a good time to get some of these questions maybe addressed. If he is so inclined, he probably will talk about the latest with Cade Horton, the latest with Kyle Tucker. So, yeah, he's got some answering to do.
Kyle Tucker could be activated today.
More tension this week than you'd want from the Cubs' perspective.
There you go. There's your solid breaking news. Could be.
He's day-to-day like the rest of us, right? I mean,
yeah, I don't think he'll be in the lineup tonight. He did not look like a guy ready to maybe pinch hit, but then he'd have to hit a home run so he wouldn't have to run hard.
Well, you could. I mean, if he was able to get a hit though, and also you could in that situation, 8th or 9th inning, then you pinch run him, right? I mean,
if Billy Hamilton's going to be part of this playoff roster and nobody has ruled that out yet, why is he not at Wrigley Field
this week, right?
Tonight.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Don't you need to get him as acclimated as possible? I don't know.
They're in Arizona now because Iowa's done.
Iowa's done. He must be in Arizona.
They said they put together like a taxi squad for that. The Cubs have put together like a taxi squad, but that's all together now in Arizona.
Tonight, the Cubs continue their series against the Mets. The pregame coverage begins at 6:30. The first pitch at 7:05. The only local broadcast of tonight's game can be heard on the Score and on the Southwest Airlines Cubs radio network. So there. Take that.
Big one tonight. Matthew Boyd.
Oh, boy.
On the hill.
Oh, Boyd.
Hopefully he can last more than 29 pitches. I think he will. He was really good on Saturday. Boy, what a nice guy. He's an easy guy to pull for. Bruce and I talked to him, and he had all the time in the world. And he's
nicest guy in baseball. Didn't we read that story?
He could be. He's got to be in the team photo.
Yeah. Total nice guy. That's good. Let's hope he ends this ridiculous stretch. Just get this done. Get the bloody playoffs set. People have plans. Make sure they're at home, for God's sake. All right. We will get into it all. We've got the Pick Six next. We'll tear apart all the questions of the day. It's Mully and Haugh on the Score.
It
Cubs fans, 670 The Score and Budweiser invite you to join the Rahimi Harrison Grody Show at a special time tomorrow from 2 to 6 p.m. live from Old Crow Wrigleyville. Stop by for great prizing from Budweiser and Cubs baseball talk.
The Cubs are going to be a postseason team here in 2025.
If you're a Cubs fan, you do not want to miss Rahimi Harrison Grody talking Cubs baseball before the game. And it's all brought to you by Budweiser. This Bud's for you.
Can you believe it? Listen to Wrigley.
Rahimi Harrison Grody tomorrow from 2 to 6 live at Old Crow Wrigleyville on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment sponsored by Preflight Airport Parking.
Next time you fly out of Chicago O'Hare Airport, park with Preflight off-airport parking. Download the Preflight Parking app or visit preflightparking.com to book affordable garage parking 4 short miles from O'Hare Airport. Before your next flight, park with Preflight.
If you're drowning in debt, you need to call Team Hochberg, your trusted local lender, about a fresh start debt consolidation refinance. Today, meet Jordan, 47, project manager, married to Jackie, 43, executive assistant, combined income 260 G's a year, living in a $600,000 home with their 3 kids, called to pay off $120,000 worth of credit card debt, high interest rate consumer loans, and 2 401k loans. Team Hochberg loan officer Cindy Piazza helped Jordan and Jackie pay off their debt, eliminated their stress with the Team Hochberg Fresh Start Debt Consolidation Refinance, which saved them over $12,000 a year. Team Hochberg's helped thousands of radio listeners, but we can't help if you don't call 855-563-2843 or visit 56david.com. That number again is 855-563-2843 or visit that website you know and love, 56david.com. Lower.com, equal housing lender, MLS 1124061.
You're losing your hair and you need a simple solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology with top-rated physicians. Something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need advanced hair. They've completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair. Address them all with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced team. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments, and get this, your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. No one in Chicago can offer anything like the Advanced FUE offered by the world-class team at Advanced Hair. It starts with your free consultation. Call 872-217-HAIR. If you qualify, you'll also get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that's redefined hair restoration. 872-217-HAIR or AdvancedHair.com.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. We have everything you need to update your window treatments with Window Images blinds and shades. We carry vinyl, aluminum, and full wood blinds, cellular shades, and more. Plus, get them trimmed to width in store for free. Also, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey friends, this is Ozzy Guillen here. If you are looking for an unforgettable getaway, I highly recommend Four Winds Casinos. With amazing restaurants, luxury hotel rooms, and huge outdoor pool, an action-packed casino. It's the perfect place to relax and have fun. They offer some of the biggest jackpots, but you don't have to bet big. My wife even won. The friendly staff makes sure you're always taken care of. Trust me, head to Four Winds Casinos in New Buffalo and South Bend for the ultimate entertainment escape.
What if buying and servicing a luxury car was as effortless as driving one? At Scott Levy's Genesis of Algonquin, it is. They've redesigned the entire experience around you. Need maintenance? They'll come to your home or office, pick up your vehicle, and return it when service is complete. Ready to purchase? You can complete the entire process online from selection to financing. And when you're ready, they offer free delivery of your new Genesis directly to you. This is not just a new car, it's a new standard of luxury. Experience the difference at Scott Levy's Genesis of Algonquin. Visit genesisofalgonquin.com.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
It's Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances and save an additional $1,000 when you buy 4 select LG major appliances. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt Max 5 amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt 20-volt Max tool. Get the job done for less at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 9/26. Selection varies by location while supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a best man speech, but getting one from some random +1.
I am honored to be standing here today, also confused and a little hungry. Does anyone want to switch entrees? Pretty sure I checked beef.
You wouldn't settle for just any speech, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Because confidence should never cost a fortune. For the first time this year, the Cubs have lost 5 in a row. They have not won since they clinched. They fall to the Mets 9-7 after blowing a 6-1 lead last night. Frankie Lindor hit the first ball out of the park, the second ball out to left field. The Cubs were down 1-0. They'd rally for a 6-1 lead. The bullpen could not hold it as Cade Horton was removed with some back issues due to coughing. Also, Kyle Tucker not involved. He's getting closer. He's feeling better, but they'll see how he wakes up this morning. Some good news for the Cubs. Nico Horner improved to a .302 batting average with a 3-hit night last night. Same 2 teams tonight. We are the only local broadcast of Cubs baseball tonight. It is a 6:30 pregame tonight. Matthew Boyd will throw for the Cubs. 2:30 today, Craig Counsell joining the afternoon show of Spiegel and Holmes. White Sox pick up their 99th loss of the season, falling 3-2 to the Yankees, who walked them off, scoring 2 in the 9th. With the win, the Yankees are headed to the postseason. Andrew Benintendi put on the 10-day IL with a left Achilles tendonitis. The Blackhawks were on the ice last night, preseason action, losing to the Red Wings 3-2. Connor Bedard did score in that one. The Bears back at Hallis Hall for their Week 4 game against the Raiders in Las Vegas. 3:25 kick on CBS. Circa has the game as a pick'em. The total 48. The hour is brought to you by Jewel Osco.
It's Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh starts now.
Which was more troubling, the Cubs blowing a 6-1 lead or Cade Horton exiting after 3 innings with a back issue? Where's your confidence level in the Cubs maintaining home field advantage in the first round?
I would say that Cade Horton is a lot more discouraging than anything else because he's an essential part of your team. And if he has a back injury, and I mean, listen, you know, if he's uncomfortable and he kind of hurt his back coughing, I don't know that that's going to keep him out of the playoffs. But you need him, and he is your best informed pitcher, and that is a lot more disturbing. What's going on with the Cubs? You know, the reality is if they don't get home field, then they've blown it. There's no excuse to not get this done. So I don't feel like they're going to choke it away, but that's what we will call it if indeed this continues. They've lost 5 games in a row. They're still a game and a half up, but they got to win. They got to win a game. Win a game. And then everything will kind of work out for them. And they're closing with the Cardinals. It shouldn't be the end of the world. But, man, win a bloody game. I don't understand why they have chosen to not win. And it feels like that's the choice. It was super weird watching that game yesterday because, you know, many times this season they'd have put that game away when they went up like that. I don't know why they're struggling, but it is hardly worth watching, to be honest with you. You just want to kind of wait and then be told it's all good, everything's fine. Okay, thanks. Awful game to watch, really awful. One of the worst games of the year.
Well, after hearing Cade Horton say that he will be ready for the postseason, I focused all my attention on the use and the execution of the bullpen last night. I don't understand why they did what they did, and it was executed poorly on top of that.
How do you feel about the execution of the bullpen, Dustin?
He's all for it.
Not good.
Not good.
And as far as the Cubs maintaining home field advantage, what is my confidence level? It's at 0.
Mm-hmm.
There's what would lead me to have any? My daughter, we sat down to watch the game they're going to blow it. They're going to blow it, Dad. And my wife's like, don't say that. And I'm like, it's okay, Finley.
Don't make him cuss.
They're probably going to blow. I mean, they've lost 5. They've lost 5 in a row, as you've pointed out, David. That the hangover, right? This is their high water mark for loss. This is not when you want to have your high water mark for losses in a row. Not now when you're trying to hold on to home field advantage.
This is when you need one of those days where it's kind of gimmicky or something to loosen guys up or something to take the pressure off. I don't know about a petting zoo. I don't know about a magician. I don't know about maybe skip batting practice, maybe come in American Legion Day.
Oh, American Legion
something
Day.
That definitely takes the pressure off because this is a team that is too good to have lost 5 straight in September. They are way too good to let this happen. I'm more concerned about the bullpen after last night because the bullpen not only is the most volatile part of a team and the roster from year to year, but it feels like it's from month to month. And in September, maybe it's week to week. And last night was a bad one for the bullpen, beginning with Soroka, who was pressed into duty before anybody was ready for it, including him. And then to Taylor Rogers and Thielbar, the guys just who need to come through didn't. They aren't guys who I think are going to be in the middle of a lot of postseason baseball if this goes by design. Thielbar, yes. But I don't think that you're looking at Taylor Rogers and Michael Soroka as guys who are going to be in the mix against the Manny Machado and Fernando Tatis Jr. I maybe, but I would hope not. So, yeah, there's all kinds of concerns when you lose 5 in a row. And it's very difficult to watch. But Cade Horton, I think, sounds like if there's nothing that would be lingering, he's young, he's athletic, he's competitive, and I think he could bounce back and not make this feel like he's not going to be a guy you can trust next week. And I think his next start will come next week. So keep him fresh, keep him ready, and then turn the page.
I have not asked him that specific question.
Voice of Craig Counsell will be taking questions from our afternoon show at 2:30 today with Spiegel and Holmes. How confident did Kyle Tucker sound when he described the state of his calf injury?
Feel a little bit better. Whether that's just a couple extra days or whatever extra treatment and stuff that I've been able to do in my rehab stuff. So feeling good. Obviously, there's probably a few more boxes I got to check off before everyone's comfortable with me going out there with myself, the coaching staff, training staff, and everyone. So just got to work through that the next couple of days and try and get back out there as soon as possible.
What's the latest Tucker could return and still help in the first round?
Friday? Saturday? It's got to be the weekend. Sunday? How far do you go? I guess, okay, worst case scenario is he doesn't play in the first round. Worst case scenario, the latest that you would want him back, Sunday. But if he's in the lineup on Sunday and he looks okay at the plate, you're looking at a situation that's not ideal, but you'd take it. The question that I have after listening to him, I mean, he doesn't really sound confident, but I don't know that if he ever sounds really confident. And you saw him running. I'm more curious about what I saw than what I heard, because watching him around the bases did not look like somebody that trusted the health of his calf. And that said to me more than what he said or anything that came out of his mouth. Now, the other thing that obviously you're left with is what are those boxes that he needs to check? What are they next to? What hit the ball out of the ballpark? Check. Run down to first without pain or limping? Check. What's the box next to? What category is that? Pain-free in the outfield? I don't know what those boxes are, but if he's got several more to check, I'm not sure he's feeling that good. So it wasn't really a confident day to hear from Kyle Tucker.
Well, he used the word little right out of the box.
A little bit better.
A little bit better. So I have a little bit of confidence. But the troubling part is, again, the Cubs offense is not like clicking. They're not just chugging on all gears right now and just, a great thing to watch. So I don't think he plays against the Mets. But I think you got to see if these are must-win games against the Cardinals to get that home field advantage, if this is still part of it, then he's got to play against the Cardinals and be a DH. You don't need him out in right field. But again, I still think I will be shocked. I will be shocked if he doesn't play again for the Cubs, even though I thought that wasn't a possibility. But it could be. And then how about everyone else? He said he needs to know, the coaches need to know, the training staff needs to know, and everyone else. Who, David, you brought up the boxes, which I totally agree with. Who's everyone else?
Moises Ballesteros?
Is the agent is the agent part of everybody else? Like, hey, you better not, we got 4, 3, 2, how many millions of dollars are on the line here? Is the agent like, hey, listen?
I would hope that's not part of the thought process or the conversation.
Who else is everyone else? Who is that person?
Fair enough.
He did not sound remotely confident. Now, that just might be him. He isn't, as riveting a personality. He's not going to kind of give you a Ben Johnson post-game show. He didn't sound like, yeah, great, I'm fine. Whatever he said, good, I'm good. Like, really? Are you? Are you good? I don't think you can go by his demeanor, because he's just one of these guys that's kind of got that, consistency. You wonder, when his temper flares or when his personality kicks in. Does he have any ups and downs? He seems like a real straight line guy, and so you can't. It's difficult to read into anything that he's saying. But I would say that what we did learn yesterday is that when he comes back, he's a DH. He's not going to be playing in the field. And hopefully he gets at-bats before the playoffs begin. So they do have a decision to make. And I think it's a fairly obvious one what they'll end up doing. They'll put, in right field, and they'll put him at DH. That'll be the only difference over the lineups we saw for much of the season. So I think he will play in the playoffs. I do think you need some games. Is it okay to just play 3 games against the Cardinals? Is that enough? Yeah, maybe. But you just worry that if he plays 1 game, will he be ready for the second game, right? Until you see it, and you're absolutely right. I think you used the word gingerly to describe the way the guy was running. Boy, that is not a word that you think of often with professional athletes running. How was he running? Gingerly. Oh,
yeah,
no.
you don't really want that to be the case. He was tentative.
Yes. I mean, we saw that for an era on the South Side. That's not good.
I lost the tail end of your question.
That's the voice of Dan Wieder, 725. We'll talk to Dan about the Bears. The Bears have reduced their number of penalties in all 3 games from 12 to 8 to 6. Is that still too high? How about right tackle Darnell Wright, leading the team with 6 penalties after committing 8 all of last season?
Yeah, that's weird. The Darnell Wright thing is weird. He's got to get that under control. The great news out of the last game was there were no pre-snap penalties, but 6 is still too many, frankly. They gotta, try to shave that down. Now, I think one of them was to prevent a sack, right? You got no problem with a penalty where you're trying to protect somebody. You'd rather them make the block to begin with. But for the most part, I thought they were a lot better, and the number of yards was reduced. The Darnell Wright thing is super weird, because he came back in the game, but he missed some time in the game too. It's not like he played a complete game. Averaging 2 penalties a game, I don't know when you go to him. Maybe in Vegas, if he commits 2 more, Hopefully he plays. But you're like, what? Like what? Hey, that's not on. You can't do that. Tighten it up and play better. Period. End of story. It's just can't have penalties. Can't have it.
He needs to play better from that standpoint for sure. The penalties and in a lot of the penalties he's had, those are mental mistakes, right? Like at least half of them have been pre-snap type of things. He's jumping too soon, and I give him a little bit of a pass maybe against the Lions because you're working on that silent count, and you know these guys are coming off the edge and things like that. That's hard. It's not easy, right?
And how do you avoid that then in Vegas? You just don't think they'll have as rampant a crowd?
Well, maybe not. I think the Bears. Boy, yep. I mean, who has not? I mean, listeners, you guys, has anybody not run into somebody that's going to Vegas for this game? I mean, it seems like
I know some people.
Right,
going.
Everybody's got somebody, and then Connected Them's got somebody. It seems like there are lots of people going to Las Vegas, except for the four of us. That's a whole nother story. But here's the good news, that those numbers are going in the right direction. They're going down. So I think this is a very good question. I'm saying 12, 8, 6.
Yes.
Right? And the 6 came with what? The win. Right? So that's also another thing he can show them, meaning the head coach can show them, listen, guys, when we tighten it up a little bit, good things can happen.
I think you got to get to the point where after games, it was nice to hear Ben Johnson compliment Caleb Williams for the operation and the pre-snap things. There were no penalties. I think you got to get to the point, ideally, where this question is something that you don't have to ask every road game. And I don't really think they do this with quarterbacks who are in control. And they don't really worry about, you think how often they ask this in Kansas City or Buffalo or the Rams when they go on the road? You want Caleb Williams to get to the point where he can handle a road atmosphere, and if silent count is the way they do it, and everybody's in sync and on time, and this is all part of it. Because I think some of those penalties, yes, they're on Darnell Wright, and they're on whoever else jumps, but I also think that the quarterback probably has not helped matters in the first 2 games especially. Better last week. But you go into an environment, I'm not sure how hostile it will be. It might be very welcoming. There might be a lot of Bears fans, much like there are a lot of Cub fans when they went to Pittsburgh and celebrated, and then kept celebrating. But I think when you talk about Darnell Wright, that's the one thing you'd like to get to the focus of how is he blocking and why is he holding, or some of the other things that maybe haven't been up to the level you expect from him in year 3 in the first 3 games. Because I think this concern every time they go on the road about how they're going to get out of their stances and get pre-snap penalties has got to be something that's maddening for coaches, because it's got to be part of the operation that you assume is going to go well when you have a quarterback that should be in command as much as Caleb Williams was in command against the Cowboys at home.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Of course, but we're going to ask Stacey Dales plenty of questions at 9 o'clock. Do you like that MLB will implement a challenge system for balls and strikes for the 2026 season after the league's competition committee voted to usher in the era of the robot umpiring? Teams will receive 2 challenges to dispute calls by the home plate umpire. Is that enough? How quickly will it expand? And are the current umpires on the clock?
Yes, they are on the clock, and it's one of those new automated clocks. It's not one of those old school, old-fashioned things that has an alarm and the ding-ding-ding-ding at the top. No, this is definitely a move in the right direction. It's inevitable. 2 challenges is a good place to start. It'll probably increase quickly because I think people will see that it doesn't take that much time. The trial and errors, there was basically negligible. Yes, they checked it, ball, strike, whatever. They reverse it. It's embarrassing for the umpire, but it's efficient for everybody else. And you just keep moving on. And I think it does lead you to believe it's headed in the direction where everything else is automated. What does this do to framing? What will the framers do?
It was interesting because one of the Sox catchers talked about it. Kyle Teal talked about it. It's very good stuff.
It will change the way that catchers are valued, because some guys increase or accelerate their path to the majors because of the way they frame pitches.
Yes.
And now that seems to be less of an issue, because you could have the greatest framer, but you're not fooling the automated system because upon further review, that was a ball. So I like it, though.
I like it. It's a step in the right direction. But to your point, David, I think the framing still will be a thing because you only get 2 challenges. I guess my point is, why can't this be all that, not robot umpire to the point, there still needs to be an umpire behind home plate for certain situations, right? But if you can do this at a very fast clip, why can't that call all of it?
I think that's probably headed in that direction.
Right. So that's why I think, I guess 2 is okay, but how about 1 an inning? Why 2? And then if you blow the first one, do you lose the second one? You know what I mean? Is it taken away? I haven't gotten that deep into it yet. And then if you sit on it, but how about last night? And again, it was only, as I was told by my wife, it's only the first inning. How about the manager getting out of the dugout and saying something? That strike on Ian Happ was outrageously bad. Outrageous call. And then he ends up striking out because of the zone. Craig, are you with us? Can you get, they're talking on TV about the dugouts chirping and good for them.
They're going to toss them. You can't argue balls and strikes.
This team, David, needs something, okay? And maybe the bullpen would have been managed better if you hadn't been there.
I think that as far as the automated balls and strikes, the ABS system, I think that, they've already used it in the minor leagues. They had it in spring training. It's been inevitable. Umpires, I guess they felt the most palatable system was having a challenge system. They got all this technology. They're going to have 27 cameras that will give a combined look at the thing. So I would imagine that that umpires are probably on the clock, as are a lot of people. There are a lot of jobs that are going to be replaced when AI gets up and running completely. And this is just the start of it in baseball, I would imagine. So, but they claim that people like the human element. They also had a statistic that, according to what they have seen, 94.2% of calls are correct in Major League Baseball. So the umpires probably aren't as bad as they appear to be over 1 or 2 extraordinary bad moments, right? But I found this interesting. To answer your question, Dustin, in spring training when they were testing the system, the teams combined for 4 challenges. And that might have been they just used every challenge, but that's probably why they stuck with that. I think it's interesting that Kyle Teal talked about how good you have to be now in knowing the strike zone and being able to recognize a ball or a strike as opposed to framing, so that you know when to challenge or not challenge. And that's kind of an interesting idea, because they said that and I find this just fascinating, that hitters were right 50% of the time, pitchers 41% of the time. If a pitcher thought he'd thrown a strike and it was a ball, they went back and looked, and it was 41% of the time the pitcher was wrong. But catchers were at 56%. So their viewpoint is the best one. Mm-hmm. And you would think that if they got to know the strike zone, maybe it would even get better. I wonder if challenge percentage becomes a statistic to keep an eye on for catchers, something like that. Knowing the strike zone and knowing whether a pitch was in or out.
And could only pitchers and catchers or hitters challenge? Can they do it from the dugout?
I don't know that. I like Dustin, haven't read all the literature
I believe
yet.
that is the third option. I believe it's the pitcher, the catcher, and so what will also be interesting, there'll be going to be a ton of second guessing, right? And then does the manager get involved? Either is the pitcher the one who gets to do it, is the catcher, or only I get to do it? And it'll probably change team to team how they handle that. But I'm sure lots of guys are going to feel like that was a strike and it wasn't. So it's going to be interesting.
You should have a guy in the bullpen whose job is to just watch the opposing catcher, because when he catches a pitch and then looks over to your dugout, that's a signal that he's expecting a challenge. You can glean some information.
And then who's the guy advising the skipper now? We'll tear that apart, right? It's good for us.
Oh, it's fun. It's fun. We'll see. if it becomes a pain. But I think it's going to work. I think it worked in spring training. I don't remember any real problems with it. All right, we've got a lot more. We're going to get into some breaking White Sox news. The Blackhawks back in business, and of course, there is always stuff going on with the Cubs. We'll be talking about it all. Pick six continues. Mully and Haugh on The Score.
The Score is Chicago sports. Chicago sports is The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 and most listened to sports station in Chicago. Listen on your radio, laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Score listeners, for all station contest rules, go to 670thescore.com/rules, and good luck.
And now a word from our sponsor, BetterHelp. We all do it. We turn to some people outside of our circle for a little advice or support, but not everybody is good in those situations. Not everyone is a therapist. At BetterHelp, you get a credentialed therapist online, able to talk about everyday topics, what you're looking for in help with relationships, anxiety, depression, or other clinical issues. The credentialed therapist at BetterHelp can help you find your way. BetterHelp therapists work according to a strict code of conduct and are fully licensed in the United States. BetterHelp does the initial matching work for you so you can focus on your therapy goals. If you're not happy with that match, you can switch to a different therapist at any time. It's completely online, and you can pause your subscription whenever you need to, and you can switch therapists anytime at no additional cost. And with over 30,000 therapists worldwide, BetterHelp is the world's largest online therapy platform, having served over 5 million people globally. You can switch therapists at any time with a click of the button, and that's how you can make an appointment as well. It's all very convenient and easy to fit into your busy life. As the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp provides access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Do it all with BetterHelp. Listeners get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/HAUGH. That's BetterHelp.com/HAUGH.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside information on your home team before they play the next game. The Insight on Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
This segment brought to you by Whole Foods Market.
Now at Whole Foods Market, save 20% on beef chuck roast and stew meat with Prime through September 30th. As always, there are no antibiotics ever. Simmer in your slow cooker for a melt-in-your-mouth protein. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
This segment of the show is sponsored by Bet365. When it comes to sportsbooks, Bet365, they've got it all. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. You got to be 21 plus only. Must be located here in Illinois.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today, 630-360-9000. That's 630-360-9000.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. It's been nearly 3.5 decades since we witnessed as many field goals blocked in one day as we saw Sunday. Philadelphia, Cleveland, the Jets, and Philadelphia again all blocked three-point attempts, with the Jets and Eagles returning them for touchdowns. I believe most special teams coaches are trying to use the proliferation of enormous defensive linemen to overwhelm smaller, long snappers in order to get these blocks. I'm Boomer Esiason.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
What's up, football fans? Picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first touchdown scorer wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342 in partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
This segment of the show brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
Welcome back to Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score and the Odyssey and iHeartRadio app.
I have a question.
How do you explain the White Sox blowing their own ninth-inning lead in a walk-off win for the Yankees? And with Andrew Benintendi being shut down with an injury in 2 years and $32 million left on his contract, do you expect him to be back next year, or did he have a respectable enough season that he could be moved in a trade?
I would say the reason the Sox blew a ninth-inning lead is habit. It's ridiculous. They've done that all year long. They are leading the majors in that little category. If they can somehow turn it back. The worst thing was the way they tied the game. They're down to I think it was Belly was up, right? And they're down to the last pitch, and the guy sails it into the past the catcher over the catcher's head, and now a run comes in. That's how you tie the game. And then next guy up fouls off 6 pitches or something, and drills a hit, and that's the end of the White Sox victory over the Yankees.
And Judge scores after you intentionally walked him.
Yeah, that worked out well. Look, as far as Andrew Benintendi is concerned, you know, the fact that he's out for the year now, they put him on IL, and that ends his season with a strained left Achilles tendon, I believe, is the injury. You know, if a tree falls in the forest and there's no one there to hear, did it really happen? Did Benintendi really go on IL? Does anybody really notice? You know, he didn't have a terrible year, but given the amount of money they paid him, given the fact that he's the richest free agent contract in White Sox history, is an indictment in many ways, but also in the fact that they're not paying players. So, yeah, I mean, if they can get rid of him, I would imagine they would immediately attempt to. So if you see him on the team next year, that's because they could not trade him.
Yeah, I mean, his contract's not overwhelming, but he's also not overwhelming. So it's possible that he could be moved. I mean, the $32 million probably wouldn't scare anybody. But he was okay. But again, at some point, you got to be better than okay, right? Like, stop being just okay and that being good enough. It's maddening that it's got to be maddening that they keep losing the one-run games. But again, I mean, is the good news that they're one-run games and not 5-run games? Is that better news? I mean, it was nice. I mean, Colson Montgomery hit a 2-run home run in the loss, so he continues to be better than expected at this point. So, I mean, there are some pluses and minuses, but it's got to be absolutely maddening.
Yeah, Benintendi had 20 homers. I think he played 116 games. He needs to increase the games, and then his production would not seem so modest, because he hit the 20 homer plateau, but he wasn't available enough. and that's as big of a problem as anything when it comes to guys paid what he's paid. He'll likely be back, probably in left field again. I don't think there'll probably be too much of a market because I don't think they'll probably pick up the salary that would be necessary for them to be moved. Last night was frustrating because they had the Yankees well-pitched game. Shane Smith was really strong.
Excellent.
Had, I think, 6 pitches over 99 miles per hour. And then the bullpen up until the 9th inning was really good. And Colson Montgomery, he needed that home run. I think that was his first one in 19 days. So it's a case of he now has 19. If he gets a 20, that would be something else. But yeah, they definitely are a team that I think it is probably better, more good than bad that they are losing these games in the manner they're losing them. It gives them maybe an idea that if they can tighten things up in the bullpen, get another couple starters to come through. Positionally, they probably feel very good about next season, but they will spend the last week lamenting a lot, and including the next loss being their 100th.
That question remains.
The Blackhawks opened the preseason with a 3-2 loss to the Red Wings in Detroit, but Connor Bedard scored.
Hawks go to work, first power play of the game for them. Bedard sets up on the left side with a pass back to Rinzel. Takes a look, passing to Bedard with a one-timer, scores! Connor Bedard on the power play, lets it go from the top of the circle and finds the back of the net. Hawks have tied this one up at 1.
Thanks to CHSN for the use of the audio. What are you most curious about in the Hawks preseason?
Wow, that's hockey. It sounds like hockey. I can't believe it. We're talking about hockey. It's September 24th. One-timer from Bedard. Yeah, you want to see him take that next step. I want to see all of the results from all of the conversation about how he transformed his body, and he went up back to Vancouver, and he concentrated on being a different player physically. Mentally, I think he's got to be a different player too. He's got to be more aggressive and defer less and shoot more. I would like to see that. It's a good way to start the season. The Hawks overall pretty sloppy, and they were outshot, I think, 43-17. So they got a long way to go. Young talent, Oliver Moore, fast. Sam Rinzel, complete. Frankie Nazar, he's going to have a lot more pressure on him because of the contract this year. But those are 3 guys very curious to see how quickly they can develop because the Hawks did not do much else in the offseason.
Well, it's always about Connor Bedard, right? His development, how's he coming? I think he's got to reach the potential this year. He's supposed to be a superstar. He was supposed to be a generational player. Okay, enough. This is it. Forget it. He's got to get some help. He needs some protection. He needs to do it. There are plenty of guys in the NHL who do a lot of things on their own, and it's now time to see him do things on his own.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure that this is the time. I'm not sure this is the must-show-it time. I get it, 3 years in, but Bedard, I mean, how old is Connor Bedard? You got to also sort of think about a guy who's 20 years old. I mean, he just got out of his teenage years. He wouldn't even graduate from college yet. He's a very young guy.
It's not a now or never season.
No, I don't get that at all. I mean, I would still give him whatever contract he would take happily. I still think he's their best player, and he's got tons of potential, and I don't think he's got to show it now. But I am wondering if they're going to be better, if we're going to get this hint. One of the themes of as you start the season is this idea. You hear various players saying, hey, we're going to be better than everyone thinks. There's good things going on. And I believe they got a lot of talent. But I would like to see how they mesh and if they can play together and if they have enough talent to really start moving in that direction. It's kind of like talking about the White Sox. They got the magic number is 1, and they got a great core. They're going to be, well, what would that be? How would that translate to? We're not talking about a winning season, and I don't think we're talking about a winning season for the Blackhawks. So I think that's the difficulty is understanding how the point A to point B translates from they were a pretty bad team. And what does this mean? It doesn't mean contention by any stretch of the imagination. Does it mean vying for a 500 season? Is that what the plan is this year?
If they're vying for contention, that would be shocking.
It'd be shocking.
If they are above 500, I think that's a worthy goal.
Okay.
And I think that would show you a lot of growth in a lot of areas where they have promise and young talent, but it's inexperience.
Yes.
As well. That's the thing. And Bedard in year 3, you would like to see the kinds of things that would justify the huge contract that he will have coming. And they will come to an agreement. But
they're in
it's
the
more
midst,
than just that.
They're in the midst of this rise from like absolute bottom. They bottomed out.
Yeah.
And that's how they got him. And now they're trying to rise up. And that's a fun process, but it's a slow process.
Fun, slow, and somewhat painful.
Yes.
At times.
So you got to keep that in mind. All right, we're going to come back and talk some closer. Who's the Cubs' closer? Why wasn't he in the 5th inning? We'll discuss it next. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Did you know you can take the Score's Mully and Haugh with you to start your day on the Odyssey app?
You know, I think it's a really good question.
Well, you can. After all, they are the #1 sports radio show in the morning.
David Haugh would like to recognize that I pointed that out.
Start your day with Mully and Haugh on the Odyssey app.
You get out.
Whether you're catching us live or on the Rewind feature, use the Odyssey app to take Mully and Haugh with you everywhere.
Hey, does your garage floor look lousy with stains, cracked concrete, or bad epoxy or paint? Listen, call Comer and Cross Concrete Floors now during the end of the year garage sale. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR is the number, and right now you're going to get your best price of the year, guaranteed, starting with $750 off. This will be your favorite home improvement for years. A Comer and Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It's guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever, and they make it so easy. They're in and out in one day. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly first, and they're all certified, uniformed employees, no temps, no freelancers. It makes a huge difference. They'll even take your stuff out for you. Whether you're in Chicago, Milwaukee, or Indiana, now is the time to call them for the best price of the year, guaranteed, starting with $750 off during their end-of-the-year garage sale. The number again, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to Comer, COMER Cross.com.
Guys, this sports season, it's game on at Synergenics and Low T Center, the MVPs of testosterone replacement therapy. Ready to tackle low energy and achieve your health goals like a pro? We've got the winning game plan with personalized TRT. Book a free consultation and automatically enter for a chance to win autographed sports memorabilia or tickets to major sporting events. Female patients also eligible. For more information or to book an appointment, visit TRTMVP.com. That's TRTMVP.com.
Hey, Chicago, nothing fires up a tailgate party like Wild Fork. From thick-cut burgers and smoky sausages to tender ribs and chicken wings, Wild Fork has everything you need to feed your crew. With 12 stores in the Chicago area and same-day delivery, you can stock up fast with unbeatable variety and value. Bacon-wrapped tenderloin for $6 each. Wow. Or organic ground beef, $5.60 a pound when you buy two. Wild Fork, bringing the flavor to every Chicago fan this season. Check us out, www.wildforkfoods.com.
Vitamins here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Eyeing early action ahead, a half-shag tequila Thursday. Trey Benson ascends to the starting running back role for Arizona with James Conner shelled for the season. The bruising sophomore back is one of the league leaders in yak per 3 weeks in. Given his vigorous workload, Benson at plus 100 to score versus Seattle is worth a shot. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Build monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Now streaming on Paramount Plus. Someone is trying to frame us.
Until our names are cleared,
we're fugitives from Interpol.
Like Bonnie and Clyde with better snacks.
Espionage?
You still as good a shot as you used to be?
Better.
Is their love language.
We like to walk that fine line between techno thriller and romantic comedy.
We make up our own rules.
NCIS Tony and Ziva. Now streaming on Paramount Plus.
With great deals coming this Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th, greatness is a deal away. So if you love baking, you can get a deal on a new mixer, transforming you into the Lord of the Loaves.
Hear ye, hear ye! Make way for the baron of brioche, the sultan of sourdough, the lord of the loaves, Prime Member Dave!
Yeah, hi?
Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
You're on the list for Macy's Fall VIP Sale. That means you're invited to save big on this season's top designer looks at prices you'll love. Like an extra 30% off Calvin Klein, Steve Madden, Hugo Boss, and more. Plus, get 15% off beauty and fragrance from Estee Lauder, Lancome, and so many others. This only happens a few times a year. Don't miss the Fall VIP Sale tomorrow, only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Set up this extra point.
It's time for the Extra Point with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Are you encouraged by word that Daniel Palencia will likely be active off the IL today? How quickly will he be installed as the closer? Will he be in that role by the wild card round?
That was the best news of the day, probably from the Cubs' perspective. You didn't get a great response from Kyle Tucker. You saw the game go the way it did, and you blew a 6-1 lead, and you worry about Cade Horton and all the things. Daniel Palencia coming back qualifies as good news. I would probably, if I'm Craig Counsell, you want him to have a clean inning, you hope to have a lead, and maybe the 7th or 8th. I don't know about bringing him right back and putting him out there and say, all right, high leverage, there's Pete Alonso, go strike him out, Danny. I don't know that that's what they're going to do. Maybe, if that's a 7th inning, has less far-reaching ramifications and consequences than if it's a different situation. So I would probably bring him in 7th or 8th. If he's got the electric stuff, if he looks like the guy you saw for the majority of this season, then the next time out, you feel very good about putting him in the 9th. And you go into the playoffs and you feel like you've got 3 out-getters you trust in the 9th inning.
My question is, was he available to come back yesterday? Seriously, like what? Retroactive to when? Because he threw in Iowa. He topped 100 miles an hour. He did 2/3 of an inning, and again, was it with you guys? When did we talked about this with Bruce? I think one of the last times he was on about, Craig was asked about Palencia and he wouldn't commit to being the last guy with the ball in his hand with the game on the. But we need out-getters. How about Daniel Palencia last night then in the 5th? Especially if you would have used Cale Thielbar where you should have. How about Daniel Palencia where Cale Thielbar was used last night? I'm just saying, what happened from Iowa to today that wasn't different last night? Unless he wasn't available. Now, I'd have to look that up. Is today the first?
DL. Today might be the first day.
And that's the biggest question.
I think they put him on the 9th. I have to double check that. I believe it was the 9th.
But my point is, if he was
plus
available
15.
yesterday and they waited till today, shame on them. Shame on them. Should he get the ball in the 9th? I guess based on the matchup right now.
That was the question.
Should he get the ball in the 9th? Based on the matchup, perhaps. I mean, has anybody grabbed a hold of that closer since he went away? Of course not. Yeah. No.
Kittredge. He's had 3 saves, I think.
Okay, but what did he do last night?
Okay. What inning did they use him in?
Well, exactly. I mean,
Didn't they have to bring Brad Keller in for a pitch or two?
They did.
One batter and a Kittredge.
I'm just saying. I'd love to know. Listen,
I think
Daniel
you're better
Palencia
off with
is going.
Palencia.
Daniel Palencia is going to be on the playoff roster.
Yeah, Daniel Palencia. If
yeah.
he's throwing 100 miles an hour, if he's
yes.
back, if his velocity's back and his confidence is back, I think he's back, and he probably will be back in that role. But you know, the beauty is if he's active tonight, you can use him. You can use him a few times, and you can see how he does in high leverage situations, etc. But I think he is. Ideally, come playoff time, your closer. He's been the best closer this year, and he has the power arm. And, I'd be all for getting him back in that role.
Keller did not pitch last night. He did
I
not
thought somebody
pitch.
Came in for like a pitch or two. Hold on.
I don't believe it was Pomerantz.
Oh, it was Pomerantz.
Yeah,
okay,
Pomerantz.
Came in for a real quick appearance.
He replaced
Rogers, and he was ahead of Kittredge.
Dustin's guys.
I know. I'm just trying to. That was a real jarring loss, but I'm just trying to make sure we don't remember it incorrectly.
No,
Brad Keller was not on the mound.
I was talking about Keller being used previously during who were you saying was the starter? Kittredge.
Well, Kittredge
came in for Kittredge.
He had a pretty good run.
Yeah, but there was a moment where he came in for Kittredge at one point.
There's been blips for everybody.
Yeah.
Keller would probably be the guy. It depends on the matchups if you want to put it that way. But if Daniel Palencia is sharp and he's hitting triple digits,
then off you go.
I think this is the part of the equation. When the Cubs were at their best, it was because Daniel Palencia was pitching the 9th. And if you feel like after seeing him in the last few days of the season, that's going to be the way you go into the playoffs,
that's ideal.
You can feel good about that.
No question about it. All right. 312-644-6767 is the telephone number. We're going to, we have a horrible text from Jimmy and Steiger who says the Cubs right now, Detroit Tigers. Are you kidding me?
The Tigers are looking at the Cubs and
they're
like
they're like, oh God, if only we were the Cubs.
Yeah, if only we were the Cubs.
Yeah. Cubs are in.
The Cubs they're in the playoffs with a game and a half lead.
Yeah.
The Tigers are whatever they are,
but
Tigers
are a game
in
behind
the fetal position.
The Tigers just lost to the Guardians with Scooble on the bump. And they lost in part because he made a terrible error. He's trying to do a Mark Burley and put the ball over the first baseman's head.
The Detroit, they're not Tigers.
No, they're not doing well, man. They're 1-9 their last 10, and the Guardians are 9-1.
They're coming in hot. The Guardians are hot.
They beat them. They beat Scooble last night.
Yeah.
All right. 312-644-6767. Back with your calls on the score.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on the Score.
Anyone who plays any sort of strategic game, when you see that someone has the ability to think 2 or 3 moves ahead, that's exciting. That to me is incredibly encouraging to hear from a first-year head coach.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Chicago, it's Mully and Haugh for Window Nation. Now is the best time of year to buy new windows. Whether you have old, drafty windows or cheap builder grade ones, September is the perfect month to protect your home from cooler weather.
And right now, Window Nation is offering the most popular offer they have. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus an extra 10% off. No interest for 2 years. You won't pay any interest, monthly payments, or down payments for 2 years. Yes, you heard that right. Window Nation gives you the option to pay nothing until 2027. Did I mention their installation crews can replace a house full of windows in 1 day or less?
With Window Nation, you get top quality windows from a trusted company, all at a reasonable price. They know replacing windows is an investment. They want to make it affordable for you.
Don't miss Window Nation's most popular offer right now. 2 windows. You buy 2 windows and you get 2 free plus an extra 10% off and no interest for 2 years. Remember, you pay nothing for 2 years. Hurry, Chicago. The sale won't last forever. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com today and get your free quote.
Just tell them Mully and Haugh sent you.
Attention Chicagoland car buyers. Save big at HawkAuto.com with 0% financing for 60 months or 0 payments for 90 days. That's no interest for 5 years or no payments till December. Choose from 13 brands, thousands of vehicles from 12 locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Plus, no one will pay you more for your trade.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing on select models, approved credit.
It's David Haugh for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 670 The Score. FanDuel's getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you don't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. Pick a bet, any bet. Bet $5, and if it wins, you can unlock $300 in bonus bets to use across the app, wherever you want, however you choose. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style. FanDuel has you covered. Visit FanDuel.com/score. Download the FanDuel app today and get started. That's FanDuel.com/SCORE. Must be 21 and older and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
2 men in a truck are on the line and ready to make a play.
That's right, Bob. In Chicago, we know tough hits. And when it's time to move, you call the pros.
From across town to across the city, 2 men in a truck has the game plan to move your belongings safely. No fumbles, no penalties.
They'll tackle your boxes, block stress, and score big for customer satisfaction. So when the clock's ticking, don't punt. Call 2 men in a truck.
For a free estimate, visit 2meninaTruck.com. 2 men in a truck. We're on the line.
Hey, White Sox fans, you still got 5 games left to watch Colson Montgomery and his young friends like Kyle Teal and Chase Mydroth as they take on the rest of the Sox schedule only on the Chicago Sports Network. Sign up now for your free 7-day trial at chsn.com. Download the app and stream the Sox now. Chicago Sports Network, where Chicago comes first.
Cooler and cloudy to start the day, sunny this afternoon, a high around 70.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
There's still time to save big on your landscaping project at Menards. Whether you're creating a new patio or installing a retaining wall, Menards has the largest in-stock selection of concrete blocks ready to take home today. Plus, get free estimates fast using our easy design and buy program in-store or on Menards.com. Save big on all landscape blocks and check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1/8/2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard Update.
The Score Update Studio is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never, ever cost a fortune. 1.5, that's the game's lead. Cubs lead in the wild card race of the Padres after a 9-7 loss to the Mets last night over at Wrigley Field. The Cubs have lost 5 in a row. They've not won since they clinched. They had a 5-run lead and blew it, making that their largest blown lead in a loss so far this season. Same two teams tonight over at Wrigley. We are your only local broadcast. 6:30 pregame. Matthew Boyd will throw, and the first pitch will be at 7:10. The White Sox sitting on 99 losses after a 3-2 walk-off loss to the Yankees last night. The ABS Challenge system coming to MLB in full starting in 2026. The Blackhawks in preseason action fell to the Red Wings 3-2. Connor Bedard did light the lamp. The Bears are going to be back at Hallis Hall getting ready for the Raiders. That game's in Vegas. It's a 3:25 kick on CBS. Circa has this game as a pick'em. The total 48. The hour brought to you by Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868.
And he drives one deep left center field. Kerr Armstrong back, and it's out of here! Francisco Alvarez puts the Mets in front with a 2-run homer! Alvarez with the biggest hit of his life, his 10th home run of the year, and the Mets are back in front. It's 9-7 in the 8th.
The Mets aware that the Reds lost their game, so New York trying to take a 1-game lead over Cincinnati for that final wild card spot. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and the game is over. Breaking ball got him. Diaz works 2 perfect innings for the save, strikes out 4 of the 6 men he faces, and the Mets win Game 1, 9-7.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670, The Score. Boy, that is a really bad game to lose. The way they lost it, the fact that they were up 6-1, the fact that they blew it, the fact that it's their 5th straight loss, the fact that they haven't won since they clinched.
Bad night all around.
And Cade Horton leaves after 3 innings with a medium back problem.
Respiratory issue.
No, it was a back.
Well, what's the deal? He's laboring his breathing? Is it a back issue? Was it a cold that led to a back issue?
They said it was a back issue.
Yeah.
I think from a pitching standpoint, a respiratory issue probably isn't as bad as a back issue, right?
Well, how did he aggravate his back? Was he breathing heavily?
They said he coughed a lot.
He coughed a lot.
And he damaged a rib, and that led to the back.
He's a healthy young man. You hope that in a couple days rest will put him back to being normal. I'm glad it wasn't an arm issue. I'm glad it wasn't a blister problem. I suppose that if it's a bad back related to a cold that he had, it sounds like it's more manageable. But it does send I don't want to overact. I'm not going to call them shockwaves.
Well, of course it's a shockwave.
It's not a shockwave.
Yes, it is.
I don't know if it's a shockwave.
David, when you watched that, you just sat there calmly. Oh, everything's fine.
No, I had a shockwave.
Yeah,
It
thank
sent
you.
shockwaves. When I learned that it was due to a cold, I don't know that I had that big a concern. It wasn't an elbow.
You know, guys could bend down at the dishwasher and put their back out, okay? I just, when I heard back issue, I was like, ruh-roh. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't look at it as happily as you do.
I'm not looking at it happily.
You know, maybe.
No, I'm not looking at it happily.
Maybe you, instead of starting him in the first game, you could start Matthew Boyd, and then you piggyback that and have him come in for the last 3 innings.
Yeah, okay. No, I don't think I did. I don't like that this week any more than I liked it last week when it was broached and we debunked it.
Yeah, we did debunk it.
We debunked it. It's not a good theory. It's not a good plan. You want Cade Horton healthy enough to start game 1.
He left the game after 3 innings.
Yeah.
So that's now in question. I get it. It's
Mhm.
nothing. Don't worry about it. Oh, he just had a cough.
We'll
He has
see.
a slight cough.
The bullpen session will be huge.
Yes.
And tonight's start by Matthew Boyd big and Managa big. All of them are now because
win some games.
Jamison Tayo now is the guy you start to look at. How will they use him throughout the rest of this week? Because depending on the health of Cade Horton, you would like a plan B. Is it Matthew Boyd? Well, let's see how he is tonight. Jamison Tayo has been very good lately since coming back. I like the idea of having him as security.
312-644-6767. Kevin is in Palatine. Hey, Kevin.
Yeah, Mully, extreme shockwave. Come on.
Yeah.
The best pitcher on the team taken out after 29 pitches.
No doubt.
Shockwave, shock and awe. But what really got the day started off right is, you wait for that thing on the Cubs app to come out with the lineup. And then you see those two guys again with their AARP cards starting in a super important game. Santana got one lucky hit because Soto can't play right field. That's the one hit he's gotten since he's been here. There's nothing he does in life better than anything Michael Busch does. So it's insane that this guy's taking bats and Big Red is taking bats away. Craig's bullpen use yesterday, and I think David said he was experimenting, and Mully, your comment wasn't exasperated. Win a game, not time for experimentation. Taylor Rogers, give me a break. But let's remember two other things here. Dansby Swanson and his Olay error is what opened the floodgates for this nonsense. So the fact that he took that swipe at it, that was a horrific error. But the other thing is he keeps putting this $18 million DH. Everyone's going crazy about PCA. PCA makes $770,000. Freaking Seiya makes $18 million. He bats third, and he is totally useless. I don't get it why Mo Baller wasn't in there. It just doesn't make any sense. And Craig has no sense of urgency. None. This is nauseating, and we are going to San Diego. And that's going to be a shame. Thanks, guys.
PCA batting ninth certainly was a surprise. That was an eye opener as well. The fact that he would put him in that situation, kind of surprising. And the Michael Busch not being in lineup, I agree with Kevin there. Both Turner and Santana at the same time.
We
not
have
ideal.
a 224 texter says Swanson needs to sit a couple of games. He was 0 for 5, had the error that lost the game last night. If he can't even provide defense, he needs to sit.
Yeah, I don't think you do that. I don't think you do that going into the playoffs. I think he's a guy that plays every day. Doesn't look like he needs a rest. He made a bad error, but he's you're going to live or die with the guys that got you here, and he's one of those guys that got you here. And so I would not. That would be an overreaction to me. Other tinkering maybe, but look at the top of the lineup. I really like, and I hope that Craig Counsell continues this. Even when I don't know where you put Michael Busch, but if Tucker is not healthy, you get Turner out of the lineup, and Tucker maybe shouldn't bat second. Michael Busch at second with Nico leading off might be something you consider, with Ian Happ batting third. Nico Horner, 3 hits last night, scored 4 times. It's kind of exciting, and maybe I'm the only one. Maybe Nico's very excited about this. He's on the verge of a batting title, Mully. Just stick with me with the numbers here for a second.
Sure.
He's batting .302. He has 174 hits and 577 at-bats. What do they got, 5 games left? 5 games?
Yes.
How many at-bats do you think he'll get per game?
At least, yeah.
So if he gets 20 at bats,
Yeah.
and he goes 9 for 20, tall order, he can win the batting title. Trey Turner's at 305.
Wow.
And he's not going to play again. Isn't Trey Turner out for the rest of the regular season? I think that he might be. And so if
That's
Nico,
a big ask.
I know, but that's what he's got to do. If he
Right.
can be 9 for 20, he could end the season. I think that's what he's got to do to get at 306 or 307. Not 9 for 20 would put him at 307. He'd win. 8 for 20 would put him at 305. He'd tie. Short of that, he's probably not going to catch him. Go, Nico, go.
Yeah,
You don't think so?
I mean, God bless him. What a great
He
year.
was 3 for 5 last night.
He's been very consistent. I don't think.
Can he have 5 more 3 for 5s?
It's the problem with that.
I know.
Is the 0 for 5 hits you.
I know.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
There is opportunity to catch him, but there's opportunity to fall further
tough.
behind.
It's tough.
It's not an easy thing.
But don't you want him to chase it? Don't you want him to like?
I want the Cubs to just clinch the bloody game. Is a texter, 217 texter says, I'm sure that all the morning show guys want the Cubs to be hosting games and not playing at like 12:30 a.m.
I never really thought about that.
No?
I didn't really think about that.
They gotta play at
But the
home.
thing about the first round, you don't really know what time of day they're going to play anyway, because they're all kind of they're discombobulated. There's no.
But they're not going to play the last game of the day at Wrigley.
Well, I know that.
Well, right, but
Yeah.
but I'm saying you know that.
But maybe they'll play a day
Could
game in
play-
San Diego.
I would be shocked by that.
What if what if it's a 5 o'clock start?
Well, that works for me too. I'm just saying I would be shocked.
There'll be one late night game.
For sure, if it's San Diego.
Yeah.
Be one of those. It'll start at after 8 o'clock.
Yes.
It'll start after 8 o'clock.
Perhaps. Maybe.
That's what the coffee's for.
Yeah, Mr. David's composure is upsetting to me for some reason.
I don't.
But just
it
get
never
it done.
really crossed my mind.
Get it done. Play at home. David, let me ask you, how about us opening up a bar at 5:30 in the morning and doing a remote, as opposed to showing up at here with looking like we've been dragged behind.
Would
our
you like to
car
do
on
that?
the
I
way
mean,
in.
is that on the
sounds
table?
great. I'm sure it is. I'm sure Mitch has
5:30.
plans.
What bar is open at 5:30? Or do you mean like we should
can-
open a bar?
We can open up bars.
Opening day, they open up bars at that time of day.
Yes.
Well,
We've done remotes
I mean,
from Wrigley.
I'm not opposed to that. I like a good party.
Haugh House. Let's go.
Let's go.
That's our.
How about do we want to go to San Diego?
No.
Chas?
Yes.
How about state? How
The
about
answer is
Circa?
yes.
How about Circa for the games? Can we go to Circa?
No, listen, I don't. Here's what that'd be great. My fear, if we go to San Diego, it starts out like, hey, what's going on? Well, maybe we get a drink after the game because that. Next thing you know, you're
No.
in Tijuana.
You go.
It's 3 days later.
No, you don't worry about that.
You have no wallet, no cell phone.
You can stay focused in San Diego. You got a little Laguna. Yeah, that's really.
We've all been there.
Laguna Beach.
So instead of the Cubs hangover, we've got the Mully and Haugh show hangover.
I think that.
I don't think I could recover from a trip to Tijuana.
Like when you go to
frankly.
the El Cortez.
Oh boy, don't bring that up.
I just did.
That was a kind of a.
What days are we talking about? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday?
That was a
We'd have to
one-off.
get there Monday night. That's easy. Yeah, that's an easy
Well,
yes.
Maybe we'd have to do the afternoon drive show on Monday.
Oh, another show swap?
Take the red eye out there.
We'll do another show swap.
Sleep
That's
all the way
very
out there, and then
confusing.
wake up
Should
and
I-
go on the air.
Should I go to Tijuana on my American passport or my Irish passport? That's the dilemma.
I don't think I'd be going there in either.
If we go to San Diego, we're not going to Tijuana?
No.
What are you talking about?
No, San Diego's fine. We can stay there. There's a lot to do.
San Diego is a nice town.
I
I've
love
had
San
fun
Diego.
there.
It's great. Yeah.
Jim Croce, I believe, has a bar there from back 100 years ago.
Yeah, gas lamp
Lamp
district.
That's
yeah,
it.
it's great.
The good steakhouse is there. I
Petco's
believe.
is a fun ballpark. Mm-hmm. I think last time I was there for an All-Star game though. It's been a while.
Last time I was in San Diego, there was like a skateboarder convention or something at the hotel. You've never seen like smaller athletes than those guys.
Last time I was in San Diego, Barrett Robbins apparently went to Tijuana.
Oh,
Super
yeah,
Bowl.
yeah.
That was the
Yes.
Sporting News.
Yeah, he
radio
went
days.
missing. That's
10
going way
days.
back.
10
Yeah.
days in San Diego.
Yeah,
for
that was a long time
That
ago.
was Raiders,
Right.
Bucks, Super Bowl.
We don't want to go to San Diego. You want to stay right here in Chicago. They got to have home field advantage. If not, it's going to be one of the worst chokes. And we'll remember that
It would take us days.
more than anything this season.
David, it'd take us days to drive to Tijuana from here.
I'm not going.
It's
to
right
Tijuana.
around the corner if
Yeah.
you're in San Diego.
Why'd you start now? It's like,
Oh, I'd like to, believe me.
I don't think that's on the table.
You don't think there's any way the Cubs play in San Diego?
Didn't say that. I don't think there's any way we're going to Tijuana.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fair.
Yeah.
But
No, I think
aren't you a little bit concerned?
Very much so. Yeah, I'm not dismissing that. No,
Okay.
I don't think you can.
Yeah, I just think they need to win a game and get it over with. And I think if they win one, then everything will be fine. If they lose again tonight,
They were in charge
trouble.
of that game last night.
I know.
6-1, and nobody told the Mets. And the Mets then
Well, the Mets are
keep
desperate.
coming back. The Mets
So
played
you've
like
got to
it.
expect that. So that's why the whole idea of, well, Cade's out now, so let's experiment. No, put your foot on their throat. It is not time to take it easy in any fashion. They got to win a bloody game. They've lost 5 in a row. That's a season high 5-game losing streak. We're marveling for the longest part of this season how they had gone to Japan and lost 2 games, but they didn't lose 3, and they hadn't been swept, and they hadn't lost a full series. And now here you are at the end of the year, and you're choosing this time for your longest losing streak?
It's not ideal.
No.
There's nothing about this that is ideal or by design. They're in danger of squandering a great opportunity because you can accept what the Brewers did as having a historic season and all those things are easy to rationalize or justify. And okay, you go into the postseason, but as long as you have home field advantage, you like your chances against the Brewers in round 2 if you can win that first series. But if you go on the road and you squander a chance to make the most out of being the second best team in a good division, then you deserve anything that happens to you after that. And if it's bad, it's bad, and we're going to remember it for a long time. And that would be unfortunate because this has been too good of a season.
Yeah, well, I mean,
to squander all of it.
Listen,
Now.
it is. You're right. They didn't win the division, so that's bad enough. But they're in the playoffs, and they're going to host a playoff opponent. They're going to host a wild card round. The way to win that is host it at home.
Mm-hmm.
And they were in great position to do that, and we're watching it slip away. And maybe it won't. Maybe everything's cool. I'm not saying that it's definitely going to slip away, but, man, win a game. Just win a game. They picked the wrong time for a 5-game losing streak.
No question about that. I mean, it was poorly timed. Taylor Rogers, in his last 5 outings, though, Dustin, last night was the exception to the rule. It was the first time he'd given up a homer in his last 5 outings.
But most of the time you're seeing him, I don't know if we can dive that deep into it, he comes in garbage time.
Yeah, he's a mop-up guy.
Right.
He's a mop-up guy.
That was not a mop-up
He
situation.
did mop up. He made a bigger mess.
Going back to your point,
He
which
spilled
was
this bucket.
You made a great point earlier. It was like Craig Counsell was doing experiments, and it failed.
Can we get that on tape? You said I made a great point earlier. I don't know if it was a great point. It was
Exceptional.
It was
exceptional point. It was an astute comment.
It was Craig Counsell's way of dealing with a 6-1 lead without his ace on the mound to give him 5.
But do you disagree that you couldn't have tried Thielbar there? Because in the playoffs, you're going to try Thielbar there, right?
I think Craig Counsell was trying to get away with, in his head, and who knows, because he's much smarter than we are in this, but he was probably thinking, I got to get to the 5th inning. I got to get to the point where this is where I expected Horton to be or to be removed. And then I can get into the Thielbar part of the discussion. Before that, I just feel like he was trying to make do, maybe experiment.
Yeah,
maybe that's the right word.
And I don't know what he was trying to do, but if that's what he was doing, that's an error. I mean, listen, get the bloody home field advantage. Get that, lock that up, okay? Pop your bottles then. And I got no problem with the fact they celebrated. I got no problem with it. But, Because you were allowed to do that, that means you got to win the next day.
Yeah, that'll be the lazy thing that people point to.
Yes.
It's celebrated too long.
No, that's not true. Listen, they have been struggling to replace various people. They've been injured and they've had problems. And obviously, the Tucker thing has hurt them more than we anticipated. Or, the idea that Dustin was saying that you don't have to re-sign him because they got there without him. I think that's out the window. I think you need him. And I think if you can get his bat back even in a DH
Tucker?
element. Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
You need him.
You need all hands on deck.
If you want all of your October dreams to come true, it's more likely that's going to happen if Kyle Tucker's in your lineup.
No shadow of a doubt. It's not even a close call. But just win a couple games. Just get your act together. You're playing a desperate team now, and then you got the spoilers.
You should be the desperate team.
You got the spoilers.
You should play like you're desperate.
So get it done before you deal with the spoilers. Just get it done.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that difficult.
Spoilers.
Win the bloody game.
Redbirds.
Yes. You don't think that would make their season? To foil the Cubs?
It was certainly added a nice spice to the end of it. I don't know if it'd make their season.
We've got Dan Wiederer next. We're going to talk to Dan about all things Bears. We'll do that next. Mully and Haugh on the Score.
Tomorrow and every Thursday, tune in at 5 p.m. for the Four Winds Forecast with Dave Wanstead. Coach Wanstead will join the Spiegel and Holmes show to preview the weekend's games.
He's got the arm, he's got the intelligence, he's got the athletic ability.
On Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Brought to you by Four Winds Casino and Resort in New Buffalo and South Bend. Your entertainment escape.
It's David Haugh for Trajan Wealth. It's the fourth quarter, and the game's on the line. That's how retirement can feel when you're getting close. You can't afford to make mistakes this late in the game. Trajan Wealth knows the pressure, and they know the playbook. Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com. Their fiduciary advisories have decades of experience helping families protect and grow their wealth. Whether you're 25 years from retirement or 2, Trajan Wealth designs personalized strategies so you don't run out of money before the clock runs out on you. And here's the best part. Consultations are complimentary. Offices are right here in the Chicagoland area, or you can meet with them virtually. Call 630-360-9000. Do it today. That's 630-360-9000. Or head to TRAJANWealth.com. That's TRAJANWealth.com. One more time. TRAJANWealth.com. It's your game. It's your future. Trajan Wealth helps you control the clock and win. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
We take care of our customers every day. Strong warranties and a wide selection of luxury and affordable vehicles is why car buyers keep coming back.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick Promise.
This segment of the show is sponsored by Bet365. When it comes to sportsbook, Bet365, they've got it all. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be located here in Illinois.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Huge savings on Dell AI PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors are here, and they're newly designed to help you do more faster. They can generate code, edit images, multitask without lag, draft emails, summarize documents, create live translations, and even extend your battery life. That's the power of Dell AI with Intel inside. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Our U336-1 Jackson penalty lap track is crowded this week, folks. The Nolans Aints are a mess in all three phases. The Giants' offense is as brutal as the Cowboys' defense has been. The Rams' field goal team cost them a game in excruciating fashion. While Cincy's Jake Browning, the Giants' Russell Wilson, and Atlanta's Michael Penix Jr. need to stop throwing careless interceptions. I'm Boomer Esiason.
You understand the premise?
Yes, the premise is a promise.
And the promise is for our big bank
to be like First American Bank.
No. We promise to try and be like First American Bank.
What?
It's impossible for us to be like First American Bank. They have the best loan deals in town.
Really?
Really. And First American Bank gives you a First American Bank loan specialist who works with you every step of the way.
No.
Yes.
So no shuffling them around from department to department, person to person?
Just a First American Bank specialist to make the loan process quick, easy, and smooth.
Huh. So First American Bank can do everything a big bank like us can do and more.
Yeah, makes me nauseous too.
Ooh, better idea. We just promised to be more like First American Bank. I mean, is more or is less than more still more?
Oh.
We'll fool everyone.
Yeah, love it.
Thank you.
First American Bank, the bank that does more for your money. Visit firstambank.com or call us at 847-952-3700. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
This is the take care of my family goal. This is the enjoy the life I've built goal. This is the set up a foundation goal. This is Busey, where your goals become lasting legacies. Through bespoke plans that maximize your wealth, through partnerships that give you peace of mind. Because building wealth, tending to it, and passing it down secures a brighter future. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
It's Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances and save an additional $1,000 when you buy 4 select LG major appliances. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5 amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt 20-volt max tool. Get the job done for less at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 9/26. Selection varies by location while supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your...
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Dan Wiederer.
I mean, the dude is a tone setter, and that's undeniable. And I don't even think Ryan Poles and anyone in that front office would deny that.
On-air contributor for 670 The Score.
Hey, listen, we're not going to accept the status quo. We are going to push for more. We are going to strive for more.
Co-host of the Take the North podcast.
We're going to take the North and never give it back.
Dan Wiederer with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Bear down, baby.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always fun to talk to our guy Dan Wiederer, and he joins us now on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, your hometown tire. Check them out, Atturo.com. Dan, good morning. How you doing?
I'm doing great. We've got a week at Hallis Hall where people are happy.
Yeah, that's always it's always fun. It makes life easier to go in there and you don't have everyone miserable and everyone accusing you of being happy because they're miserable. It's just so weird how, the whole rally, the troops gets a little out of hand when things go awry. I don't know how sustainable everything they did was, Dan. Mm-hmm. When you look at this, I thought they did a great job pass blocking in that game, but I can't decide if that's because the pass rush was so bad. they're stepping up in class in terms of facing like a really dominant player in Max Crosby. What are your thoughts on what they can do offensively in this game? And it shouldn't be anything like Detroit. They're on the road, but half of Chicago might be there.
Yeah, exactly. And I was going to say that if you're trying to decide how sustainable the protection is up front, you'll know by 6 o'clock on Sunday evening, right? Like Max Crosby will test Darnell Wright. You've got Malcolm Kuntz, another guy there that's going to give you some problems. And so you've got to account for that in your game planning, and you've got to make sure that you're ready to roll. I do think this is going to be kind of like a neutral site game, as you mentioned, because Chicago does travel. And the last time we were in Vegas, there was a huge contingent of Bears fans where you get that noise every time the Bears make a big play. And so fun environment waiting, but you're 100% right. The Cowboys defense is miserable. You go through the numbers after 3 weeks. The Cowboys are last in the league in passing yards allowed. They're 31st in passing TDs allowed. They're 31st in opposing rating. They're 27th in sack rate. And so, like, you're not going to get that test every week or that lack of test every week. And so now it's a challenge for Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams to find what works against this Raiders team and try to create some momentum to maybe build a little winning streak here, which would be great for everybody.
The trick is to exploit whatever mismatch you think you can take advantage of. And last week it was against a Cowboy defense that was really struggling. This week, Dan, I wonder if it's the Raider offensive line and the protection of Geno Smith. He's been sacked 12 times in 101 dropbacks. So Dennis Allen has a decision, and maybe it's no decision, but he has to figure out, I think, how to get to the quarterback and take advantage of that weakness without exposing his cornerbacks in the way that he did successfully against the Cowboys. Their the ability to stay in too deep and play, keep everything in front of them was a big reason why they were able to control Dak Prescott.
Yeah, and DJ Glaze, the right tackle of the Raiders, is a guy that you want to try to make uncomfortable very early, and if you can do that and you can get Geno dropping his eyes a little bit or worrying about where the pressure is going to come from, now you can play the game on your terms. The other way you play the game on your terms is by getting a lead, and the Bears were very successful with that on Sunday. Didn't trail at all. Cowboys came back to tie it, and then they got their lead. They pushed it up to double figures before halftime, used that 19-play drive in the third quarter to get it up to 3 scores, and now all of a sudden you're just, teeing off, and you're able to pin your ears back and go after the quarterback, and then that pressure creates turnovers, and the whole thing works when you're able to play the game on your terms. And so they're going to have to find a way to do that a little bit, and it'll be interesting to see what they come up with.
So, Dan, I'm very curious to just get a measure of what it is that's wrong with Roschon Johnson. Does he have a physical issue? Is there an injury of any sort? Because his role is strictly
minimized.
special teams, totally minimized. And in fact, you see various receivers get injuries running the ball. I mean, obviously the Bears, CD Lamb gets a high ankle sprain. That changes the game, and it changes the Cowboys, frankly. Are they using DJ Moore because they need another running back? I'm not sure I'm following the plot at running back once you get past DeAndre Swift.
There's a couple things here. Roschon Johnson hurt his foot that very well publicized war practice that the Bears had in training camp in August, and it took him a while to come back. And then when he did come back, Ben Johnson was asked a question about him at some point, and essentially just said, yeah, he does have a role as a special teamer, and it was very blunt and to the point, which gave you an indication that maybe he isn't the preferred guy you want in the backfield. I think the Bears also lean into some of their creativity with their running game, whether it's lining DJ up as a running back traditionally, or using some of those end around things that get guys into space a little bit. Ben likes to utilize that as part of his running game, and so it feels like you're leaning heavily on Swift, and you're leaning in more to Kyle Monungai. Now, I think Tom Brady might have said it on the broadcast with Monungai, like, you got to know when a play's over, right? And that 8-yard loss on the 19-play drive was almost very, very catastrophic for the Bears. And so to their credit, they rallied back, and they were able to make up for that huge loss, and they were able to make up for it with a 4th down conversion to get in the end zone. But I'd imagine that Eric Bieniemy had some words with the rookie in the meetings on Monday to say, hey, look, can't do this. We love how hard you run, but eventually you just got to know when the play's over.
Who do you think took the biggest step on Sunday? from the Bears personnel perspective?
Great question. Like with Caleb, it was a beautiful game. And what I loved most about it, David, was that it was clean, right? Like there's no turnovers, there's no sacks, there's no pre-snap penalties, and you had an operation that was just smooth all day. You know, going back through the video on Monday, there's a bunch of throws in there that I think he would like to clean up, accuracy things. The worst one of the day to me was a little play action concept in the right flat down inside the red zone, and he, bounced it into Olamide Zaccheaus's feet, right at the line of scrimmage, and that can't happen. But like Caleb played really well, and so now you want to see, was that the Cowboys, or was that part of the growing synergy between he and Ben, and the ability to know what each play is asking of him, and being able to get explosives. They're up to 12 completions, 20 yards or more this season. 5 of them came in that game Sunday, and those 5 completions on Sunday added up to 201 yards. So if you're able to get that kind of huge explosive production out of your passing game, everyone's going to feel better about the progress.
I wonder if you would consider, come the break, making any kind of a move to help the running game. And I'm not being mean to Swift, but it just feels like they had that great 19-play drive. They had 11 straight runs. They don't seem like they were getting any real yardage on that. Now, I'm all for running plays, and I'm all for running the football. I just don't know where the yards come from in their running game, and if they can sustain a running game, if they're kind of relying on. And I don't want to be mean to DeAndre Swift, but there are different times. He seems like he's better in space. He's better. He's not a between the tackles runner in any way. And even sometimes on the sideline, he'll duck out of bounds instead of putting his shoulder down and getting a couple more yards. And I know no one cares about that sort of thing, but you just look at sometimes down in distance and it matters.
I thought Swift was better in Detroit than people thought he was, and it just kind of was the byproduct of getting blown out. And I didn't love Sunday. It just didn't feel like there was a lot of extra pop in the running game on Sunday.
Yeah.
And so you got to find that somehow. I don't know what's out there. I'd imagine that the people in charge at Haugh Hall are at least perusing the shelves to figure out what might be out there and what it might cost. I just don't know that there's a whole lot of answers there, and this isn't a team that's going to kind of leverage its future to try to make a run in 2025.
And they shouldn't. Yeah. I'm not suggesting it. I wouldn't give up much. Draft capital should be valued higher.
Yeah, I mean, like if you're able to use a day 3 pick or something to go snag somebody you think can help you, then give it some consideration. But I think the bigger picture point is valid, Mully, where it's just like you just need some more pop from this running game, because that's going to give everybody else a little bit of freedom to operate, and they're going to have to find it some way, somehow here in the near future.
Last week, Ben Johnson openly challenged his players to practice harder. This week on Monday, the first thing out of his mouth 4 sentences in was the fact that they're going to be road underdogs. Are we dealing with a coach in his infancy of his tenure that he's going to be this kind of thing every so often, every week? What did you make of his approach the last couple of weeks?
Look, I love it. Because we can't come on these airwaves all the time and criticize the Bears for being so vulnerable to celebrating mediocrity, and then get sort of alarmed when a coach is like, mediocrity sucks, we want to be better than mediocre.
Exactly.
And that's who Ben is, right? Like the guy's a competitive perfectionist, and he's got an edge where he's not gonna settle, he's not gonna do it. And so like, if that makes you uncomfortable, then you probably need to find a different place of employment if you're with the Bears, And so look, like I love it because there was a celebration for a little while Sunday after the game, and it's understandable. It's the first win of this group together. It's the first win for Ben as the head coach. It's the first home win at Soldier Field in 350 days. There's a release that comes with that, but I think his whole message is like, look, like that just got us to 1-2. It sort of put those miserable 2 losses to start the season in the rear view, but we've got to like reset quickly and realize that we're not good enough to fly out to Las Vegas believing that we're going to win a game. And so him acknowledging that, like, look, like we're not even favorites in this game, so like that means you're going to have to challenge yourself to be above and beyond what people think you are to win the football game. And that's got to start on Monday morning. And so that's where Ben's mindset is. It's where Ben's mindset's going to be for, I think, the entire time he's the head coach here. And I think it's a good thing for the organization.
I think one of the things that happened in that game, and obviously the number one statistic is that Caleb Williams was not sacked for the first time in his professional career.
Yeah.
And I know we talk about protection. We talk about how they've tried to fix the interior of the line. But the reality of the Bears is that Caleb looked really comfortable, in part because he didn't have tons of pressure on him in the pocket. So a lot of the things, as much as we say that it was kind of a proof of life for the relationship of quarterback and coach, and this idea that he's making strides. If you protect this guy, he looks like a really good player when he's comfortable in the pocket. He was significantly better. And I think a large part of that may have been that he was comfortable in the pocket.
Yeah, and I think Sunday, for the Bears as a whole, but for Caleb specifically, it was a tension breaker, right? It was a little bit of a confidence builder, of just feeling relieved. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yes.
That's what it can be like when we're comfortable. And the comfort comes from a couple of things. It comes from playing a bad defense that hasn't consistently been able to pressure anybody. It comes from your offensive line giving you that clean pocket to work in. And I do think that there were strides made, and you could feel it in the stadium on Sunday with just the operation pre-snap of getting in and out of the huddle and being able to get up to the line of scrimmage where everyone can set and you don't feel rushed, and then you can scan and figure out what you're seeing, find the answer. And then when you have time and protection to find the answer, you go find the answer. And so there was a lot to like on that video Sunday. And then all of us are just saying, okay, how repeatable is this? And how quickly can you repeat it 3, 4, 5 times? And that's the way to get from what I always say, from the staircase to the escalator, right?
Dan, so just as we wrap things up, because you were the intrepid reporter that brought the Wiener's Circle offer to Caleb's attention Sunday with that riveting question, I know you're dying to ask. Are you going to find out and get to the bottom of how he named his dog Supa, and why did he send his dog instead of him yesterday?
Well, so look, I think the Supa, it comes from his nickname, right, as Superman in college, and we'll find out about that. But okay. I'm more interested to know how Supa got enlisted to go down to the Wiener Circle. It seemed like Supa and Staley had a pretty nice day out together down there in Clark Street, and were able to go.
Could Caleb?
I hope Supa got
Caleb,
fed a little bit.
Could Caleb have been in that suit?
Now that would have been something, right? Like if they could have got him down there, and
he takes off the Staley head.
I did love that the Bears posted some social media stuff, but threw the mute on hard, because you can't have that sound.
Oh, they
they
swear
Chicago
a lot.
Bears official channel. So there's a little bit of language down there at the Wiener Circle.
A little bit of language.
They had to do more editing than they did at Hard Knocks.
Hard Knocks, yeah, no doubt.
Great post-game line of questioning, though, Dan. Well done.
Appreciate it, buddy.
So glad we can get to that line of questioning every so often and have a little bit of fun in this.
Yes.
Yeah, that's great stuff.
Good for you.
Dan Wiederer with The Athletic now, and excellent fun. We're going to we should talk about a couple of things related to the Bears. Can we do that quickly? Okay. I just want to ask you where you're at with Ozzie Trapillo.
Okay.
And I know that's a crazy question to ask, but it's one thing not being able to beat out Braxton Jones, but he can't beat out Theo Benedict. Should we talk about that? Is that not an issue a little bit? We'll talk about it next. Mully and Haugh on Score.
When it comes to Bears analysts in the know, The Score is your destination all season long. Our starting lineup on offense includes Olin Cruz, Jared Payton, Patrick Manowin.
And on defense, it's Dave Wanstead, Matt Bowen, and Anthony Harris. Plus, all the inside info from Mark Grody, Brad Biggs, Dan Wiederer, Stacey Dales, and many more.
Unfiltered opinions from the unprecedented team of experts on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, does your garage floor look lousy with stains and cracked concrete or bad epoxy or paint? Listen, you should call Comer & Cross Concrete Floors right now. It's their end-of-the-year garage sale. Give them a call, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, and right now you're going to get the best price of the year. Guaranteed, starting with $750 off. This will be your favorite home improvement for years. It will improve more than your home. You'll walk taller. You'll feel a little better. You'll have a bounce in your step because it will look fantastic. You feel like you're on the sales floor of a car place. It's just phenomenal. And the Comer & Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It's guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever, and they make it so easy. They're in and out in one day. They'll fix all the cracks and the pits perfectly. They'll put on a beautiful floor. They're all certified, uniformed employees. No temps or freelancer. That always matters. They'll even take your stuff out for you. And whether you're in Chicago, Milwaukee, or Indiana, now is the time to call them for their best price of the year, guaranteed, starting with $750 off during the end of the year garage sale. Here's the number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to ComerCross.com.
If you're waiting for the perfect time to get into a new Hyundai, your wait is over. Scott Levy's Rosen Hyundai is clearing out all remaining models during the year-end model clearance event. We're talking incredible deals, and for qualified buyers, you can get 0% financing right now. Don't miss your chance to save big. This event is happening at both of our convenient locations. Stop by Rosen Hyundai of Kenosha right on Highway 50 at I-94, or visit us at Rosen Hyundai of Algonquin just south of the Expressway on Randall Road. 2 huge locations, 1 massive clearance event. Find your ride today at rosenhyundai.com. Financing to qualified buyers.
Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. 5 in a row on the losing side for the Cubs after falling last night 9-7. The Cubs blew an early 6-1 lead, and the Cubs lead for that top spot in the wild card is now down to a 1.5 after the Padres shut out the Brewers last night 7-0. Cubs and Mets at Wrigley tonight. It's a 6:30 pregame. We are your only local broadcast. Matthew Boyd will throw for the Northside baseball team. 2:30 this afternoon, Craig Counsell joins the afternoon show of Spiegel and Holmes. White Sox picked up their 99th loss last night, losing in walk-off fashion to the Yankees 3-2 with that win. The Yankees punched their ticket to postseason play. ABS Challenge system in baseball is coming full-time in 2026. The Bears back to work at Haugh. The Raiders are next up in Las Vegas. 3:25 kick on CBS. Circa has the game as a pick'em. The total in that one, 48. The Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
At U.S. Waterproofing, we're not only experts at sealing leaks, we're a complete solution to keep your basement dry. From replacing ineffective gutters and downspouts to raising settled concrete. Schedule your free consultation today at uswaterproofing.com. U.S. Waterproofing, a better basement starts with us.
This segment brought to you by Robert Half. At Robert Half, they found that 67% of companies want to increase contract talent. That's why their recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI work quickly to find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent. Do that today.
Hey friends, this is Ozzy Guillen here. If you are looking for an unforgettable getaway, I highly recommend Four Winds Casinos. With amazing restaurants, luxury hotel rooms, and huge outdoor pool, an action-packed casino. It's the perfect place to relax and have fun. They offer some of the biggest jackpots, but you don't have to bet big. My wife even won. The friendly staff makes sure you're always taken care of. Trust me, head to Four Winds Casinos in New Buffalo and South Bend for the ultimate entertainment escape.
Guys, this sports season, it's game on at Synergenics and Low T Center, the MVPs of testosterone replacement therapy. Ready to tackle low energy and achieve your health goals like a pro? We've got the winning game plan with personalized TRT. Book a free consultation and automatically enter for a chance to win autographed sports memorabilia or tickets to major sporting events. Female patients also eligible. For more information or to book an appointment, visit TRTMVP.com. That's TRTMVP.com.
Hey Chicago, nothing fires up a tailgate party like Wild Fork. From thick-cut burgers and smoky sausages to tender ribs and chicken wings, Wild Fork has everything you need to feed your crew. With 12 stores in the Chicago area and same-day delivery, you can stock up fast with unbeatable variety and value. Bacon wrapped tenderloin for $6 each, or organic ground beef $5.60 a pound when you buy 2. Wild Fork, bringing the flavor to every Chicago fan this season. Check it out at wildforkfoods.com.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
It's Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances and save an additional $1,000 when you buy 4 select LG major appliances. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt Max 5 amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt 20-volt Max tool. Get the job done for less at Lowe's. We help. You save. Valid through 9/26. Selection varies by location while supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
With Ozzie, it's with all these rookies. We're developing trust. And so what do we do with Ozzie? We start him on the left side. We made the decision that wasn't the best spot for him. And so we moved him back over on the right side. He's getting better every day. Just made a comment to the O-line coaches this morning about how much improved he looks in individual and some of the run stuff that we're doing on Wednesdays and pads, and he's really showing up. So he's coming along, and there'll be a point this season where he's playing for us. Is that this week or is that a few weeks down the road? I don't know. But he's preparing as if he's ready to go.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That is the voice of Ben Johnson, and he's talking about Ozzie Trapillo, one of the 3 second-round picks that the Bears made in the draft. And again, I'm not picking on the kid. I'm just curious. It's a very curious case, David, because they did use a fairly high draft pick on him. Everybody knew, or at least all of the draftniks were saying, that he couldn't play left tackle. He wasn't a left tackle. The Bears tried him at that position. Then once they got into training camp, we heard the general manager say that, he kind of hit the rookie wall, right, which is a very early period of time to hit the rookie wall.
Well, you asked before the break about him versus Benedict, and I understand why that would be the question, because Benedict did have to go in at right tackle because Darnell Wright was injured. But I don't think it was either Theo Benedict or Ozzie Trapillo, because Theo Benedict was healthy because he had challenged Braxton Jones the previous week. Braxton Jones was your weakest link on your offensive line.
Right.
And Theo Benedict is your backup left tackle. So I don't know if it's so much Ozzie Trapillo versus Benedict for an active roster spot, Mully, on Sundays, as much as it was Ozzie Trapillo versus an extra defensive back, an extra linebacker, an extra wide receiver. Because when you look at the roster construction on game day, the Bears had 6 wide receivers, and they were active because you need Duvernay as your returner, and Ja'Day Walker is your coverage guy. So that is one offensive line spot potentially, because you only dress 8 offensive linemen, the Bears did. They had Luke Newman, Ryan Bates, and then Theo Benedict as the backups. So who's the 4th? Probably Ozzie Trapillo. And maybe next week he'll get in action because of Darnell Wright's injury concerns, if they exist through this week of practice. But you look at the linebacker position. It might be Ozzie Trapillo or Carl Jones Jr. who dressed as a backup linebacker.
That's a good point.
9 defensive backs, because you didn't know what you were facing in terms of the guys who you were starting. So I think it's more of an overall roster construction than it is either Benedict or Trapillo. But I'll say this. What we just heard from Ben Johnson, he put himself on the clock. He said that he's going to play Ozzie Trapillo this year.
Yes.
There's only one spot that can happen. That's the right tackle. So did he put Darnell Wright on notice?
I don't think so. I think it was more, as you say, like injury related. Maybe he's getting better. The problem that you have is that, you needed a left tackle. You went with the 24th pick in the second round of the draft, so the 56th pick, you took a player you had connections to, and that's fine if you were told that he was going to be able to do this and that. You started him at left tackle, then you realize you can't play that position, and then meanwhile, there were edge rushers that were there at that time. There were running backs that you could have had. There were cornerbacks, David, if you needed help at that position.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it.
I'm just saying, that's a high draft pick to have a guy. And listen, Theo Benedict is a great story, and it tells you a lot about the NFL, which is that it's a meritocracy. And if someone can play left tackle better than you can, they're going to start over you with left tackle.
Yes.
And the same thing holds. But you draft a guy at that spot, you think he's a guy that you can line up for 10 years.
I don't disagree with that at all. And I think big picture, those are more pressing questions, and those are greater concerns. Big picture, they may have missed in the second round because if they're not going to use them immediately, then maybe you could have gotten somebody who could help you more quickly than these guys are. But I think in this particular context of Sunday, it was more of a game day active, because the other thing I didn't mention, I think they had 10 defensive linemen active.
Yeah, they did have a lot.
So they had a lot of surplus.
Including
Exactly. But they had a surplus to other positions.
Who didn't make a play.
And they really were spare on the offensive line.
Yeah. And again, I'm not complaining about anything. I'm just trying to understand. And don't forget, the year before they took Kieran Amagaji in the third round, and he's now injured and out. I don't know how he got hurt. He's got an elbow injury, which I don't think it must have come in practice, because it certainly hasn't come in any games. So,
no, it has not had any game action.
It's just interesting because, you got an undrafted free agent who is ahead of a guy that you invested in pretty heavily.
Wouldn't shock me if he's active this week if Darnell Wright is on the injury report.
Yeah. All right. 312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh on the Score.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on the Score.
Nico Horner, ladies and gentlemen.
Nico, when you look at getting to the playoffs, what's the most exciting part?
Doing it at home is really something that we've emphasized from the beginning of the year, the importance of embracing Wrigley as a unique place, as a place that's an advantage to us, a place that has randomness and wild games and weird conditions that other places don't have, and really treating that as our home and a place that, we feel like we always have an advantage if we're playing here.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score, and live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, the 2025 Ryder Cup officially teeing off this week, and our dear friends over at Flag and Anthem have the best officially licensed Ryder Cup gear that you will find anywhere. This collection is packed with styles built for the moment, performance polos that move with you, lightweight vests perfect for layering, quarter zips that work on and off the course, and hoodies made with insanely soft fabrics for all-day comfort. I love Flag and Anthem. I know, David, you're wearing a Flag and Anthem shirt. I'm wearing a Flag and Anthem shirt. Flag and Anthem for all. But this Ryder Cup merchandise is fantastic. Every piece is designed with premium materials that keep you cool. They stretch when you move. They deliver the kind of fit you'll reach for again and again. Every style features the official 2025 Ryder Cup patch. So when you put it on, you're repping Team USA the right way. Wear it to the range, to the clubhouse, to the front office, even to the 19th hole. There are versatile pieces that look as good as they feel. And here's the catch. Inventory is limited. These styles are moving fast, and once they're gone, they're gone. So don't wait until the opening tee shot. Get ahead of the crowd. Gear up today. Shop the official 2025 Ryder Cup collection today. Flag and Anthem. Real clothes for real life.
Hey, Chicagoland, get with a winning team. The all-new Toyota on Edens, one of Chicagoland's fastest-growing Toyota dealers. Score big savings in our fresh line of 300 new 2025 and now 2026 Toyotas. And servicing your current Toyota has never been more convenient with extended service hours, including Saturday service, plus Uber pickup and drop-off. The best way is right off the expressway at Toyota on Edens or ToyotaOnEdens.com.
This segment of the show brought to you by Metra. Looking to explore Chicagoland without the traffic? Well, you get unlimited rides on Metra CTA Pace with the Regional Day Pass. It's just $2.50. With the purchase of a Metra Day Pass, you can travel for less. Get your Regional Day Pass on the Ventra app so you can drive less and you can do more with Metra.
Phil, you listen to me, right?
Always, Lisa.
Well, why doesn't my bank listen to me?
Maybe because they're a big bank. Oh, yes, he scores!
Apparently, I need a banker and a husband who listens.
I'm listening. Talk to Lakeside Bank. They listen. They actually help the average guy. And they're just the right size for anything you need done.
Lakeside, huh? Thanks for listening.
Always, Lisa.
Woohoo! Yeah!
Lakeside Bank listens and gets things done for you. Lakeside Bank. It's about time. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
Sliding into second. Smart play.
Sliding through a red light, not so much. With Atturo tires, get the grip and stopping power you need when it matters most. Stay in control, stay safe. Studies show that new tires can reduce stopping distance on wet roads by nearly 90 feet. Ditch the stress and drive with confidence. Atturo Tires has you covered. Visit Atturo.com to find your nearest authorized dealer.
Hey, Chicago, it's Mully and Haugh for Window Nation. Now is the best time of year to replace your old, drafty, cheap, or builder-grade windows, and Window Nation can get the job done in 1 day or less. Right now, when you buy 2 windows, you'll get 2 for free. Plus, you won't make any payments for 2 years.
That's right. No interest, no monthly payments, and no down payment. Don't miss out on Window Nation's most popular offer. Get top quality replacement windows at an affordable price. Call 866-90Nation or visit WindowNation.com now.
Save big money on your interior stains and finishes now at Menards. Provide exceptional color to your staining project with Minwax Color Series. It applies evenly and dries fast with just 1 coat. Get a quart of Minwax Color Series wood stain in over 240 colors on sale now through September 28th. Save big on Minwax wood stains. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
With great deals coming this Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th, greatness is a deal away. So if you love baking, you can get a deal on a new mixer, transforming you into the Lord of the Loaves.
Hear ye, hear ye! Make way for the baron of brioche, the sultan of sourdough, the Lord of the Loaves, Prime Member Dave!
Yeah, hi?
Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune. 5 straight losses for the Cubs. Last night it was 9-7 after they got out to a 6-1 lead. Cade Horton had to leave early with a back brought on by a cough. The Cubs have a 1.5 game lead over the Padres for that top spot in the wild card race. Cubs Mets tonight at Wrigley, 6:30 pregame right here on The Score. We are your only local broadcast. Matthew Boyd will throw 2:30. Craig Counsell joining our afternoon show of Spiegel and Holmes. The White Sox walked off by the Yankees 3-2. That was their 99th loss of the season. Same 2 teams tonight in New York. Bears back to work at Hallis Hall prepping for the Raiders. That's a 3:25 kick on CBS. The game, of course, will be in Las Vegas. The hour is brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
Ozzie Guillen.
Hello, everyone. I'm back.
White Sox pre- and post-analyst for Chicago Sports Network.
La Pantera. My maid is la Pantera. La Pantera. La Pantera. No. Pantera. La Pantera. There we go.
2005 World Series winning manager of the White Sox.
Tying run at second, 2 out. Palmeiro over the head of Jenks. Uribe charges, throws, out! And the White Sox have won the World Series.
No hold bar baseball opinions.
I managed one guy. I almost started crying. Adam Dunn. Yeah. People ask me, like, why do you keep playing him? Don't blame me. Blame Katie and Rick. They signed him. I had to play him.
Well, did you give Adam Dunn a mental break, or he just...
Yeah, I gave him 2 bottles of vodka with orange juice.
Ozzie Guillen with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. The winning never stops at 4 Winds Casinos with locations in New Buffalo and South Bend. 4 Winds Casinos, your entertainment escape, and we want to thank them for sponsoring our guy Ozzie Guillen. Ozzie joins us now. on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, your hometown tire, Atturo.com. Ozzie, good morning. How are you, sir?
Good morning, guys. Little disappointed. Yes, I cannot deny it. The way they lost last night.
Yeah, it was awful.
Rough.
Yeah, I was a little confused because they used Taylor and Lizard as two guys throw the ball very well, and all of a sudden they don't have anybody back in the bullpen. I understand maybe what they was looking for. They're looking for I don't know what the plan was, but I think they're looking for like stop those guys in the 7th and the 8th. But a team like that, you don't know what inning they're gonna rub. They hit a lot of home runs. They taking great at bats, and that loss is really clear. You know, after the double play, maybe that's why I'm a little disappointed. After the double play, I say, okay, back in track, big win. You know, all of a sudden the wild pitch and a base hit, everything went south.
Yeah, they were looking for Aroldis Chapman. I mean, they have looking for a closer they don't have. Yeah. They used up their high leverage guys, and then they ran out of answers, and they put it turned out to be the winning run on base, intentionally walking Judge. You kind of get that. That's a tough spot to be in, but you're right. When you just go into New York and Shane Smith pitched such a good game, you expect to have a better outcome.
Yeah, it's just no doubt about it. Just a lot of people asking me about, you know, you will walk Judge. You know, I mean, most of the manager, every manager, back in the days, they not walking the winning run no matter what. But when Judge is at the plate, is in a scoring position, especially in that ballpark. I think he did a good job. You know, the biggest thing about any manager in baseball, how handle the bullpen. I think Will's been great doing that because you don't have any ammunition with, especially lefty. And think when the way they don't want to. It's just one thing about it. In the pregame show, they asked me about it. You know what I mean? Why the White Sox won, what they think. The first thing coming out of my mouth, if they're not going to get anywhere, they don't bring two good lefties in the bullpen next year. They're going to be the same. You know, most of the great hitters in this league is lefties. If you're not going to go lefty out, they're going to have problems. Most of the writers are doing a good job. Other song when the left is coming up, you just throw a flip. I know I should throw the ball pretty good besides yesterday with the wild pitch, but they got to go out there and try to search the best two lefty they can find in the market.
So they're a game away from hitting the 100 loss. I mean, I don't know how to even describe it, that mark for the third straight season. It's been such a better season. It's been so much more hopeful. They look like a team that has some players on it, but they're still in the midst of this rebuild. How long now, Ozzie? I mean, from what you've seen, can they be a winning team in how long? 1 year, 2 years? I mean, are they done with 100 losses? Will this be the last of that, or is there any way of telling at this point?
Well, this point, you know me, guys, we have a lot of players, flavor of the month, a lot of flavor of the month.
Yep.
That's like, as a friend Thomas say, flavor of the week, flavor of the month. We got guys got on fire for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, on fire. All of a sudden they shut down right away. And in the long season, that happened. It's a lot of bats. That will happen to the only thing that happen, even to the best hitters, happen because they should be 4 for 4. They are 1 for 4, but they have to try to cut dust. We see a lot of great moments, but we have to cut very fast the bad moments because we get to the point these kids going, oh no, all of a sudden they shut down for a week. Every time you shut down for a week, I think you make sure you got to hold it loose in your back for sure. Go for 120 to 103, 102. Oh wow, yes, I'm happy about it. Yes, they give me more hope. Yes, they give me more excitement. Of course, you know I like the way they play. I'm not going to sell a product and not believe. I believe in this product. I believe what the front office doing right now is a good job. I think they have a couple guys in the minor league. They're pretty good players. They can help. No, I don't think they can help next year, but year after they can. But I wish I can tell you how long it's going to be, because you see them play a couple of weeks, you're like, next year we'll be fine. But the song, you see a week later, you back up. You're like, oh man, no, we far away. But I think the best thing is arm, and they have that, because you can find in the market, you can find a couple hitters. But I think they have to be more consistency. They have to have more consistency at the plate, day in and day out.
Ozzie, I'm going to ask you a question we got a text about, and I wondered myself last night watching that final hit. Michael Taylor was in the game because of his defense. Do you think he could have dove and caught that base hit?
No, I was really far, because this guy, over his career, the people know him as a defensive player. He was close, but I don't think he will make it. But, you know what I mean, at least you try, you know, nothing to lose anyway. But I don't think it would have, you know what I mean, I don't see him very close, but I don't think he got a chance to make that play. But the play about it is like the wild pitch.
Yeah,
I mean?
That was bad.
That boy was like, what? You know what I mean? You can even see in Little League, with the game on the line, throw that kind of pitch to the catcher.
Ozzie, I'm just curious, the new automated balls and strikes, do you like that they announced that yesterday, that they're now, you know, going to, I guess there are going to be 2 challenges per team, and the only ones that can call it are a pitcher, a hitter, or a catcher. What are your thoughts on that? Do you like it? Is this the beginning of kind of automated umpiring, or is this just kind of testing something out because the technology's there?
You know what? I always against they come up with every time. I don't know why. Maybe I try to be so old school man, but at the end of the day, I kind of like it. You know what I mean? 3 things. They put the base bigger. You cannot throw over more than twice. The pitch clock. I mean, all those things about it. The only thing about all this stuff is the pitch clock. The guy got to face 3 hitters. You know what I mean? That's one thing I don't like that much. The guy got to face 3 hitters, because sometimes the managers, you got his hands tied up because they cannot make any move. You know what I mean? They make it like yesterday. They bring the lefty just because there's 2 lefties coming up, and the leader of a guy was a right-handed hitter. But besides that, it was 2 lefty. Then in the 4th hitter, it was a righty. You know what I mean? Just stuff the manager can handle it very well. Okay, but I think I kind of like it, because a lot of games, I think the umpires right now, they really, really have a chip on their shoulder. And I got a lot of umpires there, very good friends, old school guys. For nowadays, those guys calling pitch and left and right, I don't think they even be close to the plate, and they get upset when somebody second guess them or second guess the call so fast. And the reason they're doing that, because the umpire have been very, very, very inconsistent, And Major League Baseball start notice that, how bad they have been. And hopefully just stay right there, you know, for now. I know they've been tried this for a little while. Minor leagues, independent leagues, little by little, spring training. I think the biggest thing and the biggest worry I have, guys, the manager had to have a meeting with the players. Say, don't be tapping your helmet in the first inning or first pitch. Be careful what you guys do, because all of a sudden you start tapping your helmet because you are selfish and you want to do that good at bat. I think all of a sudden when they need it, they know where they have it. Okay, I think when you tap your helmet when the game's on the line, when it means something, I think I worry about more players being selfish and tap their helmet in the wrong time when they not need it. And that's one thing I worry about it. But yes, I like that. Hopefully they come up and make that decision very quick. They say 13 seconds. And I think it's a bit. But all this stuff is because the umpires, they have to get better. And that's the reason they'll do all this stuff, because Major League Baseball find out they're very inconsistent.
Ozzie, I want to ask you a question about managing in September and into the playoffs. back in 05, the lead that you had began the month comfortably, it was threatened, and then you went into the postseason and it didn't really matter. We're talking about the context of the Cubs. They've lost 5 in a row, and this week is not going very well. And next week, the playoffs arrive, and there's a good possibility still that they could squander home field advantage. And if they do, I wonder what kind of effect that would have, if at all, on their ability to win that first series or to play well in October. From your experience, how difficult is it for a manager to put a bad stretch behind a team as they go into October if they're coming off a difficult September?
Oh, they should know. They know the players. Manager can only talk and push and be positive with the players, try to get the best out of the players. One thing about it, when the season's over, it's over. The curtains close, they open a new one, and you never know what's going to happen after that. When the soon you are in, everything changes. You can be the hottest club in baseball, all of a sudden you get swept. Or you can be the coldest team, and then all of a sudden you start moving on. That happened to us. We know what's playing bad. I think the Cleveland was playing a lot better baseball. But in the end of the day, it's about the pitching, about your mentality. You're there for a reason. Take advantage of that reason. Don't get satisfied just to make it. That happened to us in the 2008. I don't know, 8? I think I believe so. We fight through it. The last week of the season was, my God, most win games. Every game was most win game, all right? Then the soon we clinch, everything's like, we just here. Thank God, we made it. And everything went south. Patent player was mentally tired. We do everything we can to push those guys out there. And it was a different ball club. That week, I think it's in the playoff against Tampa, then the team was 1 day, and that 5 days before we clinched. After we clinched, I feel like, okay, that's all we can do right now. We cannot fight another 4 rounds. We're done. But I think I had that feeling. And the most we should push is something, it's out of your hands. But I think when the guys hit the playoff, it's no matter how many games you win, how many games you lost, because everything is brand new.
Ozzie, maybe the biggest story in baseball is the way, and I don't know, is it the Guardians getting hot at the right time or the Tigers collapsing? Either way, the Guardians overtake the Tigers last night by beating Skubal, of all people, and they did so in large part because Skubal made an error. He tried to scoop the ball between his legs. Not many people can do that. I saw Burley do it once pretty spectacularly, but the ball goes over the first baseman's head. It's an error. That leads to a couple runs. What is going on with the Tigers? Have they just lost the plot? How are you surprised to see the Guardians catch them? What are your thoughts on what's going on in the division for the division lead?
I take my hat to the Guardians. They take Naylor out of the tank. They got Santana out, who was is a position player. They had these 2 big boys. They're trading later. Okay, they lost Clase. They lost the guy pitching the inning. I know recording his last name.
Right.
And they're still fighting. You're talking about 5 guys, very important guys in the lineup every day. They moved Rocchio to second base. They put Arias, he was a utility player, at shortstop. I'm just really, really impressed how they handled it. I was surprised how the Detroit Tigers was kicking everybody's behind, because I don't think they have that kind of team. They was playing great in the beginning, put a big mark. But when you're losing the mark like 11, like a couple of weeks ago, there was 11 games for the first place of the season. That's the beauty about baseball. That's the beauty of baseball. And if the Tigers love this one, they never will forget this one. And if the Guardian win this one, that's one for the book, because that's outstanding job what they're doing right now without the big boys, without, hell, they just play baseball. Everything clicked for them. It's a beauty thing. I watch the game yesterday. I don't watch anybody's game, at least it's the White Sox. But I would put it on TV there, I watch a game that was like, I would have lost my money yesterday. I said, Scuba was on the mound.
Exactly.
I said, Scuba was the mound. Detroit will win the game. Now it's interesting.
It's very interesting. Good stuff, Ozzie. Appreciate it.
Great stuff,
Bye,
Ozzie.
guys.
Take
Love
care.
you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's our guy, Ozzie Guillen, and we should let you know that you should tune into Ozzie's Outlook. It's presented by Four Winds Casino. It's every Wednesday in the 8 a.m. hour during the Mully and Haugh show throughout the 2025 baseball season. Four Winds Resorts and Casino, your entertainment escape.
He's totally right about the Tigers and the meltdown.
Incredible story.
It's one of the worst ever historically. And Scooble on the mound, you thought, okay, they'll stop the bleeding here. That almost increases the panic when you can't win with your ace in a month where you are reeling.
So I think their numbers are unbelievable. They're something like 5-13. I mean, they're just terrible in September. The Cubs aren't covering themselves in glory in September, and they just lost a game with their ace on the mound. Do you see any similarities? The difference being the Cubs, obviously.
The level of collapse is greater in Detroit.
Much
The
greater.
level of panic is higher in anxiety because they may be on the outside looking in.
Yeah.
The Cubs, they're in. They're in.
Okay.
And I don't know that I'm not saying you dismiss everything that's happening right now. There's a lot going on right now you have every reason for concern. You also got 5 games left.
Do you have concern about where they play? 312-644-6767. That's the telephone number. It's Mully and Haugh on the Score.
If you're commuting to work, turn on the Odyssey app when you get to the office to hear the rest of the Mully and Haugh show. And then coming up at 10, it's Rahimi Harrison Grody on the Score.
Can't wait.
This is great. I'm a cool cat, man.
Follow the Score in the Odyssey app and don't miss a moment of Rahimi Harrison Grody talking Chicago sports throughout your workday. Right here on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment of the show is sponsored by Bet365. When it comes to sports books, Bet365, they've got it all. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be located in Illinois.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today, 630-360-9000. That's 630-360-9000.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
With 24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ending balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1/8/2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside scoop on your home team before they take on their next opponent. Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
This Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman Edge. Chicago's Caleb Williams earns my first offensive game ball. Welcome to the NFL, kid. Finally. Other standouts, Indy's Jonathan 3 TDs Taylor and San Fran's Ricky 117 receiving yards Pearsall. Bears linebacker Tremaine Edwards and Chargers safety Derwin James were defensive studs. Detroit's Dan Campbell earned my coaching game ball with a special achievement game ball to Minnesota's Isaiah Rodgers for his 2 defensive scores. A Boomer Esiason.
This segment is brought to you by Moderna.
mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-888-5226. 800-888-5226. 800-888-5226.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Dude, did you order the new iPhone 17 Pro? Got it from Verizon, the best 5G network in America. I never looked so good.
You look the same.
But with this camera, everything looks better, especially me.
You haven't changed your hair in 15 years. Selfies? Check, please.
New and existing customers can get the new iPhone 17 Pro, designed to be the most powerful iPhone ever, with eligible phone trade-in and unlimited ultimate. Any condition guaranteed. Best 5G source root metrics data, United States, 1H 2025. All rights reserved. Trade-in and additional terms apply for all offers. See Verizon.com for details.
Yeah, and I think that when you look, like I said, when I was with the Red Sox, we'd sort of every single year we're in the postseason. We celebrated every single time. And when I was with the Cubs and Joe
Madden,
I just think you should never miss an opportunity. Anyone that says you shouldn't celebrate that like that has just never been through the grind of doing this every single night. For 6 months plus spring training. It's what you work for. It's what you deserve, and you should let I think the nature of baseball is it's day in, day out, day in, day out. You never get too high, you never get too low. And so I think when you have that mentality for the entire time, when you finally have a chance to enjoy it, you need to take it.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That is Jed Hoyer. He was on with the Midday show yesterday at Wrigleyville, and he's telling you there is nothing wrong with the celebration. He's basically saying, in his belief, that this hangover era does not exist.
Yeah, I think it's fun to refer to it that way, and
Yeah.
I have said that they're 0-5 in the hangover era, and it is amusing, and it is kind of the curse of the corks.
Is it amusing?
Well, I think it's amusing to look at it that
Yeah,
way, but I
yeah.
think realistically, it's just tongue in cheek.
Yeah, it's probably not accurate.
Well, I'm not saying that's what
No,
I'm saying.
they-
It's not accurate
yeah,
at all.
yeah, they were probably falling apart
It's
before
just
that.
you have to have fun when you look at these things. But if you want to look at it seriously, the fact of the matter is we just talked to Ozzie Guillen. I don't know that there's any correlation between the Cubs celebrating in Pittsburgh and losing the next 5 games, and I don't know that there's going to be any correlation between how they have played over the last week and a half going into the playoffs and how they do in the playoffs. You could make the argument, and I'm sure that there's history to support it, that there's not going to be a connection there.
No.
Everything's going to start fresh, new, and mentally that's a huge thing to look forward to if you're the Cubs and you're back in the postseason.
But the how do you say this? You don't want them to feel a sense of desperation in order to win again. In other words, get it done. It's a game and a half. You still have plenty of time and you're still up enough, but get it done. Get it done, maybe even today. Wouldn't that be great? They win. You got the maybe the Brewers win a game for a change here. And then you feel better about the Cubs. Just get it done. Get this thing clinched so you know you're at home. Take advantage of the season you've had and just close it out.
Yeah, it would be a shame if they were unable to do that.
I
And
agree.
even if they are unable to do that, they still will head into the playoff series with maybe a losing streak or a losing stretch.
You don't think it matters?
I don't know if it matters.
Well, I think
I want to look.
I think the site of the series, we can admit, does matter. The Cubs are better positioned to win at home than they are on the road. That's just life.
Every team is.
That's what I'm saying.
But it's not inconceivable that they can win on the road. And I think when you look at, you increase the challenge. You make things difficult.
Right.
And they're 10-10 in September right now. That's not exactly what you want. They, at the time of the celebration, were 10-5 in September. That's a much better place to be. But we have seen examples of teams that did not carry momentum into the month of October, and the opposite. So you just have to let things play out. It's difficult, especially when you have to talk about it every day and you want to project things and look at and see trends. But I think if you follow a team that's going into the playoffs hot, you say, okay, momentum perhaps exists. And if you're following a team where they're struggling going into the playoffs, you say, okay, now's the time for a mental refresh.
See, the old baseball adage is momentum is the next day's starting pitcher. Sadly, your best starting pitcher went down yesterday. Whether we want to admit it or if he just had a cough, he left in the 3rd inning of that game. He left after 3 innings. That is not ideal, and it makes you wonder moving forward. He's obviously significantly better at home than away. I don't know. I think there's a lot of reasons to be nervous. Your best hitter or your best player is a guy that you're not even sure is going to be able to play a position when you hit the playoffs. So
No question about it.
There are concerns here. But
there are a lot
the
of
closer's
concerns.
coming back, so that's good news. Let's try Ken. Ken is on the Odyssey app. Good morning, Ken.
Hey, gentlemen. Good morning. Bear with me because I think if we look at the season as a whole, and break it into before the All-Star break and after, I don't think it's going to matter where the Cubs play because they're just not. They're not going to. It's not going to matter. I think they're going to lose either way. If you look at them since the break, they are 31-30. They were 18 games above 500 before the break. And what that took, if you look at that, is some exceptional performances above and beyond by people like PCA, Seiya, Boyd, Ray, Palencia, Kelly, Amaya, and they're not playing like that anymore.
Are they capable of playing like that again?
Well, let me finish, please. So you've got PCA and Seiya both had like 71 and 77 RBIs before the break. Between them now, they've got 34 since the break. They're not getting those performances anymore. And if they hadn't gotten those performances in the first half, they wouldn't even be in the race.
But they did.
So,
but they did.
I don't think I don't think they're coming back. I don't think it matters. Boyd and Imanaga can't keep the ball in the ballpark, and not many of the relievers can anymore. So no, I just don't think it matters. I think this team has crashed, and I don't think it's going to recover just because they're going into the playoffs. That's my opinion.
Okay, Ken, thank you for the phone call. That's a real ray of sunshine in a dark day. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty bleak if you look at it the way Ken is looking at it.
Yeah, we're not trying to talk anybody off a ledge. If
you
choose to go out there, that's your choice, and you have different ways that you can look at what's going on. The Cubs are not playing well. A 5-game losing streak is not the time where you say, well, the same players that he cited in excelling in the first half of the season are only a couple of bats away from getting hot again. What do you base that on? Only history, but you don't have anything, any knowledge. The playoffs reveal the only thing that you can expect in the playoffs in baseball is the unexpected. And there's no guarantee of anything for any team. It's fun. You'd rather be there than on the outside looking in. And the Cubs can guarantee one thing. They're going to be there.
Let's try John. He's on the Odyssey app. Hey, John.
Hey, guys, 2 quick points. Listen, first of all, the Cubs, if we can get on the Bears coach for the other week, not having the Bears players ready and prepared, how can we not get on the Cubs coach for not having these players prepared? And then my second point, look who's been catching, doing most of the catching, and look at the situations when we giving up these big innings and these home runs to take the lead. Look at the pitches that's being called and the pitch before. They leaving the pitches over the middle. The catcher is making the wrong calls. It's Kelly who's messing up a lot of these games because he's not calling the pitch, helping the pitchers with the right calls. I hang up.
All right. Thanks, John.
I did not think we'd get a Carson Kelly implication this morning. I think he's been he's been Dustin's MVP.
Ask and you shall receive.
I didn't ask for that.
Well, we asked for calls.
Yeah, sure.
I mean,
it's a tough week. You know,
listen,
5 in a row.
I think what we're learning is there are some people that are losing faith. It's as simple as that. Let's try Pete. He's on the north side.
Hey, Mully.
Yes, sir.
Wirtz is rolling around in his grave because there's a threat of him losing 3 games at the gate for the Cubs.
The Ricketts family? What are you saying? Wirtz?
He said Bill Wirtz would be all over this team, like he would be down there and telling them why they needed to.
Yes.
But remember,
do you know that guy or something?
I don't.
Oh.
But I mean, I
he said Wirtz, and you couldn't understand him say Wirtz.
I have no idea what that reference is.
I know all sorts of people.
What, you know, Bill Wirtz?
I'm not denying.
Who's referring anything? Who's thinking about Bill Wirtz right now?
Well, hockey just started, David. They dropped the puck on the preseason, right?
With due respect, nobody's thinking about Bill Wirtz right now.
Owners want their games to be played at home as opposed to on the road, right?
And with due respect, that caller was thinking about it.
Okay.
We could just not take calls.
No,
it be like other shows.
Mike is on the road. Hey, Mike.
Yeah, objectively, and I'm going to say right from the beginning, I'm a Sox fan, but I always followed the Cubs.
Okay.
And the first half of the season, I thought they had 3 or 4 guys that were all going over 100 RBIs, and I got to tell you that in the second half, Suzuki, Armstrong, and Tucker, when they've been in, offensively have been almost non-existent. It's like hard to believe that those guys, they were so great in the first half. And the problem is that you guys made Armstrong, you were putting him up to be the next Mike Trout or Mickey Mantle, and he hadn't even given you a full season of great play. And I think that kind of went to his head a little bit about how good he was. So I don't think I think it's just amazing to me they're not even going to have one guy with 100 RBIs on the team.
Well, that's on us.
That's totally on me.
That's your biggest problem. That's your biggest problem.
That's it.
Okay, going into the playoffs is these guys aren't hitting at all.
I think it's because of us.
Well, if you pointed out that he was doing well, then
I pointed out that PCA
your head should be on the block.
25 home runs at the break and was the fastest to get there, and now it went straight to his head. Look, the league caught up to PCA, and he
hasn't played well.
The adjustment to the adjustments hasn't happened, and he's had a very disappointing second half. He batted ninth last night.
Mm-hmm.
That is a surprise, an eye opener, and I think it reflects though how poorly he has been at the plate. And Craig Counsell has not escaped anybody's criticism in the last week or so. I think we're constantly questioning his lineup decisions, as recently as maybe an hour ago when Michael Busch not playing and starting last night was questioned. So, there's responsibility to be divvied up, and we'll take our share. The Cubs are not playing well right now. It's difficult to defend, and certainly for some people, hard to see how they're going to get out of this hole. It's not impossible, though.
Yeah. Yes, it's really difficult. It's difficult to I wouldn't seek blame. I would just seek a victory. They just got to win a bloody game and get everything sorted.
I just don't know what Bill Wirtz would think of all this.
Well, there's that. There are people wondering. Has Ian Happ had a good year?
Yeah, I guess. I think there's times when Ian Happ, you wish that he was maybe not grinding out his bats as much as he might be hitting the ball out of the ballpark. And you look at his numbers. I don't know if are you suggesting he's in the list of guys who's been disappointing?
No. I was just going to make a point. I think he's been slightly. I think he hasn't had the greatest year. I think by his standard, he's been, good, okay, but not great for this season. And I just noticed that Happer and PCA both have a .762 OPS. Mm-hmm. And a lot of people love OPS because it measures, a player's total offensive value by combining the on-base percentage and the slugging percentage. And PCA was well above that for much of the year, but the second half, the disappointing season, has forced him to drop to a point where he and Ian Happ have, and a lot of it is because he doesn't get on base, he doesn't walk. But I think that I think it surprised me to see that they shared that statistic. It's been fluctuating by a point or two, but they roughly have the same OPS.
And it's 763?
Something like that, right?
His numbers aren't that far different from the guy we discussed during the Pick Six, and obviously concluded he did not have a great year in Andrew Benintendi. Benintendi's numbers are very comparable. So his OPS is 738. He's got 20 home runs and a 240 batting average in 116 games. Ian Happ's played more games and he has, a few more home runs. But I think when you put it in that context, it's a good question.
Yeah,
it's a fair question.
Well, it just again, it is all about context and how you break it down, and it's kind of upsetting.
Why did you compliment him in July? Because had you not praised him in July, he might have had a more productive August and September.
Well, that's what people are asking you more than me, because I
was driving the PCA wagon, no doubt about it.
And listen,
PCA MVP.
He was on his way to
Pete
that.
Crow anything.
And he's
Pete Crow awesome.
The entirety of the season caught up with him. But it doesn't mean that he can't redeem himself, he can't find form again. But it is, that's been one of the big changes with the Cubs. There's no shadow of a doubt.
No doubt about that.
All right. We will continue on. 312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh on the Score.
Cubs fans, coming up later today, the Cubs take on the Mets, and the Score as the only local broadcast. So listen as Pat and Ron bring you all the action right here. Pre-game coverage on the Score starts at 6:30. First pitch, 7:05.
Swing and a drive. Back toward the wall. That ball is going to be gone. Listen to these Cub fans.
Today's only local broadcast of Cubs versus Mets. Of course, it's right here on The Score and the Southwest Airlines Cubs Radio Network. Official radio home to Cubs. And in Chicagoland, always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune. 1.5, the difference between the Cubs and the Padres for the top spot in the National League wild card. The Cubs blew a 6-1 lead last night to the Mets, who won 9-7. The Cubs have lost 5 in a row and have not won since they clinched the wild card berth. The Cubs tonight will be on The Score at 6:30. It's the only local broadcast in town. Matthew Boyd is throwing for the Cubs. 2:30, Craig Counsell joining the afternoon show of Spiegel and Holmes. The White Sox got walked off by the Yankees, who clinched their playoff berth with a 3-2 win. It was also the White Sox clinching their 99th loss of the season. Bears back to work at Hallis Hall. They are a pick'em against the Raiders, a total of 48 per circa. The Bears are in Vegas against the Raiders on Sunday. 3:25 kick on CBS. The Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune.
Hey, football fans, tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and stories from across the NFL. Kick off with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
If you're looking to upgrade your basement or maybe finally make that basement a usable space, check out my friends at Matrix. They do basements, period. Sure, there are plenty of handymen out there that do a deck, a window, a door. Oh, yeah, maybe a basement from time to time. But that guy, you want the guys at Matrix. They are masters of basements. That's all they do. Check them out for yourself. MatrixBasements.com. That's Matrix with an X. You'll wish you had done it sooner. Create a new space for your family with Matrix Basements.
Gear up for epic football games under the Vegas sun. Stadium swim at Circa Resort and Casino. It's amazing. Dive into the 6 temperature-controlled pools or relax in the luxurious lounge chairs, day beds, and the private cabanas. Private cabanas. That's where it's at. Feel the energy and catch every play from every game on our massive 143-foot screen. When it comes to watching football all season long, nowhere comes close. Grab your spot at Stadium Swim today at circalasvegas.com.
With America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid, backed by America's best warranty. The Hyundai Tucson Hybrid. It's the best of both worlds.
Lease a Hyundai Tucson for $239 a month or get 1.99% APR on the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Offers end September 30th. Call 224-661-0068 for details.
You're on the list for Macy's Fall VIP Sale. That means you're invited to save big on this season's top designer looks at prices you'll love. Like an extra 30% off Calvin Klein, Steve Madden, Hugo Boss, and more. Plus, get 15% off beauty and fragrance from Estee Lauder, Lancome, and so many others. This only happens a few times a year. Don't miss the Fall VIP Sale tomorrow, only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning. Your crown's disappearing. Maybe hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. Well, I've got good news. It's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with the monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have. But what about regrowing your hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to their world-class physicians, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, and I personally recommend them. For your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts, call 872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or go to AdvancedHair.com.
Truck drivers and owner-operators, there's never been a better time to team up at Schneider. We have more team-friendly loads than ever, including express delivery parcel freight that offers great miles with no delays to keep the wheels turning. Plus, for a limited time, company team drivers may be eligible for a sign-on bonus of up to $16,000. Owner-operator teams may qualify for a $10,000 incentive. Explore team driver positions at SchneiderJobs.com and search team contracting jobs at SchneiderOwnerOperators.com.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. Kansas City has not had the most ideal start to the season, but they look to right the ship when they host Baltimore. Two of the league's best quarterbacks will be on display as we get another top-level matchup early on in the season. Will offense continue to be the story of the season for Baltimore, or will Kansas City's defense be able to stop the high-powered squad? What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? Well, what is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Is it the driver behind the wheel? No. Are you sure? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid, so much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Chris Chelios.
Up the boards to Chelios with room. He shoots. Score!
BetMGM ambassador. The sportsbook born in Vegas.
Nice play by Chris Chelios.
Hockey Hall of Famer.
Chris Chelios is not human. I'm convinced of it. Not only will he go in the Hall of Fame, I think he should go in the Smithsonian.
Blackhawks legend.
Chelios will add defense, but he'll also add offense to the Hawks.
Steve Smith ahead to Murphy. Nichols at the line. Chelios moving in. Chelios scores! Chris Chelios has won it for Chicago.
Three-time Stanley Cup champion.
What a competitor Chris Chelios has been over the years, and he's been a winner every place he's ever been.
Chris Chelios with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always a delight to talk to Chris Chelios. He joins us now on the Arturo Tire Hotline. Arturo, your hometown tire, Arturo.com. Chris, of course, is a BetMGM ambassador. BetMGM, make it legendary. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Chris, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Doing all right.
It's good to see hockey back. Good to see the lads on the ice and Connor Bedard score a goal. Fun that things are restarting.
Yeah, I mean, it just didn't seem so long ago when Florida was hoisting the cup, but for the Hawks, not making the playoffs, extra, 2 months you got to think about it, and so they've had a good summer. I got a chance to see Connor Bedard and Nick Foligno the other day. They showed up at my golf tournament, but they're feeling good. Looking forward to the new head coach, and everybody's interested to see maybe they take that step and at least get in that playoff race, right? That's be competitive and get in that playoff race this year.
Well, you'd love to see that. You saw last night against the Red Wings' first preseason game, Bedard scores a one-timer, but they were outshot and they looked kind of sloppy. But the word, Chelly, is, I don't know what you're hearing, training camp was pretty tough so far under Jeff Blashill. The first week, there was maybe an increase in tempo, pace, and how difficult it was. What do you think you're hearing? What are you hearing about training camp?
Well, there's no question their speed is going to be their strength, and fitness, and I think it's because you don't get a lot of practice, and especially towards the middle of the end of the year, you have to give them a day off, so you're not getting as much practice as you like. So the fitness thing is important, and then you're going to have to do a little extra, go in the gym, and I think these guys are committed, and I'm coached with Jeff Blashill, and he'll get them in great shape, and the conditioning will. Hopefully it'll pay off with all this hard work they've done during training camp.
Obviously, they're still in the rebuild. A lot of young players relying on them more than ever. Do you get a sense, Chris, that this is where are we? Are we still at the beginning of the rebuild? Are we moving into the middle of it? It doesn't feel like playoff contention can be anticipated, but maybe flirting with 500? What is the goal?
Well, I'd say the middle, for sure, a middle of rebuild. Still going to be excited when they get those two centermen. Our third pick overall this year from the kid from Sweden. And then, of course, Boisvert, the other player out of Quebec. But you got to be strong in the middle at center. We've got Connor Bedard, but he needs help. He needs some depth in that. So I think that's going to that'll be the thing that takes a little more time until those two guys arrive. Our defense, I'll call about right now. We got big defense, and they're 6'3" and above for the most part, all 6 or 7 of them. They got to play with some more bite. It's one thing to be skilled and fast, but you got to be hard to play against. And that physicality, as you see Florida and other teams in the past, St. Louis, Boston, big teams, Vegas, and they play physical, and it's hard to play against that type of team.
Quickly, Chelly, are you picking the Bears to win this week, and are you going to Vegas?
I'm not going to Vegas, unfortunately. I just got back from there for a Portillo's event. But
of course you did.
What a great game they had. That was such a great game. I was there for the first half. I had my golf tournament the next day, so most of the guys were in town for that. And it was a fun game. But, again, I don't think I could pick them again. But it's still, they needed that win bad. They got humiliated by Detroit, a good team, but they bounced back great. So hopefully they can continue to build, and who knows, if they can steal a road win, they're back to 500, and things will look a little better.
Great stuff, Chris. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, Chelly.
All right, and they did throw to that ball, Komet, right?
They did.
They did.
You're right.
Yeah,
you love that one,
man. They got to listen to me. Jesus. All right. I'll leave it at
hey,
that.
He's playing great, Komet.
He's had a good start to the season.
He's been blocking well.
He's definitely shown his ability to block.
Yeah.
It stood out.
No doubt. Yeah. Great stuff, Chris. Thank you.
All right, guys. Thank you. Take care.
And want to remind everyone, before Chicago takes on Las Vegas, tune in Sunday from 11 to 1:45 for your local Ford dealers pregame show right here on 670 The Score. Olin Kreutz, Patrick Manley, and myself will get you set for the game. Then immediately following, we'll have instant reaction on the postgame show presented by TimberTech Decking and Railing and Atturo Tire. All of it can be heard on The Score and the Odyssey app. We'll be right back with Stacey Dales on The Score.
Hey, Cubs fans, 670 The Score and Budweiser invite you to join the Rahimi Harrison Grody Show at a special time tomorrow from 2 to 6 p.m. live from Old Crow Wrigleyville. Stop by for great prizing from Budweiser and Cubs baseball talk.
The Cubs are going to be a postseason team here in 2025.
If you're a Cubs fan, you do not want to miss Rahimi Harrison Grody talking Cubs baseball before the game. And it's all brought to you by Budweiser. This Bud's for you.
Can you believe it? Listen to
Rahimi Harrison Grody tomorrow from 2 to 6 live at Old Crow Wrigleyville on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is brought to you by Robert Half. At Robert Half, they found that 67% of companies want to increase contract talent. That's why their recruiters' expertise, award-winning AI work quickly to find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Guys, this sports season, it's game on at Synergenics and Low T Center, the MVPs of testosterone replacement therapy. Ready to tackle low energy and achieve your health goals like a pro? We've got the winning game plan with personalized TRT. Book a free consultation and automatically enter for a chance to win autographed sports memorabilia or tickets to major sporting events. Female patients also eligible. For more information or to book an appointment, visit trtmvp.com. That's trtmvp.com.
This segment is sponsored by Audi Exchange of Highland Park. Seize the thrill of the 2025 Audi Q6 e-tron. Get yours with 0.99% financing for 72 months at Audi Exchange Highland Park and Audi Exchange of St. Charles. Make it yours today before the U.S. $7,500 EV tax credit goes away September the 30th. Shop theaudiexchange.com.
This segment is sponsored by the Chicago Cubs on the Odyssey app.
Cubs fans, Pat Hughes here. The Cubs are in the playoffs. It's got a chance. Cubs win. Join Ron Coomer, Zach Zaidman, and me for all the action of Chicago's hometown playoff call on 670 The Score and the Southwest Airlines Cubs Radio Network.
Mark your calendar, Chicago. The President's Cup is coming to Medina Country Club September 22nd through 27th, 2026. Join us for the premier global golf event featuring the top U.S. and international PGA Tour players competing for their country. It's all happening right here in our backyard, and you're not going to want to miss this. Tickets are on sale now at presidentscup.com.
Hey Chicago, it's Mully and Haugh for Window Nation. Whether you have old drafty windows or cheap builder grade windows, now is the best time to replace your windows, and Window Nation can get the job done in 1 day or less to protect your home ahead of the fall and winter weather. Right now, when you buy 2 windows, you'll get 2 for free. Plus, you won't make any payments for 2 years.
Don't miss out on Window Nation's most popular offer. Get top quality replacement windows at an affordable price. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com now.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
Turner and Rose is the way to go.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
Turner and Rose is the way to go.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
Turner and Rose is the way to go.
We've been serving Illinois for over a decade. After a wreck, you make one call, that's all, to Lerner and Rowe. 708-222-2222. That's 222-2222.
Lerner and Rose is the way to go. Call 222-2222.
Jonathan Bass, Managing Attorney, 114 East Cermak, Chicago. Some work may be performed by or referred to other attorneys.
When people think sleep apnea, they think CPAP. Now at Advent, we do all we can to help sleep apnea sufferers avoid the CPAP machine. And most sleep apnea sufferers who come to Advent are going to be able to avoid a CPAP altogether. Our unique Advent approach using simple in-office solutions can get your nose working and throat open all under one roof. You see, the root of every snoring and obstructive sleep apnea problem lies within the throat, nose, or both. At Advent, we know when we get the nose and throat working properly, most snoring and sleep apnea problems will subside. And we have the most simple and convenient, ultra-effective in-office solutions that can do just that. And this is why people have traveled by planes, trains, and automobiles from corners of the world you would never think of to find the sleep apnea and snoring relief you won't find elsewhere.
Go to adventknows.com to schedule your appointment, because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better. Most insurance accepted.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business. And we gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? If you think you're gonna take me out, it's gonna be really difficult.
Tulsa King, new season now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard Update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. 5 losses in a row for the Cubs. They hope not to have 6. They're back on the Score tonight. It's a 6:30 pregame. We are the only local broadcast for Cubs Mets. Matthew Boyd will be throwing 2:30 today. Craig Counsell joining the afternoon show of Spiegel and Holmes. The White Sox, they are looking to avoid their 100th loss tonight. They're in New York taking on the Yankees. White Sox were walked off last night 3-2 with the win. The Yankees punch their ticket to the postseason. The Bears back to work at Hallis Hall, prepping for the Raiders. That game's in Las Vegas. It's a 3:25 kick on CBS. We've got Stacey Dales to talk NFL Bears with us next. The Hour, it's brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Affordable implants, life-changing smiles.
Stacey Dales, take it away.
Stacey Dales, NFL Network correspondent.
Doing great. Good morning, everybody.
Breaking down the Bears beating news around the NFL.
Caleb Williams, Bears fans, ecstatic. This was really the best case scenario for the Chicago Bears. Gets a dynamic offensive play caller and teacher in Ben Johnson.
Former WNBA star.
Clean steal over to Dales, easy land. Stacey Dales off a beautiful feed from Elaine Collins.
Stacey Dales with Mully and Haugh.
And I live in Chicago, and I do the Score radio, a little plug there.
On 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. We love having a weekly chat with Stacey Dales, and she joins us now on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, your hometown tire. Check them out. Atturo.com. Stacey, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Mully. I love having a weekly chat with you guys as well. Good to be with you.
We should have a cup of tea while we chat, but that's for another day.
You did a great job, Stacey.
Always.
And you were in Cleveland for a huge game. I just wondered, the Packers, what happened? Before we get to the Bears stuff, great week in the division, a lot of stuff going on. Yeah. How shocking was that outcome?
Really spectacular week, actually, David. You know, when you watch the Lions on Monday Night Football, and of course, I was at that Cleveland game. I know Bears fans that are listening are going to be very happy because the Packers kind of had a meltdown, and it was a little taste of humble pie, if you will, I think. I think losses like that are really good for teams that are expected to do big things, and so I think it kind of grounded them a little bit. The division is once again everything we expected, like we saw last year, and ultimately a pretty good weekend for the division. I mean, Minnesota looked good with a backup quarterback, and I thought the Bears were especially good on Sunday.
Yeah, and, it was great to see them win a game, in part because so many of the negatives that you worried about proved positive. In other words, the defense played a lot better than anybody thought they could. They got a great performance from Tyreek Stevenson. Tremaine Edmonds played a lot better than he has played. Some people have been confounded that he can't play better, and he played great. And then you look at, obviously, Caleb and this idea that, is the coach able to improve the quarterback? Can they get better together? It felt positive after that game. I think a lot of questions answered.
Mully, I would argue that, now this is going to sound slightly outlandish, but Ben Johnson was happier that they played their asses off the way that they did than getting the win. I mean, they played so hard, and coaching matters, right? When you watch Monday Night Football and you watch the Detroit Lions go into Baltimore and play the way they did, after what we saw week 1 against the Packers, fast forward 2 weeks, coaching matters. And Ben was pissed off that over the course of 2 weeks, essentially, in the NFL, the start of the season, they weren't practicing to his standard. And so they go back last week, and to run a flea flicker the way that they did, that's coaching. Those aren't gimmick plays. Those aren't, we're going to go and run some trickery. Those are things that they actually stressed in practice. Like, this play will work against this defense if we execute it. If you can make the safety look at a different angle or move at a different spot, we can execute this and it will work. And so I feel like, Ben got everything he squeezed everything out of those guys last week, and you saw the results. I mean, it was very impressive, and people might say Dallas isn't a very good team. Dallas is a good team. Dak Prescott is a very good player. And I felt like the Bears actually came out, took coaching, and performed the way they should have.
How much credit are you giving Ben Johnson then in that context if coaching is as important as you say? And I don't disagree, but in terms of the Caleb Williams development, week 3, it's early, small sample size, but he's 7th in the league in passer rating. I think he has as many touchdown passes as anybody. It's one of those progress reports that you like to see in week 3, but how much of that is Ben Johnson's responsibility?
I think it's also Caleb's responsibility, David. I mean, he's taken this thing by the bull, and I just feel like he cares. I felt like his performance. I mean, it's a two-way street. Like, if you want to be great, you've got to do the work, and I feel like he ties a career high with 4 pass touchdowns. I think he was probably extra motivated against Matt Eberflus and their defense, but the details were there. I mean, when you have a 143 passer rating and 11 pass yards per attempt, I feel like you studied their defense and you put the effort in during the week, and we saw the results. I am really impressed. I know it's still early, but I feel like Caleb cares, and I feel like that was, I go back to Monday Night Football and the Detroit Lions, and I think about the way Jared Goff executes what he's asked to do. He's got so much skill around him. That offensive line performed their best game against a really good defense in Baltimore, and he executed the game plan. That is what Caleb Williams did, and that's why coaching matters. I think Ben Johnson's pulse on this team is, like, you watch the flea flicker, he doesn't flinch, right? He's not celebrating. He's on to the next play. That is like old school football to me, his ability to get these guys aligned, and I love their celebration in the locker room afterwards.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
It was.
Yeah,
Can we agree?
Yes, I think it was. I just didn't expect that saying because I hadn't heard it before from Ben Johnson. So it's giggly. It's a little giggly.
Stacey, when you
David Mully.
Yep.
That's his first win.
Right.
That celebration. If that's what the Bears are in store for, handing out game balls to Tremaine Edmonds and the quarterback, that was incredible to me. And again, when you watch teams win in the NFL and you see, Dan Campbell give a game ball to Muhammad and what he did in that game against the Baltimore Ravens, it's special. Winning is an elixir. Listen, you guys mentioned I was in Cleveland. I went into both locker rooms after the game because it's fascinating in the NFL to actually get to do that. And to go into Cleveland's locker room, you would have thought they had just won the Super Bowl. It changes everything. And I feel like for the Bears, it gave them some life.
I would agree with that. I think that, as we've talked about, one of the frustrating things about the Bears is that there hasn't been enough player development, right? We haven't seen enough players come here and get better and improve. And, as a result, you kind of look at some of the drafts, like what were they thinking and why aren't they taking different players? But I thought out of that game, Cole Kmet played great in that game, had a touchdown in that game. And so your first round pick gets hurt, but there he is. This is a guy that they took before Jalen Johnson back in 2020. I think he was the 43rd overall pick, and Johnson went 50th. And Johnson is a guy that, obviously they're going to figure out if they can get him back before the season ends. He's going to have a surgery on some kind of issue. They haven't explained exactly, some abdominal issue, and hopefully they'll be able to get him a core surgery. Hopefully they'll be able to get him back because they need him pretty desperately. But they also, while they drafted a tight end that they have high hopes for, the other tight end is also making a move and doing a few things, and looks like he's pretty good.
Molly, I love Cole Kmet. This guy. Ben has historically called him a unicorn, right? You guys remember that press conference? Yep. You raised such a great point. What he is for me is old reliable. So when you need a security blanket, who are you going to go to? I feel like he and Rome Odunze are becoming that, or he's been that really for Caleb, even last year. I mean, I think he was his top target, especially in the red zone. But I love that the ball went to him. I love that the ball is going to, to see what Rome has done over the course of 3 games. I do think there's player development there. When you watch like Amon-Ra St. Brown with Detroit,
right,
and all the ways that they have used him as, what was he, a 4th round pick or whatever it was?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, go play with a chip on your shoulder. And I think that Cole wants the ball. I think that you should throw him the ball. I think that when you have balance, like we saw Luther Burden have his best game, obviously, in a career high over 100 yards. I see player development. I saw an improved offensive line. And I'm an optimist. I'm a glass, half full type person. And I feel like the Bears got better this past weekend, which I think is promising. And I feel like it's going to be an upward trajectory just because of the coach. I really think Ben Johnson is outstanding, and I've maintained that all along.
What do you think the future holds for DJ Moore, as much as you celebrate, and rightly so, Rome Odunze's emergence? You talk about the tight ends. They need the ball. Luther Burden had a big game. I do wonder about DJ Moore this year as the highest paid wide receiver in that room. At some point in time, he's got to be a little more involved as well.
Yeah, David, and I think that he will be when push comes to shove. In conversations I've had with the Bears, they really do see him as their Deebo Samuel. He is really a bumper car for them. I think, as this season gets going and really important football is discussed, I think DJ is going to have an integral role in this offense. When you have all the skill players that the Bears do, you have to spread the ball around. And that's what you see. Like winning teams, it doesn't matter who gets the glory. And I say that, and I've been around players that, I've done post-game interviews with players where they didn't have necessarily the numbers they wanted as superstars in the NFL, and you could feel a little bit of it. But when you win 14, 15 games, that changes everything. That changes your contract. That changes who you are as a leader. That changes your legacy. And I think if the Bears keep winning, DJ Moore will be very happy in the role that he's given, and especially when football matters, I think the ball will go to him.
Stacey, did any one particular player's performance surprise you? In other words, who was the guy that snuck up on you a little bit in that game and played better than you thought he would?
Tyreek Stevenson, I would say. I was really impressed with 4 quarters of football from him. Right. I thought he was really on the details. And that to me, I still think the Bears have a ways to go with the run game, but I love that Ben's calling runs because it stresses a defense. But I thought Tyreek had a pretty good football game, and I thought just by and large, Mully, the offensive line did a pretty good job. For Caleb to not have a sack for the first time in his career in that game, I give really all the glory to that offensive line.
So Ben Johnson can say the Bears go into Vegas as road underdogs. I'm not sure if that's still true, but when you look at the Raiders, from here they look like a beatable team. I don't think they're playing at a high level. They're not protecting their quarterback. What do you expect Sunday in Vegas?
It's a good question. I think what I expect is I think the Bears are looking to put together, David. I'm going to keep it on the Bears because I think the Raiders are very talented. I think they're still trying to figure out their system with Pete Carroll and what they're trying to accomplish. But for me, when Ben talked about, like, he's always looking forward, right? When I go back to that last preseason game, he played his starters for a substantial amount of time against the number 2 Chiefs defense, but he wanted to test them on the road. He wanted to put them through that. And I think that they're going to go into this thing and it's all about them. Ben wants to figure out who his team is on the road. And I just feel like now we'll see what Tom Brady shared with the Raiders. Wink, wink. But I feel like it's all about the Bears now, and I go back to the celebration in the locker room. I loved Ben's press conference on Monday. Some of the things he talked about. I don't have to be perfect as a play caller. I do think that's a message to his quarterback, that he has the ability to do a lot of different things. I also loved when he said, we'll do whatever it takes to score. That's on the road to me. We'll do whatever it takes. Figure out what the Raiders are doing and adjust. And I think that the Bears have a lot of confidence and moxie after that game we saw on Sunday.
Yeah, and I think one of my conclusions from Sunday is thank you, Jerry, for trading Micah Parsons, because that aided them a great deal.
Yeah.
But then we learned Myles Garrett is the guy that the Packers should have traded for.
Yeah, no kidding.
It's ironic, right? Ironic that both of those guys wanted to be traded, right?
Yeah.
And people forget Myles Garrett wanted to be traded this offseason, and they go ahead and reward him with the highest record-setting contract ever for somebody at his position. And then shortly thereafter, it happens for Micah. He sets a record. Right. So I guess the new message is, like, hey, trade me. Get me the money I deserve, and let's go figure this thing out. It was incredible to witness in person Myles Garrett. Like, Micah, to see those two guys on the field, like, not at the same time, but sharing the field, they're going to go down as generational at their positions, and it was really interesting to watch such a defensive battle on Sunday with the Packers. To see Jordan Love kind of have a terrible game.
Yeah.
I mean, it was really interesting to watch that.
Stacey, I want to revisit something you said before I let you go. I don't know if I totally agree with it, but I think I'm getting what your point is. When you say the effort level was more satisfying to Ben Johnson than the victory, I don't think you mean it literally, because in the NFL, victories matter more than anything else, and they are the great elixir. But I think, are you talking about big picture-wise, the buy-in that every first-time head coach requires? He finally saw some, and that was as rewarding or more rewarding than the actual outcome?
Because, David, when you do the work, the results just end up happening. So, the win will come if you actually do the work. If you come out flat in the NFL and you're not on the details, and it goes down to the intricate levels of execution. I go back to the flea flicker. DeAndre Swift's tossback was high. I mean, he joked about it.
Oh yeah.
But it still worked because they stressed it in practice. And now imagine how they run a flea flicker. Now they know what it feels like to score like that. And if you can have those things in your back pocket, like we saw John Morton do on Monday Night Football, we call them trickery, but those things are right down to the wire. Those are special plays that are like stressed on Saturday's walkthrough, on Friday's special, situational football moments that they go over in practice. And so, David, if you do that work during the week, the results end up being wins. So that's why I say that I think Ben Johnson, if I would guess, would be more happy with the effort that those guys played with and focus on the details during the week than the results, because the results end up being wins if you do all those things. And that's why I say what I say.
Great stuff, Stacey. Appreciate it as always.
Good stuff, Stacey.
Appreciate you guys. Have a good one.
That's Stacey Dales. Great to talk to her. We're going to bring in Bruce next because I don't know if everyone is aware of it or not, but the Cubs have a big game tonight, and there's big news connected to them. And Bruce was there on the field talking to all these central figures, including Kyle Tucker.
That was a big conversation. Looking forward to hearing his impression and if he thinks that Kyle Tucker will be back in action sooner rather than later.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
Wow.
Coming up this afternoon on Spiegel and Holmes, Craig Counsell, the Cubs manager, joins us at 2:30 to talk about the Cubs' part in Chaos Week. Alex Brown talks Bears with us at 4, and Mark Grody with a Bears hit. All the news you could possibly need at 5 o'clock. We'll turn the page towards the Raiders as well. That's Spiegel and Holmes this afternoon on 670 The Score.
and always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Bet365. When it comes to sports books, Bet365, they've got it all. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be located in Illinois.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today, 630-360-9000. That's 630-360-9000.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Sliding into second? Smart play. Sliding through a red light? Not so much. With Atturo tires, get the grip and stopping power you need when it matters most. Stay in control. Stay safe. Visit Atturo.com today.
My friends at Matrix Basement Solutions want to help you create a great family space, a space for a fan cave. How about a man cave? How about a family cave? How great would it be to get everybody together in a brand new space, or maybe an upgraded space? Whether you've got littles, whether you got teens, maybe you got college kids going back and forth, your space can be created for how you need it and how you need it right now. Check them out for yourself online, matrixbasements.com. That's Matrix with an X. They finish basements, period. The process is easy, it's safe, it's clean. The designer will come right out to your place. You'll wish you would have done this sooner, and you'll love hanging out in your new basement. Matrix Basements. All they do is basements. That's it. We finish basements, period.
Save big money on everything you need for your next project at Menards. Add energy efficiency to your home with Johns Manville oil-faced foam board insulation. These reflective panels add a continuous layer of insulation to your exterior walls to save on your energy bill. Save big on Johns Manville foam board insulation. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business. We gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? I'm a rat! If you think you're gonna take me on, it's gonna be really difficult.
Tulsa King, new season now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa, the pros that know how to keep your business moving at full speed. 6 teams are 0-3 in the NFL. Both New York franchises, Miami, New Orleans, Tennessee, and Houston. But in my eyes, only the Texans still have a viable playoff potential, and that's only because they play in the weak AFC South. Can they catch Indy and Jacksonville? Well, sure they can. We got a long way to go, folks. I'm Boomer Esiason.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji antiperspirant, what would it sound like?
First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Your rehab people got you to the point where once you did come back from your shin issue last year, you hit the ground running literally, and you had a terrific post after that. How much feel good do you get out of that mentally moving forward from this injury? I mean, it's good. I mean, obviously, I'm trying to get back from there as soon as possible, and that's all really an athlete and competitor wants to do is just get out on the field so they can go out there and do their job and compete. So that's just what I'm trying to do right now. And obviously, we got this last homestand week or so, and just last 2 series of the season. So just trying to get back in there at some point over this homestand and get ready for playoffs.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That is our guy, Bruce Levine, interviewing Kyle Tucker yesterday, getting to the bottom of everything going on, and we are delighted to welcome Bruce to the program. He joins us on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, your hometown tire, Atturo.com. Bruce, good morning. How are you, buddy?
Good morning, guys. A lot of Cubby occurrences going on right now. Tremendous amount. And all through baseball, there are Cubby occurrences in other cities going on. There's not one team that knows right now where they're going to be playing when the wild cards start next Tuesday. Not one team knows whether they have a bye. Well, I mean, we know that 2 teams, Philadelphia and Milwaukee, have a bye. Okay, that's it. As far as all of Major League Baseball know where their position is going to be 5 days.
Fascinating, Bruce. Good stuff. Great stuff. Focus on. I only want to know about the Cubs right now because the Cubs are in crisis mode. They have lost 5 in a row, and I think that your conversation with Kyle Tucker, I want to know, what did you come away thinking? What do you project? Because it's one thing to hear how he said it. You're there. You know the player. You saw him running. What is your gut say about Kyle Tucker coming back and when?
If he progresses the next couple of days like he has this week so far, he'll probably DH either Thursday or Friday.
Wow.
So I don't think anything today, but DH is the first thing that he's going to do. Mm-hmm. It's already been confirmed by Craig Counsell that's how they'll start him out. And certainly, the lineup needs it. They scored 7 yesterday, but, they've been averaging a little less than 4 runs per game since the beginning of September. So they certainly need that bat in the lineup.
I'm just curious, Bruce, when are the Cubs finally going to just win a couple games and get that home field? What are they waiting for? Why 5 in a row? Wake up.
It was too big of a celebration, maybe.
Oh, that is such... I know you're joking about that because I mean, and I think that can be...
But it does look bad now, doesn't it? I mean,
yeah, it does.
It's like, okay, you celebrated, and now you had a horrible 4 days in Cincinnati. You had a 5-run lead yesterday, and you blew it. Some of it was circumstantial because Horton came out, but the reality is that they're not playing their best ball right now, and you always want to be, and you think your team will be once they clinch going into the playoffs, but that's really not the situation for the Cubs right now. So riding the ship here for the next 5 games that they play, and again, the Mets are fighting for their lives over the next 2 games, and then the Cardinals over the weekend. That's the goal, is to get this thing pointed in the right way.
I don't know if it's irony or agony, but it is something that Cade Horton this year, the 2 concerns we've had with a guy whose innings they've been watching very carefully, worried about his arm, a blister, and now a cold that turned into a backache. Those are the things that have felled him so far. Bruce, explain to us what what the Cubs were thinking. Were they being ultra conservative? How much are they concerned about his back situation? And was it all caused just by coughing too much?
Well, I'll take you back to May 2004. Sammy Sosa.
Yeah.
Sneezed twice hard.
Right.
Ended up on the DL at that time, called the DL at that point, for 2 weeks. Okay, back spasm, back pain, and right now it's a back or a rib situation. He's not sure, but the same thing could have easily caused this for Cade Horton. There's been some type of bug going around with the Cubs as of the last 10 days. A bunch of guys walking around a little bit sick, and he was one of them for the last week. He explained it last night after he pitched and came out and talked to the media after the game that he'd been sick, and this thing, he felt a little bit something going on there after a cough or a sneeze, and now it was exacerbated yesterday, and they wisely took him out. So we don't know, what they're going to do. They're treating the cold. They're also treating now the symptoms of the back and the rib injuries. So with that in mind, and again, injury meaning strain, we don't know there's anything torn in there. With Sosa, there was an actual tear, I think, and that's why he was out for 2 weeks. So you're hoping it's nothing that bad.
Oh boy!
But starting
to bring that up, Bruce.
Yeah.
Starting the playoffs, that's a stretch right now.
Yeah.
I mean, that's 6 days from now, right?
6 days. Yeah, it's plenty of time. That's plenty of time.
Lots of concerns there. I mean, again, the Cubs have clinched a playoff spot. It doesn't feel that way, right? There's nothing feels good about that right now because they're seeking the home field advantage, and you can tell that it's starting to weigh on them.
Daniel Palencia is back, so he'll be activated today, most likely. That's a good thing, right?
He's another out-getter, as counsel puts it. One of the 27, a few of the 27 outs. So he will not put him, he will not anoint him as the closer. He will be going in trying to get some outs, and I imagine because of his injury and the failure at the end when he got hurt, that they'll slow roll him into over this weekend trying to get some outs and looking good, regaining the 102 and looking dominant. There's no doubt they're going to need that going into the playoffs against San Diego. Or do I tell you that it's 2 wins away, 2 losses away from the Dodgers playing the Cubs?
Not interested in that. No, don't want to consider that. That's not a bad. That's
right?
not a good scenario.
And don't talk about any injury to Cade Horton either.
Yeah, please don't. Yeah,
all right.
He's got a cold.
This is all off limits.
He's got a cold, and they're not going to see the Dodgers until the next round.
He just had a stuffy nose. Everything's
Mike,
good.
let me tell you some good news for you.
Please.
The White Sox only have to go. What is it? 4.
They're at 99. So yeah.
I mean, they have to go 5-0, right? So not to hit.
All right, Bruce. A couple more questions.
I have an actual White Sox
David's
question.
not taking this seriously.
I know, but let me ask you this question. So they brought up Corey Julks. Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't they outright him? He was up here in August, but I'm just saying he could have left the organization, chose to go to AAA, and played well enough to be brought back up when they put Benintendi on the IL with the Achilles issue. I just think that's a nice story, and Colson Montgomery hit another homer. So I think that there's happiness to be found at some places in baseball.
If you look across the table, you'll see David rolling his eyes.
It's the only reason I
Bruce, you know me pretty well. You know me pretty well, partner. All right. Well, enough.
Yeah, enough for the White Sox.
No, not enough for the White Sox. Got all time for the White Sox. But tell me this. Where's Billy Hamilton? Is he going to be part of the equation? And if he's going to be part of the playoff roster, shouldn't he be here by now, at least to get used to everything, meet his teammates? If he's going to be a playoff contributor, I think that it would make sense to kind of give him some run.
Yeah, we don't know. I mean, we know he's in the organization. We know he can still run at his age. They have to make a 40-man roster move to put him on. That means somebody has to be DFA'd. So So they're probably dragging on that. We haven't seen him yet here, but we'll see. It can be a very small but important move that the Cubs make. Right now, I think they're dealing with some bigger issues.
Bruce, we talked a little bit about PCA being moved down in the lineup. I believe he was 9th yesterday. He had laid down a good bunt.
Did you think it was a second inning? Was that a good baseball player or not?
I mean, they scored 2 runs off it, right?
I guess. I mean, I went up and back with a couple of friends of mine yesterday. Second inning, first and second, nobody out. Is that a good baseball play for Pete Crow Armstrong? And they said, yeah, you're an idiot. He's facing a left-hander. He's batting 9th.
He's your 9th hitter.
That was the right.
It's the right play.
Yeah.
Right. It
was
right
but
play.
I'm saying, well, you're going away from a big inning. They scored 3 runs, right? But that's what we've gotten to. Pete batting 9th, sacrificing in the second inning.
Yeah, I think that's probably where he belongs right now, just based on the way he's hit the last 60 days or so. You don't think he'll be there in the playoffs, but I don't know. It just seems like that made sense to me at the time.
Yeah. Well, my job is to stir it up.
Oh, you do. You do that well, Bruce. Tell me this.
Right.
What about the way the bullpen fell into place last night after Soroka and then Taylor Rogers didn't have it? And is he going to make the playoff roster?
Dustin wants Rogers out of the neighborhood.
Yeah. Well, the nice thing is to say you have 3 lefties going into the playoffs, right?
Mm-hmm.
So will they need 3? I don't know, because the configuration changes so much from game 1 to game 2. Game 2, whether it's the Cubs or the Padres, is an elimination game. Meaning, if it's the Cubs and they've lost game 1, you're not going to Mully relievers. You're probably going to Tyone coming in quickly for one of the starting pitchers that might have given up 2 or 3 runs early, right? So it's a whole different dynamic of bullpen when you're facing elimination after the first game, one team or the other. The Padres will be doing the same exact thing on their side. So that's why it's helter-skelter from the first game on. After the second game on, you're just trying to survive and get through and win that second game, win the first game. And that's why it's difficult to project whether you need a third left-hander in your bullpen for a 3-game or possibly 2-game series.
If you do lead tonight in the 9th inning, who's the out-getter who's going to get the final 3 outs?
Well, I think it's Keller. I mean, they like him extended out because he can get you that 1 out in the 7th and then the whole 8th. That's how they wanted to set it up. But I don't know. I mean, they've used Kittredge there. They've used Keller. Ideally, they want to get Palencia back to that spot. I don't know if they have the comfort time. You guys tell me, are they going to be comfortable to get Palencia back to that 9th inning role over the next 5 games and feel like he's the shutdown guy in the 9th?
If he's hitting triple digits, if he's got command.
He was hitting triple digits when Josh Bell home run.
He's got command, though.
Too.
He's got. Yeah. Isn't he your best option?
He was at his best, but when he left, he was not. So those are the things you think about as you're trying to
stirring it up. Bruce just stirring it up.
It's look at the reality of his last outing before he got hurt, and how the 102-mile-an-hour fastball got hit out. So it's location more than it is velocity when it comes to him, and they're going to have to want to see all of these things happening for Daniel Palencia for him to be the man at the end.
Great stuff, Bruce. Always fun to talk to you, even under
guys. Have a great day, and get your rabbit's foots out.
Good work, Bruce. Nice job.
Great job, Bruce. Take care. That is our guy, Bruce Levine, and he's on it. He's all over it. Good stuff.
Well, he was talking to Kyle Tucker. He's got a good assessment of that situation.
Who better to talk to?
DH Thursday or Friday. It makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
Get comfortable back in the box, facing that kind of heat. Get your timing going. And then you're just going to have to, if you hit a gapper, you kind of limp into second. You don't have to. Maybe you stay on first. Don't take any chances on the base paths.
if he can play Thursday, which is what I'm hoping, kudos to Dustin. Didn't Dustin predict he would be back on Thursday?
Did he? I'm not sure.
You don't pay attention?
I do.
Dustin, you did.
I do pay attention.
You did predict that, didn't you?
Hold on, I'm talking to the Wirtz family about losing home playoff games.
Oh boy!
Wow, that was a random. That was a random call. Got to admit. Come on. Now.
But I mean, I think he's just. I think he was making a play off like the dollar bill Wirtz thing, but he was saying that the if the Cubs don't play at home, then the Ricketts family loses a lot of money in revenue based on the crowd coming in and the neighborhood. I mean, I think it'd be bad for everyone in Wrigleyville if indeed the Cubs are not at home. Maybe that's kind of what he was driving at. I don't know.
Well, the worst of it is the fact that your difference in your home and your road record. That would be something I would focus on rather than anything else. You are 46-30 at home. You are 42-39 on the road. So that is a big difference. 46-30 at home.
All right, we're going to talk to Marshall and Layla next. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
Bears fans, it's week 4 and the Bears are heading to Vegas to take on the Raiders. Can Ben Johnson hit it big in Vegas and make it 2 wins in a row? Stay tuned to The Score as we continue to get you ready for Bears Raiders right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen for a full day of reaction on Monday on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Hey, does your garage floor look lousy and stained, cracked concrete a problem, or bad epoxy or paint? Call Comer and Cross Concrete Floors now during their end-of-the-year garage sale at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Right now, you're going to get your best price of the year guaranteed, starting with $750 off. This will be your favorite home improvement for years. A Comer and Cross garage floor is the gold standard, guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And they just make it so easy. They're in and out in one day. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly. They're all certified, uniformed employees. There are no temps or freelancers, and that makes a big difference. And they're even going to take your stuff out for you. Whether you're in Chicago, Milwaukee, or Indiana, now is the time to call them for your best price of the year, guaranteed, starting with $700 off during their end-of-the-year garage sale. Here's the number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to Comer, C-O-M-E-R, cross.com.
Kick off football season like a pro with the world's largest sportsbook at your fingertips. Circa Sports Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be. With high app limits, low holds, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Other books may charge you just to get on the field. But with Circa Sports, every play is yours to call. Start betting like a pro from anywhere, anytime in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
With America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid, backed by America's best warranty. The Hyundai Tucson Hybrid. It's the best of both worlds.
Lease a Hyundai Tucson for $239 a month or get 1.99% APR on the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Offers end September 30th. Call 224-661-0068 for details.
Introducing the IHOP Value Menu, where all your breakfast faves are just $6 each every day. Where else can you get a big, filling, sit-down breakfast for only $6? Go to your happy plates with the $6 IHOP Value Menu. Available every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-888-5226. 800-888-5226. 800-888-5226.
You're on the list for Macy's Fall VIP Sale. That means you're invited to save big on this season's top designer looks at prices you'll love. Like an extra 30% off Calvin Klein, Steve Madden, Hugo Boss, and more. Plus, get 15% off beauty and fragrance from Estee Lauder, Lancome, and so many others. This only happens a few times a year. Don't miss the Fall VIP Sale tomorrow, only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
All right, everyone, huddle up. It's 3rd and long, and the IRS is showing an all-out blitz on us. What's the play? The play is you call PJN Tax Solutions Group. If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more, we may be able to settle your entire IRS debt for up to 85% off the original amount owed, including penalties and interest if you qualify. Is the IRS intercepting your paycheck? Have they thrown a flag for delay of game on your bank account? Dealing with the IRS on your own is a no-win game. Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. PJN Tax Solutions Group is a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. When you draft us, you will not have to speak or meet with the IRS. Call PJN Tax Solutions Group now, 630-415-5296, so you don't get sacked by the IRS. Once again, 630-415-5296, or visit our website, pjntaxsolutions.com. Either way, call us when you want the IRS off your ASS.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed. From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
O'Reilly.
Trust the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the products for your next oil change. Right now, get 5 quarts of Valvoline Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a Wix filter for $35.99. Plus, get a $15 gift card after rebate. Limits apply. See your O'Reilly Auto Parts store for details or shop O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Now we're in a transition a little bit. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. We broadcast live from the Score's Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Want to thank them for their contribution. Thanks to Jacob Stutz for his work getting us up and twitching this morning and every morning. And thanks to everybody for calling and texting and emailing.
Most of all, thank you for listening on this Wednesday.
Certainly appreciate it. Thanks to our executive producer. He is Dustin William Rhodes.
If I see Taylor Rogers in a high leverage situation again, I'm going to just turn everything off. I'm just going to turn everything off and walk away.
And thank you, Brandon Fryer, for your great work as always.
Come after me. I'm a man. I'm 40. I'm not a kid.
Yeah.
Now he's 58 and unemployed.
Yeah. Oklahoma State
Mike Gundy
cut ties with Mike Gundy.
Yeah, surprising.
Yeah.
A little surprising. Nah, we shouldn't be surprised, but there's 4 Power 5, Power 4 coaches that have been fired in September, and everybody's like, it's early.
Oh, it's very early. Okay.
It's way too early to be firing coaches.
I think perhaps for Gundy, it might have been at least a year in the making.
Definitely that. But if you're going to fire him 4 games into the season, why not just fire him last winter?
That's Layla Rahimi. She's here with us this morning. And Marshall Harris, I see him. He's right over here.
Y'all know the deal. You get hired to get fired, and I'd gladly hire me to be a college head coach, especially at a Power 4 school.
Oh, they're making some
Especially
money.
at Oklahoma State. If you had the blessing of Boone Pickens, that's how long it lasts.
Are you telling me? So you believe that 3 or 4 games is enough into any season to fire a coach?
No. I think it compounds if you go back and look what happened last year, and you can usually follow the breadcrumbs to he was on the hot seat to start the season.
No doubt about it.
To start the season. And
he's been one of those guys reluctant to adapt to NIL, transfer portal. He's been one of those old school type head coaches.
And frankly, he should have. That's one of the schools where it would have made sense. They have a huge endowment. They had obviously Boone Pickens was a massive investor in everything there because he went there. So yeah, that would have made sense.
Who's your favorite Oklahoma State alum? Former player.
I mean, it's got to be Barry Sanders, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there somebody in your
R.W. McQuarters? I always think of that for some reason.
What?
I loved R.W. McQuarters.
I think that's right.
Guy.
Wasn't he? Wasn't that?
I loved him. He had.
Did he go to Oklahoma State?
He had a tattoo, like across his midriff, which said "franchise."
Dang.
And I was like, "Wow, that's kind of a cool tattoo." What prompted then? He goes, "Yeah, but when I was in San Francisco, they started calling me French fries." The very fact he would tell you that tells you what a
he
good
was one of the
dude
all timers. He was one of the
Just a
all time
good
fun guy to cover. Yeah, I always associate him with the
French fries.
That's hilarious.
The idea that he just told me that story.
Yeah, the humility involved.
Yes,
like the humor. That's great.
Now the franchise tattoo, that's not humility.
That's a good example of a permanent decision based on a temporary feeling.
Yeah, we're
what
plenty
I call
of those.
that.
Yeah.
Haven't they gotten better at tattoo removal over the years? Like I feel like you can get.
I got all mine removed, so I would say yes.
Wait, you had tattoos?
I had at least 6 of them. I had a big sleeve.
He had.
Wait a minute. Hold up. Stop the.
That's the most disturbing thing I've ever heard you say.
I thought you had just the hidden shamrock.
The hidden shamrock. I had a neck tat at one point. A neck tat.
Man, you had me hyped. I was getting ready to like really back David Haugh. Like, all right, I see you.
What world are we in right now?
No. Layla's reaction though was classic.
I just had the barbed wire across my mouth.
See.
And then do I have to say I had the tramp stamp even though I never had it? That's how this goes.
I mean, as a phony tough guy, I got the barbed wire.
The no regrets.
Oh yeah.
Regrets is spelled.
But let's face it, our generation, Marshall, the worst of the tattoos, like the tramp stamp and the barbed wire and characters in foreign languages that weren't actually what people thought they meant.
But I feel like tattoos are so much more acceptable now, even like in local news.
But I'm saying you're not getting the barbed wire, the Chinese word that you don't know
Local
what it
news?
is, or the tramp stamp.
Yeah, national news. I know people who work.
Yeah, people just cover them up with there's good makeup now. There's really good makeup to cover that stuff up if you want to on camera.
And I just don't think people care anymore.
I went to Tijuana one time and I got a mom tattoo and it came out wow.
Oh wow. Oh mom.
I still love French fries. That's gonna make me laugh all day.
French fries is classic.
It's amazing.
And I only know it because he told me, which is really classic.
I love all of that. That entire story
French
makes me
fries.
happy.
That's why I'm happy about Oklahoma State being brought up today.
But also, you lose to Tulsa. I think that's what did it too, is the in-state rival.
I suppose that's true.
There are certain things that offend people's sensibilities, you know, and I think that was one of them for the fan
Their only
base.
win this year was against Tennessee Martin. That's not even a real school.
But it's September 24th.
That guy is terrible.
He went winless in the Big 12 last year.
I heard he makes a terrible
I think it was
cup of
52-0 to Colorado. But come on, David. Come on. The signs were all there.
What about all those guys he went to in the portal that came there because of him?
They can just leave at some point.
Apparently he needed a higher
Paid
caliber
elsewhere.
portal.
What have we today?
Well, we got a packed show. We have to talk about this Cubs loss because my goodness. French fries. We have Russ Dorsey coming on with us at noon for the whole hour, so we'll play 5 on it with him and get his thoughts on what was really a pivotal night last night in Major League Baseball for a few reasons. We'll also have Mike Florio on at 11. We got to look at this Bears run defense against Ashton Genty. Could that be an opportunity? That's at 10:45.
For who?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
For who?
So we want to examine that as we get ready for the Raiders and turning the page there, if you will. And then additionally, we have Danny Parkins joining us at 1, so we get to talk about NFL with him. Mark Grody will join us with the latest from Hallis Hall on a day where Caleb Williams is expected to speak. That is at 1:25.
Have a great show.
Hey, Chicago, it's Mully and Haugh for Window Nation. Now is the best time of year to replace your old, drafty, cheap, or builder-grade windows, and Window Nation can get the job done in 1 day or less. Right now, when you buy 2 windows, you'll get 2 for free. Plus, you won't make any payments for 2 years.
That's right. No interest, no monthly payments, and no down payment. Don't miss out on Window Nation's most popular offer. Get top-quality replacement windows at an affordable price. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com now.
FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner here at 670 The Score. This is Spiegs, and FanDuel's getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers, you can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. Pick a bet, bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, you can bet player props, or a new addiction of mine, riding those live lines. During a game, looking down, what's the bet? Makes the games more fun. Whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. New customers, you can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. Pick a bet, bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. Visit FanDuel.com/Matt to download the FanDuel app today and get started. That's FanDuel.com/Matt. 21 plus and present in Illinois. First online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Kohl's Cash is turning 20, and to celebrate, Kohl's is giving you the gifts. All month, you can enter our sweepstakes for a chance to win $200 Kohl's Cash. Plus, get epic deals on cozy favorites, home must-haves, and more right now. Yep, we were gonna throw a party, but this is better. Cue the confetti and the savings at Kohl's. Offer in September 28th. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Sweepstakes ends September 30th, 2025. No purchase necessary. 20 winners per day. Limit 1 prize per person for entire sweepstakes. See Kohls.com for official rules and details.
Doug. Limu and I always tell you to customize your car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. But now, we want you to feel it. Cue the emu music, Limu.
Save yourself money today. Increase your wealth. Customize and save, we say.
That may have been too much feeling.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
Lerner and Rowe is the way to go.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
Lerner and Rowe is the way to go.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
Lerner and Rowe is the way to go.
I'm attorney Kevin Rowe. Getting rear-ended once is bad enough. Don't let the insurance company hit you again with a lowball offer. Call an experienced attorney who knows how to fight and win. Call Lerner and Rowe today. 708-222-2222.
Lerner and Rowe is the way to go. Call 222-2222.
Jonathan Ross, Managing 2114 East Cermak, Chicago. Some work may be performed by or referred to other attorneys.
In baseball, changing the game begins with rethinking it. Like rethinking how we can make better calls. With instant replay, robo-umpires, strike zone data, and more. The same innovative thinking that changes the game could change your portfolio. Invesco QQQ gives you access to the innovators who are rethinking the world. Invesco QQQ, the proud ETF partner of the Chicago Cubs. Let's rethink possibility. There are risks when investing in ETFs, including possible loss of money. ETF risks are similar to those of stocks. Investments in the tech sector are subject to greater risk and more volatility than more diversified investments. Consider the fund's objectives, risk, charges, and expenses before investing. Visit Invesco.com for prospectus with this information. Read carefully before investing. Invesco is not affiliated with the Chicago Cubs. Invesco Distributors, Inc.
Without an Advent clinic nearby, people suffering needlessly from chronic nasal congestion and sinus infections would be stuck with either Band-Aid or sledgehammer solutions. Band-Aids are pills or nasal sprays, and they're not true solutions. Surgery is a sledgehammer, and that's what we're trying to avoid. Because most people don't need surgery for nose and sinus issues, nor do they want a 14-day recovery. Our unique Advent approach can, in 20 minutes in our office, open your blocked nose for good, with only 1 day recovery. I'm Advent founder Dr. Candula. Outside of Advent's 4 walls, invasive surgery is what they'll recommend. But here you will find effective and convenient in-office solutions to help you stop the need for Band-Aids and avoid the sledgehammer.
Go to adventknows.com to schedule your appointment, because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better. Most insurance accepted.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Old Republic Kitchen and Bar features 45 TVs, so every seat is a front row seat for every single play. Fuel your fandom with their full menu of amazing food, wings to burgers. Old Republic Kitchen and Bar on Route 20 in Elgin. Not just a bar, they're the #1 destination in Kane County.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score!
This hour is sponsored by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Affordable implants, life-changing smiles.
The views and opinions of Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, and Mark Grody should not be taken too seriously, especially when they give advice. Do not take Marshall's analogies literally, especially when it comes to Russell Dorsey. The sports thoughts of Rahimi, Harris, and Grody may change at any time. It's just sports. Okay, thanks. Bye. 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 Bye.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. 10 to 2 on 670 The
Nico Horner, ladies and gentlemen. How are you, Nico?
I'm good. It's a great way to start the week.
Come on, cheer louder than that. He's hitting 355 in his last 23 games.
Look at this guy.
What the hell?
Come on, man.
I like the hype.
No applause, huh? Come on. Get it working in here, right?
Folks are trying to eat, man. Let them be.
They're going to the playoffs for the first time since 20.
That's true. One more time.
You didn't do what you currently do for a living. Nico Horner, what would you do?
Honestly, never had another job I wanted. I feel like I randomly would enjoy doing architecture or something. But yeah, let's just go with that.
Do you guys have a skyscraper?
And one of the things I always look at coming home to the city is I always look for cranes in the air.
Did you take the architecture tour in Chicago?
No, I actually never have.
Oh, man! What are you doing?
I'm really disappointed. If I were to choose a team to win the Super Bowl at this point, it'd be the Bears.
One of us, we accept that one of us. You don't know one of us. We accept that one of us.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Nico Horner survived midday show initiation yesterday. Congratulations, Nico. One of us. Your next job is to somehow try to go to that 6-3 Bears Seahawks game that Ian Happ went to last year.
Don't make him do that. that is not nice.
That's the test of a real one. Ian Happ still has more Bears on the Grody scale.
Yes, he does. Because Ian Happ's a real one.
If you sit through a 6-3 Bears game in December, all of you, anybody who's listening who is there, you get more Bears. I'm pretty sure of that. This is Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Mark will be with us at 125 from Hallis Hall. We are on 670 The Score. Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, and you. We broadcast live from the Score's Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. When we have breaking news, it is brought to you by Wildfire. Join Wildfire Restaurants as they celebrate 30 years of serving delicious food and creating memories. Our producers, Ray Diaz, Robbie Triano, and Brandon Fryer. We also have our video team. You can watch us on Twitch. Chicago 670 The Score is where you can find us on Twitch. Connor O'Donnell, Jacob Stutz, and Max Curtis help us out there. And you can call us and text us 312-644-6767. So speaking of Nico, Ian Happ, who was on with us yesterday with Lawrence and me on the afternoon show, Marshall, what was all this we really want home field talk? Because I was willing to set aside I wasn't really willing to set it aside, but I was willing to believe the Cubs when they said that they were not happy with the 4-game sweep in Cincinnati at the hands of the Reds, also in the hunt for the playoffs. And then you have a day off. You're facing a hungry Mets team, and not just hungry for the playoffs. I would say hungry, like an O is in there. That's how hungry they are.
Is that a different level of hungry?
I think so.
I don't think I'm familiar with the hungry.
It's like strength and strength.
Oh, strength.
And
strength is the thing I know, and I know that.
And drinks and drinks.
Oh, well, drinks. Can I buy you a drink?
Exactly. Exactly. If you put the T-Pain in the mix, if you're producing the word a little bit, that's how you know you're really into it. So we knew the Mets team was motivated. The get-right game I did not think was going to be coming back after being down 6-1 to end up taking the game against the Cubs in the first game of the series last night, 9-7. What was all this we want to get home field talk?
I think the talk is one thing. I mean, obviously, I would like $10 million. But to say I want to, you want a pony. Exactly.
I don't actually. I live in a tiny apartment.
I don't know that would work for you unless you had that pony in a stable, like where you take a little summer drive and go ride your pony.
The concept, you know?
Yeah, no, but it's the concept of home field advantage, what that would mean to you, what that would mean to your fan base, what that would mean for the city of Chicago, knowing in the wild card, you play 3 games and they all get played in the same place. That's what makes the wild card a little bit different in terms of postseason for everyone.
Also, let's do a thought exercise.
Okay, I'm thinking.
Since, you know, the last time the playoffs happened, nobody could go for the Cubs.
Right.
Like, fans couldn't go. Cubs Day playoff game. Doesn't that sound great? Ray threw his hands up in the air.
Are people even going to work? Are people even going to work?
Call off for that, man. It's the Cubs.
It's a holiday.
It's the first time in 5 years the Cubs have been in the playoffs, baby. Call off
We
work.
can air elevator music or something instead, and we'd go. But that's the point here. This is something that we were told was on the tips of the fingers of the Cubs, that they wanted that. We as a base want that. I want to experience a Cubs Day playoff game. Do you know that would be like in the bleachers for the first time in 5 years? Oh my goodness.
I would like to do shows leading into a Cubs playoff game from Wrigleyville. That's what I would like.
I mean, everybody visualize that for yourselves. Now give that energy to the Cubs, because what the heck?
Well, here's what I will say. I'm shocked at what happened last night, mainly because it involved, 1, an injury, 2, an offense that looked good, but obviously did not do enough, because the pitching certainly didn't do enough, because again, there was an injury at the outset of the game. And so when I look at that versus you just played 4 high stakes games, much higher stakes for the other team, and now you're playing 3 high stakes game, again, much more higher stakes than the other team. So it's a matter of will at this point. Like, can you will yourself to whittle that magic number from 4 to 0, or are you going to give up what is now a 1.5 game lead against the Padres?
To bring it all together, how hungry are they for this? How much strength do they have? And did they have too many drinks last Wednesday?
Well, I don't think it's about the drinks. Everybody wants to call this the hangover era, because they've lost 5 in a row for the first time all season.
Especially professional athletes. You can't be hungover for that long. But that part of it as well. The stated thing from Craig Counsell about what they want to do next after clinching, and then the lineup that he put out there the next day kind of tells the story that he was not just talking about it, but as you said, he was about that action boss. Yeah, he was being about it.
Yes.
I was going to say he was be about it, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, I hear you. And so to go from that point of Craig Counsell saying, what, you thought you were going to get that weaker lineup as I gave all my guys a day off? No, we still have goals to achieve, but yet they haven't won a game since then.
Also, history dictates that when the Cubs do need an offensive boost, Cincinnati is usually a place where they can get it. So all of that said, I didn't want to come in here today and talk about that 4-game sweep again. But when you put it together with the day off where hopefully you had gotten a break.
A little reset.
And then Ian Happ brought this up with us because he was on with us on the afternoon since you guys had Nico.
All that swapping.
The travel was an issue for them. Like it did factor in. That was a 10-game road trip. They had gone to Atlanta or played Atlanta briefly, and that broke up, the other part of a pretty road heavy schedule for them. All of that makes sense. It made sense. Okay, go out there and then beat the Mets. Step right up and beat the Mets. Because it's essentially somewhat of a playoff training ground for you. That's a good way to break in to what could be an NL wildcard scenario. But unfortunately, a 6-1 lead wasn't enough. So let's go back and listen to what the Cubs told us about how important it was to try to get that home field. Let's start with Ian Happ talking about it. If you missed that, because he was on a different time slot with Lawrence and me yesterday.
What advice do you have for younger players who are going to experience playoff Wrigley for the first time?
Yeah, I think just take it all in. It's so special. I mean, this place, Chicago, the city, when a team's in the playoffs, the buzz, but also just Wrigley Field itself, the atmosphere, the fan base, and just like it is. We're very lucky to get to experience 40,000 people on a regular basis, but when it's a playoff atmosphere, when it's that crisp fall day, and it's rocking, like there's not quite anything like it. And that was kind of the biggest message, was like, we need to host games at Wrigley. Like, we need to host this wild card series at Wrigley and feel that. And I think that's kind of, that's our mission over the next 6 games, is to lock that in.
That sounded like a man who was hungry.
Picture it. He did the visualization with us. That's what happened.
And I think everybody knows what that picture looks like, and also that someone stole that picture out of the house, and now they're looking to hang another one up, if you will, because it's been so long since we've had fans in the stands.
Well, and also they haven't been playing like it. When you, just like you said, that was the first 5-game losing streak all season. That is not what you want on September 24th. Like, after the day ends on the 23rd of September. That is the exact opposite of what you want to be doing at this time of the year. And frankly, if there's another team to teach you the lesson, and I'm sorry, Robbie, but that catastrophic loss last night by the Tigers, like, if there's, you don't want to be them. Like, you don't want to be like, how's it going, guys? They're locked and loaded. Next thing you know, there's a deep snap by Tarek Skubal. Like, that's the picture you don't want going into the playoffs.
Yeah, I was thinking about that last night with Cade Horton on the mound for the Cubs and Tarek Skubal on the mound for the Tigers, and the way they kind of simultaneously combusted, if you will. I think for the Cubs, there's still time, right? There's, like, if they just win today, like right now, they just need a win. Forget about, like, putting together 2 or 3 wins, but certainly the week before the season ends is not when you want to be playing what is categorically we can say is their worst stretch of the season.
Yeah.
The numbers bear it out.
When you lose 5 straight, that's pretty hard to argue against. But they told us they wanted to play at home, and that was something that was top of mind. Nico Horner told you guys that yesterday over at Brick House Tavern.
Yeah, I mean, you said it, but doing it at home is really, something that we've emphasized. We've emphasized from the beginning of the year the importance of just embracing Wrigley as a unique place, as a place that's an advantage to us, a place that has randomness and wild games and weird conditions that other places don't have, and really treating that as our home and a place that, we feel like we always have an advantage if we're playing here, and so being able to play in the playoffs here is even more so.
And then if you don't believe him, a week ago at this time, after the party, or perhaps during, Craig Counsell talked about the importance of it.
We talked to the team, right before we started celebrating, is the number one goal kind of moving forward. The next one in front of us is playing our first playoff game at Wrigley in front of our fans. And we're on our way to that, and we'll try do everything we can to make sure that happens.
We're on our way to that, plainly stated as a goal by Craig Counsell. I don't think he thought at that point that they wouldn't have a win almost a week later.
6 days later. This segment is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today. And I like this point from 815, the texter. Nico is definitely playing like he wants to play a playoff game at home. And yes, I can certainly agree with that, especially when you get out to a 6-1 lead. Nico yesterday, 3 for 5, 4 runs scored, an RBI as well, and only 1 strikeout. His average is 302.
Climbing.
To have a 300 hitter.
Climbing.
Such a nice thing to say.
And not only is his average up, but obviously by way of average, the on base, and by way of on base, the OPS, the on base plus slugging. His OPS is up to 747 now. It's ticking right behind like Pete Crow Armstrong, Ian Happ. It's above a lot of other guys in the lineup. He has been their best hitter now, I guess I could say, since the All-Star break.
Yeah, I mean, you can absolutely make that argument, and I think the numbers bear it out. And at the end of the day, so does your average. And even if you just look at the box score, if you don't look at the score, which is impossible because it was 9-7, but if you just take a look at the lineup and the construction, you want your 302 guy at the top. Like that's how you get it done. I mean, that's very impressive work out of Nico, especially when you consider the hitting profile as well. I liked it yesterday, Hap, Suzuki, and then Carson Kelly, and then the swaps for Santana, originally in there, and then Michael Busch. But unfortunately, like, a lot of this falls on the pitching, of course, and what happened with Cade Horton. We're going to get into that a little bit next, but we had to start with just the simple concept of, we're talking about a team on a 5-game losing streak here, when this is a series that really can help you figure out who you need to be coming up next week in the wild card. And frankly, let's look at the weekend series too while we're here. You don't want this extending into St. Louis, where that's a team who actually, if there was a great way for the Cardinals, if you're looking at it from their standpoint to finish out a season, mess with your rival at their place. You know, that element of petty is definitely on the minds of people trying to play for next season.
You're hoping you don't get there where, let's say it's Saturday and they're still in this battle for the top wild card spot. You're hoping that's done, because what that can also do is give you maybe a couple of days off for guys who need it, right? Guys shouldn't have to be playing Sunday in this if the stakes are win the game or else you've got to go travel for the wild card.
Yeah.
That is a bad spot to be in on a Sunday.
I also agree with this. And this was, I felt like it was a big aspect of it too. And frankly, when you hear the announcement about the ABS system coming to baseball next year, it's very top of mind. 708 says last night's game was a tough watch. The home plate ump made a huge mistake that set up the 2-run homer from Alvarez. And he's right. That's exactly what happened there. Francisco Alvarez was able to get extra life in what should have been the end of the at bat.
Umpire gave that man CPR.
That one extra, because it was on the outside, but the ball was clearly in the strike zone, enough of it to where it should have counted as a strike, and instead it was ruled a ball. And then the next pitch, Alvarez sends it out of the park. That ends up being one of the difference makers in the game.
No, I think breathing life into him he gave him the old like take your time, resuscitation, because he was dead. He was dead man walking. And he went from that to the hero of the game. Wait, can we talk about his home run trot, by the way? Francisco Alvarez, was he feeling it or was he feeling it?
Hungry.
Look.
They were.
And he rounded the bases like a man who had just ate. He had a good meal. That at bat had fed him.
Like we said last week about the Bears, who had given up 2 Offensive Player of the Week awards on their watch. You don't want to be the get-right game.
And listen, that's the kind of situation that the Cubs are in, because they now have to face teams that, well, not St. Louis, but obviously they're not going to be able to just put away a team easily these next 2 games.
Well, and
the Mets know they need this. They're back in the driver's seat now because the Reds are out here making not great decisions with how they use their starting pitchers, the better ones. But overall, you look at the situation and you're like, they're not going to really get a break. And by the time they do, if they even split these next 2 games, it may be a situation where they have to win the next 3 games just to stay in spot. The magic number is 4. And that number is going to stay at 4, it looks like, because the Padres are handling business. They threw a shutout against the Milwaukee Brewers.
Yeah, and that game, it's a 4:00 game today to watch for. Their Reds lost to the Pirates last night by a final of 4-2.
I want to tell people, Layla, that we're going to be out and about tomorrow.
We are. We're going to be outside again.
Join the Score in Budweiser tomorrow from 2 to 6 p.m. at Old Crow in Wrigleyville. Our show will be at that special time of 2 to 6 because Spiegel and Holmes, show swap, are 10 to 2 tomorrow because they got to catch flights to Vegas. So stop by to register to win special prizing from Budweiser and say hello to Layla, Mark Grody, and me before the Cubs game. That's tomorrow at 2 at Old Crow in Wrigleyville. It's all brought to you by Budweiser. This Bud is for you.
Yeah, come say hi to us. And in the meantime, let's talk about some of the concerns about the Cubs. You don't give up a 6-1 lead without there being some chaos, and unfortunately, that's what happened. The guy who we've talked about a ton, Cade Horton, is now in a precarious position. We examine how injured he is and how that affects the team, not just this week, but possibly next. We'll do that next on Rahimi Harris and Grody on The Score.
Bears fans, it's week 4 and the Bears are heading to Vegas to take on the Raiders. Can Ben Johnson hit it big in Vegas and make it 2 wins in a row? Stay tuned to The Score as we continue to get you ready for Bears Raiders right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen for a full day of reaction on Monday on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment is sponsored by Bet365. When it comes to sportsbooks, Bet365 has it all. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and up only. Must be located in Illinois.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today, 630-360-9000. That's 630-360-9000.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula? No.
Coffee?
No.
So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo? Absolutely not.
Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
I gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency. All over Febreze car clips right on your bed. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
We take care of our customers every day. Strong warranties and a wide selection of luxury and affordable vehicles is why car buyers keep coming back.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick Promise.
From pads and rotors to shocks and struts, coming to a full stop should never mean your business does too. At Napa, we are the pros that know brakes and suspension better than anyone. So when others are grinding their gears, our premium parts and exceptional service deliver results. Whether you're operating a local shop or managing a national fleet, Napa has exactly what you need, when and where you need it. Get the brake and suspension parts you're looking for right now at Napa.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
We'll be right back with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score.
Hey, Chicago, it's Mully here.
And David Haugh. We're always starting your day with the best Chicago sports talk. Mornings 5:30 to 10 on The Score.
And don't forget, if you missed the show live, you can always get us anytime on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Catch every show, every hour, every segment of Mully and Haugh on demand.
It's so easy. Just open up your favorite podcast app, search Mully and Haugh, and hit the follow button to get every minute of the show your way and on your time.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Tampa Bay Bucks record may be 3-0, but look more closely and things are shaky. According to The Athletic, the Bucks have the smallest point differential of any unbeaten team in league history, and they've needed last-minute scores all 3 weeks just to survive. Injuries are piling up, and up next, the defending champion Philadelphia Eagles. I'm Maggie Gray.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grote. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Now, something that's come up here right now. Michael Soroka is throwing in the Cubs bullpen. Horton has been outstanding through the first 3 innings. You would not have him warming up if he wasn't coming into the game.
We'll have to see what the deal is there with Cade Horton.
Yeah, unfortunately, as you just heard Pat and Ron tell you right here on 670 The Score, the situation with Cade Horton last night was not good. This is Rahimi Harrison Grote on 670 The Score talking about how the Cubs were up 6-1, but unfortunately lose 9-7 to the Mets in the first game of the series last night. And I want to wrap up something that we talked about earlier. In case you needed another heat check, let's go over the Cubs' record by month since June. 13-13. July, they were 14-10.
Yay!
That's good for a 583 clip that month. August, 15-14, and September, 10-10.
So they could have winning records in 3 straight months if they just figure it out over the next 5 games.
But to go 500, 583, 517, and then 500, oof. That doesn't give me as much confidence as I had after the month of May for this team. And unfortunately, another thing that doesn't give me confidence is Cade Horton leaves the game. The guy you thought was going to be the ace for the playoffs leaves the game after only 3 innings, gave up 2 hits, 1 run. It was earned. He threw 2 strikeouts, but unfortunately, and a home run to boot, by the way. But unfortunately, you knew something was off. And that's what we later found out during the game. Cade Horton pulled because of a back issue that is related to illness. Let's listen to what Craig Counsell had to say about it.
Cade was sick this week. Like we've had a couple guys sick, and he was coughing a lot. He noticed the symptoms kind of Sunday, Monday-ish. No effect throwing, and it just started to tighten up a little bit. So we pulled the plug on it. Then we're just going to have to evaluate it moving forward.
Symptoms of the tightness before? Is that what you meant?
He had a little no symptoms throwing. He threw his bullpen. He threw yesterday. No symptoms throwing. He just had a little symptoms on deep breaths. So, likely just the illness has caused him to cough. Has been coughing a lot. That may be it. I think that's what we feel like it probably is. And we wanted to be extra careful during the start tonight. So we stopped it.
So it sounds precautionary from Craig Counsell, but either way, you can't keep affording to lose people when you've already lost so many. And we're not talking about a wild card series with Justin Steele on the hill, for example. That's not an option here. And unfortunately, Matt Boyd hasn't been as good as we would have liked to have seen going into this time of year, even though his playoff numbers are really good, as we know, 0.75 ERA in his playoff starts and 4 appearances. But, playoff appearances rather. But in this case, you were hoping that everything would be okay with Cade Horton. This is why they limited his innings, and his pitch count was always in the 70s or thereabouts, mid-70s. All of these precautions were taken to hopefully keep him healthy come playoff time. To have the illness take you down, especially for a guy who's listed at 6'1", that's a lot of area there to cover for a back, which concerns me. And when you take a deep breath, I'm thinking about the muscles on your sides as well. The side body, as they call it.
Like the obliques and all that.
Yeah. Accessory muscles. That's not a good thing.
That's how I think of them as my accessory muscles, as I do my quote-unquote accessory work of things I don't want to do because it's core-related. And, yeah, we all need stronger cores. But
those little muscles where you realize you're not as strong as you'd like to be.
Yeah. That's basically, it's like, I don't care how much you can bench press. Can you do 100, name something? And you're like, I'm out. I'm tapping out at 50.
Yeah, or you just twist and you're like, that was not as easy as it should have been. That's what I think about in these cases.
But looking at the night that Cade Horton had up to that point, he gives up the leadoff home run to Francisco Lindor, and the Cubs immediately get his back with 2 runs in the first, 3 runs in the second. Jeff McNeil doesn't know how to play second base. There were so many things that were going away, and then all of a sudden,
feeling it.
The top of the 4th comes on, and Michael Soroka's out there, and take our group chat, for instance.
Yeah, we were all like,
what's going on?
Hit the brakes.
Like,
why is he out there?
This is earlier than even we have ever expected him to come out because he's only thrown 29 pitches. And the uncomfortable anxiety that came with waiting to find out what exactly is going on. And you could sense it in the booth as well. And so when they didn't have answers, what does that make the layman like me, who's just an observer of this game? I'm not at Wrigley Field. How do I feel about it? And I kind of let those feelings take me to a dark place.
They washed over you? The dread?
I marinated in those feelings, so I had no choice.
So let's go over what happened after Cade Horton left. Michael Soroka comes in, goes an inning and 2/3, gives up 4 runs. None of them were earned, though. Error, right? So that was part of it. And then we see, I got to get the Chris Kamka ruling on this. Is this the first time 2 Twins have both pitched in a game? Taylor Rogers comes in, goes an inning, gives up 2 earned runs. Then it's Drew Pomeranz. He does his normal thing, no earned runs. Then it's Andrew Kittredge for an inning, doesn't give up any runs. Caleb Thielbar, not in the usual place you see him. He's tagged with the loss. We talked about one of the at-bats that made that possible. So he gives up 2 on the homer, so that he gets an inning to his name, and then it's Jordan Wicks to round it out. You don't want to use that many people in your bullpen. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people that you had to use. You had to use 6 pitchers yesterday in addition to your starter. Again, not ideal situations when you're trying to rest up before a playoff run.
But that tells you how important this game was to Craig Counsell in his mind and trying to, okay, we're still tight, or we have a lead, but we got to hold on to this lead, or we just gave up the lead. He's trying everything in his power to give his hitters one more chance. But let me tell you something. They had no chance, because what I saw from Edwin Diaz, I don't want to see that man ever again.
The music was playing in my head. You know the Diaz walkout music?
Yes.
I was like, oh, Timmy Trumpet. There you are.
I didn't know he was that versatile. The fact that was his 6th time coming in for a 2-inning save this season. And the fact
5 strikeouts.
And it wasn't like 5 strikeouts. And then like when they gave me like the stats on Dansby against Edwin Diaz, I was like, oh, this game is probably over, because he's 0 for, and I think I think it was either 10 or 11 at bats, and he struck out 9 times.
I kept hearing that. I kept hearing this the whole time for 2 innings. This is in my head.
We were
just playing nonstop. Strikeout, strikeout, strikeout. And I'm like, God, this is how they get to the playoffs, isn't it?
Yeah,
this right here.
It's going to be in my nightmares all week.
Those pitches were insane that he was striking people out on. I was like, this man is out here. Like he was out there.
You know, Gary Cohen's just cooking on the call over at SNY.
Layla, he was out there on more than a mission. You know, like guy comes in to like, oh, they need me in the 8th. I know what time it is. He ramped it up. You know what he was? Hungry.
He was in playoff mode.
Hungry.
He's like, oh, this isn't coming on me. You're not putting this on me. Dude, the whole time I watched him pitch, I'm not kidding, that was in my head. I'm like, great. Great.
And so now you're left with questions as we talk about Cade Horton, his back tightness that causes him to leave the game after 3 innings here on Rahimi Harrison Grody. Mark Grody, by the way, will join us at 1:25 from Haugh.
He will.
He talks about, what he's going through, Cade Horton, in terms of like, it's a back tightness thing, but it's more than that, because of you're now projecting out to when are we going to see him again? What's going on?
And frankly, he is the guy who's like, hey, 75 pitches and I know what I'm doing. That made me feel better about the outing, when he talked about how he got taken out after having, at the time, what was a no-hitter in his outing. He is the guy who will give you some confidence about where he stands in it. Here's what he had to say about being taken out early.
In Cincinnati, was coughing a lot, and so felt a little discomfort in like my rib area, back area, and so just made the right move. Didn't want to push it. Sucks, hate it, but it's the right move. In between innings, like my breath started to bother me, and so just wanted to to get on top of it early while we have time, rather than, keep going and potentially, harm the next.
Preservation is real.
It is. And he is a guy who very much sounds like he trusts his manager and his team's decisions. Like, you're not hearing any sort of dissonance there when it comes to a guy who you're depending on. Again, probably if he's healthy, he's starting game 1 for you in the playoffs. I never get the feeling when I hear him talk that there's any sort of disagreement with the decision that's being made regarding him.
I think the other thing for him is, why would you ever have any kind of dissonance between him and his manager, because of look how his season has gone doing what they have told him that they want to do, whether that was coming out in that no hit situation, whether that was, well, look, these guys in their plan for me has led me to being the front runner and probably the winner of the National League Rookie of the Year award. That probably doesn't happen if he's just out here loosey goosey. No, and we know what he's able to do in a College World Series. Like, there's some experience there when knowing what's on the line. That gamesmanship and being a gamer, there's an opportunity for him next week. But when it comes to seeing how that played out yesterday, given the 4 games before it, it's a trend that desperately needs to be stopped. Another huge aspect of this is what's going on with Kyle Tucker. We got a look at how he looks on the game broadcast last night. And that is a topic that deserves a lot of time. So we're going to do that at 11:25, in case you're wondering, because there's a lot of sound from the clubhouse as well. A lot of people talked about it, and we'll give our impressions of what we saw to Kyle Tucker as we continue to figure out how he fits into this, and I hate to say it, if at all. That's the reality that we're left with, especially if you saw the video of him running around the bases. Yeah, so we'll get into that at 11:25. Russ Dorsey, by the way, just in case you want more baseball, is going to join us for the entire 12 o'clock hour. Of course, he is the Major League Baseball insider for Yahoo, works for Apple TV Plus as well. We got to shift gears a little bit now because the Bears do have a game on Sunday where, dare I say it, they could win 2 in a row. Why'd you say it? Because I wanted to say it. But I think, and again, I could have $10 million. It also could be a get-right game, though, for somebody the Bears, at least reportedly, really wanted. So we'll examine that next here at Rahimi Harrison Grody. And again, I think that Timmy Trumpet song is going to be stuck in my head for the next 6 days. It's all coming up on 670 The Score. Damn it, Edwin Diaz!
Tomorrow and every Thursday, tune in at 5 p.m. for the 4 Winds Forecast with Dave Wanstead. Coach Wanstead will join the Spiegel and Holmes show to preview the weekend's games.
He's got the arm, he's got the intelligence, he's got the athletic ability.
On Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Brought to you by 4 Winds Casino and Resort in New Buffalo and South Bend. Your entertainment escape.
This segment is brought to you by Moderna.
mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Kick off football season like a pro with the world's largest sports book at your fingertips. Circa Sports Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be. With high app limits, low holds, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Other books may charge you just to get on the field. But with Circa Sports, every play is yours to call. Start betting like a pro from anywhere, anytime in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Save big money on everything for your next bathroom project. Now at Menards. Upgrade your bathroom with Max. With more than 1,000 showers, bathtubs, and surrounds, you're sure to find exactly what you need to add luxury and style to your bathroom. Save big on our entire selection of Max bathroom products. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Attention Chicagoland car buyers. Save big at HawkAuto.com with 0% financing for 60 months or 0 payments for 90 days. That's no interest for 5 years or no payments till December. Choose from 13 brands, thousands of vehicles from 12 locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Plus, no one will pay you more for your trade.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing on select models with approved credit.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-777-1979. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-777-1979. That's 800-777-1979. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. 800-777-1979.
Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Here we go.
This week, it's a must-see matchup as Lamar and the Ravens visit Mahomes and the Chiefs.
Oh my goodness.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
You're listening to Rahimi Harrison Grody. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
You know, we're looking to piggyback on that performance here and go for our first road win here this week. You know, we're road underdogs already. You know, I think Vegas has picked to beat us, so we got to come out and have another great week of preparation.
And that is where we start. Ben Johnson just getting it out there to the public in his first statement on his Monday press conference, which I think has become really must listen if you want to learn more about the Bears. This is Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. Ben Johnson just telling people about whether or not his Bears are favored. And we know why he wants to use it for his team. Take it personally.
Yeah, you a little extra dip on your chip on your shoulder, never a bad thing. So
No.
I certainly can understand him bringing it to the forefront. Out the gate, just start the pressure talking about being road dogs in Vegas, where they're going to have a home-friendly crowd.
Well, here's the other part of this. There's a couple of truths here that we know when it comes to Chicago sports bettors and Chicago sports fans. They move markets. That's been a truth ever since legalized gambling has come to the state of Illinois. Joe Ostrowski talks about it with us all the time. He, of course, is on BetMGM Network. And lo and behold, did Ben Johnson give the Bears fans a call to action? Because guess what happened?
The line moved.
It did. So right now at FanDuel, it's still Raiders -1.5, but 88% of the money is on the Bears.
Wow.
ESPN bet had Raiders at -1.5, and guess what's happened now? 3-point swing.
The Bears favored by 1.5. That's crazy. That's a crazy line move in that short a period of time.
That's your home field advantage, for example. We always start out with 3 being the baseline. Not at the old hockey puck that is Allegiant Stadium. It is now favoring the Bears. And we know this is a massive trip for Bears fans. As soon as that schedule came out, we knew that it was circled on the calendar for many reasons. And I say circle as a pun intended because you know what's happening. The afternoon show is going to Circa on Thursday. That's why we switched with them for our shifts. And they're going to be there all weekend. It's going to be a great time. So in the meantime, look what happened. The Bears fans move the market again. And did they do it thanks to the help of their head coach?
Well, here's my question. If the market is now moved and the Bears are now favored, does that mean he can't use that as the inspiration he wanted to talk about his team being underdogs when he addresses them?
Or do we again do a thought exercise, and if we're Ben Johnson talking to his team, we're like, look at this. The Bears fans believe in you. Do you believe in yourselves? And then you just point to something on a wall and you let them know that they can look inside themselves.
Anything on the wall? Like a clock on the wall?
Anything.
Vegas is picked to be this, so.
Look at this camera. They're watching you. Do you want to disappoint them? No. But I think the bigger point stands. Not only did the head coach throw it out there in a way that was deliberate, because I don't think he casually throws out a lot of stuff to the media. He knows what he's doing.
One of the things that...
But he also is paying attention. Like, it's a fair thing to pay attention to and be like, well, what's with this?
Later in that press conference, they asked him a question about something that he had said. And they were asking him like, oh, and he was like, I don't send messages through the media. I don't do that. If I have a problem with something, I just tell the actual player. So don't read into too much of what I'm saying to you guys, because I'm not trying to send a message through the media.
Yeah, I mean, I get that part of it. I think he was also just being truthful.
Oh,
no.
I
think there's a difference between being calculated and being truthful. And then I don't think we hear about anything before a player does, for sure.
And that's the part that's different with this regime than maybe past regimes, is that if you hear it as a media member, chances are it's been discussed at length already with whoever it is he's talking about, whether that was Tyreek Stevenson at the beginning of the year, whether that was Ozzie Trapillo. You can go down the list, by the way.
I've always kind of felt that way in general, that usually once something is filtered to us, it's because it's something that has been said at the facility a time or two.
Yes.
But when it comes to this, I do wonder how much power the Bears fans had in trying to get this done.
I think the Bears fans had all the power in getting this done. When you hear 88% of the money is on Bears, you know why. Because they believe they're going to win outright.
That is a wild amount.
But I think the Bears fans will do an even more important job this weekend, because they're going to be over 50% of the fans at the old Death Star. You know what they call it?
I thought Cowboys Stadium was the Death Star.
Is it? Okay, I thought...
But Allegiant, I mean, I'm sure it's probably referred to as that as well, but I think of it as a hockey puck. It's like a big, glossy hockey puck.
Okay.
It's tinted.
It is tinted. It's black.
Yeah, it has to be, because
black.
It's hot out there.
It's Raiders black. You missed it. One of our 5 on it questions yesterday, have the Raiders lost their mystique? Because, we had Nico Horner. And
yes,
so he was,
yes, I'm eager to hear what the answer was.
He was fully ready to trash the Raiders and their mystique, and just like, they play here, they play there, they play everywhere. They don't have a real home, and now it's Vegas. And yeah. And so I just...
They have switched cities quite a bit.
I kind of go back and forth to who has the worst home field advantage? Is it the Chargers or the Raiders? And I go back and forth on that.
Well, the last time the Bears played in Vegas, the fans were out in full force.
And they will be again because Las Vegas doesn't have enough people in Las Vegas to support a football team to that level. Unless you're like New Orleans, or I'm trying to think of another like small market. Like the percentage of people who come out like
Green Bay,
Kansas City.
Well, Green Bay's got the whole state of Wisconsin. That's a little different.
I mean, theoretically, their draw is similar, but you run into Arizona and Southern California on either side. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's a lot of people gave up on that team because they moved. So there's that.
There's a lot of transplants too, as we know, in Las Vegas. That's part of it, but it is a destination for people, and that's why I think there's a couple of elements that play into this. Number one, it's fun to say like Vegas has us at XYZ when you're playing in Vegas, like there's symmetry there. But then number two, we knew that this was a destination trip for a lot of Bears fans. I don't know that any of us thought that the weather was still going to be this good this weekend. Like you're probably expecting nice warm weather in Vegas, but this is a nice little fake summer we're still continuing to have here.
I will gladly accept all the fakeness of all the summer. Give me faux summer until January? I'm good with that.
Yeah, unfortunately, if I could have had real summer in, pool stadium swim where I'd be watching other NFL games at the same time, that's the goal. That's the ideal.
It was
so there's
warm
always
when we
a
were
reason to have a trip. But football season, watching
yeah.
NFL games, that's a different deal.
That's fair.
We're talking about the Bears and Raiders game coming up on 670 The Score. And Ben Johnson just acknowledging that his team wasn't favored. And I do think it's probably going to help motivate his team. After what happened the week before, go get them. But it's not going to be easy when you know that number 2 right now in passing yards in the NFL is Geno Smith at 831.
Certainly another challenge, and I think every week will be a challenge for this defense until they get their full complement of players not named Jalen Johnson back.
Well, and if you had asked me if Ashton Jeanty would only have 144 rushing yards after 3 games, what?
Yeah, as a guy who depends on him every week.
He's on your fantasy team too?
He was my second round pick at the end of the second round, which was a great pick at the end of the second round at the time.
Are you going to talk to Paul Charchain about this tomorrow?
He knows. We talked about it last week because it's
we did,
Justin
that's
Jefferson,
right.
And then it was Ashton Jeanty, and then later on it was Joe Burrow.
I was thinking more about Joe Burrow there than Ashton Jeanty at the time.
I got a win last week. You know why? Because my backup quarterback is who?
Caleb Williams.
When did we find out about NFC Player of the Week? Is that today or tomorrow? Is that Thursday?
It might be today.
I think it's today. And we know he got nominated for FedEx Aaron Brown Player of the Week. I got that email during the show. How convenient was that?
Very convenient. I just want to conveniently remind you guys as well that you're going to have a conversation with Charch about extending Ryan Poles and extending the Vikings general manager.
Tracy Adolfo-Mensah. Yeah, he did tell us to remind him about that. So thank you, Ray. That was a good call.
Producer.
I already reminded him.
Yeah, but in the meantime, how much more are the Bears fans going to move that line?
So I predict
move that line
by Sunday morning.
Move that line.
Depending on how that injury report looks, that line could be up to 2.5.
Guys, I still have Edwin Diaz's song stuck in my head. I can't get rid of it.
I mean, hopefully you don't have to hear it anymore this season.
I'm set right now.
Well,
is he available today? Like, if you throw 2 innings, are you available today?
I would think he's not available because he threw 2 innings. He threw 2 dynamic innings last night.
Gas innings.
You know what that made me think? Why don't the Cubs have somebody like that? Oh, wait. You say Daniel Palencia's coming off the IL?
What's happening there?
Oh, I don't know.
We'll talk about it with Russ Dorsey. That's in the noon hour. In the meantime, next we have to talk about Mike Florio. And I think we have to play a little game called Is This Gaslighting?
It's definitely gaslighting.
It involves Tom Brady. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. Next on Rahimi Harrison-Grody on The Score.
I don't use the media a whole lot to talk indirectly to the players.
When it comes to Bears analysts in the know, The Score is your destination all season long. Our starting lineup on offense includes Olin Cruz, Jared Payton, Patrick Manley.
And on defense, it's Dave Wanstead, Matt Bowen, and Anthony Harris. Plus, all the inside info from Mark Grody, Brad Biggs, Dan Wiederer, Stacey Dales, and many more.
Unfiltered opinions from the unprecedented team of experts on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is brought to you by Metra. Tired of feeling the constant stress of driving? It's time to hop on board Metra and get where you're going quickly for less. With a 95% on-time rate and fares for every kind of rider, Metra is your #1 option for your daily commute. Metra. Drive less, do more.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, it's Layla Rahimi for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 670 The Score. FanDuel is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you will unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. Visit FanDuel.com/Layla to download the FanDuel app today and get started. That's FanDuel.com/LEILA. 21 and up and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey Chicago, it's Mully and Haugh for Window Nation. Whether you have old drafty windows or cheap builder-grade windows, now is the best time to replace your windows, and Window Nation can get the job done in 1 day or less to protect your home ahead of the fall and winter weather. Right now, when you buy 2 windows, you'll get 2 for free. Plus, you won't make any payments for 2 years.
Don't miss out on Window Nation's most popular offer. Get top quality replacement windows at an affordable price. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com now.
Time's up. The IRS isn't waiting. They're coming for your paycheck, your bank account, even your home. You ignored the letters. You thought it would go away. It won't. If you owe more than $10,000 in back taxes, you are already in the crosshairs of the IRS. Wage garnishments, bank levies, tax liens, they're not threats. They're next. But here's the truth. You still have a chance to fight back. This is Patrick Noon with PJN Tax Solutions Group. We are a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. We're right here. Call us now at 630-415-5296. We don't do fluff. We get results. Call us now, 630-415-5296. That number again, 630-415-5296. Or just Google, I want the IRS off my ASS.
When people think sleep apnea, they think CPAP. Now at Advent, we do all we can to help sleep apnea sufferers avoid the CPAP machine. And most sleep apnea sufferers who come to Advent are going to be able to avoid a CPAP altogether. Our unique Advent approach using simple in-office solutions can get your nose working and throat open all under one roof. You see, the root of every snoring and obstructive sleep apnea problem lies within the throat, nose, or both. At Advent, we know when we get the nose and throat working properly, most snoring and sleep apnea problems will subside. And we have the most simple and convenient, ultra-effective in-office solutions that can do just that. And this is why people have traveled by planes, trains, and automobiles from corners of the world you would never think of to find the sleep apnea and snoring relief you won't find elsewhere.
Go to adventknows.com to schedule your appointment because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better. AdventKnows.com. Most insurance accepted.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also Motivating Manning When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance.
Financial services.
Insurance.
Financial services.
Now, when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide.
Is both.
Nationwide.
Is both.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Clouds giving way to the sun this afternoon. Could see a shower later on, a high around 70.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score!
This hour is sponsored by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Affordable implants, life-changing smiles.
Ladies and gentlemen, joining us now is a man who's got a massive brain.
Mike Florio.
He used to be a lawyer, then he decided to take his talents to the internet.
NBC Sports.
I'm sorry I'm late. I was talking to Robert Kraft.
That isn't the time for an airing of grievances.
Pro Football Talk.
I got a lot of problems with you people. Now, you're going to hear about it.
On Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
It is Wednesday at 11, and you know what that means for us. It is Mike Florio time. Mike, the creator, editor-in-chief of Pro Football Talk. He is one of the main voices in the NFL, and he joins us via the Circa Sports Illinois hotline. Download the Circa app today. Mike Florio. And Mike, you get to join us for some breaking news. Breaking news on The Score is brought to you by Wildfire. Join Wildfire Restaurants as they celebrate 30 years of serving delicious food and creating memories. This just
What'd I miss?
Oh, well, nothing. You get to join us for it. According to our reporter Chris Emma, Bears quarterback Caleb Williams was named NFC Offensive Player of the Week following his 4-touchdown performance in the win at Soldier Field. So 3 weeks in a row, Mike, a quarterback involved in a Bears game has gotten NFC Offensive Player of the Week, but this time it's a Bear.
Yeah, that's great. Yes, the Bears responsible for the Offensive Player of the Week, from J.J. McCarthy to Jared Goff to now Caleb Williams. And that game on Sunday was long overdue, and it was just kind of a nice glimpse into what could become. We'll see 1 week at a time, but it was a great performance from Caleb Williams, and it was great for the Bears to get their win. And now can they continue it as they take on Tom Brady's Raiders?
Okay, so we're looking at this game, and we had all these 0-2 teams, and we were trying to sort out where the Bears fall in that hierarchy or lowerarchy, whatever you want to call it. How do you see these teams now that came out of that week with wins, and what do you think of where this league is? Perfectly, of course, parodied.
Wins in September are money in the bank for January because every team is going to be different by the time we get to week 18. It's always better, obviously, to win than lose, but it's not an indication of where the teams are as they scramble for those 7 playoff spots in each conference. So it was very important to avoid going 0-3. The teams that were 0-2 that got their victories, it's a load off of their backs. And Chris Sims explains what it's like to be in a locker room that starts 0-1 and then 0-2, and the pressure just goes up exponentially with each additional loss. When is this going to end? When are we going to pick up our win? And then when you get to 1-2, right, it's a great opportunity. And they'll have it against the Raiders. One of those two teams is going to emerge from the game 2-2. And there's a significant difference psychologically between 2-2 and 1-3. You don't want to get yourself in a position where you're in a hole. Like the Bengals last year, their record was so bad in comparison to their potential. The rest of the season was just, can we get out of this? Our margin for error shrinks. Our window is closing. And you get to the point where by Thanksgiving, if not earlier, every week feels like a playoff game.
Mike, I also think that in what we've seen here, at least for the Bears, there's how much a win is worth. And given what happened the week before against the Lions, just making that massive statement, to bounce back for them and really show progress, I think, on the offensive and defensive sides of the ball. This has got to, I think, change the look of what people have observed about the Bears as well.
And I also think what's encouraging is what we saw Monday night. The Lions team that dismantled the Bears went into Baltimore and reversed an outcome from 2 years ago where the Lions went to Baltimore and lost 38-6. For the Lions to just push the Ravens around, I think that's encouraging for the Bears as well because, yeah, that team that beat us soundly in week 2 is still pretty damn good, even though they were drubbed week 1 by the Packers.
Mike Florio joins us each and every week here on Rahimi Harris and Grody to talk all things NFL. He is the creator and editor of ProFootballTalk.com. Okay, this happened this morning. You wrote about it less than 30 minutes ago. Tom Brady couldn't let well enough be alone. It seemed like things had kind of quieted down, but then he has this weekly newsletter where he talks about paranoia and distrust for those who would question whether or not it's a conflict of interest for him to be both a team owner and a league broadcaster.
It's usually a good thing when the rich and famous do something that humanizes them. It's not a good thing when that thing they do is show that they're as thin-skinned as the rest of us. You'd like to think that Tom Brady is above giving in to the criticism, hearing the things that people are saying. He quibbled with Dave Portnoy earlier this week when Portnoy said on the new FS1 show, Brady's getting $75 million for the one-day Saudi Arabia flag football tournament. Why is Brady fighting that? And it just opens the door to people saying, okay, then tell us how much it is. It's surely not 75,000. And it's probably closer to 75 million than 75,000. So he's got rabbit ears and he gives into it. And he used that platform of his newsletter to go into this long monologue. And I assume that, based upon how it's written, I assume he's got people who do that for him because he's pretty busy and it's a long, thoughtful post. But the argument is anyone who thinks this is a conflict of interest is being paranoid and distrustful. And I can be trusted to navigate these two jobs. And oh, by the way, it's not even a conflict of interest, which is preposterous. Of course it is. And we talk about 80-20 issues in politics. This is like a 95-5 issue in football. Once we saw Tom Brady in the coach's box last week with the headset and the tablet, and he saw himself on camera, and he hit the button and he slid down in the frame, that's when the conflict of interest that we knew about or should have known about for a year or longer came into full vision. So I don't need Tom Brady to say these aren't the droids you're looking for. It only makes him look worse, and it only makes the situation look sketchier. I think that was a huge mistake by him, and I'll defer otherwise to everything else I had to say about it on the long post at PFT.
Oh, yeah, no, I can read the quote because our listeners want to hear it too, Mike. We'll play the game. Is this gaslighting? Quote, and with also the success football has given me, I feel I have a moral and ethical duty to the sport, which is why the point where my roles in it intersect is not actually a point of conflict, despite what the paranoid and distrustful might believe.
The way you read that.
End quote. Yeah, I this is an accusation as a confession. That's what I feel like this is.
Well, one of the things we learn in law school is that you're supposed to avoid impropriety and the appearance of impropriety. This isn't about whether or not Tom Brady is able to thread this needle. The question is whether he should even be trying to thread the needle. And it's really on the league initially to say, you can't do this, Tom. We're not going to approve your purchase of a percentage of the Raiders as long as you are a broadcaster with Fox. The moment you're no longer that, you're welcome to join the club. The league should have been the first line of defense here. But even beyond that, and there were plenty of people last week who said, more power to Tom. They're letting him do it. Go ahead and do it. At some point, when you're going to play the moral and ethical card, beyond opening the door to the whole Deflategate conversation where the league decided he was cheating and gave him the same penalty they give to people who test positive for PEDs, you really are putting yourself in a position where I think the moral and ethical thing to do is to recognize it yourself and say, I can't do this. This is a conflict of interest and I can't do this. Instead, and this is a product of our current age, he likes to say this is an era of paranoia and distrust. I say it's an era where truth and standards no longer matter. Do what you want, say what you want, and fight back against anyone who would dare to question you. To say that it's not a conflict, I think just it says it all. And I'm surprised that however many layers of edits this thing went through, somebody didn't say, Tom, probably not a good idea to try to make the argument this isn't a conflict, because anyone with basic common sense knows that it is. And you cross over into the line where the fair question arises, does he think we're stupid?
Well, it's also, don't look at the dead body in the corner. That's how I feel about it. That kind of metaphor where maybe people weren't going to look at it to begin with as much. And then once he makes note of it, then it's like, well, you're clearly thinking about it. But either way, can't control the message here. And frankly, the only people who can self-police this is other ownership. That's the other part of this. The NFL relies a lot, as you know, Mike, on owners self-policing in a way. Like the people who end up fighting back, if they really want change, it's got to come from opposing owners, aka competition.
And here's what's going to happen. If and when the Raiders are ever consistent high-level contenders, that's when this Brady issue is going to be as big of a deal as the tush push. The Eagles have perfected this play, and it helps give them an edge, and now they're dominant, and other teams don't like it, so they come up with all these straw man arguments as to why the tush push should be no more, ignoring the fact that the Eagles would still have a pretty good quarterback sneak that would still turn 1st and 10 into essentially 1st and 9 or 1st and 8 because they're going to get those extra yards. But with Brady, there's no straw man to conjure. It's an obvious conflict of interest, and I think one of the reasons why the league isn't doing anything now is they have to admit they got it wrong by letting him in, and they're not real big on saying we screwed up in the past. But there will be a groundswell of teams that point this out whenever the Raiders are the equivalent of the Patriots or more recently the Chiefs or currently the Eagles.
Bears trying to make sure that doesn't happen this week as they face the Raiders in Las Vegas. Mike Florio joining us, the creator and editor-in-chief of Pro Football Talk. Mike, this is something I could not wait to talk to you about. So we know Jimmy Kimmel back on the air for ABC, but there's a direct tie to why that could be a problem going forward for the NFL and ESPN because, of course, the equity that they're trying to get in the new deal that's been done, of course, with the NFL Network. What can you tell us about how this could all unravel for Mickey Mouse and company?
From the moment the deal was proposed, people realized, hey, they need to get regulatory approval from the current administration. And the current administration has exhibited in the past animosity toward ABC and animosity toward the NFL. Now, all reports have indicated that both sides are confident they'll get the approval, which means they understand they're going to have to kiss the ring or elsewhere in order to make this happen, and they're willing to do whatever needs to be done to ensure that they get the approval they're looking for. But Disney was in a dilemma, and Michael McCarthy of FrontOfficeSports.com encapsulated it over the weekend by saying that Disney, as it was pondering what to do with Jimmy Kimmel, may be choosing between Kimmel and the NFL deal. Now that they've chosen Kimmel and the head of the administration has reacted angrily toward ABC, that becomes a factor. There's another item that emerged today, Ryan Glass-Spiegel of FrontOfficeSports.com, pointing to a letter that was sent by 4 members of Congress to the NFL, ESPN, and ABC with a bunch of questions regarding this deal, how it affects consumers, how it affects journalism, how it affects Red Zone. 12 questions with subparts that they want answers to. So you've got 2 branches of government now that are going to be paying attention to this. And one of the issues is it creates a blueprint for future deals where the NFL may end up owning 10% of ESPN, 10% of CBS, 10% of NBC, which will mean I'll probably be looking elsewhere for a partner for PFT if that ever happens. But yeah, it just continues to roll in the direction where all the power is being consolidated. How does it affect the rest of us? How expensive will it be to watch the games? How will anyone truly have independence when things need to be said about how the NFL is doing its business? And it really is amazing to see a world where those with money and power would love to create a universe where they never get questioned by anyone. They'd all love that. We'd all love that. But if you're going to be in a public arena, criticism comes with it. And it gets back to Brady. Just stick in your skin and go about your business and make your decisions. But understand that people aren't going to like you. Not everyone has to like you. Not everyone has to agree with everything you do. And it just seems odd that people think there's a way to align the planets so that no one will ever say anything about you don't like.
Yeah, that's true, Mike. This segment with Mike Florio, the creator, editor-in-chief of Pro Football Talk, is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today. I want to get back to a clip that you had last week. It was Pro Football Talk, and Jason Garrett was on. And you guys were talking about the comments that Ben Johnson had made regarding practice, saying our practice habits are not that of a championship caliber team yet. And Garrett, I think, made a couple of really good points as to why, for a head coach early in his career, how that can be dangerous. Bears responded with a win, but what were your takeaways from what Garrett had to tell you guys?
Well, and this is a theme I've heard from Jason multiple times over the past few years. I sit next to him during the games, and I pick up a lot of great insights from him. And on one hand, we want coaches to be candid and authentic and informative and entertaining. But then on the other hand, when they say too much, that can create problems for the team. And Garrett's point is, you've always got to protect the team when you're speaking to the media. Now, some coaches take it to the extreme, like Bill Belichick, and just grumble their way through, and it's all in the name of protecting the team. Other coaches have perfected the craft of saying something very interestingly while saying nothing. Nick Saban is the king of that. I remember looking at his press conferences and his mannerisms, his delivery. Oh, this is good. And then you see what he said. It's like, he didn't say anything. I think that's the sweet spot for a head coach. Find a way to answer the questions in a candid and engaging manner, but at the end of the day, avoid saying things that will create potential problems in the locker room with guys pointing fingers or guys thinking the coach is calling them out or other things that you just don't want getting in the way of that challenge. Every week, you've got limited hours to get ready for the next opponent. You don't want to be spending any of that time unruffling feathers that you've gratuitously ruffled in one of your press conferences.
Mike Florio, we thank you so much for joining us here at Rahimi Harrison Grody on The Score.
Thanks, Mike.
Hey,
enjoy your lunch.
Thanks, Mike. That was Mike Florio, the creator and editor-in-chief of Pro Football Talk. Football Talk here on The Score is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Now we've got to figure out the Kyle Tucker Confidence Index.
Oh, man. That thing is, sharply declining.
It's an indexing stock. I just don't know what the price is at after what we saw yesterday over at Wrigley Field.
I'm waiting for it to hit rock bottom before I buy. That's what I'm going to say about that.
How close are we going to get?
Oh, I think we're pretty close.
Let's discuss it next here on Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score.
I don't know if you're aware of this, but we traded for Kyle Tucker.
Coming up this afternoon on Spiegel and Holmes, Craig Counsell, the Cubs manager, joins us at 2:30 to talk about the Cubs' part in Chaos Week. Alex Brown talks Bears with us at 4, and Mark Grody with a Bears hit. All the news you could possibly need at 5 o'clock. We'll turn the page towards the Raiders as well. That's Spiegel and Holmes this afternoon on 670 The Score.
And always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is brought to you by Whole Foods Market.
Boost your day at Whole Foods Market. Get 30% off all packaged coffee with Prime through September 30th. Grab your favorite beans for a delicious morning brew. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
My friends at Matrix Basements want to help you create a great family space. Space for fan caves, man caves, family caves. Whether you got littles, teens, or college kids, your space can be created for what fits your lifestyle at the moment. Smooth, easy, clean, and safe. You'll be blown away by the great ideas Matrix is going to bring right to you. Check out a home showcase near you. See Matrix work in person. They are basement pros. All they do are basements. And check them out. MatrixBasements.com. We finish basements, period.
You're on the list for Macy's Fall VIP Sale. That means you're invited to save big on this season's top designer looks at prices you'll love. Like an extra 30% off Calvin Klein, Steve Madden, Hugo Boss, and more. Plus, get 15% off beauty and fragrance from Estee Lauder, Lancome, and so many others. This only happens a few times a year. Don't miss the Fall VIP Sale tomorrow, only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music,
change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today, 630-360-9000. That's 630-360-9000.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside information on your home team before they play the next game. The Insight on Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
Ready to kick off the fun? Chumba Casino is your go-to game plan during halftime or overtime. From spinning slots to instant scratch-style cards, it's like running the perfect play, all from home. New players score a free welcome bonus and daily logins with a shot at some serious prizes every time you play. Get in the game and visit ChumbaCasino.com today. Let's Chumba. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. We'll be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Things are so off in Jacksonville, even Deion Sanders is calling it out. He says the Jags aren't using Travis Hunter enough, and he would know. The rookie snap counts are slowly climbing each week, but the production isn't. Deion thinks they're holding him back, so what's the plan? Ramp him up, or just keep playing it safe with a star in waiting? I'm Maggie Gray.
Listen to Rahimi, Harrison, Grody on the Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
He came back last night. He ran yesterday. The hope is that he progresses and we can get him in the lineup for a few games here.
I was just looking at trying to find some way to try and get back as soon as possible. So I just kind of brought that up as an option. And, excited to be back here and play out the rest of this year.
I don't think Kyle Tucker's hitting the dance floor anytime soon, Robbie Triano.
I think he could two-step.
Well, that's not what this is. This is a stanky leg.
Oh, that's right. This is the stanky
Tucker
leg.
stanky leg.
You're talking about a very specific
Do
dance.
the stanky leg.
He could do the stanky leg on the good leg. And you know what I'm saying? Like, because when you do the stanky leg, you're putting all your weight on one side of your body.
So put your weight on the good leg.
Yes, that'd be the right leg in this instance.
And this is a preview of the rehab for Kyle Tucker.
The Tucker stanky leg.
Like, can you do the
Tucker
stanky leg?
That's what
for 10
Council
minutes?
says to him. Do the stanky leg. All right, now go bat third.
The visual of this made me laugh so hard I'm coughing.
Are you okay? You gonna make it?
Tucker stanky leg.
Listen, Kyle Tucker has missed the last 18 games for the Cubs.
I'm sorry. The visual is really funny.
No, I got you. I had it too. Once I realized, they mean the actual stanky leg, not just dance.
But unfortunately, we got horrible visuals yesterday over at Wrigley. Taylor McGregor did a report during the game talking about the latest on Kyle Tucker, and it wasn't good. They showed him doing typical baseball things, if you will, in the batting cages and then trying to run to first base. And it was that trying to run to first base part, which was sobering.
The typical looked very atypical when Kyle Tucker was doing it. And that's not a good sign when you're, a week away from a playoff series.
And to answer people's questions, no, I did not just cough myself into some sort of back soreness. I'm not tall enough or athletic enough to do so as we think about Cade Horton. But I will say this, though, is I think there are times where you feel a little more confident after seeing somebody rehab from an injury. And I think of, say, you and I talking about the video that Nick Chubb put out where he's got explosion out of his knees when he's doing the standing jumps and going over hurdles and things like that. And those are actually stuff where when you have a knee injury, that's stuff they test. Kyle Tucker's trying to test out his calf right now, and it still doesn't look good.
The things that he was saying yesterday, and I was so anticipating, he's going to talk. And then Robbie dropped in the group chat, this is Kyle Tucker. I was like, okay, 7 minutes of Kyle Tucker. This should be exciting. I came away from that 7 minutes feeling like, I hope Kyle Tucker finds a way to get back to feeling like he's normal, because he did not sound like a man who felt like he was normal.
Let's play some for you.
I thought, some of the stuff we were doing here was good. And, like I said, some days I felt, pretty good. Some days I thought I would have felt better, but that's just kind of how things go, I'm sure, at times. But I just figured, with obviously the season winding down, I was just trying to get back as soon as possible. I just brought that up as an option to just maybe have a few other, ways to go about it, or eyes of, other people that I trust kind of work with me on it. And obviously, which thought it was a good, at least, time to do it with the team on the road rather than at home. And with the season winding down to this last week in homestand, I just kind of thought that, I'd try and look into something like that.
Okay, so that was Kyle Tucker talking about the decision he made last week where he missed the team celebration, for example, when they clinched the playoffs, to go to Tampa, where his people are when it comes to his physical rehab, and try to get additional treatment on that left calf. Now, I think that's just how he talks for the most part, and that's been how he is about a lot of things. Kyle Tucker could hit 50 home runs in a season, and I think he'd have the same kind of timber about it, that consistency in his tone. But you want to hear more words that give you some positivity there, and we didn't have them.
Well, the words I'm focusing on, just like, say, that particular sound right there, right?
Yeah.
Is the fact that he's talking about some days it feels better, some days it doesn't. So, like, if some days it doesn't, you need to have a certain baseline level of comfort to be able to say, I'm going to step out on a baseball field. Well, guess what? Unless you hit the ball over the fence, you're going to have to run. It was actually making me think of, is he going to be like their Kyle Gibson on the postseason roster? Is that what he's been reduced to?
Yeah.
And that's depressing and dark and not great. And then that pregame coupled with what happened with Cade Horton in the game, it's really hard to be optimistic if you're going to be pragmatic about what's going on with the Cubs right now.
Well, absolutely. And I feel like the injuries are a massive concern. His is the most. And I feel like ever since he's been hurt the first time when it was a hand injury, you've seen the Cubs record reflect it. We just talked about how it's been virtually 500 over the last 4 months. They're 10-10 this month. Bruce Levine talked to him as well. You could have heard that right here on 670 The Score because we had the broadcast last night. And once again, Tucker discussed trying to get back into the lineup.
Honestly, I don't think anyone's wanting me to be out there more than I am. I mean, I don't necessarily love, just sitting out and not being able to go out there and help my team win. So, trust me, I'm doing my best over here to try and get back. So, but I mean, our team's a really good team. They can do a lot of great things out on the field, and obviously, we want to be in the situation that we are going into the playoffs without everyone. So, it'll be a fun last homestand going into the playoffs, and hopefully we can celebrate a few more times.
Let me tell you something. That was said before the game, and it may be a fun homestand, but after one game, there has been no fun. I'm just here to tell you, it's not fun seeing the Padres get within 1.5 game of that top wild card spot. It's not fun watching a 6-1 lead go down the drain. It's not fun listening to that music in your head, Layla, as Edwin Diaz comes.
Timmy Trumpet.
Yeah, like for 2 innings, not 1 inning, 2 innings, Layla, 2 innings. Nothing about what has happened so far on this 6-game homestand has been fun. And if Kyle Tucker comes back, that would help. I think that would go a long ways into making things fun. Not just like, let's say he comes in and he goes hitless in 2 games, Saturday and Sunday. I'd be like, okay, but he's out there, and especially if he's not just DHing, if he's playing in the field. But at least you'd be like, he's going to be there for game 1 of the wild card series.
No, at this point, he's a veteran. He can hit when he's on. I don't need the game warm-up. I need him to rest so he feels better. He had to deal with something like this last year, if you recall, on a team that was very much in the playoffs in the Astros. So that was a different leg. That was the other leg where he had a shin injury. But this, no. If after what I saw with him running and, not running well to first base, no, take the time you need. Craig Counsell was asked if Kyle Tucker would play in the playoffs if they started yesterday.
Could he play if he didn't play in regular season? Could he step into the playoffs, or would he have to play in the regular season?
Yeah, that's a decision that is down the road that we'd have to make. I haven't really thought about that decision yet. I'm still hopeful we're going to get him in there.
No, that doesn't make me feel better either. I have no blankie. I have no pacifier in this segment.
Cold world, no blanket. That's you right now?
Yeah. As we try to figure out what's going on with Kyle Tucker, I'm Rahimi Harrison-Grody on the score.
Listen, so Craig Counsell's answer there does not surprise me based on how he's answered really any question that didn't have to do with the immediate future. When I say immediate, I mean like today or tomorrow.
To be fair, one of Craig's answers one time in a scenario discussion was coin flip, when they were trying to figure out who the backup outfielder would be.
I remember that, yeah. And coin flip. Because you have to put out a roster with guys that may not be playing at their best position. I mean, look, for Kyle Tucker, I'm with you, Layla. If he has to sit the rest of this week and does not play in this homestand, but on Monday he's running and it looks different than what I saw yesterday, the video of yesterday's running, it looks like a guy running. He's running right now like how I would be running if I was running. And I can't run yet. I'm not cleared to run.
Tell people about your injuries.
I've got a quad strain that I've just recovered from, but not fully.
I didn't even know about that one.
Yeah, it's a quad strain. I've got bursitis, same leg, same knee, same quad, all same area, I guess. And I can walk pretty well without a limp anymore. I'm no longer on crutches as I was when we were in Las Vegas. I'm no longer in the static stabilizer.
People were like, why is he sitting away from her? And I'm like, because he can't. He's got to put his leg up.
I'm out of all of that. But if the fire alarm came on right now, and they're like, quick, hit the stairs. I'd be like, I got to go downstairs? I'd be in trouble. We're on the 9th floor. I'd be in trouble. And right now, Kyle Tucker, I'm like, Kyle Tucker can beat me in a foot race, but I don't think he could beat me by a whole lot.
You just illustrated one calamitous injury after another to then therefore take us to a life and death situation requiring stairs. And then it was like, I don't know if he's okay.
Basically. And so I know
I'm not trying to laugh at this segment the entire time. It's there have been funny asides in it.
No, but listen, I dare anyone listening, watching on Twitch, YouTube, however you're consuming this program, I dare you to watch that Kyle Tucker running video and say, I feel good about him being back in the lineup anytime soon.
That stupid music is still in my head.
So let's say Kyle Tucker is back. Do you not put him in the outfield? Is he your DH? Like, if he can't run like that, do you make sure he's not a defensive liability at all? Put him at DH.
Yes.
Yeah, I think...
To answer your question a million times, yes.
I said it yesterday, but I'll reiterate it. When we found out that he was dealing with a calf issue and he was still in right field the day before, but they knew about the calf issue, I was like, why isn't he DHing?
Well, let's face it. What happened to that crucial Saturday? He's missed 18 games.
Well, it was crucial because they determined he was not.
But it wasn't crucial enough for an IL. Like, that's the thing is it's become this discussion of what percentage of him are we okay with having still on the team, whether or not he's actually playing.
If I had to put it at a number, I'd say 2/3, 66.6 with the repeating line over the last 6.
And you probably could figure it out because the WAR would factor in there. But this roulette is hard to take. I mean, our time with this dude may be running out as we speak.
I will
given
tell you
his
this
contract situation.
You know, I did a whole like social media thing on this. At M Harris on air if you can find me on Twitter, but I'm also on, as you know, TikTok and also Instagram. But the whole point was, at this point, there's only possibly 9 days left in the Cubs season. At this point, there's a chance he's played his last game as a Cub. That is a real thing. That's not a pretend thing. That's not a, oh, you guys are overreacting thing. That is a real thing. If Kyle Tucker isn't ready to go for this wild card series and they lose the wild card series, you may never see Kyle Tucker in a Cubs uniform again.
Yeah, these are some dark hypotheticals.
But that's why I go to a dark place when I see the video of him running.
Yeah.
I think it's a fair thing.
But either way, you're definitely taking the rest of this series off. At the least.
Based on what I just saw?
At the least.
Jed Hoyer was on with us yesterday, Layla, and he's like, he ran yesterday, and we were celebrating the fact that he ran when he got back.
He ran so far away?
Well, he ran. I didn't know what the running looked like until later on in the day.
Yeah.
And once I saw what the running looked like, that changed my entire way I was looking at the celebration of this.
Yeah, and that's fair. It was worse than we thought. And unfortunately, we've said that before regarding his injuries. Tonight, the Cubs continue their series against the New York Mets. Pre-game coverage begins here at 6:30. First pitch is at 7:05. The only local broadcast of tonight's game can be heard on The Score and the Southwest Airlines Cubs radio network. When I worked with Lawrence yesterday, he did the whole pause, and I think the pause between Cubs and the word radio network was about a minute. I just sat there in silence looking. It was very dramatic.
Everything's dramatic with Lawrence when it comes to that particular read.
The Cubs radio network. I mean, it was a long time. Coming up next, it is halftime, and an actual sporting event took place in Chicago in a place where I don't know that it should have.
They went to a place I could never go.
We need to talk about it next.
Cubs fans, coming up later today, the Cubs take on the Mets, and The Score as the only local broadcast. So listen as Pat and Ron bring you all the action right here. Pre-game coverage on The Score starts at 6:30. First pitch, 7:05.
Swinging a drive, back toward the wall, that ball is going to be gone! Listen to these Cub fans.
Today's only local broadcast of Cubs versus Mets. Of course, it's right here on The Score and the Southwest Airlines Cubs Radio Network. Official radio home of the Cubs. And in Chicagoland, always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Taking the Pirates Reds under 3.5 in the first 5. Paul Skeens is on the mound for the Buccos. The handicap get in right there. Anytime Skeens is on the mound in the first 5 is a must play, and this might be his last action in 2025. Hunter Green goes for the Reds. He's 7-4 with a 2.74 ERA. Two great pitchers going at it. Take the first 5 under 3.5. Pirates and Reds. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books, and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
If you're purchasing a new home or refinancing your existing home, you need to call Team Hochberg, your trusted local lender. Corey called to consolidate debt with a HELOC and was so happy with David's advice, he left this 5-star Google review. Quote, I was looking to pay off my debt, so I reached out to David after listening to his radio show. David called me personally and walked me through my options. He shot it straight, and there was no beating around the bush or pushing me to sign anything. If any of my family or friends need anything relating to a mortgage, I'll give them David's number because you can't get better and more honest service. End quote. David strongly encourages everyone to read Team Hochberg's close to 600 5-star reviews on Google from happy listeners like Corey. Team Hochberg has helped Corey and thousands of radio listeners, but they can't help if you don't call 855-56-DAVID or visit 56david.com. That's 855-563-2843 and 56david.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 1124061.
I'm amazed, Lisa.
I am pretty amazing.
Oh, I know, but Lakeside Bank has an amazing checking account.
Amazing?
Lakeside's Kasasa Cash is free.
I like free.
And Kasasa pays an amazing interest rate. Most banks don't pay interest on checking accounts.
Amazing.
It's amazing all of Chicago doesn't have Kasasa.
Kasasa.
Kasasa Cash is amazing. It's free checking with a great interest rate and no minimum balance. Get Kasasa Cash at Lakeside Bank. It's about time. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
Hey Sox fans, every Friday home game is a chance to see the Sox in their brand new City Connect uniforms. Catch all the action on Chicago Sports Network. Head over to chsn.com to sign up for your 7-day free trial. Download the app and stream the Sox now. Chicago Sports Network, where Chicago comes first.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
With America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid, backed by America's best warranty. The Hyundai Tucson Hybrid. It's the best of both worlds.
Lease the Hyundai Tucson for $239 a month or get 1.99% APR on the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Offers end September 30th. Call 224-661-0068 for details.
More Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Back in 60 seconds on 670 The Score. Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
What time is it? It's halftime.
That it is. It is halftime. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score, and we've had quite a day. We talked about the Cubs lost to the Mets where they were up 6-1, but unfortunately that was not the score at the end of the game. They ended up losing 9-7. So they've got another game against the Mets tonight. You can hear that right here on 670 The Score, and hopefully it goes a little bit better than the last one did. Cade Horton has something that's kind of like an injury. He had to leave the game after 3 because of a back issue, which is related to coughing too much.
No, it's an injury. You have to leave the game for it. It's an injury.
Fair enough. We debated that as well. Did the Bears fans move the line and are now helping the Bears not be the favorite against the Raiders?
They didn't move the line. They put that thing on their back and carried it uphill. And I think they will continue to move it by carrying it.
They like to move it.
Yes.
Move it.
Move it.
Had to be done. Mike Florio joined us at 11 to talk about the latest news in the NFL. And then additionally, we just talked about whether or not we're confident after seeing Kyle Tucker try to run yesterday at Wrigley Field.
It's halftime.
The news came out that for the first time in 100 years.
100 years.
100 years. That's how long it takes to help an ecosystem in these modern times when things are good. That you can swim in the Chicago River. Now listen, we knew that the river was healthier because of our friend Chonkosaurus. Chonkosaurus, the fat turtle, if you recall, who was hanging out on the stones and such, the rocks in the middle of the Chicago River, that was actually a sign of a healthy ecosystem, because if a turtle wants to be there, then theoretically other things want to be there too. But I don't know that people should be the next thing. And over the weekend, 263 swimmers raced in the Chicago River for the first time in nearly 100 years. You got 263 people to jump in that river and swim?
People like to swim. Was Robbie one of the 263? That's my next question.
Well, the thing is, like everyone knows here, I'm a big lake guy. I would swim in the river. I would swim in the river if given the opportunity.
What?
If we want to go now, I can go jump in the river and come back by Russ Dorsey.
No, we wouldn't want you to come back until you've showered, Robbie. No.
And not just that, but I mean like nuclear fallout shower. You know, like follow those instructions.
What's the worst that could happen?
Are you going to wear a hazmat suit when you jump into the river? That's my question.
No, I'm going. What do I wear? Pants? I wear my khakis. I wear my khakis in the rivers.
That sounds hideous. No, I don't think that's a good idea. But apparently, the Clean Water Act of 1972 helped make this happen. Swim events were a regular occurrence in Chicago in the river in the decades after 1900, after they reversed the flow of the river, which was very key in all of this, as you know, to flush the waste away from Lake Michigan. But unfortunately, pollution overwhelmed the river. I'm looking at these pictures right now in the videos of people jumping in, and it's really disagreeing with my brain. Like, I can't make it make sense in my head. Because if there's one thing I've avoided, it is the Chicago River water.
I wonder if this is going to survive all the deregulation going on right now with the EPA.
No. Also, but for now, apparently there's 70 to 80 species of fish in the river.
Oh.
70 to 80.
Would you eat fish out of the Chicago River?
I don't know that I have the right to even understand whether or not I do. I mean, I guess they probably hang out in it at some point before they get to other bodies of water. They're both freshwater, the river and the lake. So yeah. I assume they might intermix. But I just don't know about the whole swimming thing.
How much would I have to pay you to jump into the Chicago River?
A lot of money.
More than $10?
I mean, like, I'm talking 4 figures.
Four figures.
Yup.
What? What type of price tag you have?
Guys, I laughed so hard I had to cut my mic off because I was coughing in the last segment. Nothing happened to me there. I'm just breathing the air in the studio. I know my limits as a human.
So it's a $1,000 minimum for Layla Rahimi to jump into the river.
Apparently, a recent survey by Chicago Shed Aquarium found species generally thought to be pollution intolerant, like juvenile brook silverside and mimic shinerfish, have returned to the river.
That's actually great news.
It is. I mean, Chonkosaurus was onto something.
I'm going to the Shed Aquarium next week.
Look at that beast. Hey, how you doing, guy? You look good.
He did. He did look good. I want to go to the Shed Aquarium at some point. I haven't been yet.
You know who I'm going with?
Who?
My niece.
Oh, that's so fun.
My niece and my brother-in-law. My
I was
sister.
about to say Clay Harbor.
No.
You can 100% take Clay Harbor.
No. This is a good opportunity to remind people that Clay Harbor is going to be with us for the entire 5 o'clock hour tomorrow at Old Crow.
Unfortunately, Yumi and Clay might be in whole weekend mode. But Yumi and Clay at Old Crow at 5 o'clock on a Thursday night football
What are you trying to say, Layla?
We've done it before as a team.
Have I been to Old Crow?
We've been out, the three of us, to talk about sports and such.
I couldn't remember if I've ever been to Old Crow, and I was like, I'll find out when I get there tomorrow.
Well, I definitely have.
Wait, so Layla, you said you've never been to Shed? You never been to the aquarium?
No.
All right,
It's
we need
great.
I want to go so bad.
group field
I
trip.
love animals and penguins and stuff. I like watching them just be themselves and do
went
animal
on
things.
a great, and I do mean an A+ date at Shed Aquarium, and we had such a good time.
The texts, if you just don't take any context into the text line right now, are hilarious. Watch out for that fecal count. I will. In life. I think that's good advice.
Marshall, you're onto something, though. The going to the zoo or going to the aquarium, elite date. Elite date.
Yeah, I haven't been to the zoo yet. But I've been to that Shed Aquarium. The Shed Aquarium, we did the whole dolphin show and man, I had a great time.
It is a good date. You learn a lot about people by figuring out what animals they like.
Well, you also just learn, are they smart enough to understand, are they smart enough to understand? I think
Who are you going out with?
No, I'm saying.
I like water.
No. But are you?
Do you think there's enough of it in the world?
Natural curiosity takes over in a place such as a zoo or an aquarium. And if the person has no questions and they're not curious, I'm like, oh, you're not for me.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. 847 made me laugh really hard. The turtle doesn't want to be there. It just takes forever to get away.
Wow. That's actually hilarious. That is hilarious.
No, 708, a dip in the Chicago River could not be all the therapy that Kyle Tucker needs. No.
630, brain-eating amoeba. That's the worst that can happen. Dang.
Yeah, brain-eating amoeba is up there
It's a
as
real
things
thing.
you don't want to
I'll
run
take
into.
the risk for the plot.
And then 217 with a very good point as well, because this is an issue. Michigan, because of the invasive Asian carp, they have put in an electrified chunk of river to keep them from going across. What?
Wait, what?
I need to look into this.
It's kind of crazy.
It is. I want to look into that. So all of these things are good to hear from. But yeah, Dustin from Decatur says that the species of fish from the Illinois River and downriver do not intermingle with the Chicago River and Lake Michigan because of the Asian carp. Man.
Okay.
I knew Asian carp were an issue. But this is pretty bad.
A good point brought up by 309. Were the swimmers forced to sign a document, not sue contract? I'm sure there was a release to participate in that event.
And if I were writing the contract, it would be like, you know what you're doing, right? Like, this is the Chicago River. You're cool with this? Jump at your own risk.
I'm saying if you are swimming in the river, though, and you look around, you're in one of the coolest places to be swimming ever. To be around those buildings, that would be sick.
To be right on top of the river like that, yes.
Yes, it'd be so
Architecturally
cool.
speaking, there is nothing like it to me.
Now it sounds like Robbie's going to take the architecture tour just to jump off the boat and be like, I'm in the river.
Don't do that. Do not.
If they put a diving board on the boat, that'd be sick. I'm learning about the Wrigley building and I jump in.
Man, that Tigers game sent you into a weird place.
Tarek Skip almost killed a guy.
Yes, by throwing the baseball between his
He
legs.
deep snapped it. It's really what
No,
happened.
that guy got hit in the face. That was bad.
But also, if you're in that situation, would that be a thought of yours? It would be a thought of mine, I think. He's like, ball, person, how do I get there fastest? This.
We need Patrick Manley to review the tape.
We actually do. I think so. So that's fair enough. But
Ooh,
yes.
great suggestion by 847. Go to Shed to celebrate 10 years in Chicago.
Oh, yeah, that's what I
Your
should
first
do.
Bears Monday, yeah.
That's it. We figured out how I'm going to celebrate. I want to see all the penguins.
What's
all
the date?
of them.
What's the date?
The 27th of October.
27th of October. Layla, 10 years in the Windy City.
Amazing how I haven't been here at all. And have been here 10 years. It's like I've bent time.
And space or just time?
All of it. The continuum.
Okay.
The whole thing. If there's one person to talk about all of this with and more, and that Tigers game, it's Russ Dorsey.
Oh, my goodness.
The baseball insider for Yahoo and also Apple TV Plus joins us next.
Meet a
Cubs fans, 670 The Score and Budweiser invite you to join the Rahimi Harrison Grody Show at a special time tomorrow from 2 to 6 p.m. live from Old Crow Wrigleyville. Stop by for great prizing from Budweiser and Cubs baseball talk.
The Cubs are going to be a postseason team here in 2025.
If you're a Cubs fan, you do not want to miss Rahimi Harrison Grody talking Cubs baseball before the game. And it's all brought to you by Budweiser. This Bud's for you.
Can you believe it? Listen to Wrigley.
Rahimi Harrison Grody. Tomorrow from 2 to 6. Live at Old Crow Wrigleyville on Sports Radio 670 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
This is the Let's Revitalize Our Neighborhoods commitment. This is the Roll Up Our Sleeves and Pitch In commitment. This is Busey, where our commitment to strengthen our communities is a top priority. Through energetic, engaged volunteers, through monetary support, community leadership, and advocacy. Because Busey is more than a bank that does well, we're a bank that does good. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth, since 1868. Member FDIC.
It's David Haugh for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 670 The Score. FanDuel's getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you don't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. Pick a bet, bet $5, and if it wins, you can unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. Visit FanDuel.com/score to download the FanDuel app today and get started. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. Pick a bet, bet $5, and if it wins, you can unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. That's FanDuel.com/SCORE. Download the FanDuel app today and get started. Must be 21 and older and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Chicago, it's Mully and Haugh for Window Nation. Now is the best time of year to replace your old, drafty, cheap, or builder-grade windows. And Window Nation can get the job done in 1 day or less. Right now, when you buy 2 windows, you'll get 2 for free. Plus, you won't make any payments for 2 years.
That's right. No interest, no monthly payments, and no down payment. Don't miss out on Window Nation's most popular offer. Get top-quality replacement windows at an affordable price. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com now.
Without an Advent clinic nearby, people suffering needlessly from chronic nasal congestion and sinus infections would be stuck with either Band-Aid or Sledgehammer solutions. Band-Aids are pills or nasal sprays, and they're not true solutions. Surgery is a sledgehammer, and that's what we're trying to avoid. Because most people don't need surgery for nose and sinus issues, nor do they want a 14-day recovery. Our unique Advent approach can, in 20 minutes in our office, open your blocked nose for good, with only 1 day recovery. I'm Advent founder Dr. Candula. Outside of Advent's 4 walls, invasive surgery is what they'll recommend. But here you will find effective and convenient in-office solutions to help you stop the need for Band-Aids and avoid the sledgehammer.
Go to adventknows.com to schedule your appointment, because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better. Most insurance accepted.
Now it's time for the Hyundai Next Day Strikeout Highlight. Here's a great Cubs radio call from yesterday's game.
The bearded right-hander leans back and deals. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Very impressive 1-2-3 inning for Andrew Kittredge.
All strikeouts by Cubs pitchers are brought to you by your Chicago and Northwest Indiana Hyundai dealers.
With America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid, backed by America's best warranty. The Hyundai Tucson Hybrid. It's the best of both worlds.
Lease the Hyundai Tucson for $239 a month, or get 1.99% APR on the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Offers end September 30th. Call 224-661-0068 for details.
Old Republic Kitchen and Bar features 45 TVs, so every seat is a front row seat for every single play. Fuel your fandom with their full menu of amazing food, wings to burgers. Old Republic Kitchen and Bar on Route 20 in Elgin. Not just a bar, they're the #1 destination in Kane County.
We'll be right back with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on Experience Beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1/8/2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! It's time for 5 on. Taylor Rahimi and Marshall Harris with Mark Grody. Bring you 5 topics on their minds today on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
And now introducing a special guest for 5 on it. You know him well from topics such as, is this a thirst trap? It is Russ Dorsey.
Hey, it's been a while, guys.
It has. Good to see you. National Major League Baseball insider for Yahoo Sports, the insider and analyst for MLB Network and Friday Night Baseball on Apple TV+.
Man got a lot of jobs.
He
Gotta
does.
keep a couple of jobs in this economy.
He's standing up.
Facts.
He's hype. He's half dancing. He's ready. Let's do it.
Number 1.
Layla, Marshall, Russell. What was the worst aspect of the Cubs' 9-7 meltdown against the Mets?
It's the fact that the Edwin Diaz intro song has been stuck in my head for the last 18 hours. I can't get it to leave. And every time I picture it, I see that 2-out save he had where he comes in after they were down 6-1. They get the job done, and then he's like, cool, I'm shutting the door on this. And then I think about how the 2023 Mets, all they had to their names were that the closer had a cool intro. Now they're trying to get into the playoffs, and they're using the Cubs to try to do it, and home field advantage might slip away. And all I can think about is Edwin Diaz.
And they're back in the driver's seat because the Reds lost. They won, and now they are going to be very, as Layla says, hungry to try to get these wins to make sure that they are not left out of the playoffs after spending $1 billion in free agency.
Pretty much.
That wasn't the worst part. The worst part was Cade Horton leaving after the 3rd inning and not knowing what was going on for the, 2 innings? 2 innings of just not knowing what was going on with Cade Horton. I was like, bruh. And then when you found out, you felt better. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, you're like, I guess this is best case scenario because we didn't know what was going on. So that was the worst part, though. That moment, that time period, which stretched out over the course of the game.
The worst part of that loss, and I was there last night at the Yard, was the bullpen. Because obviously, losing Cade Horton, you don't want that. However, you were gonna taper off his innings anyway because that's a guy that's potentially gonna start a game from 1 for you in the wild card round. But with the bullpen having to cover 18 outs, I understand that's a lot. But I think the Cubs go into this postseason, and how many relievers do you trust right now if you're Craig Counsell? 3, maybe 4?
Well, one of them,
It's 4.
One of them wasn't in last night, Brad Keller.
So that's 1.
I still trust Drew Pomeranz.
That's 2.
If Palencia is healthy,
No, so you can't do that.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't do
Palencia's
that.
getting activated today.
Then that's 3.
And then
Thielbar typically. I mean,
Thielbar.
he
And
got
those are my
that's
4.
he got messed up. Yeah.
I just think
the rest messed him up on that call.
I'll do a spade style 4 to push because actually Thielbar is my push.
4 and a possible.
Kitchers is my 4th.
Okay.
That's 4 and a push.
4
The
and a possible.
Soroka situation.
But see, that's what I'm saying. Like you have 4 that you think you can count on a nightly basis. But to get where they want to go, you're going to need more than 4. So somebody's going to have to step up.
Colin Ray.
Number 2.
Might have to be.
Will Nico Horner win the National League batting title?
What I like about this is that he is chasing an object, a target that is not moving. So it's very simple. Like, do well enough over these last 5 games and you will win a batting title. And Nico Horner has been on a tear. He told us yesterday it's more about his process has been working. He's hitting balls hard because there's a certain amount of randomness when we talk about even if you have good at bats, it doesn't necessarily end with a hit. But his has been ending in a hit more times than not compared to a lot of other players, not only in this Cubs lineup, but really when you look around the league. I think Nico Horner gets to the batting title after another 3-for-5 day last night.
He's batting currently .302. That is 3 points behind Trey Turner with only 140 games to his name at .305, so qualified. Alex Burleson is of the Cardinals, who come to town this weekend, is batting .294. I like his chances, but the Trey Turner might math in his favor.
I like Nico's chances because he seems pretty locked in at this point in the year. Also, the fact that Trey Turner isn't playing the rest of the way is very, very helpful.
Hence my reference to the math, yeah.
Yeah, I think if he gets to Saturday, all he has to do is get to Saturday and the Cubs are locked in wherever they're locked in.
How many left-handers do they see over the next 5 games?
That might be the answer.
That's huge.
Yeah.
Because if there's some left-handers on the mound, Nico's getting at least 2 hits. Because he crushes left-handed pitching.
Destroys.
Crushes.
Just straight line drive.
Yeah.
Just pop, pop, pop.
Number 3.
This is 5 on it on 670 The Score. Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, and our friend, National MLB Insider for Yahoo Sports, Russell Dorsey.
Whoa. It's been a while, so I get it.
Oh, well, yeah. Russell Dorsey's in the house with us for this special edition of 5 on it. Here's question 3. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the most optimistic, where's your level of optimism regarding the idea of Kyle Tucker returning to the Cubs lineup for the playoffs?
Russ, I think you should go first.
So heard Kyle Tucker yesterday at the Yard. Only he knows. I think if the playoffs started yesterday, he probably would be in the lineup.
Did you see him run?
No, I didn't see any video.
Okay.
But here's my thing. If he DHs, which is likely what he's going to do when he's back, he said he's swinging fine and he can throw. It's just you have to check all the boxes with the running. I don't need Kyle Tucker if I'm the Cubs running at 100%.
I need you to watch the
video.
No.
This is a slippery slope. Next thing you know, Eloy Jimenez is injured. Nobody's running to first base. Tony La Russa is managing the team. No, I'm not doing this.
No.
Where did you just go with
2021?
I don't like comparing an all-star and Kyle Tucker with Eloy. I think that's unfair to Kyle Tucker.
I think you're not respecting the Sox.
A much better baseball player.
Wasn't your dad was at the Sox game? Respect your dad.
No, he would agree with me that Kyle Tucker's a much better player.
I'm just saying it's a slippery slope.
I don't think it is. I think if you know that you need Kyle Tucker's bat in the lineup in the playoffs and you can DH him and he doesn't have to run around the outfield and you can get by with Seiya Suzuki or whoever you put out in right field, I think that's what you got to do. Because it's about, hey, we're going to be out if we don't win 2 games.
Seiya Suzuki had a good game in right field last night. Nice catch. Like he felt a little more comfortable out there. Seemed like anyway. You could see him play well, and that's important. At night, I think helps too. You see the ball a little bit better at night.
Yeah.
Day game is a little more challenging, as we know.
It's better to have Tuck's bat in the lineup than not in the lineup.
See, that's it. That's where we stand. Yeah. But, not everything's going to be a home run. Even if you want it to be extra bases, you're still going to have to run.
I just don't think you're at the point in the season where either you want the bat in lineup or you don't. And it's just like, hey, ball in the gap. Do you think you can make it? If you can't, hey, let's just hit the brakes.
That 3U or 4-3 put out when things are not going well for him can quickly become 4-6-3 with runners on base because he'll be moving at catcher or slower speed coming down the line.
Hard-hit balls turn to double plays too. So.
Yeah, but lest I remind you about the month of July, where we unfortunately saw that because of a lack of power in his bat because of an injury.
Guys, we're at the point in the year, either he's going to be in the lineup or he's not. I'm thinking he's going to be in there.
I like your optimism. I wish I shared it, but that
I don't think you have a choice but to be optimistic. Is my thing.
No, I can always
it's not
be
an
pragmatic.
ideal situation. You know what I mean? You don't want a guy to have a calf injury going into playoffs, but if he says he can swing the bat, fine. You let him swing the bat.
Yeah, like you pretty much have no choice in the matter. Especially like Owen Casey's on the concussion.
Do y'all got the heat on in here?
It was really cold in here, so it switched to heat.
Oh, you
for
might
a
have to take
minute.
those sleeves off.
No.
Oh.
This is happening live on the
Why
air
is he
right
doing
now.
it in slow motion? Why is he doing
Russ
it in
is
slow
taking
motion?
off his hoodie in slow motion.
Why do you not have sleeves underneath your hoodie? Okay, all right, keep going.
It's a 90s R&B video.
It really was 90s R&B video.
I was going to say cue up the genuine.
I was
Please
gonna,
don't.
I was going to take a
But
picture.
no,
because
it is
hilarious.
legitimately hot in here.
No! Dude,
Twitch.tv/Chicago 670 the scores where you want to be right now.
Don't let your girlfriend, your wife,
We're on
your
YouTube.
daughter, depending on your age, don't let any of them watch this.
670 the score on YouTube.
It is 12 o'clock on a Tuesday. No,
It's
Wednesday.
also hot.
Wednesday.
Like, I don't want us to lose the plot of it is actually really warm
It's
in here.
my fault because here's the timing. Mully and Haugh, because I think if you do a morning show, your brain doesn't work right half the time because you're having to stay
So
up
you
late
need it
to watch
to be
games.
cold in
They
here.
keep it cold to stay awake
As
and
you should.
alert. And it makes sense. It makes sense. But then I forget to turn it up and it takes a while to ramp up. So then I was too late to the trigger of the thermostat today. And so now it's
It was cold
Hot
in here
AF.
earlier. It was cold in here.
it just takes a while to make it warmer in the studio.
But why not just turn it up a little bit, knock the chill off, and then turn it off?
It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, it doesn't work that way.
It's not. It's hard to explain. There are ways of a thermostat, and I'm sorry. God, it's noon on a Wednesday, and we're Old
Jump
Crow.
on it.
Old
Let's
Crow is
do
gonna
it.
be ridiculous tomorrow.
Riding.
No one's riding your pony. Just
Yo, come on.
Layla, she wanted a pony earlier. That's
Not
not the one
that
she wanted.
kind. Not that.
All
No,
right.
no. It's a sarcastic
Let's get
term,
to-
like for children's
Let's
wish
get to the
list.
next one.
I know.
Number 4.
All right, back to the serious
Where
business
HR
here.
gets in there. Jeez.
Too late for that.
That's a direct quote.
Here's a question. Does Russ think the Bears will beat the Raiders?
Yes, he does. I do think they'll beat the Raiders.
Why?
The Las Vegas Raiders have looked pretty inept, especially when it comes to their run game. And I think for me, when you make yourself one-dimensional, it's a lot easier to game plan for you. While I don't think Ashton Genty is the running back we've seen the first 3 weeks of the season, I think with the way the Bears pass defense was on Sunday, which I was very surprised by, they played well. And I just have a feeling that if Geno Smith is going to throw the ball 40 times, I would like to believe that the Bears win a game where Geno throws it 40 times.
You got faith in Dennis Allen.
I have faith in what I've seen from both in recent weeks. Like, I don't like the way the Raiders have been playing, especially offensively. Like, you got the Commanders to put up a 40 ball on you when Jaden Daniels wasn't playing.
This turn to Russ, the Bears fan,
No,
being
it's
positive.
No, it's not
No,
a
it's,
fan.
I think
It's like
just
Russ
breaking down the numbers.
just watching what's going on. It's not fandom. It's making an astute observation about what I've seen.
Well, and to further your point, the win against the Patriots was by 20-13, so they scored a hot 20 in that game. 9 against the Chargers, and then 24, in the loss to Washington where they put up a 40 burger. So
Marcus Mariota put up a 40 ball on your head top. Now I know one of those touchdowns was a punt return touchdown,
Yeah.
I believe, but that's still 33 points.
yeah, that's
by
a lot.
Marcus Mariota.
So how many Bears are going to score on Sunday? Minimum of what?
I think the Bears score 24 points on Sunday.
And that's enough to get it done?
I think that's enough to get it done.
Oh, okay.
I do think that somewhere in the
24-17
20s,
Bears.
yeah. All right, let's write it down. 24-17 Bears. for Russ.
Robbie, you already know. Write that down.
Robbie, how are you feeling about your Tigers?
we definitely
want to talk. We'll do that in the next segment for sure.
We'll get there.
Number 5.
Russ. Last question here on 5 on it. Wale Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Russ. Last question. Sister Jean officially retired from Loyola Chicago at 106 years old. I'm not working at that age. What's the youngest age where you consider someone old?
Can I go first, please? Number one, when I saw the graphic of Sister Jean without like reading what had happened, I got so sad.
Because you thought...
Because it's always all I saw with these big old graphics, and then it's like, oh, she's not gonna be the team's chaplain anymore. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. To answer Robbie's question, I think it's layered because we work in a profession where 30, you take you out back, you're done. But in the grand scheme of life,
not old yeller.
That's what they do in sports when you hit 30. But in the grand scheme of life,
And women in broadcasting.
there's so much life. Like there's so much time in life. Like 30, 40, even 50. Like that's
not even 50.
Even 50. Like with modern medicine and you work out and you eat right, you can live a long time.
You
on
can
this
live
earth.
to 50.
No, I'm just saying like life ahead of you at 50.
I got you.
No, well, stop making jokes. Like I'm telling people at 50 you're done.
It's the way you said it.
I think you are officially quote unquote old, where people can call you that and you like really can't fight it at probably 50.
All right, so my answer isn't really based on a number. It's based on this. If you got grandkids, you're old. If you got grandkids, you're old.
My grandmother was a grandmother at like 45.
Guess what? That's the youngest age where you can call somebody old when they got the grandkids.
What if you don't? What if you don't have kids? Then are you perpetually young?
No. But the kids will age you. Kids will age you. And so I will say this also. One of my best friends back home in Alabama, Huntsville, Alabama. Shout out. This man had his first grandchild when we were 43 years old. And I was just like, wow, that's crazy. And it was crazy because I couldn't wrap my head around it. Like, someone's calling you grandpa.
Yeah.
So that someone was me, by the way. Every time I saw him, I'd be like, what up, grandpa? How you doing? I think, yeah, whenever you have that grandkid, that's when you're old. You have a grandchild.
Yeah, I can't wrap my head around that, but I agree. I will say this. Perhaps it is when Anthony Heron got the OG at when he opened a door and this other person opened it for me and he was like, appreciate that, OG. By the way, I mentioned Ant because it's his birthday today.
Happy birthday,
Happy
Ant.
birthday to Anthony Heron.
Yeah. Happy
We
born
love
day,
Ant.
sir.
Yes, he's usually here with us on Mondays on
Happy
Rahimi
birthday,
Harrison
Mike.
Brody. I think it theoretically, kind of like being able to swim in the Chicago River for the first time in 100 years.
Which you shouldn't do.
Modern technology, agreed. Modern technology has helped us. And for that reason, age expectancy is a little bit farther along than in previous generations, although not as far along as it was pre-COVID. So I think it has to be at least in your 50s, right? I would say it's probably around the age where you start thinking about retirement. So I'm going to say like 55.
Have you ever seen when they put the Cheers cast season 1 picture up and they've got everyone's age on there in season 1? And I'm like, no way. They were all in their 30s, except for Sam, the bartender. Like, I'm sorry, he was 35. They're in their 30s. Back in the 80s, people who were 40 years old looked like what 65 and 70-year-olds look like
air
today.
pollution in the 70s was really bad, if you recall.
People smoked
and
indoors.
that's it. Everybody smoked.
The way you said it, people
smoked
indoors. You couldn't even escape it.
No.
They used to put you in a non-smoking
non-smoking section of the restaurant.
But the smoke was
Are
still
you- yeah.
wafting
That
right
was
over.
when I was
Yeah.
a kid. We still had smoking in a non-section in Illinois, and then we were one of the first states where it's like, no, all non-smoking.
Yeah, I remember like people would talk about how they would come home from a bar in college and they would smell like smoke. And I'm like,
I'm
oh,
glad
yeah,
we don't
that's a
live in that
thing.
that age anymore.
Agreed. But I do think that it aged people quite a bit. And back then they didn't have the stuff that people do now to look young. You know, the facial treatments and all that stuff.
You mean
can
the
do.
fillers?
Yeah, or the Botox, whatever people want to get.
Botox is a filler, yeah.
Yeah, well,
Age
no,
is a mindset.
People view them technically as different. They're just both injectables, is how I've been told. I am lazy and cheap and haven't done it yet.
Drink
but I
water,
probably
stay out of
will.
grown folks' business. You'll stay young.
That mind your business thing is real.
The Russ smirk, too. Unbelievable. Russ is here with us for a whole hour. We do want to get to, I think, Russ, what was really a pivotal day yesterday in Major League Baseball for a few different reasons. And it's also worth looking back at some of the trade deadline deals that did happen and the ones that didn't. So let's do that next, and we'll get some Bears talking with Russ as well, because this isn't Wednesday. We do it all next on Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on The Score. Oh no. Oh no!
Bears fans, it's week 4 and the Bears are heading to Vegas to take on the Raiders. Can Ben Johnson hit it big in Vegas and make it 2 wins in a row? Stay tuned to The Score as we continue to get you ready for Bears Raiders right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen for a full day of reaction on Monday on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment is sponsored by Chicagoland Roofing Council. Chicagoland Roofing Council provides exceptional service in all facets of the roofing and waterproofing industry. If it's time to go solar, call a professional solar roofing contractor to guide your solar roofing system selection. Find a highly skilled roofing contractor at chicagoroofing.org.
2 men in a truck are on the line and ready to make a play.
That's right, Bob. In Chicago, we know tough hits. And when it's time to move, you call the pros.
From across town to across the city, 2 men in a truck has the game plan to move your belongings safely. No fumbles, no penalties.
They'll tackle your boxes, block stress, and score big for customer satisfaction. So when the clock's ticking, don't punt. Call 2 men in a truck.
For a free estimate, visit 2meninaTruck.com. 2 Men in a Truck. We're on the line.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today, 630-360-9000. That's 630-360-9000.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1979. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1979 or biglou.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside scoop on your home team before they take on their next opponent. Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
Sports fans, listen up. 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer, and bladder leaks can be a side effect. That's why Depend is teaming up with the Prostate Cancer Foundation to encourage screening. because health is a long game and it's yours to win. Now, here's the cool part. Through November, Depend is contributing up to $300,000 to prostate cancer research by donating 25 cents for every purchase of Depend shields, guards, and Real Fit products. Void in Mississippi? Learn more at depend.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The excitement of the New York Giants turning to rookie Jackson Dart at quarterback has a flip side. It's the beginning of the end of another failed chapter in Russell Wilson's late career arc. He'll be an interesting test for Hall of Fame voters. He's a Super Bowl champ with 10 Pro Bowls. Usually that's more than enough to get a quarterback in, no matter how ugly the last few stops have been. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Russell Dorsey, National MLB Insider for Yahoo Sports.
Here's my thing with the Cubs. Going into the postseason, you look at what teams are vibing, what teams are playing well, and I look at that offense. For so much of the season, that was the thing that drove them. That was their strength. It's great that they're in the postseason. Now I'm concerned about how they're going to be able to score runs once they get there.
Insider and analyst for Friday Night Baseball on Apple TV+.
At 25, I became a beat reporter, and 27, I'm on TV every day, but also an MLB insider. It happened really fast, but you rather take it a year too early as opposed to saying, I'm not ready yet. I'll let that opportunity pass, and you never know when it comes back around.
Russell Dorsey on 670 The Score.
Russ Dorsey joins us live in studio, and see, the temperature is different now. The heat turned off. It was a temporary thing. You can keep your hoodie on.
Please do. Please do.
That's hate.
On
Please
Rahimi
do.
Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. Now it's to the point where if you play the first note, he's touching the zipper of his hoodie.
Stay ready.
You guys practicing this?
No, let's not practice that. Let's
Just play it during the segment at some point. We'll see if it happens. This segment, by the way, Talking Baseball with Russ, is brought to you by the 2026 President's Cup. Russ is the insider for baseball for Yahoo. He works on the broadcasts for Apple TV+. He's an excellent person to talk to about, the playoffs next week.
Yeah, kind of important. Before we get to the playoffs, you guys talked about people jumping in the river. Did you guys talk about Bubbly Creek?
No.
What's that?
Oh, man, Robbie, it's another Russ history lesson. All right, so the reason that people for so long didn't jump in the river or swim in it, so from 1860 to like the 1940s, you had the stockyards, right? And they would dump all the, waste, right, and stuff into the river. And the river would bubble up.
I learned this on the architecture tour.
And so it's the reason that, like, the idea of people swimming, even 100 years later, is wild to me with all the bacteria and pathogens, XYZ. So when you hear somebody, maybe a long-time Chicagoan, talk about Bubbly Creek, when you're walking past the river, that's why.
That's why they're calling it Bubbly Creek. Okay, yeah, that makes sense, actually. I did learn that on the boat tour.
Now I know.
My boat tour guide tried to tell me, though, that buildings were built on the remnants of a lot of the fire and whatnot. And I'm like, yeah, physically that's not possible. Like, you can't build buildings like these without getting into actually sound.
Don't let facts get in the way of a
foundation.
good story, Layla.
Yeah, Layla. Mrs. O'Leary's cow says...
Oh, yeah, and we don't even know necessarily if it was a cow. That's the other part.
No, that was completely made up.
Yeah, but I'm
Layla
like...
letting facts get in the way of a good story.
Oh, in this case, absolutely.
Right.
But yes, I like the history lesson and the discussion.
All right, playoffs.
Getting back to the playoffs, and I did watch the dumpster fire that was the Tigers and Guardians game last night.
Let's point and laugh at Robbie.
Here are the foundational problems. Here are the foundational problems with what we saw last night. Your stopper didn't stop in Skubal. Like, the guy who we thought was the insurance policy of all insurance policies of starting pitchers in the American League didn't do the thing that we trusted him to do. Cleveland, a practical miracle in modern baseball comes back from being down, 15 and a half games. They make up that deficit and then owned the tiebreaker at the end of the night. That place was absolutely electric at Progressive Field in Cleveland.
Imagine what it's going to be like tonight.
And in thinking of all of this, you know what I thought to myself? The trade deadline decisions that were made. When 41-year-old Charlie Morton is your big addition. That tells you how tight the market was, if we all have discussed as a show. But also, fortune favored the bold and the teams that did actually make acquisitions, even if some of them didn't turn out as well as they would have liked.
And that's where I'm always leaning towards. I'm a big proponent in fortune favors the bold, especially in baseball. No, you never know what's going to happen because baseball is baseball. But at the same time, if I had to guess what a 41-year-old's going to do, it's probably do what Charlie Morton ended up doing, which was get DFA'd.
At 36, Charlie Morton wanted to retire.
Like the idea that everybody's going to be Justin Verlander, everybody is going to be your Clayton Kershaws, where you can get near your upper 30s and early 40s and just shove like that. That's not real. Like the idea that is sustainable is unrealistic. And so for the Tigers, their big question going into the deadline was who's going to pitch a game 2 for you behind Tarek Skubal. And because you didn't address that, you might not even make it into the postseason. Like, there's a real possibility that the Tigers, after being the best team in the American League for almost 5 months,
ain't gonna be game 2
are
for them.
not going to be in the playoffs.
They're not gonna.
And it's their own fault. Like, I hear what you're saying about Tarek Skubal. Tarek Skubal's been the best pitcher in the world for 2 years. Like, you can't put it all on that guy. But yes, you are expecting. All right, we needed to get a game, and we got our guy on the mound. And then the Guardians do what the Guardians do. Death by 1,000 cuts, bunt single, another bunt. Skubal tries to be Mark Burley, flip it between his legs, ball goes to the first baseman's head. Like, everything that can go wrong did go wrong for the Tigers. And when things are going your way, like it is for the Guardians right now, you have innings like that where ball doesn't leave the infield and we score 3 runs.
And that's who they are. That's who they are as a team fundamentally. I got 2 words for everybody. Jose Ramirez.
Really good player.
As long as that man exists, respect the team.
It's crazy how things have started to line up. The National League has just been fascinating to me because the Arizona Diamondbacks were left for dead, right?
Cooked, if you will.
They were out here sitting in the back alley like some old pizza thrown out in the dumpster.
They were throwing the pizza out.
they were the ones
throwing
themselves into the dumpster.
They threw a 3/4 pizza out into the dumpster.
Their free agent acquisition to Tommy John surgery and Corbin Burns. They lost Lourdes Gurriel to a torn ACL. They traded Josh Naylor at the deadline, traded Eugenio Suarez at the deadline. And here they are with a possibility of getting into the postseason. Now, everything has to go their way over the next 5 days. But the fact that you've given yourself an opportunity, even with all those things that we talked about, it's amazing.
Yes. And also I have money on them making the playoffs
Well,
from a month ago.
And their position, I think, in their division specifically can be used as whatever storyline people want to tell. Like, for example, well, the Diamondbacks were the wild card in the playoffs, and they made it to the World Series. Yeah, because they were arguably in the best division in baseball. They were the wild card, but they had a better record than the Cubs in 2023. You know, that's the example illustrated there. And in this case, I think it's the same thing. You're probably not as bad as it feels being the third place team in the NL West.
Yeah, like the way it could shake out. Let's say the D-backs don't make the playoffs. Depending on what happens here with the Cubs and Padres over the next 5 days, like, we expect that the Cubs are going to host, but it's only a 1.5 game difference with 5 games to go. So it could go either way. Like, the Cubs could have to fly to San Diego next week. So it's fun. That's what this time of year should be, where you're watching games every night. People are scoreboard watching, your standings watching, and then you have, Tigers fans up in arms like Robbie crying themselves to sleep because their team blew a 15.5 game lead.
But timing of success and the Tigers' record peaking when it did relative to the rest of the league mirrors the timing of the Cubs' record peaking relative to the rest of the league at the same time. When we look at the numbers since June, it's been roughly 500 baseball.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that the Cubs have in their favor, they have 5 games left. The Padres only have 4 games left because the Padres have a day off tomorrow.
Mhm.
So it's important to have that game in hand, win that game tomorrow, and then you really control your own destiny in terms of the wild card.
Can I introduce you to an alternate ending for that?
I love the choose your own adventure book.
Well, here we go.
Turn to
page 38.
All right.
2 games left with those Diamondbacks that we just talked about, and a 3-game set in Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
Padres, equidistant to the Cubs and the Dodgers. Padres win the West. Can you see it?
Sure. My hesitance is that the Mariners have gotten really hot all of a sudden. They can't lose. So, yeah, if you're the Dodgers, you should be wary.
And they got still 2 games with Arizona, who finds themselves looking right at it.
That's why I always push back against the schedule people of, oh, they have the easiest schedule done. It does not matter. You have the Mariners who look like, oh, will they even make the playoffs about a month ago? And now they're going to lock up the 2 seed in the American League. They got over the hump and finally beat the Astros. And mentally, I think for them, beating the Astros to win the division and do that for the first time since 2001.
Yeah.
I think mentally they were like, oh man, we did that. Like, we've been waiting so long to do that. And I think that's going to propel them the rest of the way.
Are you kidding? They've had 2 rebuilds now to get to this point since then.
They haven't won a division title since 2001.
That's a long time.
Long time.
But even when you consider like the last 5-6 years for the Mariners, you know, they've had 2 runs at this since then. And they finally were able to do so on the second time around. And as we say at the trade deadline, when you think you have enough, get more. And that's exactly what they did.
Yeah.
The Mariners were all in as we talk about the current state of baseball last week of the season with Russ Dorsey, who joins us in studio for the full noon hour.
For the first time in like 2 months.
Oh,
Yes, welcome back.
I don't rock with me.
It's Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Mark Grody joins us at 125
We've
from House
been
Hall.
here.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Ray, I don't think Ray rocks with me anymore. I don't think Robbie rocks with me anymore.
Don't do that.
Wow.
You know I rock with
You're
you.
lashing
That's-
out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So do you vote on the awards?
Yes.
American League MVP. You
That's
just
not
talked
what I'm
about-
voting for, though.
That's right. You said you wouldn't know until later.
Correct.
Now you know.
So if you could,
My feelings haven't changed on it. I'm trying to decide how I verbalize it because I think a lot of people have a lot of opinions who have never voted before. But I'll say this. I think Cal Raleigh is having a phenomenal year.
That means you definitely go to judge.
I think, one, consistency matters. And I think it is a full season award. And I think when you look at the full season and the full body of work, Aaron Judge missed almost 3 weeks and still has better numbers outside of home runs than Cal Raleigh. And I think that has to count for something. I understand the argument about we've never seen a switch hitter hit this many home runs. We've never seen a catcher hit this many home runs. But it's not the home run award, right? Like, it's the most valuable player. Now, if you're saying Cal Raleigh is more valuable to the Mariners than Aaron Judge is to the Yankees, okay. I would disagree.
That's a tough argument to
I
make.
would disagree, but that's probably your best case besides, because I don't think the home runs is a good argument. Like, he has almost 60 home runs as a catcher. Cool. That's a great season. But I think how every individual voter determines value is what's going to matter. I think Judge ends up winning, but I think it's going to be the closest vote we've seen for MVP in a while.
If Raleigh breaks the American League home run record, I think this conversation changes. Not your opinion, but I think the
does he have
overall
enough
voting.
time to do that?
He has, 57?
Yeah.
So he'd have to hit 5 homers in the next 5 days, which when he came to Chicago, he definitely did that. So it's not out of the realm of possibility.
But Seattle and that place being as hard as it is to hit anything out of the park, it's not like here. And that weekend, that series here was
You know
was
what's
hot.
fascinating to me, guys? That we've had so many people be the batting average defenders of, these dudes can't hit, and you're going to pound on the table for a dude hitting 240. Now, this is not me knocking Cal. He's hitting 240 with 60 pumps. And a guy who's hitting almost 330 with 50 doesn't get the love. After everything people have talked about batting average over the last couple of years, we've changed the rules.
No, you're right.
So that guys can have higher batting averages.
Right.
And a dude that's he hit 400 for 3 months, and over the course of the full season, he's hitting 330 with 50 homers. Like, come on.
His average has been the most impressive part to me, judges.
Like, I think
been the most impressive part.
consistency matters.
He hits singles sometimes that just go over the fence.
There was a stretch of like a month plus where Cal hit $160. Still hitting the ball at the ballpark, but he hit like $160. So I think these are all things you have to factor in.
No, that's a very good point. Russ Dorsey joins us for another segment here on Rahimi Harris and Grody on 670 The Score. Russ doesn't just talk about baseball. We want to get Russ's Bears thoughts too. And especially since we had a little bit of breaking Bears news earlier. So we will give you that information if you missed it as well. That's all next on Rahimi Harris and Grody on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score, always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is brought to you by Moderna.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
This is the run my own business dream. This is the college is paid for dream. This is the retire early dream. This is Busey, where your dreams and possibilities become moments. Through trusted guidance and expertise, through lifelong relationships. Because we're here to help you achieve the life you've always envisioned. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
With America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid, backed by America's best warranty. The Hyundai Tucson Hybrid. It's the best of both worlds.
Lease the Hyundai Tucson for $239 a month or get 1.99% APR on the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Offers end September 30th. Call 224-661-0068 for details.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's Coach Wanstead, and you know I love football. And there is no better place to watch and wager on games than at Four Winds Casinos. Last time my wife and I visited, from the minute we arrived, they treated us like family. From the valet to the dealers to the hotel and restaurant staff, everybody was just incredible. And did I mention the unbelievable food and live entertainment? A guaranteed win. Four Winds Casino, New Buffalo and South Bend. Your sports and entertainment headquarters.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
Lerner and Rowe is the way to go.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
Lerner and Rowe is the way to go.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
Lerner and Rowe is the way to go.
I'm attorney Kevin Rowe. The insurance company's job is to pay you as little as possible. Our job is to get you every dollar you deserve. Call Lerner and Rowe today and let's make them pay. 708-222-2222.
Lerner and Rowe is the way to go. Call 222-2222.
Chapter 1000, 1921, 14 East Match Chicago. Some work may be performed by or referred to other attorneys.
All right, everyone, huddle up. It's 3rd and long, and the IRS is showing an all-out blitz on us. What's the play? The play is you call PJN Tax Solutions Group. If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more, we may be able to settle your entire IRS debt for up to 85% off the original amount owed, including penalties and interest if you qualify. Is the IRS intercepting your paycheck? Have they thrown a flag for delay of game on your bank account? Dealing with the IRS on your own is a no-win game. Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. PJN Tax Solutions Group is a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. When you draft us, you will not have to speak or meet with the IRS. Call PJN Tax Solutions Group now, 630-415-5296, so you don't get sacked by the IRS. Once again, 630-415-5296, or visit our website, pjntaxsolutions.com. Either way, call us when you want the IRS off your ASS.
At U.S. Waterproofing, we're not only experts at sealing leaks, we're a complete solution to keep your basement dry. From replacing ineffective gutters and downspouts to raising settled concrete. Schedule your free consultation today at uswaterproofing.com. U.S. Waterproofing, a better basement starts with us.
You're listening to Rahimi Harrison Grody. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Today, we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Rahimi Harrison Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
We're here with Russ Dorsey in the house, the
Hello.
Major League Baseball insider, works for Apple TV Plus as well here in Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. And let's reset some of the big Bears news of the day.
What you got?
How about this? For the third week in a row, the NFC Offensive Player of the Week involves a Bears game. This time it's the Bears quarterback, Caleb Williams, after his 298-yard, 4-touchdown performance against the Cowboys, is the NFC's Offensive Player of the Week. That is a first-time honor for him.
Reversal of fortune, reversal of fate. How many sacks did he take in that game?
0.
How many times did he turn the ball over?
0.
How many pre-snap procedural penalties did they have in that game?
0.
Oh, okay.
Love that.
Like that. Take that with you to Vegas.
That's great.
Put some money on it.
Against
That's what
your
you wanna
former head coach, too.
That's what you want to see. I was watching that game on Sunday, and I'm like, all right, man.
Look at you fully vested.
Show me. I had an afternoon free, you know. So as I do on Sundays when I'm in town, I turn the beloved on. I wasn't going to be mad if they lost, but it's the way that you would lose that would make me mad.
Because you saw what happened the week before.
Correct. And so for them to come out the way they did, the play calling by Ben Johnson is creative. It played to their strengths. They moved the chains. They got a lot of people involved. DJ was involved. Rome was involved. We finally got to see Luther Burden get involved in the offense in a big way. That's what you want to see. That's the progression where it's like, okay, now we're getting somewhere. Because I watched the Lions on Monday night, and I saw how their offense worked when it's on all cylinders. Like, they were dialing up some, I can't say the word,
on
but
the
they
road.
were dialing it up. Yeah.
On the road.
The double toss on the goal line for the touchdown, like, so that's what I'm hoping this turns into eventually, where it's like, now we could just throw some wild stuff at you that you just like, just leave people in awe.
Well, that flea flicker was an example of that. When you saw that play happen,
when I saw the ball go in the air, I
thinking?
said, Caleb is about to get his head knocked off right now, because you have to wait for the ball to come down.
It was floating, right?
Yes, you have to wait the ball to come down for 2 seconds, but beautiful pass by Caleb. Might be the nicest deep ball we've seen since Jay.
Yeah, I mean,
think about
you weren't going to see it out of Trubisky.
Jay
We saw a couple out of Justin Fields, but they just didn't land.
A million reasons, but he had maybe the most beautiful deep ball we've seen in the city ever. And that's what you saw out of Caleb, where it allowed Luther Burden just run right underneath it, make the play, walk into the end zone.
Justin Fields had a couple of nice deep balls. He just wasn't allowed to throw very often.
That's unfortunate.
Not like that, he wasn't. You know that.
No, but it's nice to see that stuff work for you.
Even Mitch Trubisky threw one ball that I thought in the playoff game against the Saints would have been caught by Javon Wims. But you're right. Sure. The fact that we can name like 4 or 5 of these out the top of our heads is kind of the idea.
Right. So yeah, I love the offensive play calling.
Okay. I want you to come onto this bandwagon, which is still open. Okay. I think the bye week is going to be the cutoff, guys. Ray, Robbie. Everyone at the beginning of the season said they had more confidence in the Bears defense than the Bears offense. And I said, that's not where we should be. We should all have more confidence in the Bears offense than the Bears defense. Are you with me, Russ?
Yes, because I think the thing that's going to come back and bite the Bears, as well as they play defensively on Sunday, I just don't know if they're going to get a consistent enough pass rush to keep their DBs out of trouble.
You sound like me, reincarnated in the studio, because that's exactly what I mean, I've been saying that for years, but pass rush.
Well, it's also the run defense, too.
Yeah.
You know, this Ashton Jeanty, as we mentioned in a couple segments ago, only has 144 yards rushing through 3 games, but the problem is the Bears' run defense right now currently ranked 26th. Frank in Oak Park called it squishy. I think that's a good term.
That description.
Yeah, that was one of Frank's finer points.
Shout out to Frank. They're gonna have to probably outscore teams to win this season, which the Bears haven't had to do in a long time here. So I don't know if you're always going to be successful in that endeavor either. So I'm agreeing with you. I do think you're going to have to lean on the offense. And that doesn't always mean points. Sometimes that's going to mean, like they showed on Sunday, time of possession.
Just take the ball and hold on to it.
Hold on to the 12 play drives, 19 play drives that we saw in that game on Sunday. That's the way. That's going to have to be their defense sometimes.
What will you do, all of you? What will you do if they come up with a 20 play drive at some point this season? Yeah, it's not that. It's not. We're not.
Yo, that's Robbie. That will be me in my house, butt naked, cheering for the Bears because they just had a 20-play drive that ends in a touchdown.
That's actually a decent question to everybody. Like, do the Bears this weekend make you so happy that some article of clothing off your body came off?
A 20-play drive
celebration
means? That means you have control of the game to the point where it's like, we just gonna milk this clock, and you will not get any more possessions.
No possessions for you. I think I say it because it's not a stretch. They did 19
against the Cowboys defense. I mean, that's the hard part. Like, I'm not trying to take away the shine. They took advantage of the opportunity that they were given. And that, if you do that in the NFL, you will make the playoffs.
But Layla, we know they're not a finished product. My thing is, I think the offense has several more levels they can go.
Oh, yeah.
And knowing that, that's why I've said it since day one. Ben Johnson, I don't know if he can head coach, but I know he can play call. And I think that's what I'm leaning on this whole way, because I know Caleb has a certain level of talent. Ben Johnson has a certain amount of moxie and obviously knowledge and creativity. Combine the two together. It might take a while for them to get on the same page, but once they are, why can't we get what we saw in Detroit? Why can't we get, I guess, what we're still seeing in Detroit?
Well, I don't think you're going to get triple option because they don't have the running back room for it.
Okay, that's fair.
Like, just
it'll be like
you went to college in Oklahoma, you know.
Yeah.
like, you know.
I love me some triple option.
Triple option is some Nebraska, Oklahoma run the ball stuff.
Big 12 stuff.
Big 8 stuff.
Oh, you're taking it back? Southwestern Conference stuff?
Not really more Big 8,
Yeah, I was born. It was the Big 12.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And I'm just saying.
I get it.
The Big 10 had 12 teams when I was a kid. Now it has like 18 teams.
So you never lived in a Big 10 10-team world?
No.
What?
No.
That makes us old. That's it. We're done.
That is actually it may be college conferences. The college conferences you remember is how old you are. And since I remember the Southwest Conference, I'm 90 years old.
I remember when the Pac-12 did have 12 teams, and now they only have
I missed the Conference USA red, white, and blue divisions. That was my favorite conference
if
iteration.
If the Big West is a term to you, it might be time to get blood work done.
That's fair. That's fair. Big East used to have football. That's more recent.
Really quick before we go.
Yeah.
The Bears' schedule, like if you include their bye week, it's not like they don't have like world beaters on it. They have
what?
Well,
the Raiders,
not
they have
anymore.
the Commanders, depending on how they play, the Saints, woof. Then you have the Ravens, the Bengals with no Joe Burrow, and their offense hasn't looked great. The Giants, the Vikings, and the Steelers.
Oh, so are you making a prediction here?
I'm just saying they're winnable games.
Did you see what the Vikings did?
Guys, I said a lot more teams. There are winnable games in this next 7 weeks. That's all I'm saying.
No, that's fair. We can
I know
re-examine that with
if you don't beat the Saints, we need to have some conversations. That team
fair. That's
got
fair.
boat raced in Seattle.
That's fair.
Yeah, I'm into that for sure. We will revisit that with Russ. In the meantime, hopefully we're talking some playoff baseball here next weekend and next week. That would be great.
Will you be available to talk to us? Because you know how you are sometimes. Like the last 2 months.
Jet set.
You mean when I've been hitting Ray like, yo, when you need me? That we don't.
That's not what happened.
I will show you the text messages. I'm like,
it was not
Ray,
worded in that way.
Wait a second.
What the sentiment was.
Where will you be? Like, do you have an idea of where you
I will be in Chicago if the Cubs hold on to home field advantage in wild card round next week. Then I will be in Milwaukee for the DS.
Do it for Russ.
So we'll
Cubs.
think about it.
See, that's a better response than Ray. Ray just said straight up, we have Bears guests, dog. No, you can't come on.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
That's what he said.
Next time, hit me up.
Dump him.
We got Grody on every day. No, you can't come on. Too many mics.
Is this where I tell you we have Danny Parkins on next?
My man. Shout out to Danny.
Danny's on next. I'm Rahimi Harrison Grody. Thanks, Russ Dorsey.
Thanks,
this was
guys.
fun.
Bye, Russ.
Shout out to the fam.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Anyone who plays any sort of strategic game, when you see that someone has the ability to think 2 or 3 moves ahead, that's exciting. That to me is incredibly encouraging to hear from a first-year head coach.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is brought to you by Metra. Looking to explore Chicagoland? Hop on board Metra and get where you're going fast. Whether you're headed to the zoo, a museum, or other activities, Metra gets you there quickly, comfortably, and safely. Metra. Drive less, do more.
Hi, it's Layla Rahimi for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 670 The Score. FanDuel is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. Visit FanDuel.com/Layla. That's me, Leila, to download the FanDuel app today and get started. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. 21 and up and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Fall Ball is back at the Wall at Gurney Mills Marcus Cinema. This Sunday, September 28th, meet Chicago football legend Gary Finsick, starting at 1:30. Then stay and watch Chicago take on Las Vegas on the big screen. The Wall at Marcus Gurney Cinema showcases the biggest sporting events while letting you enjoy the MVP comforts of a Marcus theater. Plus, admission is always free. Meet Gary Finsick this Sunday at 1:30 p.m. Check out thewall.marcustheaters.com for all the info.
Ron Coomer here for TimberTech Decks. I've owned TimberTech Decks for many, many years. It still looks brand new, season after season, party after party. The summer months, outdoors is where we like to enjoy having company, and the TimberTech Decks have been incredible. The #1 premium composite decking brand. It looks like natural wood, but without all the costly maintenance that goes into it, you do not have to do that with TimberTech. Order free samples at TimberTech.com.
Hello?
Mr. Hoban?
Yes?
Hi, this is Amy from First American Bank. I got your message that you called, and I'm calling you right back.
Okay, I'll hold.
Oh, I'm not putting you on hold.
I'll just finish my tuna fish sandwich here and stay on hold until you get back to me.
No, Mr. Hoban.
Can you make it before the end of the day, though? I have a gentle yoga class at 7.
Mr. Hoban, are you new to First American Bank?
Yeah, I figured you got to be better than the big bank I was at. But I'm ready to hold now.
Mr. Hoban, I'm not putting you on hold.
What?
First American Bank is built on superb customer service. So besides offering the best loan deals in town, cash management service, and more, if we can't take your call right away, we call you back as soon as possible. First American Bank thinks of it as treating our customers like family. You treat your family with consideration and respect, right?
Can you put me on hold while I think about that?
Mr. Hoban.
First American Bank, the bank that does more for your money. Visit firstambank.com or call us at 847-952-3700. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
When people think sleep apnea, they think CPAP. Now at Advent, we do all we can to help sleep apnea sufferers avoid the CPAP machine. And most sleep apnea sufferers who come to Advent are going to be able to avoid a CPAP altogether. Our unique Advent approach using simple in-office solutions can get your nose working and throat open all under one roof. You see, the root of every snoring and obstructive sleep apnea problem lies within the throat, nose, or both. At Advent, we know when we get the nose and throat working properly, most snoring and sleep apnea problems will subside. And we have the most simple and convenient, ultra-effective in-office solutions that can do just that. And this is why people have traveled by planes, trains, and automobiles from corners of the world you would never think of to find the sleep apnea and snoring relief you won't find elsewhere.
Go to adventknows.com to schedule your appointment because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better. Most insurance accepted.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing a schedule, and responding to Jim's long emails. Leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC at dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Old Republic Kitchen and Bar features 45 TVs, so every seat is a front row seat for every single play. Fuel your fandom with their full menu of amazing food, wings to burgers. Old Republic Kitchen and Bar on Route 20 in Elgin. Not just a bar, they're the #1 destination in Kane County.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Cars for Kids.
I could do Stephen A's job, guys. It's not that hard.
Danny Parkins.
QB1 party! All are invited!
Host of Fox Sports 1's First Things First.
And you've been riding with Caleb. Do you feel vindicated?
Of course. I've been waiting all day for these next 8 minutes. I'm so happy to be here. Do you guys want to play a game? Like, what was your favorite Caleb Williams touchdown? We got 4 to pick from.
Former host of 670 The Score before he abandoned us.
It's a Caleb Williams custom, baby!
Jersey number 1 is going to the Raptors.
You guys made it seem like as Chicago Bears fans, we had our guy, Danny Parkins, all these guys.
Danny Parkins.
Fight Club, R.I.P. Louis Anderson.
On 670 The Score.
Wait.
We go out to our Circa Sports Hotline, download the Circa app today, and that is where we join a very victorious one, Danny Parkins. Danny, I'm pretty sure if he were here, he would be having a QB1 party right now. But he's in New York, as we've mentioned. He is with Fox Sports 1. You can check Danny out on the newly expanded First Things First. That's from 4 to 5 p.m. And yeah, Danny, I did think of you because I feel like Caleb Williams gets Offensive Player of the Week in the NFC. He had 4 touchdowns. I feel like you would be doing something involving like balloons or celebration or something if you were here.
Yeah, that's probably accurate. I was never one to shy away from a stunt, though I would say that the celebration of the draft pick was kind of the QB1 watch party. Like I've been pretty consistent that Caleb Williams is good. He was good last year, he is good this year, and he will eventually be great. And that's Ben Johnson's job, is to get him to great. So it was nice to see him have a career game. I thought the best part of the game was that for his first time in 20 games as a pro, he took 0 sacks. You had to go all the way back to when he played Stanford, the last time that Caleb Williams was sacked 0 times in a game. So I thought that was a real feather in Ben Johnson's cap. And so I didn't look at it as an arrival, but I looked at it as a step. A big step for Caleb Williams under Ben Johnson.
I think that's an important way to look at things when we talk about Caleb Williams. I've been on this since the outset of the season, Danny. Like, hey, this is going to take a while. It's probably not going to be linear, but he's going to get him to a place where you're going to believe, oh, that's why he was the number one pick in the draft last season. I'm curious because we saw a lot of crazy stuff happen in the NFL last weekend. Which team do you think made a bigger statement from a national standpoint in week 3? Is it the Bears or is it the Lions?
Oh, it's the Bears. I don't think that there's any question about that. Like the Lions have been really good for 3 years. I mean, the Lions won 15 games last year. The Lions were the 1 seed last year. If it wasn't for, a historic amount of injuries on one side of the ball, I think we would have gotten a Lions-Eagles NFC Championship game. And based on what the Lions did last week with a healthy defense and a healthy Aiden Hutchinson to Lamar Jackson, like that's the team that I wanted to see play Philly in the NFC title game. Like, remember, Detroit, they beat the Chiefs on banner night week 1 to open 2 seasons ago, like after the Chiefs' last Super Bowl title. So the Lions have been really good for a while. They're first in points since 2023. They're third in point differential since 2023. Like the Lions have been a tier 1 NFL team, I think, for about 2.5 seasons at this point. They just were derailed by injuries. The Bears, yes, it was against Dallas's defense. I understand that caveat, and I think it's a fair one, and we can get into it more if you want to. But there was still a lot of debate on whether or not Caleb Williams was good. And then you see him throw, basically flat-footed 62 yards in the air and have 4 touchdowns. I don't care if he was playing junior varsity. Like, that game was impressive. So that's not a homer take to me. I thought that, Detroit is much better than the Bears, but in terms of a statement, something that was a surprising outcome, I think the Bears, kind of surpassed the Lions that way in a big way.
You alluded to it, though. The Cowboys are bad. They are a bad football team. Their defense is probably the worst part of their. That's why I think the Lions made a bigger statement because of, one, who they played, where they played them, and the fact that they lost both their coordinators and what we saw in week 1 from them. I think the Lions made a bigger statement. The Bears just said, we can beat a bad team.
Is the Ravens defense good? Because
I don't know.
Yeah,
because the Ravens defense without Matabuke and without Kyle Van Noy, they're averaging over 400 yards allowed and over 30 points allowed through 3 games. So that game was expected to be the highest scoring game of the week if you go by the Vegas over-unders. And the Lions have been, like I said, one of the best offenses in the NFL, and by points scored, the best offense in the NFL the last 3 years. So I don't look at the Lions scoring a lot of points on Baltimore as necessarily surprising. That game was 38-30, and it was a shootout, and that was kind of what the odds makers expected the game to be. Now, in fairness to your point, Marshall, the game was supposed to be high scoring between the Bears and the Cowboys also, but who were you more positive was going to have a good offensive game? Jahmyr Gibbs, Sam Laporta, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and Jared Goff, or Caleb Williams, Luther Burden, and Rome Odunze. I just think that there's a lot more, pelts on the wall for the Lions guys than the Bears guys, at least for me.
Well, that's fair.
Yeah, and
the
Ravens defense has
that
dropped
just struck
off.
me as a bigger, as a bigger state. Now, the Cowboys side of it is fair, right? People are like, well, so what does it matter that the Cowboys defense isn't good? It means that he was good for 1 week. Any NFL coach will say it's a week-to-week league. You got to go 1-1, 1-0 each week, right? It's all those cliches that every one of those coaches say, but there's like some truth in it. Like the Raiders test is different than the Cowboys test. And then there's a test of the bye week. Like how professional do the Bears approach the bye week? And then they play the Commanders and like we get Jaden Daniels against Caleb Williams. And can Caleb Williams try to make a statement that he can still be the best quarterback in his rookie class? And how do they compare to a team that was in the NFC Championship game last year? Like Caleb Williams has not like arrived as a superstar because he beat Dallas. Like you've got to stack good games and you've got to stack good games against good teams. And then you've got to stack good games against good teams in January. So like we're a long ways away from the finish line here, but it was a good week against a bad team.
Well, and that's how I feel. But I do think we saw a good representation of what the offense can be, Danny, in that game on Sunday, because we got to see the fun stuff, the home run ball, the flea flicker, for example, that you mentioned with Luther Bird and Caleb Williams throwing that ball farther in the air than any other quarterback in the league has so far this year. That showed off his talents. And then you also saw just some nice trick plays from Ben Johnson as far as using different personnel in different ways, misdirections, that type of thing. But you also saw plays in structure. You know, what was your opinion of just the overall offensive look we got to see and the different ways the talent was used?
Yeah, it was great. I mean, it was kind of Ben Johnson's arrival as head coach of the Bears, right? I mean, week one, we talked about it. It was not very good. Not because of play calling necessarily, but because of some of the game management stuff, the challenge, and then the failure to kick the ball out of bounds at the end of the game. And then week two, you know, the conversation is going to be about Caleb. I understand that, but that was about their defense. They gave up 50 plus points. And so, you know, it took a whopping 3 games for Ben Johnson to really make an impact and us to be like, oh yeah, this is different. So, you know, I thought it was great, but again, same thing. Like now he gets a Raiders team that in the last 2 weeks is allowing 30 points per game and over 6.5 yards per play, and allowing quarterbacks to have a passer rating of over 120 against them over the last 2 weeks. And that was when they played Washington and they played the Chargers. And so this is a gettable team. And this is a gettable spot. They're not as bad as Dallas defensively, but they're not good, and they're trending in the wrong direction. So, you know, the expectation will be for Ben Johnson to stack good games, just like it will be for Caleb Williams to stack good games.
I know we're early in the season, Danny, just 3 games in, but I'm really curious on a league-wide note, what's been the most shocking storyline to you so far? For me, it's what's going on with Indiana Jones.
Yeah, that's a fun one. Although I will say I picked the Colts to win the AFC South in our official first things first predictions, and Nick and I had a fun back and forth about it because he picked them to be the number 1 pick in the draft, and we were lamenting the fact that no one nationally cares about the Colts because it was a great place of natural disagreement for us. So I'm looking forward to spiking the ball on that whenever we can get the Colts into the rundown. The Colts are a sneaky, like, good organization. They've won 9 and 8 games the last 2 years with Anthony Richardson and Gardner Minshew as their quarterbacks. Like, it's not a bad team. It's just they've never been able to figure out the quarterback in a post Andrew Luck world. Like they've had Jacoby Brissett and Phillip Rivers and Minshew and Richardson and like so many different guys. So they've been in a quarterback wasteland, but otherwise they're pretty good. I think the Steelers have had maybe the weirdest start to the year because they spend more money than any team in the NFL on the defensive side of the ball, but then they gave up over 30 to the Jets in week 1 and then were bad in week 2, but Aaron Rodgers threw 4 touchdowns in week 1, but then their defense was amazing in week 3 and Aaron Rodgers was bad. They were still able to win. Like they haven't really like played to the plan was have a great defense and have an above average quarterback. And they've figured out a way to be 2-1, but it hasn't at all been according to plan. So I think the Steelers, maybe not the biggest story, but I think that they've had maybe the weirdest start of any team to a season. But the beauty of the NFL is every game matters so much that, like, you know, I can go through the whole thing and be like, well, Tampa is 3-0 with 3 fourth-quarter comeback drives. That's pretty amazing. Like, Justin Herbert is who I thought he was, and the throw that he made for the game-tying touchdown last week, I will be floored if there's a better play in the NFL all season that he did against the Denver Broncos and their defense. Like, what's happened to Saquon Barkley and Derrick Henry after their historic seasons? last year. Like there's so many great things in every NFL market that I could literally go 32 for 32 with you guys if we had the time.
Yeah, and I feel like one of them, Danny, might be that Geno Smith is second to only Justin Herbert in passing yards after 3 weeks.
Geno slings it. Geno slung it in Seattle. Like he was, he is not afraid to throw the ball down the field. He's very accurate. He's been pressured a ton. The Raiders, the Genti pick has not worked out so far. Only 3 games. They haven't been able to really pass protect for him. But Geno Smith is good. Like I said on the Raiders, no team upgraded at coach and quarterback more than the Raiders did this offseason. Like, I would say the Bears upgraded more at coach than the Raiders did, at least hopefully, with Pete Carroll at this stage of his career. But like, Pete Carroll is an elite head coach at both levels of football, and Geno Smith is good. He's not great. He's not top 5 or anything like that, but he's a good NFL quarterback. So, there's that's the beauty of the NFL. Every year for them, honestly, 28 of 32 teams can probably squint and be like, maybe this is the year that we get to 10 wins and make it into the playoffs. So that's the real beauty of the sport.
And Slugging in Seattle was a great rom-com. One of my favorites.
Yeah. That was a good one.
I'm sorry.
That was good.
I'm
sorry. You had to.
No,
I
love a good rom-com. I'm
rom-com draft?
Yeah, so
who's your number one pick?
Along Came Polly?
Mazel, you too. Mazel.
Yeah,
Along Came
Polly. Talk about peak Jennifer Aniston. My God. Hitch, really good.
Hitch is up there.
Hitch is an excellent rom-com. Kevin James, Will Smith. It's
My Best Friend's Wedding. My Best Friend's Wedding, a little bit more chick flick than rom-com.
Yeah, I don't know if I can put it in the rom-com category.
I'll send you, Danny, a video of an account, Rob Anderson, the comedian, and he goes back and he looks at a lot of the movies that we thought were good at certain times, and he does a number on Sleepless in Seattle. He did a number on My Best Friend's Wedding. It'll make you rethink things.
Oh yeah, listen. Again, there's plot holes in the movie for sure, but arguably the peak of the White Sox outside of the '05 World Series for the last 35 years.
That's hilarious.
Sad but
My
fair.
Best Friend's Wedding.
Sad but fair.
That was an unbelievable. The White Sox should have been nominated for Best Supporting Actor for that movie.
Hold on, wait a second. So you talked about your banter with Nick Wright. What was the victory lap like this week at the office for you after the Bears win?
Oh, listen. It was good. Well, because Nick, it's very upsetting. So the history here is my first day on First Things First as just a guest, well over a year ago at this point. Nick unveiled his Bears are going to the Super Bowl take. And I was supposed to come on and just do a segment as the Chicago guy. And I was like, what are you doing, dude? You're undercutting me. This is hopefully going to be my lane as a Chicago, well before any job prospects or anything. He was like, no, it's galaxy brain. If I go crazy and then you're just the Bears are going to be 10 wins, you're not then looked at as a homer because I'm out. And that's not what you were doing. And then
what a trap he set for you. That's hilarious.
Yeah, exactly. He was just infringing on my corner. And then after the struggles of this year and that Tyler Dunn article, it really spooked Nick, and he was starting to waver on it. So I made him 2 weeks ago say that I am the official Caleb guy of First Things First, and I wrestled that title away from him. And then the next week, he throws for 4 touchdowns. So, Nick knows.
The crown is back on the rightful heir.
That's right.
The prodigal son. Exactly
I
love that.
The one thing he gets Patrick Mahomes and LeBron James, though.
You kind of also get Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, but not as much as he does. Trust me.
Fair.
Trust me. He's a born and raised Kansas City, and we took the show to Kansas City before Chiefs Eagles. I'm not. This is no exaggeration. I think in Kansas City, the most famous people in order, because Taylor Swift is not a resident. I'd say in order: Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Nick Wright, Chris Jones. He is so famous in Kansas City. It is remarkable. It's unbelievable.
And then, Danny, I know you were in town last weekend for the Brain Up 5K, just continuing your work to support cancer research. Tell us about what that was like for you.
Oh, it was amazing. Thank you for asking. We raised a little short of 800,000 at the 5K, our biggest 5K ever.
Incredible.
With over 1,600 people on the lakefront.
So you didn't win?
I don't race. I don't.
Okay.
I walk. I walk and I turn around. I don't even walk the full 5K if we're being totally honest. I got an MC, I got other obligations, and I'm lazy. But yeah, so with the Radiothon, the 5K, and then we were the recipient of a golf tournament this year through Binny's. Brain Up will have raised in this year a little, just over $1.8 million, which I believe makes us the largest brain cancer charity in Chicago. So pretty incredible stuff, all of it going to research. And Mitch Rosen was kind enough to donate some marathon bibs. So we have people running in the Chicago Marathon for us in a couple of weeks for Brain Up, which we're hoping to raise around $30,000 from that. And so, we've been doing big things.
That's wonderful.
Congratulations on that, Dan. That's not a small feat.
Thank you. Yeah, no, when I joined a few years ago, the 5K we raised around like 350, 400,000. And so we've been kind of doing some exponential growth the last few years. It's been pretty cool to see.
And I know that's still an opportunity if people want to donate. The Chicago Marathon is a great cause. So where can they find that info?
Yeah, brainup.ngo. Just go to our website. There's ways to donate directly on the Brain Up website, both to our marathon runners and then just to the cause. And, I'm not quite into Radiothon planning for next year yet, although I do have the Google Doc up with a few ideas. So people can always hit me up if they or their company want to get involved, because I say, that's the way that the scoreheads are going to turn out. We're going to get the individual donations. We're going to do an amazing job. We're going to tell great stories. But like, if you want your company to be a part of a cancer fundraiser where you can honestly say that 100% of it goes to the cause, get involved, because I know companies it takes time for them to allocate their 2026 dollars. Like that starts kind of Q4 of 2025. So hit me up if you want to be involved in the Radiothon next year. We'd love to have you.
That is Danny Parkins, and I'm here to say that walking is still considered the best form of exercise. So you're still getting everybody's book, Danny. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks, Danny.
Thank you. Yeah, why run when you can walk? Why walk when you can sit? Why sit when you can lay? You know what I mean?
That is a very dangerous path.
That's a slippery slope we just went down.
Yeah.
Danny Parkins teaching us how to be efficient in our movement. We appreciate his time. Thanks for coming on.
Stop movement.
Yeah, exactly. Watch your football lying down if you want.
I know somebody who's moving.
I sometimes watch football on a treadmill, and they do make me run faster. It helps. It helps.
Oh, my goodness.
We got to run to Haugh next. Mark Grody joins us with the latest from the Bears. Bear on Rahimi Harrison Grody on The Score.
Bears.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Score listeners, for all station contest rules, go to 670thescore.com/rules, and good luck.
This segment is sponsored by Chicagoland Roofing Council. Hey, Chicago, we all need to check up once in a while, including the roofing system on your business. If it's time to check on your roof, call the Chicagoland Roofing Council, Chicago's roofing professionals, serving Chicagoland, Northern Illinois, and Southern Wisconsin. Learn more at chicagoroofing.org.
Hey, Chicago, nothing fires up a tailgate party like Wild Fork. From thick-cut burgers and smoky sausages to tender ribs and chicken wings, Wild Fork has everything you need to feed your crew. With 12 stores in the Chicago area and same-day delivery, you can stock up fast with unbeatable variety and value. Bacon-wrapped tenderloin for $6 each, or organic ground beef, $5.60 a pound when you buy two. Wild Fork, bringing the flavor to every Chicago fan this season. Check it out at wildforkfoods.com.
You're on the list for Macy's Fall VIP Sale. That means you're invited to save big on this season's top designer looks at prices you'll love. Like an extra 30% off Calvin Klein, Steve Madden, Hugo Boss, and more. Plus, get 15% off beauty and fragrance from Estee Lauder, Lancome, and so many others. This only happens a few times a year. Don't miss the Fall VIP Sale tomorrow, only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today, 630-360-9000. That's 630-360-9000.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hey, it's David Haugh for Verizon, and if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is just for you. You can get a single line for a low price of just $50 a month when you switch and bring your phone on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Chicago and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Cars for Kids, the easy way to donate your car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.com or 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Is your everyday congestion preventing you from enjoying life's big moments? Try Vicks Sinex Saline today and get yourself back in the action. Vicks Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion with a gentle ultrafine mist. Sinex Saline's drug-free, no-mess formula instantly moisturizes and soothes dry, irritated nasal passages for quick and effective relief. Get back to enjoying life's big moments to the fullest without having to worry about everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex, breathe, use as directed.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grody will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business. We gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? I'm a rat! If you think you're gonna take me out, it's gonna be really difficult.
Tulsa King, new season now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Micah Parsons only has 1.5 sacks in 3 games so far for the Packers, but that doesn't mean he isn't having a huge impact. He's 6th in the NFL with 15 pressures, and he's still rounding into shape after missing most of camp. The rest of the Green Bay line is thriving because of him. This week, Dallas, who struggled on D, goes face-to-face with their former star. The Cowboys will say they don't regret the trade, but the numbers tell a very different story. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Bears. Mark Grody, covering the Bears for 670 The Score.
Can I get a couple minutes with you here, man?
Man, I ain't even talking today, man. I'm sorry.
Okay.
We'll go next to Mark Grody from The Score.
How gratifying is it when you win that battle and get the football thrown to you? What?
Host of the Take the North podcast.
Mark Grote, WBBM.
You're kind of shaking your head at God for a second, though.
Mark Grody.
Whatever the Bears suck.
On The Score.
You ain't my bitch.
Okay.
He's still laughing. You heard him laugh just now. We go live out to Hallis Hall to the, as I heard it, the Stacey Dales NFL Network studios. And that is where we find Mark Grody. He joins us via the Circa Resort and Casino hotline, circalasvegas.com. Hey, Mark.
Hey, what's up, Layla? I got the prime property here today after using the coat closet and then coming out of the closet after that. So it is good to have my own studio here, and I just think it's funny every time hearing Haugh be like, okay, that's enough.
he really had a dad moment there, didn't
You
he?
ate my beer!
Okay.
I mean, I need that, though. I need to be, like, if there's anything that I need, it's to be reeled in sometimes. I
call
get
them
it.
the Mark Grody restrictor plates.
Yeah,
Would you
I totally
just kept
own that.
singing like if he hadn't said okay?
Probably, and David knows that, and David likes my silliness, but you can only take in and digest so much. So he reminds me, look, you're not on a stage here right now. We're doing a radio show, so settle down.
Why?
So that. Guys just got a little sneak peek of the Bears practice, which is ongoing as we speak. And I will say, and I am trying not to project or just say this because the Bears just won, but there did seem to be a little bit of extra pep to the step. It was a little louder. It felt enthusiastic. They were doing a forced fumble drill right in front of the media, and a lot of us, which I'll put out on Instagram a little bit later on. I'm _, by the way, Mark _Grody, if you want to hang out with me on Instagram. So I'll pop that up there later just so you can have an idea of what I was talking about.
I'm just But,
waiting
waiting for Mark _, Grody, because I know that's coming.
Yeah, you're like, hey,
Well-
let me tell you about this crypto I got.
Jesus. Well, I have to have my sit down with Layla, who is much more efficient with social media than I, and she is going to take care of all that ails me on the Instagram. Right, Layla? We're going to
Yeah.
have that meeting at some point in time?
Oh, I
Okay.
can do that. Yeah, absolutely.
I appreciate that. We're going to have to wait, guys, to find out about Colston Loveland's hip injury, which, from last we had heard, it didn't seem like it was that big of a deal. I could tell you that I did see Colston Loveland in the locker room after the game, seemed to be joking around with Cole Kmet in the tight end area, so that was a good sign to me. But we'll wait, and the official injury report will come out a little bit later on when we will find out more about the statuses of TJ Edwards and Kyler Gordon, some of these key Bears that have been down, but we could not decipher or discern anything specific on any of those particular topics. But one of the big topics that was discussed out here and should continue to be discussed, because we know how much Ben Johnson values a good running game, and the running game has been suspect, I would say, would be the best way to put it so far this year. And I only say suspect because it's only been a few games, but it's not there the way they want it to. So Ben Johnson, guys, was asked what can be better about the running game.
It can be better all over the place right now. We're very conscious of it. We watched all of our runs as a group the other day, Monday, and I think I've alluded to it in the past that it can take a little bit of time before this all meshes and it all gels together. We got some new faces up front that haven't played a ton of ball together yet, and so that's part of the process. It's also for the runners to understand what we intend to do with some of these play calls, where we want that ball to hit. And then at the end of the day, they take their natural skill set and they make something big out of it. Our whole goal as a coaching staff is to get them up to the third level as much as we can to make these safeties and these corners tackle them one-on-one. We haven't been doing that enough, and so as a coaching staff, we need a sound plan, and then we need to go out there and we need to execute it just a little bit better than what we have been doing. But I'm not discouraged at all. I see how close we are to this thing really coming together, and I think that was really the point of the meeting there on Monday, was those guys see the same thing.
Mark.
Yeah, DeAndre Swift, guys, 13 carries for 33 yards in that game, just for example. Go ahead, Marshall. I'm sorry.
No. I was just saying, correct me if I'm wrong, but did he have like a verbal sound effect when he heard the question before he answered the question there? Like,
yeah, it was a right?
Yeah,
That's
like
what it was.
he was absorbing
It was
the
like,
question.
shoot.
He's like, we got a long ways to go with what we're trying to do, and
it was like a form. I think that's a form of the word shoot. Shoot. Yeah, well, it's not, and I don't know if you guys know this, but I famously, in order to buy time on the radio when I was doing a solo show, I did a which is different than a So, yeah, like we have to define all of these things.
Wait,
there's
what?
and there's
What? Why were you needing to buy time?
Oh yeah, so it was. Oh man, it's a famous piece of audio which I shouldn't remind people of because it doesn't make me or any of the producers look good, but it is hilarious. It's something that Parkins and Spiegel, when they were doing the show, whenever they needed a laugh, like they were having a lull, they're like, "Let's play the Grody breaking news moment." It was somebody. It was the Boston Red Sox manager. Who was the Boston Red Sox manager that got fired and then rehired? What was his name, or is his name? Who's the Boston Red Sox manager?
Joey Cora? Alex Cora?
Yeah, Alex Cora.
Yeah, Alex.
Yeah,
Sorry, Joey
was.
is White Sox. I went one generation too far.
Right. Joey was a White Sox player. He was a White Sox coach with Ozzie Guillen. Yep. I get the confusion. But yeah, there was a moment where I couldn't figure out what was going on. So on the air, I said, ch-ch-ch. And that became famous for just a little while, or infamous, I suppose.
I can't believe I didn't know that one yet. Okay, so that's good to
Yeah.
know. The text line is chiming in. They love it too. Yeah, so.
Yeah, ask Chris Tannehill to pop it out for you guys later during transition. I'm sure he'd be delighted to do that. I'm sure Spiegel would love it too.
All right.
Lawrence is not as maniacal as those guys, so Lawrence won't enjoy my suffering as much as Spiegel will.
No, Mark, the reason I asked is because I was trying to figure out, was he frustrated at the mere thought of like where the running game is compared to where he wants it to be? That's kind of my impression from that.
Yeah, well, I mean, the specific question that he was asked, Marshall, was where can the run game get better? So, yeah, I think we can infer from where can it get, but where can it not get better?
Exactly.
At least you can go.
Yeah, I was making sure that I wasn't mistaken in thinking that's kind of how he was answering. Like, man, where do you want me to start?
Yeah, like
yeah.
That
Look, guys. Yeah. Oh, wow, that is a different level.
That's how I took it.
With the PF, the PFT, the poof is kind of like a get out of here. That's a get out of here.
PSH,
get out of here. Yeah, get out of here. I don't want to hear from you. Yeah, boy, I'm glad that we've been able to discern some of this, even if I can't discern anything else.
Welcome to Onomatopoeia Talk with Mark Grody here on the score.
Great word, onomatopoeia. SAT Layla.
Let's not go that far.
Pow.
Well, so I mean, like you look at the guys who carried the ball, like what they're doing, what they're having to. Swift, Monungai, Caleb Williams, obviously. Zacchaeus had a carry. DJ Moore had 3 carries. Luther Burden had 1 carry for 7 yards. So you see the creativity. You see what Ben Johnson feels like he has to do with the running game because of the lack of dependable runners behind DeAndre Swift, and DeAndre Swift is not even has been kind of on and off for the Bears so far. So boom, pow, whack, ping, all that stuff. Onomatopoeia. Onomatopoeia.
Do we even have more time for what we're supposed to talk about?
Oh yeah, you want me to? I'll move it along. How about that?
It's our fault too.
Yeah,
it
it's
is.
definitely my fault.
This is just a preview of what's going to happen to Old Crow tomorrow.
Oh, I was just talking to Clay Harbor. Harbor
because he's coming out.
Look, I got to tell you guys, I have these sick shades that I have right now. They're kind of like the mirrored sunglasses.
You did get complimented on them yesterday.
Yeah, I did. You saw it. You witnessed it. And I got complimented again today by Herb Howard. And then Clay Harbor, as we're watching practice on the sideline. No, he did not compliment me. He said I look like a state trooper. And I
said, you got the blue blockers out?
So I told him, I said, yeah, and I will pull you over, and I don't know if I'm going to give you a warning. So tomorrow at 5 o'clock when Clay Harbor joins us, I will be wearing my 6 shades. That will be happening.
Welcome to Accessories Talk with Mark Grody from Hallis Hall here on the score.
Heck yeah. Okay, one more cut from Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson also asked, this is really good, actually. Ben Johnson asked what Caleb Williams should take away from the Dallas game going forward.
I think it's the comfort level right now of taking all this information over the course of the week, which is a lot. I mean, shoot, we just had a walkthrough and we screw some things up, and that's because we just talked about it for the first time, and we're going to screw a couple things up in the walkthrough. Well, we got to get better at it during practice, and then I think what I'm most impressed at with him and his process is the next day he really locks everything in from the day before, and we don't have to go back and revisit it again. So he's a quick study in that regard, and because of that, we can load up the game plan more each week. Week 3 was a lot more than week 1, and hopefully that's our new normal here going forward, is not just for him, but for the entire offense. We can have a little bit more in the game plan to help attack at some of these defenses. And so because he's doing that and his comfort level's growing, we're able to grow as an offense.
Ooh.
Sounds like we've gone from remedial to 101 to now maybe the 200 level class, and we're going to keep going.
Or at least midterm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I heard. And obviously there was a lot more put on Caleb's plate last week. So, hopefully we'll continue to see real progression. That's what we've all been dying to see. That's what we've been begging to see. Those are the questions that we've been asking and hoping and wanting various offensive coordinators last year and coaches last year. And then this year, where is the improvement? And now it's actually happening where we are actually seeing one of these quarterbacks get more put on their plate. And I can't wait to see what Ben Johnson puts on his plate for this game this week in Vegas against the Raiders.
Well, Mark, we look forward to hearing from Caleb Williams later this afternoon. I know you'll probably be on the afternoon show with the updates. Is that the deal?
That will be the deal. Yes, I will have Caleb Williams for the afternoon show, and I will be inside the locker room, and you never know what's going to come out of the Bears locker room. So it's probably going to be a much happier locker room this week, which is awesome.
Ah, yes, the premier locker room show in Chicago.
Inside
That's
the
right.
locker room.
Still my favorite.
I have a lot to, keep up with here. If I'm going to be the premier locker room show after what Bruce has done his whole career.
Wow.
I really got, so I gotta step my game up, man. I mean, Bruce and I both been, I gotta believe Bruce and I are probably neck and neck for most locker rooms been in at the Score. So it's gonna be a standoff.
We appreciate you, Grody. We can't wait to hang out with you tomorrow at Old Crow. It should be a ridiculous time.
Oh, it will be a ridiculous time. Bye, guys.
Bye, Groats. It will be a ridiculous time.
Oh, yeah. Don't forget, you can join the Score and Budweiser tomorrow from 2 to 6 at Old Crow in Wrigleyville. Our show will be at the special time of 2 to 6 p.m. That's because Spiegel and Holmes are 10 to 2 tomorrow, still in our day spot, because they got to get on a plane and go to Vegas. Stop by to register to win special prizing from Budweiser. You can say hello to Mr. Grody, Layla, and myself before the Cubs game. Also, Clay Harbor in the 5 o'clock hour if you want to say hi to the Clay Maker, air quotes there. That's tomorrow at 2 at Old Crow in Wrigleyville. It's all brought to you by Budweiser. This Bud's for you.
Gang's all here.
Gang's
That's going to be
all
fun.
be out.
We're outside.
We're outside.
Scary.
It is kind of scary.
Okay, we've got a lot of requests for this Grody sound effect. And one of the requests is from me. I know we have a bunch of stuff coming up that we have planned for this next segment. But what do we think? Can we produce on the fly here? Team.
If I can find it, we will do it.
Okay. In the meantime, we also have something decent because Ray and Marshall cook something up. So audio fun. It's just a matter of what it is. You'll find out next on Rahimi Harris and Grody on the Score.
Cubs fans, check out the Compound Podcast with Chicago Cubs outfielder Ian Happ. Listen as Ian takes you behind the scenes as he and his guests share what it's like to live the baseball life.
We got to kick Riz out of the stands. He's disrupting the game. Moises hits a homer right at him. I mean, that was the baseball gods.
Clanked.
And clanked it. And he goes, that's why I'm retired.
Behind the scenes talk with Chicago Cub Ian Happ. Only from the Compound Podcast. Listen on the Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps or wherever you get your podcasts.
This segment is sponsored by IHOP.
Introducing the IHOP Value Menu, where all your breakfast faves are just $6 each every day. Where else can you get a big, filling, sit-down breakfast for only $6? Go to your happy plates with the $6 IHOP Value Menu. Available every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations.
Oh, this Bosch miter saw really is smooth.
Feeling smooth.
Who said that?
It's your inner Bosch, baby. I'm that scoobity-bebop smooth feeling you get when you make smooth cuts with that moobity-mibbity-mibbity-mubbity miter saw.
So I'll just keep ski-bop sawing then?
Now you're getting it. Beep-bop-beep-bop, miter saw is my favorite.
The more you Bosch, the more you feel like a
Hey, Chicagoland.
Get with a winning team. The all-new Toyota on Edens, one of Chicagoland's fastest-growing Toyota dealers. Score big savings in our fresh line of 300 new 2025 and now 2026 Toyotas. And servicing your current Toyota has never been more convenient with extended service hours, including Saturday service, plus Uber pickup and drop-off. The best way is right off the expressway at Toyota on Edens or ToyotaOnEdens.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
Turner and Rope is the way to go.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
Turner and Rope is the way to go.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
Turner and Rope is the way to go.
After an accident, you don't want another headache dealing with the insurance companies. Let us get you all the money you deserve. Call 708-222-2222. That's 222-2222.
Turner and Rope is the way to go. Call 222-2222. 222-2222.
Jonathan Faust, managing attorney, 114 East Surmac, Chicago.
Everything comes down to how you finish, and the wall covering, drywall finishing, signage, glass systems, and painting contractors at finishingchicago.com always produce a hit. Chicago's top general contractors and property managers rely on Finishing Chicago's industrial and commercial contractors to provide the most well-trained, safety-focused, and reliable crews. Before starting work on your next job site, check out their website, finishingchicago.com, your free resource to find quality finishing contractors.
Proud partner of Cubs Radio. All I'm doing is driving to have a meeting with my mom and dad, that's all.
About our finances?
Look, I'm already very late.
Jerry, remember a ceremony a year ago? I dressed in white and you in black?
I know you're my wife, but my mom said to me, you and what's her name?
She doesn't even remember my name.
Should bank at the bank next to my apartment, she said.
These days, the bank for us is First American.
Gotta go or mom's gonna worry.
First American has products that make us smart savers and smart borrowers.
See, mom made tapioca pudding for me.
First American CDs offer some of the highest rates.
But my mom says...
Your wife says we may even need a loan soon. And First American's fixed rate home equity loan is a smart way to borrow.
Yeah, but mom says that
we can get the money and...
Okay, well, check out First American Bank. Now, who can that be? Mom.
When you didn't show up, I got worried. Here's your tapioca. Dad's parking the car. Who's this?
Mom, it's my wife, Carol.
Oh, yeah, we met you at the wedding. Hi, dear.
First American Bank, the bank that does more for your money. Visit us online at firstambank.com or call us at 847-952-3700. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
With next day delivery available straight to your job site, it's easy to keep jobs running smoothly with the Home Depot. Plus, with pricing benefits for pros and top quality brands, you only have to make one stop for the whole job. The Home Depot. How pros get more done.
More Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Back in 60 seconds on 670 The Score.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Oh, God. We need to talk about that as a show.
What do we need to talk about?
This reminds me of that terrible AI float commercial. And I remember watching it, and I was like, what self-respecting human would be a part of this? And then I was like, oh, no, it's AI. Turns out it was AI.
That is the worst commercial.
I think I can.
Dare I say of 2025.
This is
worst
what
commercial.
Like when rich people get in a room together and there's nobody to stop them, like humans and stuff, and AI's like, sure, that's a good idea, person. And then they're like, well, we got it approved. No, you didn't. You didn't air it. You didn't look and see how ridiculous it is.
It's bad.
Oh.
The song does slap, though.
I don't think it's a bad commercial.
How dare you do that to the Quad City DJs?
Yo.
No, it is a terrible commercial. It doesn't even make sense. Why would all those people be on a float? A float is for winners or like representing a certain organization.
About the whole. That's the organization.
No, but you're not riding a float when you're watching football. You're watching football.
Yeah,
I've been in many parades.
They're just trying to parade in the NFL and give everybody a touch.
As somebody who took dance for many years, I've been in many parades. I would want no part of this.
Much like Ben Johnson when he looks around the running room, he's like, I guess everybody's getting a touch in my running game.
Yeah, but that's still not this stupid float.
Come on, ride the float.
It's so bad.
The Chicago Bears are represented by a guy dressed up as the Pope, which I'm okay with.
That was good.
That was good, but overall,
I seriously was like, what? How much does an actor get paid to do this? None.
I am okay with the Chicago representation because of the timely nature of the Pope, but overall, it's cringe.
No, Ray and I are we're in lockstep on the float discussion.
Well, according to
how bad it is.
According to the text line, this Grody on Alex Cora thing is also cringe, and that's why we need to hear it.
Yeah, but at least it's real people.
Those are real people?
No, they're not. They're depicted by AI. No, it's AI.
Oh, the whole thing's AI?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know the whole thing was AI. I thought it was just portions were AI.
So this audio, this Mark Grody audio from a few years back, can best be described as when breaking news in a broadcast goes wrong. That's really the best way to describe this.
So, all right, back to the baseball thing. As Alex Cora, do you say he was fired or he was? Because I haven't seen it cross here. Has he been fired or was he suspended? All right, we'll try to figure that out here momentarily here. But it probably has been suspended. It was the same thing that Rob Manfred.
Yeah, Mark. Jeff Passan, just 47 seconds ago, Alex Cora out as Boston Red Sox manager following the fallout of the sign-stealing scandals that have enveloped baseball.
Out. So he uses the terminology.
Enveloped.
That's what I said.
Okay. So wait, so he's out as manager?
Yeah.
No, there's multiple things that are hilarious about that. That's not even the funniest thing in the clip.
What do you consider to be the funniest thing in that clip?
Enveloped.
I was like, enveloped. I was like, what?
What was that other sound effect? That's
the
chaotic.
Thing. Yes, that was like, okay, the guy's name was Julio that used to work here, and it was like he cracked the mic. You can envision someone rushing to the microphone.
I'm like, what? Did you just literally drop in from somewhere? Did something fall down? Like, also, apparently, Drewski's cameo is real, and the Rizzler. So there were a couple of real people.
Manfred.
I was like, I saw people.
Like, just dropped in.
I was like, I saw real people that I know exist that would be suing if their likeness was used in AI. That's why.
I hope you guys got paid a ton of money.
Yeah, it's the NFL. They got money.
Well, there was a lot of AI surrounding real people in this.
It's just not a good commercial.
It's cringe, man.
It doesn't promote anything. It doesn't make sense.
It promotes the NFL. Okay,
y'all are trying to promotes the NFL in a really lame way, in my opinion.
Yeah, if there's one thing I need to raise awareness of while watching an NFL game is the NFL.
Like, think about this. For anyone...
Hold on, let me drop in.
Yes!
I agree with you.
For anyone who is not a fan of the NFL and they may be trying to attract to watch the NFL, does that do anything for you?
Maybe.
I don't think so.
Drewski's very popular with the youth.
That's true.
No, Drewski's cool except for that commercial.
Wow.
They should have just let Drewski cook on the commercial. They would have been better.
Nah, because then they have to bleep out a lot of language and such.
At least it would have been authentic.
Okay.
And yeah, the Rizzler... Right. I just didn't think it was a real rendition of the Rizzler. I thought thought it was computer generated.
The worst of the RZA. Oh, we've reached a new low.
I seriously thought it was computer generated.
Man, listen.
It is computer generated because he ain't that big. She's a giant in the commercial.
I think that maybe there's some yucking of the yum here.
The AI
it's not
yum?
yummy to me. It's not yummy to me. I just want to point out, it's not yummy to me. I will not partake per se, but I understand. I don't know that I understand.
Yeah, you started to defend something that you really probably don't want to defend.
Yeah, like that's. I'm trying to also be authentic in this moment. And say it didn't bother me the way it apparently has bothered the masses, and by the masses I mean the two of you. Robbie
Ray
I
text about it off our group thread.
Every time it comes on the TV,
Robbie,
I'm
are you
texting
bothered
Layla.
by this commercial?
No, not at all. But my brain has been like, anytime there's an ad, it just washes over me. Because
that's
I think,
nice.
I mean, like in our job, I feel like the amount of time we spent listening to advertisements is like probably 10% of my day.
No, but some are good. Yeah, you find yourself like quoting commercials that you've seen a lot that aired during games.
What's the ad that gets stuck in your head the most?
The jingle from the Cars for Kids for sure.
Duke's mayonnaise.
Sometimes it's just quotes too, like the old DirecTV commercials where the CEO's like, or the fake CEO character is like, sounds hard, I'm going to Barbados. You know, like those are always funny for me. Or like the one with the guy where he's like, but I also like savings the money. Like I used to say that all the time, just randomly.
Want to Get Away is up there, and that's hasn't even been on the air in how many years?
I do like savings the money. That one is like 15 years old. Yes.
Anytime there's a pause in anything that's coming out.
Enveloped.
I'm glad you got your thoughts out about the float, and I'm glad we heard the Grody audio.
You know what? That's been on the back burner for a little bit because of more pressing issues.
Yes.
I'm glad we got that out.
I'm glad we got that in, though. I feel like you guys have gotten things off your chest. What is that? Was that?
It's atrocious. Like, hey guys, let's raise awareness for the NFL and NFL games with this entirely encompassing NFL thing. No,
I think you're really mad at the NFL is taking over the world, and like when
I don't mind it because we were just talking about watching the Thursday night game.
No. But Mike Florio, when he's talking about the gateway of 10% equity in ESPN, and now if they want 10% equity in all these other media companies, they'll be everywhere.
Just get a better production staff. Just get a better commercial department. I'm sure it'd be fine with it.
I'm sure they have that was contracted out.
630 is correct. Parades are also good for getting gum thrown at you.
Wow.
So true.
That's crazy.
Your job is to throw candy at other people. That's a good parade. They're not even doing that in this float.
Missing it. Missing the low-hanging fruit.
We'll get float thoughts from Lawrence Holmes and Matt Spiegel. And maybe their thoughts on Alex Cora next.
Coming up this afternoon on Spiegel and Holmes, Craig Counsell, the Cubs manager, joins us at 2:30 to talk about the Cubs' part in Chaos Week. Alex Brown talks Bears with us at 4, and Mark Grody with a Bears hit. All the news you could possibly need at 5 o'clock. We'll turn the page towards the Raiders as well. That's Spiegel and Holmes this afternoon on 670 The Score.
And always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Audi Exchange Highland Park. Seize the thrill in the 2025 Audi Q6 e-tron. Get yours with 0.99% financing for 72 months at Audi Exchange Highland Park and Audi Exchange St. Charles. Make it yours today before the U.S. $7,500 EV tax credit goes away on September 30th. Shop AudiExchange.com.
This is the take care of my family goal. This is the enjoy the life I've built goal. This is the set up a foundation goal. This is Busey, where your goals become lasting legacies. Through bespoke plans that maximize your wealth, through partnerships that give you peace of mind. Because building wealth, tending to it, and passing it down secures a brighter future. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Hey there, sports fans. It's Ron Coomer. The pennant race is on, and just like your team is pushing for the postseason, it's time to step up your outdoor living game with TimberTech, the #1 premium decking brand. TimberTech looks like real wood, but without the never-ending maintenance. It won't rot, warp, or splinter, and the industry-leading warranties, your deck will keep looking great season after season. Build a space worthy for October baseball. See for yourself why TimberTech is everything wood should be. Order free samples at TimberTech.com.
Without an Advent clinic nearby, people suffering needlessly from chronic nasal congestion and sinus infections would be stuck. with either Band-Aid or Sledgehammer solutions. Band-Aids are pills or nasal sprays, and they're not true solutions. Surgery is a sledgehammer, and that's what we're trying to avoid. Because most people don't need surgery for nose and sinus issues, nor do they want a 14-day recovery. Our unique Advent approach can, in 20 minutes in our office, open your blocked nose for good, with only 1-day recovery. I'm Advent founder Dr. Kandula. Outside of Advent's four walls, invasive surgery is what they'll recommend. But here you will find effective and convenient in-office solutions to help you stop the need for Band-Aids and avoid the sledgehammer.
Go to adventknows.com to schedule your appointment, because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better. Most insurance accepted.
Hey, does your garage floor look lousy with stained and cracked concrete or bad epoxy or paint? Call Comer & Cross Concrete Floors now during their end-of-year garage sale at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Right now, you're going to get your best price of the year, guaranteed, starting with $750 off. A Comer & Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It's guaranteed to never chip, crack, show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. They're in and out in one day. They're all certified, uniformed employees. They'll even take your stuff out for you. Whether you're in Chicago, Milwaukee, Indiana, now is the time to call them for your best price of the year, guaranteed, starting with $750 off during their end-of-year garage sale. The number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, Comer, C-O-M-E-R, cross.com.
Now it's time for the Hyundai Next Day Strikeout Highlight. Here's a great Cubs radio call from yesterday's game.
The bearded right-hander leans back and deals. Swing and a miss, strike three. Very impressive 1-2-3 inning for Andrew Kittredge.
All strikeouts by Cubs pitchers are brought to you by your Chicago and Northwest Indiana Hyundai dealers.
With America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid, backed by America's best warranty. The Hyundai Tucson Hybrid. It's the best of both worlds.
Lease a Hyundai Tucson for $239 a month or get 1.99% APR on the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Offers end September 30th. Call 224-661-0068 for details.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com. Time is ticking away. Don't let another minute pass. Plan your retirement now with Trajan Wealth for the future you deserve. Call Trajan today at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score!
Enveloped. No. Enveloped.
Listen, that was the best part of that. Like, I thought the Grody part was like the hilarious part, but then that happened. I was like, what did he just say?
Play it again. We have to wait.
Or not.
Oh, that's right. White orbit is weird. You have to wait a second. You can't play stuff again like you want.
It is one of the all-time pieces of tape. Certain pieces, like between 15 and 45 seconds, where you need to hear the whole thing because it has a lot of different moments. It's got ups and downs.
Ups and downs.
There's a narrative.
Like you thought you had gone back down, but no, we're going right back up.
Back to the baseball thing. As Alex Cora has, do you say he was fired or he was? Because I haven't seen it cross here. Has he been fired or was he suspended?
That's component one. It's a great one.
All right, we'll try to figure that out here. Momentarily.
Moment
but
two.
It probably has been suspended. It was the same thing that Rob Manfred.
Yeah, Mark. Jeff Passan, just 47 seconds ago, Alex Cora out as Boston Red Sox manager following the fallout of the sign stealing scandals that have enveloped baseball.
So he uses the terminology.
Enveloped.
That's what I said.
That's not what he said.
So he's out as manager?
Yeah.
Right,
Who did the correction there? Who did the correction?
Chris Withers. Not Chris Withers. Chris Williams?
Chris
the one who's a
Withers
chef
produces
now.
the White Sox
Chris Williams is a
broadcast.
chef now, right? I think that's his name.
I think that was his last name.
I think so.
He had a mustache. He had the
Was that
nice
Julio?
mustache.
Yes, it's
That was
Julio
Julio.
Seo.
Not enveloped.
Enveloped.
Look, they could happen to anyone. There's a lot of moving parts there. We misspeak all the time.
What's amazing, like what collapses there in the background, it sounds like one of those old cart machines that Murph used to have.
The old cart wheel.
The whole carousel of carts, which it clearly wasn't because those have been gone, but that's still what I picture when I hear it.
Damn, Big Marky, you guys had a carousel for those? We just had like a stack in Dallas.
And well, Murph would sometimes play his own stuff.
He would wheel his own carts.
that's
in.
So
right.
he would bring, well, you would bring
Lawrence would bring
the
And I
cart
would
thing.
bring.
Well, usually Maddie or Rock Momola would bring that in, and then he could look and spin it, and then he wanted to play the Gillette commercial, and then he could play it.
You hear that, Alex Kuhn? You could be bringing a wheel of carts, but instead you just get to hold a dry race board sometimes.
The best I ever saw at holding a dry race board.
It's a better trade-off for Alex.
Some good dry race board holding
Right?
there.
I mean, that's top notch. He puts it out front there. I had fun working on your show, Layla. Did you have fun working on my show yesterday?
I did.
Good.
Let me thank all the people who are on this one because I don't want to be rude.
Good call.
Thanks to a man you know pretty well, Danny Parkins. He joined us at 1. Mark Rohde was at 1:25. And Russ Dorsey joined us for the noon hour. Thanks to Russ. Thanks to Mike Florio. Reed Diaz, Robbie Triano killing it today. Brandon Fryer, Connor O'Donnell, Jacob Stutz, and Max Curtis.
We had a good
And
time.
We did. Our transition is brought to you by Old Republic Kitchen and Bar. Ice cold beer, legendary food.
I'm going to the game tonight. Looking forward to feeling the excitement,
So you just like stress, is what you're
the
saying.
anxiety,
Up close and personal stress.
the potential terror. I mean, I don't know.
The stress of 40,000 people all on your shoulders.
It's
You want to hear
fun.
Timmy Trumpet in your head? Is that the deal?
Oh, he can't pitch tonight, right?
That's what we were saying.
Yeah,
but
we're
let me
like,
tell you something.
dear God.
27 pitches through 2 innings. Maybe he can pitch
If he
tonight.
didn't
Pretty
pitch,
awesome
if he
last
doesn't,
night.
like, if he doesn't pitch tonight, I'm still gonna be thinking about what he did last night because that man came in and was
Here,
unbelievable.
have some of this.
Yes, have some more of this.
Well, what Carson Kelly swung at on 3-2 was like, that is 2-strike anxiety in action. And I get it, man. Like, how are you? I mean,
how?
But you got to get on. You got to try and take to get on. I'd rather be frozen. I'd rather be frozen than swing at that in terms of living with myself.
Would you like to build a snowman?
Would you like to build a snowman? Let
Nice
him
crescendo.
throw. Let him throw. By the way, do you know how many people reached out to me on Earth, Wind, and Fire Day on the 21st of September just because of the old version of Mitch Tember? And buddy, say that you remember.
Mitch
Could we
Timber?
get another Mitch
Timber.
album? Could that happen?
What? For who?
I don't know. Anybody.
I think the Mitch album's moment has come and gone. I
Wow.
think it's come and gone.
Wow.
You know?
Have you seen the mashup with Aaron Glenn?
No. Of him dancing on the
Oh
sideline?
yeah. The match where he's
Where,
running down the
where,
yeah,
where
Gordon
he
and Fire. Yeah.
runs and then it syncs up perfectly to the
that's-
beginning of the song.
That's phenomenal.
Because then he dances at the end too.
Yeah,
It's phenomenal.
It's on.
I think Francesa went off on Aaron Glenn. Said he's got to be more professional on the sidelines. It's ridiculous.
Francesa said
Why
he
are
needs
these
to be more
people?
professional.
Yeah, exactly. 135, 137, 135, 138. I don't know why these people are talking.
So like, I know Worrytown is a Bears thing, but like the Cubs
Cubs
version
Worrytown?
of Worryville or whatever you want to call it.
Oh man, we have seen so many transplants over the last couple of weeks that have
The last 24 hours, like the
they've
Kyle Tucker
inquired,
interview,
and they've been like,
The
hey,
Kyle Tucker video?
you guys got any houses or condos, apartments for rent?
Also, speaking of Francesa, if there's one thing he loves, it's the Mets bullpen. So
7 1/3.
For me, it's been like a successive need for people to contextualize it and get me back to the good space. Nico was the last one yesterday with you and me, man. Nico's like, these are games of consequence in September. This is what I wanted. And I wanted games that matter, and we have games that matter.
As Layla pointed out in our first segment, you can always check out the rewind feature in the Odyssey app to check that out. She's like, they said everything we wanted them to say, but they are not doing the things that we want them to do.
Offense did. Offense showed up last night.
I mean, yeah, it did, and he was a big part of it. You're talking about him wanting to play better or play in games of consequence. He's like, boom, how about 3 hits? That's
he could
consequence.
Well, there's some good signs. Seiya hit a bullet up the middle.
He also had a very nice catch in right field.
Yes, he did. So that's good. I thought PCA's bunt off the lefty to move 2 runners over, and then he had an opposite field hit
The
after
fact that PCA was bunting because he was in the 9 hole.
He has to.
I get it. I get it. But I'm just saying how far we've come since the All-Star break.
This is why you need Kyle Tucker.
It's kind of crazy that you could, like, in a week's span, go from hosting the wild card game against the Padres to visiting the Dodgers.
Yeah, that's the worst. And I brought that up. Remember, I said Dodgers. It's a thing. They're just as close to the Dodgers, the Padres are, as they are to the Cubs.
Playoff Wrigley is a lovely thought. Playoff Dodger Stadium.
My partner is just always recruiting people to worry.
No, but
it's just
that's a real thing, though, Speaks.
I know, but he's like
they're a game and a half behind both.
It's getting hard out here.
Tigers. You could be the Tigers.
Did you see the Dodgers schedule, by the way?
TBS. Shout out to Herbie for that.
How about Tariq Scooble's anxiety? Like talking about great players.
Yeah, when you hurt someone, it's messed up.
It is messed up.
That does matter, yeah.
Oh my God, yeah, it totally got to him. But he's been shaky for 3 starts, says Tariq Scooble. That Tigers thing is insane.
That implosion is not good.
No.
It's funny, though. It's Chaos Week, and we are going to spend some time talking about that. We are also going to talk with Cubs manager Craig Counsell and figure out how he's dealing with everything that is surrounding his team now.
We're going to have fun with him. We're going to find a way to have fun with him today.
Alex Brown's on a boat again.
He's on a boat.
And we're going to talk to him about that because they've got the city cruises going again. So we've got an opportunity to talk with him. And then a guy named Mark Grody is going to join us, and we're going to talk Bears with him. We are going to start things off talking about the offensive player of the week in the NFC after Tanny's Open. Next here on The Score.
Truck drivers, have you been searching for a more reliable driving job? Get the paychecks and predictability you need as a Schneider driver. Schneider's large selection of driving jobs means you can get the home time that suits your schedule. Choose from daily, weekly, monthly, or sometime in between. Plus, Schneider drivers have access to great benefits with a 401k match and a 24/7 support team. Get the keys to a better driving job. Search openings near you and apply now at SchneiderJobs.com.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
Turner and Rowe is the way to go.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
Turner and Rowe is the way to go.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
Turner and Rowe is the way to go.
We've been serving Illinois for over a decade. After a wreck, you make one call, that's all, to Lerner and Rowe. 708-222-2222. That's 222-2222.
Lerner and Rowe is the way to go. Call 222-2222.
Jonathan Ross, Managing Attorney, 114 East Cermak, Chicago. Some work may be performed by or referred to other attorneys.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today, 630-360-9000. That's 630-360-9000.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey, Chicago, it's David Haugh from The Score here, and you know I'm all about staying connected no matter what, and nobody does it like Verizon. I'm talking about the best 5G in Chicago, and with Verizon, everything just works. Need to check traffic before your commute? Boom, instantly. Trying to snag that impossible dinner reservation? Consider it done. This isn't just fast, it's America's most reliable 5G network, keeping you connected to what matters most. And get this, right now, when you bring your own phone and switch to Verizon on Unlimited Welcome with AutoPay Plus, taxes and fees, you can get a single line for just $50 a month. You heard that right. The best 5G in Chicago for just $50 a month. So if you're ready to experience the difference with the best 5G network around, stop by your nearest Chicago Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on Unlimited Welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score. Report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
This segment is sponsored by Chicago Land Roofing Council. Hey, Chicago, if your commercial business needs a new roof or has persistent leaks, call a Chicago Land Roofing Council roofing and waterproofing contractor whose service technicians all complete a 5-year apprenticeship training program. Learn more about keeping your business dry at chicagoroofing.org.
There are no symptoms during the early stages of prostate cancer. That's why Loyola Medicine wants to remind men over 40 about the importance of discussing risk factors with your doctor and the benefit of a screening. Learn more by visiting loyolamedicine.org/prostate cancer.
Sports fans, listen up. 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer, and bladder leaks can be a side effect. That's why Depend is teaming up with the Prostate Cancer Foundation to encourage screening. Because health is a long game, and it's yours to win. Now, here's the cool part. Through November, Depend is contributing up to $300,000 to prostate cancer research by donating 25 cents for every purchase of Depend shields, guards, and Real Fit products. Void in Mississippi. Learn more at Depend.com.
Dude, did you order the new iPhone 17 Pro? Got it from Verizon, the best 5G network in America. I never looked so good.
You look the same.
But with this camera, everything looks better, especially me.
You haven't changed your hair in 15 years. Selfies? Check, please.
New and existing customers can get the new iPhone 17 Pro, designed to be the most powerful iPhone ever, with eligible phone trade-in and unlimited ultimate. Any condition guaranteed. Best 5G source root metrics data, United States 1H 2025. All rights reserved. Trade-in and additional terms apply for all offers. See Verizon.com for details.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Whether it was just a football decision or job preservation from head coach Brian Dable and GM Joe Shane, the Giants had no other choice but to start rookie QB Jackson Dart. Russell Wilson is just not good enough anymore, and this offense has been too anemic for too long. The Giants have scored less than 10 points 7 times since the start of last season. That's 4 more than any other team. I'm Andrew Bogish.
This hour is brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
Spiegel and Holmes.
Okay, here we go, sports fans.
Afternoons on the Score.
That woman is Layla Rahimi.
Hello.
We're Speaks.
Tony, I'm going to need to leave early today for Rosh Hashanah.
How many drops do you think we got out of that interview?
My name is Bill Curtis. I'm with CBS News.
Yeah, and now every time I'm in a situation like that, whose voice do you think I'm going to hear? It used to be Ralph Wiggum saying I'm in danger, and now it has just been replaced by something even more terrifying.
Today, we're in trouble. Trouble. You don't want to do that a whole lot of time, but it's part of the job. I did this little movie called Anchorman. Nobody cares about the Constitution, apparently. Radio broadcasting can save lives. It can be meaningful and for people, life and death. And I said, for God's sake, take cover.
Well, that's coming back.
The rumor is that he's brain damaged.
Well, that's coming back.
Whoa, this isn't where we want to be. He said, I'm going to give him a whipping now. Corporate greed. Give him a whipping. According to MAGA, they're part of the MAGA game.
Are we going to bring that back, right?
The ratings will be so high tonight.
Here I come. Oh, here I come. Oh.
Well, I've been waiting to say, and the stars are Spiegel and Holmes, Chicago.
Magnifico! Had a good sound to it. That's how you do it.
Layla Rahimi sitting in for Spiegs, which is great because she spent a lot of time on Chicago television as well.
I don't have her voice, Bill. I'm so sorry.
Well, you look great.
If Chris Tannehill didn't pull that for his show tomorrow, I don't know.
The official adventures of
Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons 2 to 6 on 670 The Score.
Welcome. It is the Spiegel and Holmes show. We are here until 6 o'clock, and there is a lot for us to discuss. You heard the open, brilliantly put together by Chris Tannehill. There is the smiling man himself, Alex Kuhn, our EP. That man is Matt Spiegel.
Well, you look great.
Layla, well, you look great.
And Bill Curtis can get away with stuff, huh? Because he's Bill Curtis. It's impressive.
So she's got Bill Curtis.
Yeah.
And Billy D. Williams have now...
Admirers?
Yeah. That's a pretty good list.
That's pretty strong.
Welcome, Layla.
That's pretty strong.
It's a pretty good list.
We had a backup singer in Tributosaurus at one point who was singing 99 Luftballons, and Jesse Jackson walked into the room to this gig that we were playing, and he was very into her, very into her as a singer, and he was just like, yeah. So she held on to that one for a decade or so.
I apologize for being late. I was just upstairs with Reverend Jesse Jackson.
Oh, Jesse, how you doing? Come meet Stinger.
Hey, Reverend.
Meet Stinger too. Yeah.
Guys performing at the Defender again? What's going on?
We're at Navy Piers Grand Ballroom for the NATO Summit, but thanks for asking. Hi, everybody. It's Spiegel and Holmes. I missed Bill Curtis. That sounded fun.
It was amazing. It was an amazing interview, and he couldn't have been more Bill Curtis.
He just is that guy.
It was great.
And he gave us promos. I wasn't even here, and he dropped my name.
He thought I was you.
Well,
and so he dropped a thanks, Layla and Matt, and I was like, I'm Lawrence.
Well, congrats to you for that moment.
Yeah,
that must have been big.
It's a huge moment for me.
I know.
We're giving away a pair of tickets to see Ice Cube's Truth to Power 4 Decades of Attitude tour. That's going to be on Monday, October 6th at the United Center. Tickets are at Ticketmaster.com. And be caller 6 at 312-540-0670 when you hear me spit Ice Cube lyrics.
Love it. Love it. We got an action-packed Bears heavy show with Mark Grody later on and Alex Brown later on, and Bears topics that you and I want to discuss as well.
Alex Brown's on a boat.
He is, right?
He's back on a boat. So we will talk to him about being on a boat, and we'll talk to him about being Bears, and we'll talk to him about Caleb Williams, Offensive Player of the Week in the NFC.
The NFC Offensive Player of the Week comes from the Bears game. That's just the rule.
It's true.
We're 3 weeks in. And that finds you. Congrats to Caleb. The first time he ever won the award. First time a Bears quarterback has won the award since Justin in 2022.
That was the 4-touchdown game for him, right? The Washington Monday night game where him and DJ Moore went crazy.
Ah, okay. Yeah. A Thursday night game,
Thursday
maybe?
night game. You're right. Thursday night game.
Thursday night game. But yeah, I mean, that's awesome. You know, as much as we dissect Caleb, and there were still things to dissect in that game, the numbers are amazing, and the truly heroic plays where his arm talent showed out. There are multiple times, whether it's the naked bootleg in the face of the defender and he gets it to Rome for the out, whether it's the flea flicker and he throws that off the back foot, you know, the special on the 19th play of the 19-play drive. And no pre-snap penalties, man. I mean, he did everything clean. Good for him.
Sometimes it's just nice to just be like, look at that. Look at this guy. He's got himself an award. He had a nice week. It does not seem like, at least publicly, Ben Johnson cares one bit about him winning Offensive Player of the Week. It just seems like he's been like, yeah, whatever. You know, it's 1 week. We'll see what happens. And I think that's probably good too. But for Caleb, considering everything that he's gone through over the last 20 games of football, for him to be able to win that award, be celebrated in your town, have your dog go out to the Wiener Circle while people are cheering you because you got them a free hot dog, and it's a win-win-win for everyone. I think that's great.
Good vibes, babe. I didn't hear this. This is Ben talking about Caleb winning the award from today.
I see it coming along, and I give a lot of credit to the guys in that room with him. JT Barrett's doing a really good job, championing the cause of what we're trying to get done as a coaching staff. And then, Tyson's got his back, and Case Keenum's got his back as well. And so it's been a group effort, and he's been receptive to it all. I can't say enough really about the approach. I keep going back to it. When you have the approach that's right, we're going to continue to see him get better. It's kudos to him. He won Offensive Player of the Week there for the NFC, and he came in today and completely unfazed by it. I tried to recognize him in front of the group, and he wasn't having it. It's very stoic, and he's already on to the next game. He knows he needs to have an even better performance here this week to give us the best chance to win.
He's on to Cincinnati, even though they're playing Las Vegas.
Well, good for him, man. I mean, you got to try and stay level. It's a difficult thing. I like riding the highs when they're high, and I can feel the lows when they're low, and we're all better off if we stay level.
Well, I mean, he's turning the page, it seems like.
That's what we'll do at 3 o'clock.
See? Caleb's out here programming our show on multiple levels. We need to take a break. When we come back, Craig Counsell is going to join us. It has been quite the week for the Chicago Cubs. We will figure out how the manager is managing with all of this stuff, and there was a celebration in there too. I know it feels like forever ago.
Bleary-eyed Craig, like taking props for being one of the young guys who stayed out. I remember that.
But since then, and last night was, oh boy, that was the thing. Craig Counsell joins us next here on The Score.
Bears fans, it's week 4 and the Bears are heading to Vegas to take on the Raiders. Can Ben Johnson hit it big in Vegas and make it 2 wins in a row? Stay tuned to The Score as we continue to get you ready for Bears Raiders right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen for a full day of reaction on Monday on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Heisman race is about to heat up. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. John Mateer was the betting favorite to win the Heisman, but a hand injury has changed things. USC's Jaden Mayava has the highest quarterback rating and QBR while sitting second in EPA. Poor secondaries of Illinois and Notre Dame coming up. Mayava 16-1 for the Heisman. I'm Joe Ostrowski from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
It's time to get ready for the Blackhawks and Bulls on Chicago Sports Network. Visit and subscribe at subscribe.chsn.com to sign up for your 7-day free trial of our all-access plan. Over 300 live games per year. Chicago Sports Network, your home stream advantage.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up.
Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
This Bosch 2-in-1 impact driver rules.
Oh, yeah!
That couldn't have been.
Macho Man Randy Savage indeed, yeah. AKA, you're in a Bosch. I'm a macho manifestation of that feeling you get when you use that 2-in-1 impact driver.
Oh, yeah?
Nah, say it with your chest, brother. Oh, yeah!
Oh, yeah!
We'll work on that. The more you Bosch, the more you feel like a...
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Manager number 11, Craig Counsell.
Craig Counsell. The great part about signing up as a baseball fan and the great part about baseball seasons are it's a ride and it's a roller coaster. And it means you're built to withstand the ups and the downs.
MLB veteran for 16 seasons.
Swing a bouncer, shortstop, Counsell throws, got him! Counsell picked it up clean and threw a strike to first.
Manager for your Chicago Cubs.
Nico Horner. There was one time I looked at the lineup and was like, wait a minute. I see Nico in the 2-hole. But Bush is in the 1-hole. Nico's hitting second against righties. Let's go. Yeah, Craig. Way to go. It's like you've got a consistent presence up there. And I
get that concept. That makes sense. How do you think Craig Counsell would react if Matt Spiegel was outside of his office going, nice job, Craig. Nice job. Nice job. How do you think he would react? I think it would really take it to heart and probably change his decision making.
That's exactly what I can envision.
Yeah. Craig Counsell.
The focus is not to be Craig, but outfitters.
With Spiegel and Holmes on 670 The Score.
Every couple of weeks, we get the opportunity to talk with Cubs manager Craig Counsell, and the season's winding down. The Cubs are going to the playoffs. He joins us now on the Circa Resort and Casino hotline, circalasvegas.com. We are very much looking forward to getting out to Circa starting tomorrow night. Craig, thanks for joining us. We appreciate it. What do you do for stress relief?
I get up in the morning and I think we just do our normal routines in the morning, whether it's a walk, a workout, talk to family, friends, normal stuff.
I know if like you were a yoga guy or like, because there are days when I want to do an hour of yoga when I'm stressed, and then there are days when I want to hit the heavy bag for 20 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I think I try to switch up that part of life for sure, but I don't know if it's always on how I feel. Just yeah, switch up the workouts always for sure, but yeah, I mean, I think working out is important, or walking is important. Absolutely, it's the best medicine there is exercise.
Have you found like a trail or a route that you like to walk now more than others?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Lawrence, you were about to follow up and ask where it is.
No, I don't want to blow up Craig's spot.
Yeah, I was. It's a nice, peaceful walk. I think it would remain that way, but yeah.
Yeah, I want people following him around and being I got some questions about the lineup, Craig.
Dave Wanstead told us that his old buddy Jimmy Johnson, he said, you can always find Jimmy at the 21-mile marker on Key West. You can always find him there. And so I was down there and I was like, well, I know where to find Jimmy. I thought, I can't be the guy who's walking up on Jimmy Johnson. You know?
I mean, you can after you walked into his restaurant and trashed it.
It wasn't that good, Craig. Is it wrong?
You're a bad guy.
This feels kind of wrong, yeah.
We felt a little wrong. I'm a meditation guy myself. I find that helps. And I remember you saying, in response to a question about meditation on this show, I think sometime last year, that breathing is meditation. So I remember you saying that and thinking, well, yeah, because you got an opportunity to calm yourself down. I wonder if you do it in the dugout. If you did it in the dugout last night, if you try to breathe in the dugout and stay calm.
I mean, I think it's just kind of part of your life. So, I mean, yeah, the game is the game, and I think my job is to kind of look what's next, and that kind of keeps you centered. Is just figuring out what happened next. What has already happened is done. It's in the past, and you always got to figure out what could happen next to be prepared for that. And that, I think that's the best way I've found to kind of stay in the moment and hopefully make good decisions.
Well, let me drag you to the past for a little bit, the recent past. What did it mean for you? Because I heard you talk about what making the playoffs meant for the guys in the room, but I don't know if I really heard you talk about what it meant for you to take on this job and this challenge of being the manager of the Cubs, and to now in year 2 get them to the playoffs. What does that mean?
Well, the reason that you do this is for all the people around you, I think, and to see their happiness, and to see the fans, the fans' happiness, and the fans be able to enjoy a fun team. That's what kind of gives you enjoyment, or gives me enjoyment. So that's, everybody's fans have a goal, players have a goal, staff has goals, and helping them reach those goals is what makes us feel good, and what makes me feel good. So, that's my enjoyment of it, 100%.
That's cool. I'm going tonight, and I'm looking forward to feeling the energy in the place, because you dream of games of consequence in September. You want this, and there can be reasons that it feels like, well, I wish it wasn't this, or I wish it wasn't that, or whatever. But this is, I mean, you zoom out, this is what you want, So I remember you telling us a couple weeks ago how games change in this month, how usage changes, and there's Diaz for 2 innings last night. I mean, did you feel the intensity up a little bit of a notch last night, and you expect that to feel that way tonight and through the weekend, perhaps?
Yeah, it's. I mean, we're in a kind of a unique position, and the Mets are in a unique position, and so they're independent of each other, right? And so it is interesting, but it's definitely, last night was a fun game. I mean, we can be not happy about the result, which of course we weren't, but it was a back and forth game that had a lot of baseball action to it. It just shows you, I have this handshake with Mark Strittmatter. The bullpen coach after the game about it, and he says the same thing, because it's what I've always told him, is it's not easy to win a major league game, and that's why you enjoy it. And last night was a pretty good example of that. It's not easy to win a major league game, and you think you got a game going pretty well, and a team does some really good things, and you don't for the last 4 or 5 innings, and you get hung with a loss. So, this is a fun week, and it's made more fun by knowing that we are going to the playoffs. Absolutely. But it's funny, whenever you accomplish a goal, and the way this works is that the only time is if you win the last game of the World Series, then you're kind of done trying to accomplish things. In our world, like, the goals never stop until you win that last game of the World Series. And so we got another goal in front of us right now.
How's Cade Horton doing?
So we decided to do some further testing with Cade, an MRI, to just see what we're dealing with. Optimistic, but we want to make sure we know kind of what we're dealing with, or if we're dealing with anything.
And so you're still waiting on those results at this point?
Yeah, it's this afternoon, yeah.
Yeah. So you can't yet comment. So last night seemed positive about his possible future availability, but it's not.
Yeah, that hasn't changed. I think we just want to make sure. I think to protect Cade as much as anything is like, let's make sure we know what's going on here.
If that was a playoff game, you think he guts it out and stays in last night?
I do, yes.
Okay, yeah, that's instructive. How's Kyle? How's Kyle's calf, and how much time have you spent with Kyle's calf, if not Kyle directly, over the past couple of days?
I've really spent very little time with his calf. But Kyle's doing better. I mean, I think we're trending towards Kyle playing this weekend. And I think, from his perspective too, it's like, we're just going to have to go out and at some point we're likely, I think we're reaching a point where he's going to be able to go out and play. And then we're going to have to kind of diagnose of what we got kind of during the game. Right. But I know it's important that he plays, and he feels the same way. And so, I think the game probably will help him at some point. And that's and he needs at bats. And I think he'd tell you the same thing.
Has the game changed in terms of what players might ask for and what they get allowed to do over the past, 20 years or 10 years? I don't know. It's like, it takes a lot of trust for Kyle to ask and for you guys to allow him to go work with another medical team. That's a unique situation.
Yeah, I mean, he's worked with somebody that he was working with somebody that he has had success with. A member of our medical staff participated in those workouts or those sessions. And we had reached a point where we were kind of plateauing on an injury and weren't being able to move further along, and time became has become an issue here, right? So you're willing to try some more things and some different strategies. And so that's where we're at. It's an injury that he's frustrated by, because it's kind of lingered longer than he had hoped and we had hoped. But I think we're getting to a good spot. I really do. And the schedule is kind of forcing us to this spot as well.
Everyone's hopeful that Kyle makes it back because he's been so important for you guys offensively this year. Have you guys organizationally started to go through all of the different scenarios if he is hampered or not available for you?
Well, yeah, I mean, the scenario is tonight's lineup, because he's not available tonight. And then there's a scenario where he DHs, and there's a scenario where he plays right field. So it's pretty three simple scenarios.
Well, I mean,
we can wait to figure that out. I'm pretty sure I can do that pretty quickly.
I'm just saying that with a week to go to the playoffs, that might your roster not change if one of those other two things happen where if he is only a DH, might that change who's on the roster because of who you then be asking to play defense, or you might want to do handed stuff? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
No, I mean, look, I think, his outfield availability affects Seiya's job. I think, look, Moises has made a pretty big case to put himself on a playoff roster as a bat. There's no question. Where we get into like the extras, you're always going to have a decision at some point of like, do I want to take this kind of extra skill or do I want this extra skill? So that no matter, take out Kyle, you're always going to make a choice with kind of that last guy on the roster. And it's just, you don't get everything, right? You don't get the great defender, you don't get the great hitter, and you don't get the great base runner, you don't get them all, right? So you just got to choose kind of what you have and your strengths and how you think the games will be, how those players will be most useful in those games.
It sounds like there's one hard rule. I like that. You can't get it all. But considering how many games you've managed in the playoffs, are there any other lessons that you feel like, that's my Northern Star right there, that I won't get away from blank? Or is it just a matter of none of that stuff really matters because what matters is who you're matching up against and who's available?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'd say there's anything from the position player side that is with this team that is some Northern Star we have to seek. I think having your pitching, your important pitchers fresh going into the series would be the one thing if we could do, I would really like to do. Just because you're going to lean on some guys more than you do in a normal 162 game season.
When you talk about Moises Ballesteros making a good case, there's something about maybe it's because he's fun to watch. And because he just the way that he rakes, but like I could see him having a meaningful kind of out of nowhere moment in a postseason and people in another market going, who the hell's this guy? It's like, because that happens when Craig Counsell homers in the NLDS, in 2001 or homers in the World Series. And there's people going like, Craig Counsell's killing us? Is there a favorite moment or can you remember a player who showed up in the postseason when you were a young fan? You're like, oh my God, who the hell's this guy? He's like the star of the series. And he was just like a role player during the year, a young kid out of nowhere during the year.
You put me on the spot with that. I think the name that has kind of recently popped into my head was, and it's not a household name by any means, but like the Texas Rangers 2 years ago won the World Series and their best reliever was
Josh Sborz. Is that right?
It was Josh Sborz and Jose Leclerc.
Jose Leclerc. Yeah.
Right. And like, so that's kind of, and I'm pretty sure very few people know those two names. Right. And so that's how it can happen in the playoffs, and that's what, if you're going to win, that's how it's going to need to happen, is that you're going to have to get surprises. And so whether it be, Moises Ballesteros giving you the surprise or Michael Sorokas giving you a surprise, you don't know who it is, but to win, yeah, somebody's going to have to do it for sure.
Yeah, it's interesting. So there's Soroka last night, and he's got nasty stuff. You never know. So your mind's wide open in terms of what their roles could be, even now, as you're figuring out who your outgetters are.
Yeah, look, I mean, Brad Keller's going to pitch a lot, and Kittredge is going to pitch a lot, and Thielbar is going to face lefties a lot, right? So, I mean, we've got to lean on some guys, and Palencia is going to, be a part of this. So, I think, we're some of the guys, right? But we're also going to have guys step up. There's no question.
Yeah, I was thinking about Buddy Biancalana, Mark Lemke, like those kind of things.
Yeah,
were popping into my. You never know who it's going to be.
Craig, do you have a preference between day games or night games at Wrigley for a playoff series?
No, that's getting down the list of things that like I don't have control over. So like, if you want to manage your stress, don't worry about the things you don't have control over. To try to bring it full circle for Spiegs there.
Woosah.
Thanks, man. I appreciate the full circle on managing the stress. Yeah, that's helpful.
I mean, it speaks directly to me because I worry about all the things
He
that
does.
I can't control.
Lawrence is the worrier of the two of us, Craig. It's like, and it has an effect on me because I try to be positive and I come in here and Lawrence is like trying to recruit me to Worry Town where he's the mayor.
That's not always true, but sometimes I'm 100% right about stuff.
Well, that's the thing. Like worry gets rewarded, Craig. That's not right, but it happens. I
would say it's a little bit more educated guesses than it is worry. Whatever.
Did you guys need to?
Yeah, I mean, TV time of games is like, because I guess and why I don't. Time of games is like size of market question. That's where how it gets determined, right? It's a TV question.
Yes.
It is a TV question, but that's kind of that's the interesting thing though, because in seasons past, the Cubs popped up in the playoffs. Like, oh, well, that's the Cubs and that's the Chicago market. But now you possibly have two New York, Boston, Chicago, Los Angeles, and then you've got to figure out the matrix of getting the most eyes on it from one end of the country to the other. Like, it's a fascinating idea. I also just think that Wrigley daytime baseball is special. Like it is. It's special and it's fun. And I think that it presents the game in a way that maybe other stadiums or experiences might not be able to. But that doesn't mean it's the best environment necessarily to play in. But the weather's been great. So you see all the weird things that go through my head, Craig? Like there's a lot that I'm thinking about.
That's what I deal with
every day.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right about all those things for sure.
Yeah, there you go. I thought Matt Shaw having a chance to speak about why he wasn't with the team Sunday was really good yesterday. And he talked about how important that person was to him. And then Ian Happ had empathy for him in talking about it with the media too. I wondered if that was something that you needed to talk about with the team or as a group. Did you guys need to address that? Because I could see it, maybe being something that just needed to be talked about as a group together.
No, we did not talk about it as a group. I mean, we've certainly had some individual conversations about it, but we did not talk about it as a group. I've talked to Matt quite a bit about it. And, I thought he outlined it well. This was for him. This was, a friend and a person that he shared a bond with through his faith and through the Chicago Cubs. And, he felt that it was important that he be there. And I think, when you just humanize it and keep it there, it becomes really simple and really easy. And that's about just supporting a teammate and a friend and a person that is grieving. And that's what all we were trying to do.
And he expressed appreciation for that support when he spoke yesterday. He said speaking with you and with teammates was useful for him. So that's what you guys have to do for each other, right?
Yeah, and I think, it's like leaving was very hard for Matt, right? And I think maybe that kind of gets missed, is that he agonized over that. It was very difficult for him to leave. And it's not easy to make those decisions. And if you've done jobs where you got to show up, right? And life happens, right? And it's hard, and you end up. I know I've made some bad decisions in that area. Mm-hmm. So it's you definitely emphasize it, and we have a little bit of it's unique in that from that perspective.
Well, Craig, we appreciate you jumping on as per usual. Good luck tonight against the Mets, and hopefully we will talk to you in a couple of weeks, because that would mean you guys have advanced in the playoffs.
Let's do it.
Let's do
There
it.
we go. You got me so fired up. It's the first time I've been that fired up to talk to you guys.
We could tell.
I'm looking forward to feeling the vibes tonight, man. Let's bring it. Let's feel that intensity tonight. That should be fun. Thanks, Craig.
All right, enjoy yourself, guys.
Thanks, buddy.
That is Cubs manager Craig Counsell.
See? He's got to find a way to be in a good mood amidst all this stuff. He's got to find a way.
Yeah, I've got to find a way.
Struggling?
It's driving me crazy.
What is just the...
I just don't feel like I can get on the same frequency with him. And
I thought this was good.
I thought it was really good.
I thought it was
really good.
I thought you started it with the stress relief place. I thought that was great.
I like to walk Promontory Point and the Midway off of UFC's campus.
Oh, there you go. You don't mind if people come up on you.
I mean, people rarely come to the South Side, so
Yeah.
sure.
And when they do come up on Lawrence, you know what they say? Hey, where's Spigs?
That did happen, and that did happen on the South Side.
Where's Spigs? That's what I'm saying. It's usually Wani.
Where is Spigs? It was not Wani.
It wasn't?
It was a young black man driving a sensible car down 63rd Street who asked me that question.
He said, "Where's Spigs?"
He literally, I'm not kidding.
I love it. People just they figure we're together all the time.
It's the corner of 60. It's the corner of 63rd and Woodlawn.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Where's the Y? Is it 63rd and Stony?
Yeah, it's about 4 blocks away. It's
Okay.
63rd and Stony. So I'm walking across the street, and that walk across Woodlawn there is actually really it's only 8 steps. And someone honks their horn, and Lawrence. And I turn around because you never know who it might be. It might be a friend, a family member, whoever.
Could have been me.
It was definitely not you. You never go that far south. You get hives if you go south of McCormick Place.
How dare you, sir?
It's the truth.
No, it isn't.
But then he goes, "Hey!" And he leaned out the window and did the gesture. Did the gesture?
He did the hands up.
Where's Speaks? And then he sped off when the light turned green.
I just think
it was
that's
great.
amazing.
It was really great.
I hope you get that out in the wild a lot. Folks, if you see Lawrence Holmes out in the wild, make sure you ask him because we'll be wondering.
Hey, where is Space?
Yeah, there's 2 different ones. And he set you up for them last week. That's the world imploded upon itself last week. He's like, all right, Tanny, be ready. Be ready. He set you up twice. We'll talk to Dave Wanstead tomorrow on our show, but our show's going to be in a different time slot. Yesterday was a host swap. Tomorrow is a show swap. I suggested a pet swap, but Mark Grote's not interested. Plus, I think he's the only one who has a pet.
Well, regardless, we're looking forward to hearing Layla Rahimi on afternoons.
Tomorrow.
Yep. I stand by it. Yep.
He said it yesterday. He said it yesterday, too.
Layla wants me to stop doing it. She's still here because she's getting ready for the afternoon show.
On the score?
This is the afternoon show.
Right. She was hosting it yesterday. I don't know if you heard. Tanny said that a lot of people were really interested in her hosting the afternoon show, specifically with me.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys did a nice job, I heard.
I thought the show was great.
That's good.
So did Tanny.
Well, I thought Middays was good. How about that?
Did you?
Yes, I did. As a matter of fact,
it actually was pretty great.
It was really fun. Those things.
Nico's awesome.
Nico was awesome. Tim Jenkins was great, and it's fun to see how the other half is living.
It's fun to be done at 2.
Yeah, that has its moments.
And we're going to be done at 2 tomorrow.
That's what I'm saying. That's going to be fun.
But not really though, because then we have to.
And we have to fly to Vegas.
Yep.
Oh boy, somebody's got to do it.
By the way, tonight the Cubs continue their series against the Mets. Pre-game coverage begins at 6:30 with the first pitch at 7:05. The only local broadcast of tonight's game can be heard on The Score and the Southwest Airlines Cubs Radio Network. We need to take a break. When we come back on this very here show, why don't we turn the page on the Bears? That's next here on The Score.
Tomorrow and every Thursday, tune in at 5 p.m. for the 4 Wins Forecast with Dave Wanstead. Coach Wanstead will join the Spiegel and Holmes show to preview the weekend's games.
He's got the arm, he's got the intelligence, he's got the athletic ability.
On Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Brought to you by 4 Winds Casino and Resort in New Buffalo and South Bend. Your entertainment escape.
This segment is sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. Has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner here at 670 The Score. FanDuel's getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers, you bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. Pick a bet. Bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays. You can bet player props. You can ride the lines live. We'll do it live. Whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. Visit FanDuel.com/Matt to download the FanDuel app today and get started. That's FanDuel.com/Matt. 21 plus and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ron Coomer here for TimberTech Decks. I've owned TimberTech Decks for many, many years. It still looks brand new. Season after season, party after party. The summer months, outdoors is where we like to enjoy having company. And the TimberTech Decks have been incredible. The #1 premium composite decking brand. It looks like natural wood, but without all the costly maintenance that goes into it, you do not have to do that with TimberTech. Order free samples at TimberTech.com.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the Let's Revitalize Our Neighborhoods commitment. This is the Roll Up Our Sleeves and Pitch In commitment. This is Busey, where our commitment to strengthen our communities is a top priority. Through energetic, engaged volunteers, through monetary support, community leadership, and advocacy. Because Busey is more than a bank that does well, we're a bank that does good. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth, since 1868. Member FDIC.
There comes a time in many men's lives in which the thought of having another child is not an option. Do you want to maintain the romance without the risk? There's a permanent solution that can help you achieve just that. Consider a vasectomy.
Ooh, I don't know about that. I heard it could be painful.
Yeah, not only that, I heard it was expensive.
These statements may be true for many men, but not the men who choose Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. First of all, our procedures are covered by most insurance plans and flex spending accounts. The best part is, with our experienced surgeons, the procedure only takes 30 minutes in the office. No needle, no scalpel, and no trip to the hospital. If you're certain your family is complete, do yourself a favor and call Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago today. Or visit us online at www.vasectomychicago.com and read the testimonials. Conveniently located in Tinley Park, Naperville, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower. Now with free valet parking. Call us today at 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4VAS.
Hey, does your garage floor look lousy with stained and cracked concrete or bad epoxy or paint? Call Comer & Cross Concrete Floors now during their end-of-year garage sale at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Right now, you're going to get your best price of the year, guaranteed, starting with $750 off. A Comer & Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It's guaranteed to never chip, crack, show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. They're in and out in one day. They're all certified, uniformed employees. They'll even take your stuff out for you. Whether you're in Chicago, Milwaukee, Indiana, now is the time to call them for your best price of the year, guaranteed, starting with $750 off during their end-of-year garage sale. The number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, Comer, C-O-M-E-R, cross.com.
Time is ticking away. Don't let another minute pass.
Plan your retirement now with Trajan Wealth for the future you deserve. Call Trajan today at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score! Don't you guys do a Turn the Page segment?
On Wednesday.
It's time to turn the page.
Turn the page Wednesday.
I don't know when I turn the page.
And then you got to turn the page real quick.
We just haven't been able to turn the page.
That's what you have to do. You got to turn the page.
I think now we all can move on.
Looking ahead to this week's opponent.
We're going to take the North and never give it back.
Because we need to know when to turn the page.
Do we really want to turn the page, though?
There's a couple listeners who don't want to. They just want to hang out on the Cowboys page. They don't want to do it. But yes, we do need to do that. And so we do. On to the Raiders minus 2.5 points is how it opened with a total of 47. It has moved a little bit since then. Spiro Ditas will be on the call. We'll be out there in Vegas, where the game will be at 1:25 local time, 3:25 our time. The last 10 Bears...
Wait, are we just going to walk past the fact that Spiro Ditas is calling the game? We're just walking past that.
Well, what would you like to do? How would you like to contextualize that further?
So now, I'm sorry, when I first got here, that was always a thing.
Like
that's why I put it on the dock.
I know that's why you put it on the dock.
Yeah, it feels like very low on the totem pole. Like, no disrespect to Spiro Ditas, but
I mean, you
what
were
kind of
clearly
team?
disrespecting Spiro Ditas.
I was. It's true. But right now, I was looking for the who his partners were because
Adam Archuleta.
It's Adam Archuleta.
Former Bears great.
I don't see my
he
perception.
Created his own hamstrings.
Did you cover him, Lawrence?
I did.
For a lot of years, it felt like Spiro Ditas was dead last on the depth chart, and you got the Spiro Ditas game. That meant that there was absolutely no respect for you. I don't think that's the case anymore. I think Spiro Ditas, just through simple longevity, has risen up to at least 5. Or at most 5 on the depth chart.
It all kind of matters on what you care about for a broadcast anyway, because I would tell you that there are networks where their one team is not my favorite.
Sure.
You know, like maybe your third team is my favorite on some networks.
Okay, well, here we go. There are 5 total. No, you're right. Spiro's 5, and he's 5th of 5. So there's Nance and Romo. Then there's Eagle and Watt.
Like I was saying.
Then there's Harlan and Trent. Then there's Catalan and Charles Davis.
Like I was saying.
And then there's Spiro Ditas and Adam Archuleta. So you're right. Thank you for bringing it back out. The disrespect is real.
That 2 through 4 is real strong for CBS.
Yeah. Not so much at 5.
Fans of it, indeed. Anyway, here's what Ben Johnson had to say about scouting.
Really good team that we're about to face here this week. Got a lot of respect for their playmakers all across the field. I mean, defensively, obviously it starts with Max Crosby there. He's I think, in my opinion, he's a top 5 player in this league on defense and probably doesn't get the recognition that he deserves. He's all over the place, relentless. High motor, and you got to account for him and know where he's at every single snap, or else he'll get you. And he wrecks drives. That's what he does. And then they've got great team speed on that side. Those guys are flying around. Offensively, they got playmakers at every position group. The quarterback's playing at a high level.
Yeah.
I think they're the number 1 team in explosive plays right now on offense. And so we got our work cut out for us. And that goes without even mentioning their head coach, who, I got a ton of respect for Pete Carroll. He's been doing this for almost 30 years, whether at the college level or the NFL, and I think he only has 4 losing seasons. So that's a credit to who he is. The teams take his identity. They play hard, they play fast, they play physical, they fly around, and I know that he'll have this group ready to go here this week. So we got to answer that call. We're still looking for our first road win, and we have yet to obviously win 2 games back-to-back, and so that's huge for us and where we're going. I'll open it up from there.
Have you had any interactions with Pete Carroll?
No, I haven't. I don't have much of that tree in me, and but I do from afar. I've always respected him.
Got some of that tree in him from afar.
It's weird because it's an offense that has been productive, but not effective, if that makes sense. Like, Ashton Genty hasn't gotten going. They can't seem to find Brock Bowers, but they'll give you all the Trey Tucker you want.
Yeah, Trey Tucker with the 3 touchdowns last week. Look, they can't run the ball. And it's the third straight year. 2 years ago, they were third worst in rushing. Last year, they were dead last in rushing. This year, they're third worst in rushing. They got offensive line troubles across the board, Lawrence. They allowed 12 sacks on the year. Last week, Geno Smith got sacked 5 times. There were 8 quarterback hits. There were 26 pressures last week. 26 pressures. Geno Smith is 35. He needs a nice, comfortable pocket. The right tackle, DJ Glaze, yeah, he drops mad tracks probably, but he can't stop decent pass rushers.
Big donut guy.
DJ Glaze. He's both a DJ and a donut guy.
He's not a clown, though.
Von Miller.
FAI.
Von Miller shoved DJ Glaze backwards with one arm last week for one of the 2 sacks he gave up. Their center's the guy we wanted, Jackson Powers Johnson. And Johnson is so powered by Jackson, the Oregon kid.
They got a lot of names because you got Jackson Powers Johnson, you've got DJ Glaze.
That's right.
And you've got Jacoby Myers. So you got a law firm out there.
You got a lot of that. But what you don't have is a running game. But you mentioned Brock Bowers, also Michael Mayer from Notre Dame. Like, they got a lot of draft picks invested in tight ends at this point.
On the other side, there's a problem.
Dude, Max is a problem.
He's a problem.
How about this? He has played a higher snap percentage of anybody than anybody in the entire NFL on defense. Last 3 years, including this year. He plays all the time. Last week, 7 tackles, 2 for loss, 1 sack. He drew 2 holding penalties. It's a damn shame he's not on a contender. Like, he's great.
He's a great player, but he also chose to get the money there.
Yes, he did.
And stay there because they believed in him. He is phenomenal, and figuring out what they're going to do against him is interesting too, where he lines up. Since Olin said this, I've been following it, and if you want to follow, you can. Braxton Jones at home, pretty good. Braxton Jones on the road, not as good. And when you're dealing with a premier pass rusher, one of the best defensive players in the NFL, how might that affect you?
Yeah, it's a great question. Devin White, the former Buck, is their linebacker. Jermaine Pratt. Also, both of them were bad last week. The corners are good. Corners are really good on that defense.
Can I? You know I don't really do predictions, but can I make one?
Please do. I like it.
That place is going to sound like Chicago West.
Yeah, more than 50% Bears. You think?
I think it's a split, but I think that Bears fans have. This is the one trip that seems like the most attractive on their schedule. So I imagine that there are going to be a lot of, and there's also a lot of transplants that live in Las Vegas.
But I know a lot of people who are going.
Or close enough to Las Vegas that it's worth them making the drive from Arizona or from California.
Yeah.
So
there's a lot of Chicagoans making this trip, though, to your point.
So Bears fans might be able to help Braxton Jones out a little bit.
And Bears fans will probably go crazy if Montez Sweat gets a sack by getting past DJ Glaze. Here's Pete Carroll talking about the Bears. He's scouting the opposition.
It's a good club now. They do have weapons, and the new staff and the way they're going about their offense seems to be highlighting what Caleb is good at. He's a very adept football player. He's a natural football player that does really well on the move and on the run and manufacturing space and finding his way to get in and out of the pocket and all of that. He's very dangerous, and the sooner you play him, the better, because you give him some more time, he's going to really be an amazing player. So we're up against it. Receivers are really good. Tailbacks really good. Tight ends good. They're developing their offensive line into their style, so it's a difficult opponent for sure.
And historically, they remind me of a lot of your teams rooted in defense. They really are a team. The history of the program is they like to get after with their linebackers who go sideline to sideline, sweat up front. They got some players that can cause havoc.
Yeah, they really do have some good football players. Edmonds is really good. He had a huge game last week. I don't know if they're ready for the monsters of the midway kind of thing yet, but they're darn good. And this game is going to give them a great shot in the arm. With the new program, they finally get their win and get rolling. They'll be at their best this week.
What can you tell us about Ben Johnson and his style coming over from Detroit, what you've seen so far?
Very innovative, a creative guy, willing to take chances on the style of play. He had very balanced attack in running and pass and by their situations. He's reading his notes after the game. He knows what he's doing. So we don't see a lot of holes there. He's a very, very adept coach. And so he's reaching the quarterback, making sense. He's got weapons to go to. We got our hands full.
It's important to remember Pete Carroll wanted this job. He wanted the Bears job.
So he studied Caleb before that interview, right? Or before the talking.
I will say, though, I don't know about you, and I know that this goes against our upbringing and our sensibilities. If I look at where the money is on the Bears, I would tell you that they are an offensive team, not a defensive
dude, yeah,
team.
that guy was going off his 46 defense roots. That guy sounded on the older side. He's trying to appeal to Pete. It was kind of a...
Well, I love that Pete was like, it's not really what they do, but it's all good.
Also, when Pete says, their tailbacks are really good, I'm like, no, they're not. No, they're not.
Well, DeAndre Swift made some very big blocks in the game.
He's good at that.
He is.
He's really good at that.
So that's what's going to happen Sunday out in the desert.
Page has been turned.
It's been turned. Why don't we take a look at what's going on in the north? Green Bay is going to Dallas on Sunday night.
Good luck, Matt Eberflus. Let's see.
After a game that they felt like they should have won, and Matt LaFleur's mad at his team for out here talking about going undefeated this season.
It's a Micah Parsons revenge game is what it is,
It's a Micah Parsons revenge game, and here's what LaFleur had to say about that.
Certainly, I think when you look at their offense, they're an explosive offense, and they do a good job both in the run game and the pass game. I think Dak's playing at a really high level. They've got playmakers on offense, and then defensively with Eberflus. I mean, I've got as much respect for him as almost anybody in this league, just in terms of his ability to get guys to go out and play. Number one, they play sound defense, but they're in their infant stages right now. Just a new scheme. It takes time for all that to gel and come together. So hopefully it doesn't gel this week for them. And then you look at their special teams, and I think they've got all their specialists are Pro Bowl caliber type players. So it's going to be a good challenge.
How does Kenny Clark look for them?
He looks really good, like I would expect, like he did when he was here. So yeah, he's going to be a handful.
You got a conversation with Micah this week about what he's walking into, and how has he been this week, just with everything that this week entails?
No, I think every game you got to approach it the same way, whether it's week one of the regular season or you have them get in the playoffs or the Super Bowl, whatever. You got to come in with the same mindset, and it's the focus is always, obviously you got to know what you're going against, but the focus always comes back to us and what we got to do and how we need to go out there and perform, and the focus and concentration that we need to have. It's less about those guys.
Do players, though, Matt, try to, when they're playing their old team, try to do too much, and is that a concern or no?
No, I'm not worried about that.
Am I remembering this right? Did LaFleur and Eberflus go to a Bulls-Bucks game?
Marquette.
It was a Marquette
It was a Marquette basketball game. That's exactly what I pictured when he said he had as much respect for him. I was picturing the gin and tonics underneath their chairs.
That's right. They were drinking gin and tonics, having themselves a good time.
That is absolutely what I pictured. Yeah, but Bears did play Green Bay tough twice last week. The Lions host Cleveland on Sunday at noon. Dan Campbell and the Lions were awesome on Monday night in Baltimore. Campbell was asked if that win was a signature Dan Campbell-style victory against the Ravens.
You said that you wanted your guys to win different ways, but like the old Tom Emanski baseball tapes, I guess if there's a Dan Campbell how to coach, how to win a football game, is that right there, the MO, is that the DVD handed out?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I guess it would be pretty close to that. But it was also, this is the type of game this is the type of game that was needed for this opponent. Not everyone is going to always be the same. You'd love to say, it's always going to be that type, and you got to play this way. But all of them are different, and some games it takes more explosives. You got to get more explosives than it does just true groundwork. The ground sets it up, and defensively you got to play a little different. But it was what was needed against this team for this opponent, and I thought the guys handled it perfectly.
After a performance like that, especially with also on the outside about the lack of sacks in the pass rush.
Well, I mean, we know what we got here. We don't need, anybody telling us what we do or don't have, or I thought you were going to ask me about motioning today. I felt like but we feel good about it, man. We feel good about it, and look, it takes everybody doing their job, and our guys did that, so it was good.
Well, he ain't forgot.
Oh man, that's amazing.
By the way, I'd sign up right now. If you told me Lions-Ravens is your Super Bowl, I'd sign up right now for it. That sounds like fun.
Yeah, I'd like to see the playoffs first. Call me crazy. I'd like to see some of the matchups along the way. So I don't want to sign up for it just yet.
The Vikings, and we're going to have a dilemma out in the desert on this one. The Vikings are taking on Pittsburgh in Ireland. The kickoff is 8:30 Chicago time, which means it's 6:30 Vegas time, which means Stadium Swim is going to have a bunch of bleary-eyed people out there watching football, and this show might be a group of them.
See in the water.
Here's
Damn
what
right.
Kevin O'Connell had to say about adjusting and playing in Ireland with our friend Paul Allen.
Irish food, how familiar are you? Have you gone down the road on it yet?
You know what? I should probably be more familiar, but I'm about to get more familiar this week. You and I both.
Yeah, you got Irish stew. You have a boiled bacon and cabbage. But I uncovered this gem this morning. Black and white pudding. Okay, now pudding in Ireland is not a dessert. It's a variety of sausages. White pudding is sausage fat with oats, breadcrumbs, and spices. To make it black pudding, you add blood to the mix. So what do you think of that? That sounds good enough to eat, doesn't it?
When in Rome.
They have a dish called Goody. It's called Goody. It's boiled bread in milk with sugar and spices. And supposedly it's designed for children or the elderly, which means I got something to eat when I get over there.
We are not going to Cleveland in December. We are not going to Pittsburgh in November. We are not ultimately looking at this as anything more than a great opportunity to go find a way to win a football game in some circumstances we know well, specifically with the first game. Yeah, we're going to Ireland for the first time, but we've left on Thursdays before, gone out to Tottenham Stadium and gotten a win and come back and moved throughout our season from there. The difference is we're going to stay and we're going to have a normal week of preparation once we've adjusted completely to the time, and our players should be able to truly, knowing we've got the bye upon our arrival back to the United States, we absolutely will look at this as a great opportunity. And how about a chance to, in a day and age where once you get into the season it is so difficult to find unique ways to team build, how about a chance to go away? It's summer camp in a lot of ways for 10 days, and hopefully you and the crew there with K-Fan, you guys can do the same, man. I expect to hear a report about the chemistry of the crew being sky high coming off this trip.
Oh, that'd be great.
O'Connell's awesome.
He definitely doesn't want to eat, though.
No, well, good luck keeping that team together when they have to deal with black and white pudding. That's clearly going to be woo.
So if I'm reading this right, 3 of the 4 teams in the North go on bye after Sunday.
Except Minnesota?
Except for the Lions.
Oh, no. Well, Minnesota's got 2 games in a row out there.
Oh, that's right.
And then the bye.
Okay, so it's the Lions and Minnesota. The Packers and Bears go on bye after Sunday.
At week 5. Wow.
It's too early.
I agree. It is too early. You got me thinking about it. The Commanders and Falcons get Ian Eagle. The Chargers and the Giants get Kevin Harlan.
Yeah.
The Ravens and the Chiefs get Nance and Romo. The Saints and the Buffalo Bills get Andrew Catalan and Charles Davis. And then the Bears and the Raiders get Spiro Ditas. But then,
I said, CBS is 2 through 4, pretty strong.
Well, then number 6, Beth Mowins and Ross Tucker is Titans at Texans. So that's the number 6 crew.
There's a game you don't want to call. Goodness gracious!
Hey, congratulations.
Remember when CJ Stroud was giving Caleb advice?
Yeah,
I saw that graphic, like all the numbers since that moment.
I've been trying to tell y'all.
What have you been trying to tell us? I can't keep track.
I've been trying to tell y'all that something happened
to CJ Stroud,
and they figured out that blitzing him is a way to get to him. And if you just look at what he did last year, and it has come into this season, he is not the same quarterback anymore.
But someone had the side-by-side, Caleb and Stroud, since that moment. And Caleb has, leapfrogged him in all the offensive categories.
That's why I didn't mind Caleb looking at him like, really? That's enough from the advice from you, sir.
We're talking about the NFC Offensive Player of the Week, you know?
I mean, we were also talking about the Offensive Rookie of the Year, but that was...
Yeah, one of them's the reigning NFC Offensive Player of the Week.
Damn right, Tanny. You damn right.
What have you done for me lately?
Well, I mean, CJ has not done a lot.
Not done a lot.
For a long time now.
Bears got a shot to go 2-2. We'll touch on it the rest of the week. Of course, the page has been turned, but if you want to turn back and just live in the other game as a listener, we can't stop you.
Well, we're going to ask Alex Brown about it, and then we'll ask him about some of the other stuff. And there was an anniversary that we need to ask him about, too.
Really?
I don't think he's going to like that question.
I look forward to you asking it.
I'll ask it. He knows I ask it with love. And quite honestly, he was the only one that was trying on that play. But anyway, when we come back, since Speegs was on Middays, he got a chance to talk with Nico. And Nico talked about Ian. And I heard it. So then I talked with Ian about Nico. We're going to hear these two guys talk about their relationship as players in a lineup together. It's fascinating stuff. You need to hear it. It's next here on The Score.
To Bears analyst in the know, The Score is your destination all season long. Our starting lineup on offense includes Olin Kreutz, Jared Payton, Patrick Manley.
And on defense, it's Dave Wanstead, Matt Bowen, and Anthony Harris. Plus, all the inside info from Mark Grody, Brad Biggs, Dan Wiederer, Stacey Dales, and many more.
Unfiltered opinions from the unprecedented team of experts on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Jewel Osco.
Get a bumper crop of top-quality produce at 66% off through the Jewel Osco For You app. Save on everything from Haugh avocados and 2-pound bags of Cuties clementines to raspberries, potatoes, squash, salad, and more. Check app for details.
Two men in a truck are on the line and ready to make a play.
That's right, Bob. In Chicago, we know tough hits. And when it's time to move, you call the pros.
From across town to across the city, Two Men in a Truck has the game plan to move your belongings safely. No fumbles, no penalties.
They'll tackle your boxes, block stress, and score big for customer satisfaction. So when the clock's ticking, don't punt. Call Two Men in a Truck.
For a free estimate, visit twomeninatruck.com. Two Men in a Truck. We're on the line.
You're on the list for Macy's Fall VIP Sale. That means you're invited to save big on this season's top designer looks at prices you'll love. Like an extra 30% off Calvin Klein, Steve Madden, Hugo Boss, and more. Plus, get 15% off beauty and fragrance from Estee Lauder, Lancome, and so many others. This only happens a few times a year. Don't miss the Fall VIP Sale tomorrow, only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today, 630-360-9000. That's 630-360-9000.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
The pumpkin spice latte is back at Starbucks. Crafted with our signature espresso and real pumpkin sauce. Then topped with whipped cream, cinnamon, and nutmeg. The PSL. Get it while it's hot or iced. Only at Starbucks.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
We take care of our customers every day. Strong warranties and a wide selection of luxury and affordable vehicles is why car buyers keep coming back.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick Promise.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Chumba Casino, your online casino for play, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. The fact that Oklahoma State fired Mike Gundy, deservedly so, should serve as a warning to every other coach in the sport. Life, especially in the NIL and transfer portal era, comes at you fast. Lose a grip on your program, lose to programs like Tulsa, and you'll go away too. I'm Bill Ryder.
Spiegel and Holmes.
So I've been waiting to say, and the stars are Spiegel and Holmes. Chicago.
Afternoons on the Score.
No Bears.
That's right, Nico. Your team by default, the Bears.
Yesterday, he said that he'll be rooting for the Bears over the Raiders.
Oh, his team, because they moved.
He's a jilted Raiders fan. They left when he was a kid. Just a little pissed off, but really just a little.
I like that there's still a little bit of meatball with Nico when it comes to the Bay Area. Like, that's still a thing for him. Like, whether he's talking about the Raiders or the A's, like, there's still a little bit of, I have been deserted by the teams that I grew up loving.
There's a sense of justice and fairness about Nico. That he gets a little, he gets strong-minded about things that he thinks are a certain way. I loved talking with him in person yesterday with Mark Grody and Marshall Harris. And as we asked him a question and he mentioned something about Ian Happ, I felt the need to follow up because I knew you guys were going to talk to Ian. It's been a very cool thing on Tuesdays the last few years to have Nico and Ian who have a great relationship. So I love that as you were prepping for your show, our show, with Layla, you heard Nico talking about Ian, knowing full well that you had Ian coming up. No, you got it, right? Set it up. You tell us.
No, I just wanted to share that we could go right to it. I couldn't have said it better myself. This was Nico talking about the lineup construction, and those two guys are the two guys that have been here the longest. They know each other the best out of this group. So this is Nico talking about he and Hap being 1-2 or 2-3 in a lineup.
Yeah, I mean, I also want to, the flip side of hitting first or second is you're also on base for the best hitters in your lineup, and the ability to steal a base in front of your best hitters or score runs. So you just want to be a part of runs, whether you're scoring them or knocking them in and being in the middle of that. It is fun hitting back-to-back with Ian when we have, just because I feel like throughout the years we've kind of paired nicely together with our skill sets. And, we're very different players, but I think complement each other well. So we've just had a good feeling for things over the years, the two of us, and I like when we hit back-to-back a switch hitter, so he matches up well with everybody. But he's been more, slugging on base, based, and I've been more contact and just hits. And so I also feel like he's got a good feel for when I want to run and is able to take pitches and be comfortable getting deeper into counts when I need to do that. And then just straight up, just kind of memories and randomness and things that we've had. And, it used to be we would hit 8th and 9th, like in 2020 some, and even when I was called up, I remember being on base for some of his homers. So just good memories.
That part where he's talking about stealing bases, I think is really important because there are guys that don't like it. And you've got to figure out whether or not the batter behind you is okay with, one, when you take off inside of a count. Two, whether you're going to mess around with the pitcher a little bit because you can catch some of that out of, and you don't want it to be distracting. Notoriously, like there are players have been like, I don't want guys stealing. And if you are going to steal, then steal on the first pitch of the at-bat so I can concentrate on the at-bat and not what you're doing out there.
But you know how Ian is at the plate. That's why it's such a good fit. Like Ian likes to take his time, likes to see a lot of pitches, and even more so when he's got a guy who can run. So you're prepping and you heard that.
Prepping and I heard that. So we had it down as a thing that we were going to ask Ian about. And it was good to be back with Ian because on the Midday show with Dan and I, like we talk to him every week, and he's a very thoughtful guy. I think he and I are wired very similarly. So it was comfortable to kind of get back into a conversation with him. And this is what he said when we told him about Nico. Nico was on Middays today, and he said that he really likes when you guys hit back-to-back because of your different skill sets. How would you describe the two of you in a lineup together?
Oh, I love it. I love it. I think we've done it for a long time. We did it quite a bit in 2020 as well. And at the beginning of that year, we were hitting like 8-9 together or 7-8 together. And it was, right after we had lived together, and we joked about our friends, Dakota and Zach, that were hosting the compound with us, joked about, us making stuff happen when we're next to each other. And then we got a nice stretch from 21 to kind of through 23 of getting to do that quite a bit, whether he was leading off or hitting 2-hole and I was hitting 3. I've been so lucky to hit behind him quite a bit. And he's one of the best base runners in baseball. And take away the stolen bases, just his ability to score from first on a double, his ability to score from second on a single. I've just gotten to watch that so much. And I have a pretty patient at bat. So when he's on base ahead of me, I give him chances to take bases quite a bit because I do tend to have longer ABs, and then I know if I hit a ball in the gap, he's going to score. And you saw that in Cincy against Lodolo. Like I hit a double with there was nobody out or one out, and he's flying around the bases, great read on the ball. He's just so good at that, and so he's right. Our skill sets complement each other. Just his ability to get on base, to run the bases, and kind of the patient at bat, and the chance for an extra base hit. We've just been really productive when we're hitting around each other. So it's been one of my favorite things over the last 6 years, 6 years we've been together.
That is outstanding. The two of them talking about each other. And think about it. If you're watching that game last night, Nico scores from first on an Ian Happ double to the gap.
Yeah. Ian's had a pretty strong September, by the way.
I know he has. But like, Nico, did you? If you're watching last night, Nico screams after he rounds second. They showed the replay and Boog just laughed. It was an awesome laugh because Nico just screams and Boog going to break is like, we should just have a camera on Nico when he's running the bases because he's so much fun to watch.
Well, we're both fans of it. And since we have Nico on every week, we talk to him a lot about this. The Cubs is a team. And Nico is at the front of that. I don't mean just fast, because they've got guys that are fast. They're good at running the bases. They're really what I think is striking about the 2025 Cubs is both base running offensively and defensively. The idea that you have guys that are good at first to third, second to home, first to home, in case of balls hitting the gap.
Yeah.
And you have a pitching staff that thrives on getting people out on the bases, that they take a lot of pride in it. They lead the league in it. It's fascinating to me that those two things are synced up. Like, ideally, like if we use football to talk about baseball, the offense and the defense are completely synced up on this one thing that the team does very well. It's very cool to see it. It's one of those fundamental things that we talk about, but we don't give enough love to. So hearing these guys talk about that
is really cool.
Is great.
So this brings to mind one of my favorite favorite baseball trivia questions, because the idea of Happ driving in Nico a lot, I have it in front of me. It is the two players. The batter has driven in the base runner with an RBI more than any pair of teammates in the history of baseball. The leaders were George Brett and Willie Wilson of the Kansas City Royals in the 80s. That Brett had driven in Willie Wilson the most, and then that record was broken. And if you're out there, I bet you it will be intuitive once you think of it. What batter has driven in his teammate as a base runner more than any pair of teammates in the history of the game?
Stanton driving in Judge?
That's a fun answer, but no.
A-Rod driving in Ichiro?
No. It's another good thought.
Anyone hitting behind Ricky?
No. Ricky not in the same place long enough. These are two teammates who were together a long time, and one of them consistently hit either just in front of the other or like first and third. I think that's how they hit for most of their career. One of them was leadoff, the other was a three-hitter, and they played together for a long, long time.
Oh, no, I don't want to jump the line here. Alex, you got one?
No, please jump the line, because nothing's coming to mind.
Johnny Damon, Manny Ramirez?
No, that's fun.
Ozzie Albies and Ronald Acuna?
No. This is a little bit older, but a long, long time together. I think both Hall of Famers. I think they are. Yeah, they are.
Wow. Frank Thomas and Robin Ventura?
No, that's fun, though, because I could see that. One hitting in front of the other. Let's see if a texter has it. Looking. No, nobody there yet.
What decade?
90s into the 2000s.
Lofton and Ramirez?
No, it's good. It's the right era. They played against a local in the World Series.
Bagwell and Biggio?
Jeff Bagwell has driven in Craig Biggio more than any one man has driven in another in the history of the game. Doesn't that make sense when you think about it?
Well, we weren't far off, because anytime you have a Jeff Bagwell thing, then you have to talk about Frank Thomas, because their birthdays are the exact same day.
Oh, that's right.
And their numbers are pretty much the same, too.
Yeah,
so
that's good. So Bagwell is driven in Biggio. I love that kind of question. I have other ones
Any
like
more
that.
brain busters?
Why, yes. Yes, I do. You want more? No, you don't want more. Because I got one.
Wait, I got another one.
right.
Luis Robert Jr. and Eloy Jimenez.
I was going to say Adam Eaton and Jose Abreu.
No. There it is. A lot of Bagwell and Biggio out there. Rosen Bench is a fun one. Trammell and Whitaker, longtime teammates. Chipper and Andrew Jones. Those are good guesses out there.
Ooh, Chipper and Andrew. That's good.
That's real good. Jeter and Bernie Williams. Right. Those kind of things. But it's Biggio and Bagwell.
I was going to guess, I guess they haven't been together long enough, but I was going to guess Betts and Freeman.
Oh, yeah, not long enough. But, man, you want the football version? I can give you the answer on the other side. Here's the football version. What tight end caught the most touchdown receptions from the same quarterback?
Cap Boso.
Think about it.
Speaking of quarterbacks,
yeah.
One of them made a statement, Speaks.
Oh, good.
Is he the answer to the trivia question?
He's not, but the record that these guys broke was by Drew Bledsoe and Ben Coates. That was second place. Most touchdowns by one tight end from one quarterback.
Considering your screed against Tom Brady earlier this week, I think you're going to enjoy his statement.
I look forward to it.
It's next on The Score.
Cubs fans, coming up later today, the Cubs take on the Mets, and The Score is the only local broadcast. So listen as Pat and Ron bring you all the action right here. Pre-game coverage on The Score starts at 6:30. First pitch, 7:05.
Swing and a drive. Back toward the wall. That ball is going to be gone. Listen to these Cub fans.
Today's only local broadcast of Cubs versus Mets. Of course, it's right here on The Score and the Southwest Airlines Cubs Radio Network. Official radio home of the Cubs. And in Chicagoland, always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment is brought to you by Moderna.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Kick off football season like a pro with the world's largest sportsbook at your fingertips. Circa Sports Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be. With high app limits, low holds, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Other books may charge you just to get on the field, but with Circa Sports, every play is yours to call. Start betting like a pro from anywhere, anytime in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. You must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
My friends at Matrix Basements want to help you create a great family space. Space for fan caves, man caves, family caves. Whether you got littles, teens, or college kids, your space can be created for what fits your lifestyle at the moment. Smooth, easy, clean, and safe. You'll be blown away by the great ideas Matrix is going to bring right to you. Check out a home showcase near you. See Matrix work in person. They are basement pros. All they do are basements. So check them out. MatrixBasements.com. We finish basements, period.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
With America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid, backed by America's best warranty. The Hyundai Tucson Hybrid. It's the best of both worlds.
Lease the Hyundai Tucson for $239 a month or get 1.99% APR on the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Offers end September 30th. Call 224-661-0068 for details.
Phil, I've come into some money.
Outstanding.
A gift from Uncle Stan.
Stan is the man.
That he is. Now what to do with this windfall?
There is but one choice. Around the world cruise.
Nice, but maybe we invest now and cruise later?
There is but another choice, a Lakeside Bank CD.
Excellent. Lakeside has great CD rates. Let's go.
Oh, we might see Uncle Stan there.
He'll be so pleased.
Lakeside CDs are outstanding. Lakeside Bank, it's about time. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
When people think sleep apnea, they think CPAP. Now at Advent, we do all we can to help sleep apnea sufferers avoid the CPAP machine. And most sleep apnea sufferers who come to Advent are going to be able to avoid a CPAP altogether. Our unique Advent approach using simple in-office solutions can get your nose working and throat open all under one roof. You see, the root of every snoring and obstructive sleep apnea problem lies within the throat, nose, or both. At Advent, we know when we get the nose and throat working properly, most snoring and sleep apnea problems will subside. And we have the most simple and convenient, ultra-effective in-office solutions that can do just that. And this is why people have traveled by planes, trains, and automobiles from corners of the world you would never think of to find the sleep apnea and snoring relief you won't find elsewhere.
Go to adventknows.com to schedule your appointment because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better. Most insurance accepted.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey Chicago, it's Mully and Haugh for Window Nation. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 for free. Plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years.
Trust Window Nation. Get your free estimate now at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Good performance all the way around. Maybe Ben Johnson will at least crack a smile at some point here in the last 4.5 minutes.
Who do you think smiles first? Would it be him or Vic Fangio this year? Who's going first?
He's very stoic right now. He's still very focused. He's not calling plays. He's just over there saying, let's keep it. Let's lock him in. Doesn't want to show anybody. He's got a poker face going, KP.
I hope he can enjoy it. I mean, right, you guys worked hard to get here. First head coaching, and that's special.
Shoddy got his first win last week, and Ben will get his first today.
Shoddy, your guy.
I mean, look, I lost it a little bit as I was watching Tom Brady because I'd also been reading and thinking about it. Diana Rossini with a great piece on The Athletic the other day about the whole Brady thing and just the arrogance of thinking that it's okay for him to be all of these things at the same time. The idea, the unreality that he can be absolutely everything at the same time. And employers are, of course, letting him do that.
Yeah, so far it seems to be the case. And we'll get back to him in a minute. Couple things.
Yes.
Because there was someone in the chat that was like, how dare you say that about Jeff Bagwell and Frank Thomas? No, sir. They're statistically like the same player. Let me share it with you.
Okay.
Both born May 27th, 1968. Bagwell wore 79.9. Lifetime batting average 297. 449 home runs, 1,529 RBIs, OPS of 948 for his career. Damn. And an OPS plus of 149. Frank Thomas, born May 27th, 1968. 73.8 WAR, batting average of 301, 521 home runs, 1,704 RBIs, on base percentage of 419. Bagwell's is 409. Lifetime OPS 974.
Wow.
OPS plus 156. They're statistically the same player.
Boy, Frank Thomas was good. My goodness.
Yeah.
Those numbers
are really sick.
Sweet Jesus.
Before we get to Tom, you had a trivia question. We would like to try and answer it.
So the football version of the baseball question, always to me, what tight end caught the most touchdown passes from a single quarterback? The record used to be Drew Bledsoe to Ben Coates.
Alex, we're going to let you answer first.
Because Alex nodded his head when I asked it.
I feel like we were all kind of on the same page. It has to be Antonio Gates and Phillip Rivers, right?
51 touchdowns. That is the answer.
Right, you're right.
Gates from Rivers.
How far away are Mahomes and Kelsey?
Boy, that's a great question.
Because doesn't Kelsey have 80 touchdowns in his career or something like that?
Yeah.
Obviously some of them are Alex Smith. And
I wonder, this is from a couple years ago, I wonder if they have passed it. I'll look. Another texter wondered about Brady and Gronk. Yeah. It's from my
but Brady and
file.
Gronk, they had Aaron Hernandez there forever.
What's the number for Gates and
51? Mahomes, touchdown.
Aaron Hernandez not playing anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Was for a while.
Yeah. I don't know.
I'll
look it up. We'll find it.
They have 57 touchdowns together.
Who, Mahomes and Kelsey?
Yeah.
That's your new answer, everybody.
All right.
All right, got that. Let me change that over here in the trivia file. That's good. That's
trivia file.
I have a trivia file.
For all you trivia files out there, hope you weren't too disappointed with that segment.
I don't think they should be. We got it now.
He's not allowed to host categories anymore.
Don't worry, because he's not.
Oh, boy, because
I
I've been
am.
disgraced. I got disgraced last week.
Yeah.
Tanny's hosting categories tomorrow. And not on its usual channel.
Yeah, we'll be on tomorrow from
According
10
to
until...
StatMuse, it's 95 touchdowns from Antonio Gates, between Antonio Gates and Phillip Rivers.
No.
Maybe it's wrong, but they played together 16 years.
Yeah, StatMuse might have it wrong.
Who do we trust, StatMuse or your Google Doc over there? Or your trivia file?
It's an Evernote note. It's what it is. Okay. So I might be right.
Antonio, you're probably right. Antonio Gates had 116 total touchdowns.
Okay, but he had a lot of quarterbacks there. Rivers to
It's
Gates.
2, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
89 touchdowns. The quarterback and tight end, 89 touchdowns. So it's Rivers to Gates.
Okay.
So I had it right. It's Rivers to Gates. I just had the number wrong. I just had the number wrong.
All right.
There you go.
Well, good.
Thank you.
This is from Tom Brady.
I'm right.
He published on his entry into his newsletter, Do Your Job, quote, I love football. At its core, it is a game of principles. And with all the success it has given me, I feel I have a moral and ethical duty to the sport, which is why the point where my roles in it intersect is not actually a point of conflict, despite what the paranoid and distrustful might believe. Rather, it's the place from which my ethical duty emerges to grow, evolve, and improve the game that has given me everything.
Wow. His moral and ethical duty to the sport, folks.
I think that's a strange way to talk about it. Like his love for the game clearly comes through.
Right.
And you can learn a lot from listening to Tom Brady talk about the game. I think he's better outside of the game, talking about the game, like him sitting down with Colin Cowherd,
It's been great.
Or him on the OT this past week. I thought he was really, really strong.
And sometimes it comes into the game. I thought him talking about difficult coaching and working with Bill in the context of Caleb and Ben Johnson was great the other day.
He just doesn't want to acknowledge that this is a conflict of interest. It is clearly a conflict of interest.
He's claiming that his moral and ethical compass, his moral and ethical duty to the sport trumps any sort of partisan feelings as an owner of a franchise.
Here's what I would say.
And maybe that's true in his mind, in his own narcissistic mind for now.
His motives may not be to be in conflict because of all of the things that he stated in the statement. But the truth is that it is a conflict.
Yeah.
And people are pointing that part out.
Wow.
So he might believe, like, I'm not doing anything wrong. Like, I just love the game and I want to be around it and whatever. And I get that. And
the paranoid and the distrustful.
Yeah, it's some weird language for sure. Language that we have become
I don't know how
accustomed to.
anybody could be distrustful of Tom Brady.
Yeah, considering that he has been investigated by the league multiple times on multiple fronts, on multiple teams for doing stuff that's not legal.
Did you know that his old buddy Alex Guerrero, who's his co-founder of TB12, he works for the Raiders now? Do you know he works for the Raiders?
I did not know that.
Me neither. I hadn't known that until yesterday.
Are you sure? Or did you find that on StatMuse?
No, I 100% am sure that Alex Guerrero works for the Raiders.
Is he coming by Circa or?
I'll
invite him.
All right.
I don't think the lobster corn dogs would fit into the health plan of the TB12 method.
There's no way that fits. Not
more for us.
More
for us then.
Our buddy Alex Brown is on a boat, and you can be on the boat with him.
I'm sorry. Lawrence, I'm picturing us eating lobster corn dogs in the water while watching football, and it's very enjoyable.
At 6:30 in the morning. because that's when that first game starts.
Let's go.
Alex Brown is going to join us to tell you how you can be on a boat with him and Rex and Urlacher and other Bears people. Next, here on The Score.
The Bears are taking on the Silver and Black in Vegas this weekend. And The Score's Spiegel and Holmes will be broadcasting live at Circa Resort and Casino all weekend long.
Lawrence Holmes here. Tune in as we get ready for the game. Listen Friday for a 3-hour show after the Cubs game is over. A special Saturday show starting at 11 a.m. And Monday, win or lose, we'll have reaction from 2 till 6. Do not miss us live from Stadium Swim at Circa in Las Vegas.
It's Spiegel and Holmes live this weekend from Circa in Las Vegas on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment is brought to you by Audi Exchange Highland Park. Seize the thrill in the 2025 Audi Q6 e-tron. Get yours with 0.99% financing for 72 months at Audi Exchange Highland Park and Audi Exchange St. Charles. Make it yours today before the U.S. $7,500 EV tax credit goes away September 30th. Shop AudiExchange.com.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Week 4 Pro Football Sunday, Detroit, a 9-point home favorite over Cleveland. Total in the game 44.5. And both teams with impressive wins this past weekend. Cleveland upsetting Green Bay and Detroit smacking around Baltimore on Monday night. And as far as betting this game goes, I think the point spread's a little too big, and I do like Cleveland at +9. Cleveland's defense is excellent, and Cleveland has a good interior defensive line, which Baltimore did not. Detroit will not run like they did against Baltimore. So on Sunday, let's go Cleveland +9. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 426-2537. Or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. In partnership with Paradise Hotel and Casino.
Fall Ball is back at the Wall at Gurney Mills Marcus Cinema. This Sunday, September 28th, meet Chicago football legend Gary Finsick, starting at 1:30. Then stay and watch Chicago take on Las Vegas on the big screen. The Wall at Marcus Gurney Cinema showcases the biggest sporting events while letting you enjoy the MVP comforts of a Marcus theater. Plus, admission is always free. Meet Gary Finsick this Sunday at 1:30 p.m. Check out thewall.marcustheaters.com for all the info.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
With great deals coming this Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th, greatness is a deal away. So if you love baking, you can get a deal on a new mixer, transforming you into the Lord of the Loaves.
Hear ye, hear ye! Make way for the baron of brioche, the sultan of sourdough, the Lord of the Loaves, Prime Member Dave!
Yeah, hi?
Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same day or next day delivery, or order online and pick it up in store. Kills primers, pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Time's up. The IRS isn't waiting. They're coming for your paycheck, your bank account, even your home. You ignored the letters. You thought it would go away. It won't. If you owe more than $10,000 in back taxes, you are already in the crosshairs of the IRS. Wage garnishments, bank levies, tax liens, they're not threats. They're next. But here's the truth. You still have a chance to fight back. This is Patrick Noon with PJN Tax Solutions Group. We are a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. We're right here. Call us now at 630-415-5296. We don't do fluff. We get results. Call us now 630-415-5296. That number again, 630-415-5296. Or just Google, I want the IRS off my ASS.
There comes a time in many men's lives in which the thought of having another child is not an option. Do you want to maintain the romance without the risk? There's a permanent solution that can help you achieve just that. Consider a vasectomy.
Ooh, I don't know about that. I heard it could be painful.
Yeah, not only that, I heard it was expensive.
These statements may be true for many men, but not the men who choose vasectomy clinics of Chicago. First of all, our procedures are covered by most insurance plans and flex spending accounts. The best part is, with our experienced surgeons, the procedure only takes 30 minutes in the office. No needle, no scalpel, and no trip to the hospital. If you're certain your family is complete, do yourself a favor and call Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago today. Or visit us online at www.vasectomychicago.com and read the testimonials. Conveniently located in Tinley Park, Naperville, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower. Now with free valet parking. Call us today at 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4VAS.
Clouds and sun this afternoon, a possible shower tonight, low 58. Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Spiegel and Holmes Show Flashback.
Alex Brown, he is fourth all-time in sacks in Bears history. What can people expect from this tour that you're on?
Urlacher's there, right? And then Rex is there. They literally fell off the planet when he left the NFL. So getting Rex back in, I mean, I talked to him, but as far as the fans of Chicago that were able to witness that 06 season, that 06 run, and then his career in Chicago, they'll get to see him for the first time in a very long time. So
refresh me. Did you and Rex, were you friendly at Florida?
Yeah, we were. So I didn't know what the hell. So I'm a country boy, man. I'm a country boy. I don't know what the hell a whippet is, okay? I don't know what that is. So my dog introduced me to this, and I was like, oh, what's this? Oh, okay. So I didn't know what it was. So, but yeah, Rex and I, we got a lot, had a blast. It was fun, man. We had a good time. It's college, man. Come on.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Wait.
Whippets, goofballs, little wowie sauce with boys. No, I'm not on any drugs.
Rex is our quarterback. Rex is our quarterback.
Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons on The Score.
You guys do Alex Brown yet?
We're going to right now. AB joins us on the Circa Resort and Casino Hotline, circalasvegas.com. And as I said in the open there, you got to make sure that you say that he's fourth all time, because don't say top five. We don't want anyone thinking that he might be number five, because he's number 4. Alex Brown now joins us here on the Spiegel and Holmes Show. What's up, AB?
Not much, man. How you doing?
We're good, man. Do any whippets lately? Me neither.
Not lately.
No.
I forget y'all be recording all this shit, man. Damn.
Yeah, everything. Even what you just said. Alex, yeah, it's live radio. But
Alex,
it's all
we are
good.
on live radio.
Oh, my bad, y'all.
Dump him.
I thought we had like a 30-second buffer, no?
Yes,
Yeah.
but it has to reset. So every time you say something,
Then we get in trouble.
yes. So inside voice, sir. Inside voice.
But we love the outside content. You know what I mean?
So you're going back on the boat again?
On a boat.
Yeah, man. Super excited about it, man. We had a blast last time. I mean, you got Joniak, Urlacher, myself, and Rex, and it's not just where we sit somewhere and you can't like come up and talk to us, or we're in this group of a very small group, honestly, of people, and they're able to ask whatever questions they want, and we take pictures and we sign autographs and we do all this stuff. But you get for me, I'm pretty much just, hey, I am what I am, man. but like you get to see a different side where the guys are really into the fans and giving them what they want and being very raw about it, honestly, as far as our opinion about what's going on in the state of the Bears right now, or what happened during the '06 season. Do you really think something could have changed? Whatever the question is, I mean, it's a great time, and I think City Cruisers puts on a really good show.
The last time that you were on with us, you mentioned it. It was in the open today about Rex falling off the planet after he was done playing football in Chicago and then playing in Washington. I wonder what the reaction was to him, because I think that now, looking back on his career, I think people are more fair about what it is that he was versus what people expected him to be, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think when you're drafted in the first round, there's a lot of expectations that come with it. And I think Rex, his first couple years, I mean, he got hurt. So, and there wasn't really a whole lot you can do. And I think he broke his ankle, broke a thumb. And it's just like, gosh, if he could just stay healthy, because for me, I watched him in college and he was absolutely unbelievable. So I was hoping that if we could just get one damn year with him being healthy, and then you see him come in 05 in the Atlanta game, and then he just like, and then he goes out. It's like, oh my gosh, like, are we ever gonna get it? And then we get 1 year of him, full year, 16 games, and we go to a Super Bowl. Yeah, that team was primed to win a Super Bowl, honestly, but we weren't able to get that done. But having Rex there definitely made the difference, in my opinion.
Alex Brown with us here on Spiegel and Holmes. Well, you saw the quarterback last week. He looked pretty good, Alex. Like, this is the happiest that Bears fans have been in quite some time, regardless of if the Cowboy defense is any good. I mean, it was just nice to watch the Bears offense click like that, wasn't it?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I think we have to stay in the same vein when we're talking about winning football games. On one hand, 1 week you'll say, or people will say, it's hard to win in the NFL. Well, hell, it's always hard to win in the NFL. I don't care who you're playing. I mean, just ask Green Bay. I mean, they went up to Cleveland and got their butt. I think they went there. But they played Cleveland, a team that I mean, if you ask all the experts, they had no shot to win. Anybody can beat you on any given Sunday. So the Bears went up to, or the Cowboys came up and they beat them like they were supposed to. And the way they were supposed to beat them, I mean, what I saw was some of the things, the missed throw for DJ Moore in the Minnesota game, when he had Rome Odunze open as he beat his corner, he put the ball on him. The communication between him and DJ Moore, understanding when to stop. Don't move. I'm going to throw the ball to you, so you got to stop, right? Outside of him having to tell him to stop. It's just that that chemistry that you can start to see on display. And then you see a little bit of scheming. The touchdown to Cole Kmet, I think, was more scheming than anything and confused that defense. And, I mean, Caleb looking in the right place where he's supposed to be looking, it was an easy touchdown to Kmet. So I think it was a lot of fun watching it. I just hope that they understand that doing it on the road is a little different. So now that's the challenge, right? The challenge is to be able to go on the road and put together where you go 11 runs in a row or some stuff like that, or where you just put together that drive that kind of says, yeah, this is our game right here, or you enforce your will. And I think people lose that sometimes on what football is. Football is truly just moving a man that doesn't want to be moved. It's that simple. Don't make it difficult. It's moving a grown man that does not want to be moved. It's very hard to do.
So we were talking with all of our experts this week, all the guys that played in the game, about that 19-play drive, 11 straight runs. As a defender, because you've had to deal with some of those in your career, what's that like for a defender when an offense is doing that?
See, you can't ask me questions where you just firing me up, because there's a lot of words I have to use to really describe how I feel in that situation.
I'm going to test that Florida education.
I'm going to hold off on this one. I'm going to say it is very demoralizing, I'll say. It's very demoralizing as a defense.
You can say that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So it's hard to come back off of that, and you realize that but we can't do nothing with these boys right here, you know? And when it's something like that, and I mean, hell, I felt that when we went to Kansas City, 2004. We went to Kansas City and they had Priest Holmes. And we're all week. Ain't no way he breaking the record on us. Okay, yeah. Big Willie Rope said, "Excuse me, sir. We got reservations in the end zone." And I think he had 2, maybe 3 touchdowns. And it is very demoralizing. You can't do anything. You know what they're gonna do, but you can't stop it. Fast forward to 2005, when we went up to Pittsburgh and they just ran the ball down our throat and we couldn't do anything. Like, it was just, it's one of those where. You don't like it. It's not a very good feeling.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. It's 2003, last week of 2003, and Priest Holmes had a couple of touchdowns in that one, and he only had 50 rushing yards, but he had 2 touchdowns against you guys.
Man, yeah, them boys, they had 2 Hall of Famers on. 2 Hall of Fame offensive linemen, and I want to say John Tate was actually on that team. My gosh, they were a problem, man. I did not. I got my butt whooped that day. I don't have a problem with saying when I got my butt whooped. And then I know y'all saw the whole Miles Garrett thing where the offensive lineman was screaming at Jordan Love, telling him to, hey, watch out.
Yeah, run, Jordan, run. That's what the offensive lineman told him.
Oh yeah. Oh, Miles Garrett beat the brakes off of him, and then people asking me, so I get that question. It's like, Alex, have you ever had an offensive lineman say that? But no. Hell, I played against Walter Jones, Orlando Pace. I ain't play against whoever that bum was that he was beat.
Well, no. AB, wait a minute though. There was the game against the Giants where that left tackle was probably telling his quarterback to run in that game.
Nah, I got lucky on a couple of those, man. I had Tommy Harris run a guy into me, run Kurt Warner out of the pocket. I mean, I like that I got the 4, but I don't know. I still get a little Christmas card from a guy that left tackle.
Was it Bob? Was his first name, right? What was his? I can't remember that guy. But yes, I'll look up the game. We'll find his name.
I got a defensive end question for Alex Brown. A defensive end. Montez Sweat showed out. He played the best that he has played. Alex, I don't know if it's coincidence or not. It was his lowest snap percentage of the year by a lot. He only played 58% of the snaps. So I don't know. I mean, they rotated a little because the score meant they were up a lot. So they brought in other people to pass rush, like Daniel Hardy and Dominique Robinson. But as a defensive end, if your snaps get reduced, can that motivate you, or can you just do you find yourself quicker on fewer snaps sometimes? What goes on for a defensive end when the snaps get reduced?
Nah, man, I want to be in the game. No, I don't. I think that's just coincidental. I think Montez Sweat is a hell of a player. I think he's had very productive games throughout his time in Chicago. When he was at Washington, he had very productive games. I just think this is just coincidental. When do you take a defensive end out? I've been in a situation where I'm playing first and second down. I come out on third down. Well, hell, that's definitely not the time I want to come out. So I want to rush the quarterback. If I earn that right on first and second down and we stop him and put him into a third and long, I want to have that opportunity to rush the quarterback. So I'm never going to say if that's an issue and you're playing too much and you find yourself tired, well, that's something that you can control. That is your fitness. So you can get in better shape so you can play all of those plays that's needed to be played. But he's one of our best players on defense. He has to be out there as much as possible. You're not going to get me to say we need to cut reps because he can be more productive. I think he can be as productive as ever playing 60, 70 snaps a game.
So walking away from this game, there was a lot of good in it. I think there's a lot of cool, like, coachable stuff inside of it. On the defensive side, I did leave a little bit concerned about run defense because Dallas was able to run the ball against them. They got a takeaway. Tyreek Stevenson took the ball away from Williams. That was a great play, but that guy averaged almost 8 yards a carry on 10 carries. So How do you fix that? Is that mentality, scheme? What is it?
I think it's tackling. I mean, we got to tackle that first guy. We're going to have plays where guys make that tackle, not miss tackles. These guys get paid to make you miss, so we can't just brush over that like, oh, well, you got to make that tackle. Well, they get paid to make you miss. So to get better at it, I think we're just not, well, in that particular game. And if you go into that game, you know what you got to stop first. I mean, Dak, they're going to spread it out. They're going to try to throw the football. I mean, they come into this game. I think Dak had his previous 2 games over 300 yards passing. You knew they wanted to throw the ball. That's what Dak does. So you want to stop that. Once CeeDee Lamb goes out, now maybe it could change a little bit, but they didn't really do that. So it's going to be tackling, open field tackling, and I just don't know if we have quite the guys that we need in place right now to be that dominant up front.
Yeah, it's interesting, but it felt like the adjustments that Dennis Allen made worked. And maybe it's the absence of CeeDee Lamb that gets me drunk on it that way. But now they got Vegas, and I don't know, man. The Raiders have any mystique left to you, Alex? Because we grew up and the Raiders were a cool thing and kind of a legendary thing. Now it just feels like another team.
No, I think they have a pretty good young running back over there, and I think he mentioned something about getting the ball more. I think they're going to really focus on that. Now you look at what Lawrence just said about how the Bears looked against the Cowboys. Well, you can expect this guy Genty to get 20 carries in the game. If he's able to get 20 carries and he's able to average over 5 yards a carry, then we might be in a world of trouble because. Yes, Caleb had a really good game, especially that first half. But they got a guy on that other side that the Cowboys gave away their guy. Max Crosby is still there at the Raiders, and he can wreck your game plan. So you got to make sure you got somebody that can block him, maybe 2 guys. I mean, hell, we saw 3 guys from Green Bay trying to block Myles Garrett. So whatever you got to do to limit that superstar from wrecking your game plan, sometimes you got to do it.
You've always been pretty humble when it comes to the way you play and going week to week. Like even as a player, you didn't get high on your own supply. How would you suggest that players handle success? Tyreek has a great game. Caleb is named player of the week. They're getting a lot of pats on the back this week, as they should, because they played well. How do you throw away that game, but take lessons from it into the next one?
Yeah, I think you have to have a little swag about yourself. I think you have to have a little bit of confidence. I mean, some people might even think it borderlines on being arrogant, but I think that's internal. That has to be internal to yourself. And as far as the guys, there's always different things that you have to learn at the next game. So winning a big game at home against the Cowboys, a lot of people think you should have won that game. Now there's a game that a lot of people think you should win, and it's on the road. So you got to go win that game. It's going to be a totally different atmosphere because every big play, there's going to be very little noise. It's not going to be like at home. So there's different levels of it. As far as the players, yeah, you got to have that. So you got to believe in yourself. You have to believe that it's my time to make that play. I can make that play. And once you get enough guys to believe in that, then you start to see plays made all over the place. You start to see guys like Tyreek Stevenson's ripping the ball out, taking these chances, going after this stuff. You see the takeaways, you see the tip balls, and guys are in place because they're running to the football. So I like what I saw against the Cowboys. I just want to see it repeated now. Now I want to see them go out and actually repeat it on the road and be able to shut a team down that doesn't really have the amount of firepower that the Dallas Cowboys had.
citycruises.com/live. That's where you can get tickets for this cruise with Brian Urlacher, Rex Grossman, Jeff Joniak, and our buddy Alex Brown. There's also another cruise. If you can't make the October 17th, you can make the November 21st, and it's from Navy Pier. So again, you can get tickets at citycruises.com. AB, can we just go ahead and book you for next month to talk about the November cruise? Can we just do that? Just get that out the way?
Lock me in, man. Lock me in. You know, I'm here. I'm here. Y'all my guys, man. Lock me in. And I want to see y'all. I'm serious, man. Y'all need. When Lawrence just said it, get your damn tickets. Stop playing. Go ahead and get them. Don't wait. Just go ahead and get them. Friday coming. That payday coming. Come on, go get the tickets.
citycruises.com/live is where you can get the tickets. And I can just tell you from having spent time with Alex Brown, when there aren't cameras or microphones on, you will have a great time. Yeah, and that's before you add in Jeff, Rex, and Brian.
Yeah, good job not cursing after the first 30 seconds of the interview, Alex. That's good growth out of you, man. Appreciate it.
Yes. The cool part, honestly, is the stuff that Jeff brings up, right? He brings up stuff, then you're like, how the hell do you remember that? Like, what? Like, geez. And he brings it up, and it's like, I think he saw the game a little different because we're in the game, and then he's calling the game. So he's seeing it a little different. So I think the combination of all of it is super cool. I know I would do it. I mean, I was a fan long before I played, but I bought Caleb Williams' rookie card. Gem Mint 10. And it doubled in value over the weekend. Y'all better get you one. I'm telling you.
That's what I like to hear. My guy, this guy is taking care of his off the field, out of the game business for sure. And if he gives you an investment opportunity, you should listen. And I know that you'll look forward to that Christmas card from Luke Pettigrew.
Luke Pettigrew, that's my dude. Yeah, he's coming. Oh yeah, Luke, that's my guy, man. Shoot. Hey, you know what? And then it kind of took a little oomph from it when he gave up 5 the next week.
It was you. It wasn't him. It was you, Alex. Take that.
All right, AB, we appreciate you as always, man. Next time that you come in, maybe Florida will have a new coach.
Man.
I knew we weren't going to get off of this damn show without you saying that, and that hurts. That hurts so bad. I like Billy.
I do like too, Billy, actually. And I like DJ Lagway a lot.
I don't know if I like him a lot anymore. I like winning more than I like DJ. So DJ, you got to win. I like winning more than I like Billy. You have to win. If you don't win, things are going to change. And if Clemson get rid of Dabo, all right, Clemson, go ahead. Get rid of Dabo. Dabo be wearing orange and blue.
Hey, man, Mike Gundy's available. You can always go down that route.
Stop it. Stop. No.
That's not a thing. That's not a thing. All right.
Dabo or Lane Kiffin. That's it.
Okay.
Thank you, Alex.
AB, you're the best, man.
Thank you.
It has come to my attention.
Come after me. I'm a man. I'm 40.
60? Almost.
Yeah, he's 60 now, I believe.
Is he 60 now?
I think that's about right.
I mean, he had the same girlfriend almost the entire time. That's what he said about
He's 58.
He's 58. So he is a man.
He's literally from a place called Midwest City.
Mike Gundy?
If you didn't see him, if you just saw a mugshot of him, he looks like he's going to engineering class. He's had pretty much the same girlfriend for 3 or 4 years, and he's just real low key.
Folks, that's Mike Gundy scouting Tevin Jenkins for you. And pretty much the same girlfriend.
And saying a mugshot.
Yeah, right. Except he has had pretty much the same girlfriend, except for that time when they were on a break. But I talked with Tevin about that, and she understood. A crazy person.
To be fair, she was going through some things on her end. It wasn't him, to be fair.
She was wondering about the commitment. And
look,
shut up, Mike.
I have here on my schedule that we are supposed to talk about Tyreek Stevenson, and we're going to.
And we should, yeah.
But before that, someone needs to make an apology.
See what had happened.
It's not me. At least not this time. We'll do that next here on The Score.
The Bears are taking on the Silver and Black in Vegas this weekend, and the Score's Spiegel and Holmes will be broadcasting live at Circa Resort and Casino all weekend long.
Lawrence Holmes here. Tune in as we get ready for the game. Listen Friday for a 3-hour show after the Cubs game is over. A special Saturday show starting at 11 a.m. And Monday, win or lose, we'll have reaction from 2 till 6. Do not miss us live from Stadium Swim at Circa in Las Vegas.
It's Spiegel and Holmes live this weekend from Circa in Las Vegas on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment is sponsored by Jewel Osco.
Get a bumper crop of top quality produce at 66% off through the Jewel Osco For You app. Save on everything from Haugh avocados and 2-pound bags of Cuties clementines to raspberries, potatoes, squash, salad, and more. Check app for details.
In the market for windows, Chicago Window Guys makes and installs all their own custom doors and windows. The highest quality custom windows and doors work directly with Russ Armstrong, the owner. Lawrence Holmes did.
I love everything about the windows that I got. Russ and his team were so great. I am now the envy of my neighborhood because everyone's like, hey, where'd you get those windows from? I was like, Russ Armstrong.
Damn. The best prices, fast service. Check out their reviews at ChicagoWindowGuys.com. Get a free quote and call the Chicago Window Guys at 847-881-3060.
This is the run my own business dream. This is the college is paid for dream. This is the retire early dream. This is Busey, where your dreams and possibilities become moments. Through trusted guidance and expertise, through lifelong relationships. Because we're here to help you achieve the life you've always envisioned. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today, 630-360-9000. That's 630-360-9000.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Allstate's new home insurance is now better than ever. We're making getting the right home insurance that's right for you super easy with our improved online quoting tool. It explains how each coverage option works for you without the headache. Yep, you can start protecting your home in a matter of minutes. So check Allstate first for home insurance that's better than ever. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Coverage subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside information on your home team before they play the next game. The Insight on Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is Zach Gelb with Honesty Sports Minute, sponsored by BetMGM. Own your moment. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. At 0-3, the Giants are a tough watch right now. If they started Russell Wilson this Sunday against the Chargers, there would be zero reason for any Giant fan to be excited to tune into the game. There was no way to justify not starting Jackson Dart anymore, and the Giants made the right call yesterday, handing the keys to Dart, who they hope will be their next franchise QB. I'm Zach Gelb.
Spiegel and Holmes.
Good vibes, Ben.
Afternoons on the Score.
In no way, shape, or form do I, condone, animal cruelty or dog fighting, whatever it is.
That was Kyler Murray. We never really got to this story. We talked around it, but if you didn't know, Kyler Murray posed for a picture with a pit bull wearing a awesome
Mr. 305?
No, not him. A pit bull, not the pit bull.
Another guy named Pitbull.
So he posed with a pit bull while he was wearing this really beautiful vintage throwback Vic Virginia Tech jersey. And obviously, those two things are not great when they are put together. You can have either one of them on their own. You got a pit bull. Pit bulls are great. If you want the Vic jersey,
I don't like that many songs.
No, a pit bull, not the pit bull.
Got you.
Dale.
Dale is right, Alex.
Dale indeed.
That's right. Mr. Worldwide, not just Mr. 305. By the way, I know that we're talking about the pit bull.
And Speaks has an apology.
I do have an apology.
He does, and we need to get to it. But I just want to give credit to Flo Rida.
That's Alex's guy.
Oh, see, this is how it happens, Alex.
Alex, congratulations, Flo Rida. Now
So
you
he's
got
my
it.
guy.
Where's your mug? I brought you a Flo
It's in
Rida
the
mug.
office.
Yeah. I mean, it just says Florida, but if you draw a line between it, it says Flo Rida.
Just like his name.
Yeah.
I just think that the last time that I was out in AZ, I saw that he was doing a post-game show for the Diamondbacks, and I think he's found a glitch in the Matrix.
Flo Rida was doing a post-game concert.
Yeah.
I thought you meant he was doing post-game.
No, he wasn't doing the post-game.
What do you think of Zach Gallen tonight, Flo?
Hi, everybody. I'm Steve Berthium, along with Bob Brenly and Flo Rida. I was like, that's interesting.
He's hosting Hit and Run Phoenix.
Though for this particular show, he has changed his name to Arizona. So I just want to give him credit because I think that he has figured out a way to extend his career
by playing post-baseball game concerts.
Speaks, think about it.
It's quite a circuit.
He could lock in 30 of those, 30 dates a year.
Sure.
Just go to every ballpark.
30. Yeah. I mean, not everybody would have them, I don't think.
Why wouldn't they? What market isn't going to want Flo Rida?
Well, you got two in the same town. Are the Cubs going to do it now that the White Sox have done it?
Not everyone would have them. Did Flo Rida destroy the green room at the Rage? Does he have a reputation? They won't book him?
The Days Inn. The old rock and roll Days Inn on Diversity. Flo Rida absolutely ravaged that place.
I love Speegs making the Cubs too good for Flo Rida.
Well, I was thinking, are the Mets going to do it if the Yankees do it? I don't know if two teams in the same market. That's all I meant.
All right, let's call it 25.
Okay, call it 25 then.
The fact that Flo Rida can book 25 dates before he goes to the club circuit is amazing.
Yeah.
He gets to play 25 stadiums in a year.
This is, this is not something I expected you to ask me about.
It's a glitch in the matrix.
It is.
All right.
My apology?
Yes, you have an apology to make.
See, what had happened was my trivia file, for all you trivia files out there, it's a little old. Brady and Gronk have either 92 or 90 or 93 touchdowns as a tandem in the regular season, depending on which source you look at. Either way, it is more than Antonio Gates' 89 from Phillip Rivers. So, I mean, I had Antonio Gates and Phillip Rivers. They're wrong. And Brady to Gronk is the most from one quarterback to one tight end.
I believe I was the first one who guessed that in the segment before. So
congratulations to you.
But Speaks, that's why we thought you were saying it, because we were doing a Tom Brady segment next. So that's why we were like, we know who it is because he's had a legendary tight end and he's the greatest quarterback of all time.
I'd like to go back and make that the case. If I could, I'd like to go back and retroactively make that the sense I was making. But really, it was just connected to the Bagwell and Biggio question, which was based on the Ian Happ and Nico Horner sound. Thanks for listening. I think you're all now caught up.
But just one real quick postscript on that. You said, touchdowns depending on what you're looking at. Like what does that mean? Either they scored a touchdown or they didn't.
I know, but they don't have that specific stat.
Combination.
They don't have the specific combination on, say, Pro Football Reference.
Alex Statmuse, what does it say?
It's a newer type of situation. Tommy Kelly is involved. Okay? All right, we did that.
All right, let's talk about Tyreek Stevenson.
Tyreek Stevenson balled out in week 3.
He really did.
And he did not ball out in weeks 1 and weeks 2.
And struggled last year.
Yes.
Especially after the Washington game. And it wasn't just the Washington game.
Correct.
There were some struggles throughout the season for him. I think he's really talented. And I feel like this match that's made with him and Dennis Allen makes a lot of sense for what his skills are.
Yeah, but now they're playing more zone than man.
Because they've got a ton of injuries.
But still, the match might be resonating with Dennis Allen and maybe with Al Harris, the defensive backs coach, because Ben Johnson was talking about it too, saying Tyreek has Pro Bowl talent, But Tyreek himself talked about what happened between week 2 and week 3 to help set him up for the better play. And Lawrence, I thought of conversations you and I have had both off the air and on the air. Here's Tyreek Stevenson.
You talked earlier in the week about, hey, this isn't me, the perfect passer rating against you and all of that. And what was your sense of focus during the week, and how good did it feel to contribute the way you did, not just by doing that, but with pass defense and all that?
It felt good because last week just showed me I need to hone in on the small details and stay consistent at everything that I do, far as coming in, making sure I understand the plays, making sure I'm working on myself, making sure I'm taking care of my body, making sure I'm taking the right meds, and just making sure everything that I do on a consistent basis to lead up to the game is true, and I stay true to that process.
Is there an example of like a little thing that you needed to hone in on that you could share?
Pretty much, it was just I had a couple plays this week where we had a kind of zone defense and I could not grab it for some reason, and just coming in the morning after practice and working on that play, seeing them do it to different teams, seeing them doing it to different styles of defense and just things like that to just make sure that I'm consistent. I can see it over and over again.
Looking at old Saints film, or are you looking at your own defense?
We're looking at both. I'm pretty much looking at everything, and if I can get my hands on some old OC film that he done did, and he gonna try to bring a play back from way back when, I'm with it, because best thing I could do for this team is make sure that I'm prepared to go out there and get the win.
Do you feel like you proved something to yourself just by how you flushed the first 2 weeks? You had a good performance yesterday.
Honestly, no. I know I'm capable of having this game. Every game that I step on the field, it's just about how I go about it and me being consistent throughout the week with my preparation. And honestly, I just felt like this week I took my preparation up to another level, which allowed me to play a little bit more freely, and it showed.
How about that? Respect to Tyreek Stevenson, who is 25 years old. And man, when I was 25, it's not like I knew everything. I knew more than when I was 24. And I had a chance to be better at things. And he's got a chance. And him coming in early, admitting that there's a coverage he didn't grasp, that didn't Come on now. That takes...
And then the coaching staff meeting him where he's at.
Yes. Takes humility to say, man, you know what? I'm just not getting this. Help me here.
What is it that you want me to do, and why? Like, what's the concept? And
woo! That is really cool maturation stuff happening for a dude with a big opportunity. Now that Jalen Johnson's out for a while, he's got number one corner opportunities, and he is, at least last week, making the most of it. They got to stay on him, Lawrence. That's what I thought about. You have talked about him as somebody you might need to stay on. Like, they need to stay connected with him.
We have to learn. Like, first of all, we shouldn't shame people for how they learn. Secondly, everyone is motivated differently. And some players don't need anything because they know exactly what it is that they want to do and how to do it. Some players need a little bit of an edge. Some players need to create an enemy. And we saw that with the greatest basketball player who's ever lived. It didn't take much for Michael Jordan to figure out he had been slighted in one way or the other. Some people need supervision until they don't. And then you go, okay, like this person has graduated to, we can leave them to their own devices. But I appreciate him acknowledging, I don't quite get this.
Yeah.
And then going back and saying, can you guys help me get this? And then I appreciate the Bears coaches being like, we got you.
Yeah.
Let's work through it. What are you struggling with?
What do you want to see? You want to see this offensive coordinator do it a different time? You want to see a different team defend it? Like, what would help you? And figure it out. And he's saying whatever I can get my hands on.
That's teaching. That's coaching. And that's the way that it should be. And players should never feel shamed if they do learn differently.
Yeah.
That they can go to coaches who are okay with helping them work through it.
Here's a text. It's been 1 week for Stevenson. Let's reserve the flowers. Come on, man. We're giving the flowers for the process. We are talking about process.
And we're giving the flowers in the context of 1 week. Like what we saw in the past week. And like I said about Caleb, now that we know that you can do it,
yeah, then let's see it.
Now we can hold you to a standard that's closer to that more often. I wonder if he's the type of player that is motivated by people doubting whether or not he's good at what he does.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like, does the doubt help? Does failure help? Does attaboys help? Staying connected for sure helps. Now that you've established connection, whoever that coach was that he talked with and said, I'm having trouble getting that's you stay connected with him.
And it probably means the world to Tyreek. It probably, like, if you really think about it, and I know that everyone thinks that they're super macho, and had they been in the position that Tyreek Stevenson is in, that they would have figured it out on their own. Mm-hmm. But the truth is that all of us at some time or another have needed a different perspective or have needed help when it comes to learning something that's very difficult for us to learn. And the humility that it takes to admit that is difficult.
And it's a lifelong thing, too.
Yes.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
Yeah, absolutely. I was part of it. We gave it together.
When we come back, there's another young player who's doing things well. We'll talk about him next here on The Score.
The Cubs are in the playoffs for the first time since 2020. Tickets go on sale tomorrow, starting at 10 a.m. for potential wild card series games at Wrigley Field.
And the Cubs are in the playoffs.
Correct counsel.
This is where the fun happens. This is where the best stuff in baseball happens. This is where the memories are made for everybody.
Tickets for potential wild card series games at Wrigley Field go on sale starting tomorrow at 10 a.m. Go to Cubs.com/postseason.
This segment is brought to you by Staples.
Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $125 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. NC11-1. Plus, save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Kick off football season like a pro with the world's largest sports book at your fingertips. Circa Sports Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be. With high app limits, low holds, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Other books may charge you just to get on the field. But with Circa Sports, every play is yours to call. Start betting like a pro from anywhere, anytime in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We take care of our customers every day through the big moments, the innovative upgrades, of course, the adventures too. The perfect vehicle is out there waiting to bring joy to your everyday journey. Customer satisfaction, strong warranties, and a wide selection of luxury and affordable vehicles is why car buyers trust us and keep coming back.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick Promise.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same day or next day delivery, or order online and pick up in store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Everything comes down to how you finish, and the wall covering, drywall finishing, signage, glass systems, and painting contractors at finishingchicago.com always produce a hit. Chicago's top general contractors and property managers rely on Finishing Chicago's industrial and commercial contractors to provide the most well-trained, safety-focused, and reliable crews. Before starting work on your next job site, check out their website, finishingchicago.com, your free resource to find quality finishing contractors.
Proud partner of Cubs Radio.
Sliding into second, smart play. Sliding through a red light, not so much. With Atturo tires, get the grip and stopping power you need when it matters most. Stay in control, stay safe. Studies show that new tires can reduce stopping distance on wet roads by nearly 90 feet. Ditch the stress and drive with confidence. Atturo Tires has you covered. Visit Atturo.com to find your nearest authorized dealer.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-777-1979. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-777-1979. That's 800-777-1979. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. 800-777-1979.
The John Deere Gator XUV lets you cut, pack, drive, scout, weld, stack, feed, pull, load, tow, spray, and haul. All in a single day. Because with the highest cargo box volume in its class, customizable features, and a towing capacity of up to 4,000 pounds, it gets the job done. You just have to get in the seat. Learn more at your John Deere dealer or visit johndeere.com/GatorXUV.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing a schedule, and responding to Jim's long emails. Leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC at dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Hey Chicago, it's Mully and Haugh for Window Nation. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 for free. Plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years.
Trust Window Nation. Get your free estimate now at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
He's a good player. Now, we watched him in college too, so I've seen him a lot.
they're going to him. You know, he's the leading target guy, and they'll continue to do that, I would think. He can do a little bit of everything. He's really fast. He's good size. He's tough. He's making the plays. So, you know, we know where he is. We have to be really conscious that we can take care of him.
Pete Carroll talking about Rome.
Hip to hip. Rocking through the wilderness.
Well, the show works on multiple levels if you're paying attention to it. That's for sure. Rome Odunze has had a really good start to his season. He's already on pace to eclipse his touchdown mark in week 4 of the season, which is wild considering. And I've always felt like if there was no Caleb, we would have been talking a lot more about the development of Rome Odunze. But here we are with both of them having a really strong week, and Rome off to a really good start as the season begins.
Yeah, he is. Touchdowns are up, catches up, most targeted guy, as Pete Carroll described right there. And our guy, Kurt Warner, had things to say about Rome Odunze that you really enjoyed, right?
Yeah, I love hearing. I was curious on what Kurt was going to say when we talked to him about it, because a quarterback and the way they feel about receivers to me is fascinating. So here's what Kurt had to say about why you're seeing a better version of Rome.
Well, I think you could say the same thing about wide receiver that we're saying about Caleb, is that the game, when you can slow the game down and start to play the game with your mind, that's where you start to win. I've always said this about wide receivers. Wide receivers and defensive backs. Like when you're playing against each other, patience wins. The guy that can be patient, if you're the guy jamming the wide receiver and you're impatient and you go try to jam him and you miss, game over. You know, if you're a receiver running a route against press coverage and, you know, you're afraid you're going to get jammed or you're afraid he's going to, you know, shorten you on your route and you speed everything up, defense wins. And so the ability to be patient running routes is where the great receivers are great. And that's what Rome was so good at in college. Last year, he was playing faster than that. You know, he was running through his you know, certain part of his breaks or, you know, or double moves and doing everything too fast. And so it wasn't as if he was bad. I mean, he was still a fine receiver, but he, you know, you can't take the step to being great until you can slow it down. And again, part of that is just your mind being able to slow down because you've gotten accustomed to the speed of the game and the speed of the guys that you're playing against, and you're starting to understand the nuance. And that's what I see from him this year. Is that's what they expected from him when he came out of college, because he was so good at it in college. Last year, I don't think you got to see it to the full extent because he was a rookie. And, you know, we often say rookies or players make their greatest jump from year 1 to year 2. And it's primarily because of this, because right away it's fast and a lot's coming at you and you're learning these pro offenses and you're seeing different coverages and rotations. And oh my gosh, you know, it's like a blur out there and I'm just trying to run my 10-yard out. Like that's all I'm focused on right now. And then you get to the point where it's like, okay, now I start to understand how to set a guy up. You know, now I can see it and it doesn't seem as fast. And so all these little nuances that I've had in my bag, I can pull those back out. And that to me is what I'm seeing with Rome, is that, you know, now he's starting to use those tools that he has, and he's slowed the game down in his mind, but he's playing fast with his body. You know, kind of what I was talking about with, you know, that analogy as a quarterback, is that everything's fast and the window looks small to you guys, but to me, it looks big because I've slowed that whole thing down. I think Rome is doing that as a wide receiver. And so you're starting to see all that talent and skill come out and show up on a weekly basis.
It's good stuff, man. You're seeing Rome see it and trust it. It's interesting. This week, JT O'Sullivan, who we've talked to several times before, the guy, former quarterback who does a great job breaking down film, was praising DJ Moore, who he has not praised at times in the past for his improvement running routes and more nuance in the routes. And I bring that up to say this. Is it possible that both those wide receivers are benefiting from a really damn good offensive coaching staff?
I think that that's fair to speculate. That are they growing because there are people who have been there, done that, that are good at their job that are helping them get to where they need to be.
Thinking about Amon-Ra St. Brown talking on his podcast with Rome a couple weeks ago about how Ben makes you deal with details and makes you on point. And wouldn't you know it, in the playoffs, you're like, oh, man, he knew what he was doing. There's a point to that.
It's also not a bad thing to have a wide receiver with a Super Bowl ring that's there helping you out, and a DB's coach who's really, really good that you can